Chapter 1. Time. October 1953. Location. Jiangjia village on the outskirts of the city. Halfway up the rear mountain, a youth of merely 18 years reclined blissfully beneath a grand tree, softly humming a distinctive melody. This tune hailed from the 21st century's Blue Star, a sound unknown in this era. Unbeknownst to me, I have dwelled in this world for half a year. Who could have anticipated that I would be granted the chance to live anew? Jiang Hao reflected, his expression tinged with nostalgia as he considered the hazy image in his mind, reminiscent of a primordial chaos that he referred to as the time-space divine pearl. It was this extraordinary jewel that facilitated his arrival in this realm. Recalling his past life, he remembered a sudden meteor shower that transformed the world into a nightmarish landscape. Flora and fauna evolved into various monstrous beings, and humanity was not spared from this calamity. Those who successfully evolved became the evolvers, while the unfortunate were relegated to ordinary existence or transformed into zombie-like abominations. For myriad reasons, the human population plummeted from billions to less than 100 million, a grim reality that was truly harrowing. Fortuitously, the existence of evolvers helped stabilize the remnants of humanity, yet survival remained an arduous endeavor. The surviving humans were compelled to battle against a myriad of monsters for their very existence. Jiang Hao was among these evolvers, his ascension to this status owing to the time-space divine pearl. Before the apocalypse, this once obscure jewel had fortuitously come into his possession. Merging with him as the bizarre meteor shower descended. His body gradually transformed under the energy emitted by the pearl, culminating in his emergence as the most esteemed SS-level master of spatial control. However, this was merely a facade in truth. Jiang Hao was a dual master of time and space. Prior to his traversal, he had fallen victim to a monster scheme, ensnared in their trap. In the face of despair, his instinct for survival compelled him to unleash his most formidable technique, temporal annihilation. Though only grasped with great difficulty, he had no choice but to fight desperately when cornered. In that fleeting moment, all witnesses beheld a spectacle that left them astounded. Mysterious and potent temporal laws spiraled through the air like agile dragons, swirling with astonishing velocity. They disrupted everything around them as if intent on engulfing the entire world. These temporal laws whirled recklessly. The very fabric of reality seemed to respond to an immense force, involuntarily aligning with their rhythm. Simultaneously, the tranquility of the surrounding material world was shattered. Dust, stones, and air molecules alike found themselves inexorably drawn into this tempestuous vortex. Gradually, this whirlpool, guided by the temporal laws, accelerated to an astonishing speed, ultimately converging into an infinitesimally small, yet boundlessly potent singularity. This singularity, akin to the primordial point at the dawn of the universe, appeared insignificant at first glance. Yet, it harbored a terrifying power capable of annihilating all existence. Soon after, a dreadful occurrence unfolded. This singularity began to expand rapidly, gradually transforming into an unfathomable colossal black hole. It resembled a monstrous beast, its gaping maw mercilessly consuming everything in its vicinity. Even light, which travels at the speed of illumination, would be ensnared and obliterated should it venture too close to this black hole, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. However, this was not the most horrifying aspect. Once the black hole had devoured a sufficient amount of matter, the pressure and energy within reached a critical threshold. At long last, there came a moment when this behemoth could no longer bear its own weight and began an irreversible collapse inward. In that instant, whether it be towering peaks, ceaseless rivers, lush forests, or the myriad forms of life, all were enveloped by a mysterious and terrifying force. In a flash, brilliance flickered, and all existence seemed to lose its corporeal form, gradually becoming indistinct. With the passage of time, this blurriness intensified until, ultimately, it vanished completely. The entire space was plunged into an absolute darkness and silence. This was the dread-inducing power of temporal and spatial annihilation. It consumed everything around it, akin to a black hole in the universe, reducing all to nothingness without leaving a trace. What was once a vibrant expanse now lay in endless void, devoid of any signs of life. This was beyond Jiang Hao's control. The result of temporal and spatial annihilation was the simultaneous downfall of both parties. At the moment of the cataclysmic explosion of temporal and spatial annihilation, its magnitude surpassed imagination. This terrifying force not only obliterated all material existence in its vicinity, but also severely impacted and distorted the very fabric of time and space. At that instant, an unforeseen event occurred. The overwhelming and uncontrollable energy of temporal and spatial annihilation inadvertently tore open a rift in time and space. This mysterious and profound fissure resembled a dark wound in the cosmos, exuding a disquieting aura. Simultaneously, the time-space divine pearl, long concealed in shadows and brimming with endless mysteries, was suddenly activated. As if responding to a summons, it radiated a dazzling brilliance. Carrying Jiang Hao's soul, it surged toward the rift in time and space with astonishing speed. Jiang Hao's soul, initially immersed in the profound shock brought about by temporal and spatial annihilation, soon found itself irresistibly drawn by an invisible force. Being swept into the rift, as a wave of intense dizziness washed over him, Jiang Hao felt the scenery before him shift rapidly. Countless strange rays of light and colors intertwine, forming a dreamlike tapestry. Ultimately, as tranquility envelopes the scene, he realizes that he has traversed into an entirely unfamiliar realm. The Cosmic Pearl, in an effort to ensure the survival of its host, Jiang Hao, deliberated deeply and faced a daunting choice. It ultimately resolved to employ an extreme and enigmatic method, allowing him to be reborn in the body of a young man who had recently departed from life. This youthful vessel, once belonging to a soul beset by misfortune and taken too soon, now becomes the pivotal key to Jiang Hao's revival. As Jiang Hao's spirit melds with this unfamiliar physique, an extraordinary force surges quietly, as if the threads of fate are being woven anew. Thus, Jiang Hao finds himself temporarily adrift in this uncharted temporal expanse, confronting a path fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes before his eyes. When he opens them again, he discovers himself lying on a bed. Gradually straightening his form, his gaze sharpens like that of a hawk, meticulously surveying the room inch by inch. His attention first alights upon the antiquated furnishings, as though he could perceive the imprints of time etched upon them. The walls, adorned with slightly yellowed wallpaper, seem to whisper tales of yore. In the corner stands an old wooden table, its legs slightly unsteady. The surface bears remnants of faded scratches, as if marked by the passage of time. Gazing at the vintage curtains by the window, their colors still vibrant, yet the fabric betraying the countless seasons it has endured, the entire room is enveloped in a faint aura of nostalgia. Every arrangement and decoration suggests that this space could easily belong to a bygone century. Born in 1990, Jiang Hao recognizes some elements, while others he has only heard of from his parents or glimpsed in antiquities online prior to the apocalypse. Items he has never encountered in person. Staring at this utterly ordinary room, Jiang Hao feels a wave of disorientation wash over him. A peculiar thought flashes through his mind. Reborn? Transcended time? The furnishings within the room are simple, yet imbued with the essence of life. At that moment, the Cosmic Pearl, which had accompanied him through the ages, flickers a few times before gradually dimming, as if succumbing to slumber. However, before it completely loses its radiance, it imparts a crucial piece of information to Jiang Hao. This revelation strikes like lightning through his consciousness, illuminating many truths. Indeed, he has been reborn, and he has journeyed back to the year 1953, finding himself in the heart of the capital. It is essential to note that previously, in order to facilitate Jiang Hao's seamless transition into this new world, and ensure that his fragile soul remains safe and sound, for the time-space pearl has consumed an immense amount of energy. This depletion of energy is undoubtedly a considerable burden for the time-space pearl. Thus, it necessitates a period of recuperation to restore its vitality, enabling it to unleash its miraculous powers when similar needs arise in the future. As of now, it is March, and during this period, the Military Control Committee of the 49 City has completed its mission and is beginning to withdraw in an orderly manner. With the end of military control, the functions of societal management are gradually being assumed by various departments. Government agencies, public security systems, judicial departments, and others are all taking up the baton. They bear the significant responsibility of maintaining the normal operation of society and safeguarding citizens' rights. Correspondingly, neighborhood offices and police stations have also begun to establish themselves. Moreover, the traditional system of caretakers in the courtyard has been reinstated, as depicted in the original narrative. Their routine tasks involve preventing enemy infiltration, verifying the identities of unfamiliar individuals entering the premises, and conveying notices from the neighborhood office. Additionally, they are tasked with mediating trivial disputes among neighbors, as mentioned in the original story. The establishment of caretakers is a consideration of the current circumstances, as the imperialistic ambitions remain unquenched. The young man, Jiang Hao, who has been reborn, shares the same name and has just turned 18. Upon his arrival in this world, he found himself freshly graduated from high school and employed as a procurement officer at the steel mill. Thus, the entire family rejoiced and celebrated, indulging in a few extra drinks, only to have him never awaken again. The original family comprised 5 members. Jiang Yi, the father, born in Jiangjia village on the outskirts of 49 City, an only son. Disinterested in the family's martial traditions, he moved to the city in his youth to apprentice under a master at the Jinxing steel mill, remaining there for over 20 years. Jiang's mother, having fled to 49 City during a time of turmoil, was the sole survivor from her family due to man-made disasters. Eventually, she met Jiang Yi, and under his meticulous care, they joyfully united in matrimony. Jiang Yi and his wife, Li Xuanmei, had 3 children. The eldest, Jiang Hao, the original protagonist, the second, Jiang Lai, who is 10 years old and in the 3rd grade, and the youngest, Jiang Jun, who is just 6 and yet to start school. Initially, the 5-member family lived happily, with Jiang Yi earning a substantial monthly salary of 760,000. Regrettably, after the birth of their youngest son, Jiang's mother fell ill, leading to difficulties for the Jiang family. Therefore, when the eldest son graduated from high school and took a position at the steel mill, the entire family rejoiced. During the celebratory drinks, they indulged a bit too much, which ultimately led to the rebirth of Jiang Hao in this new existence. Reborn, Jiang Hao found himself quite unaccustomed to his new reality. Upon examining himself in the mirror, he deemed himself satisfactory. A rather handsome young man, he stood at an estimated height of 6 feet. However, he was rather slender. He realized he seemed to have entered a television drama he had watched in the apocalyptic era of his past life. In his memories, there were notable figures such as Uncle Yi Zhonghai, Uncle Lu Haizhong, Uncle Yanbu Gui, Hida Qing, and the deaf old lady. Their residence was situated in the front courtyard, directly opposite Uncle Yanbu Gui's home, comprising a main house and 2 smaller rooms. The main house comprises a living room and dining area, which is further divided by a small bedroom designated for Jiang Hao's parents. One small room belongs to Jiang Hao, while the other is shared by his 2 younger brothers. This residence was acquired by Jiang's father many years ago, complete with a property deed. As he gazes upon these familiar yet foreign faces, Jiang Hao finds himself in a profound dilemma. After all, he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation while watching television in the past, as these individuals were far from virtuous. Yet upon reflection, he realizes that he too may not be a paragon of goodness, especially after enduring the trials of a post-apocalyptic world. Presently, although his mental prowess remains at the esteemed SSS level, it has been severely depleted. Jiang Hao closes his eyes, attuning himself to the elemental energies of this world. He perceives that, akin to his previous life, this realm has entered what is referred to as the Age of Decline, where the natural energies are alarmingly scarce, nearly dissipated. The spiritual essence within the air is so minuscule that it is virtually negligible, rendering it utterly inadequate for his cultivation and enhancement needs. Uncertain whether this reality will mirror his former life by descending into chaos, Jiang Hao attempts to draw upon the surrounding elemental energies, but ultimately to little avail. This realization fills him with profound frustration and helplessness as he ponders how long it will take to regain his former prowess. Lacking strength, he increasingly feels a sense of unease, particularly given his current role as a procurement agent. A moment's lapse in vigilance could spell disaster. Fortunately, the calamities he feared have not materialized, as his treasured artifact, the time-space orb, proves remarkably effective. Perhaps it is attuned to Jiang Hao's thoughts, or perhaps it genuinely concerns itself with the safety of its host. After 2 days of acclimatizing to this new identity, it begins to provide him with a continuous stream of energy for absorption, just as it had in his previous life. Moreover, it manifests energy imbued with time-space attributes to enhance his corporeal form. Mirroring his past experiences, he is also able to access the orb's spatial capabilities, with resources from his previous existence still intact. Thus, after 2 months of diligent effort, he can finally utilize a few special abilities. Now endowed with partial capabilities, Jiang Hao, in addition to reporting to work at the factory, frequently returns to his ancestral home. What compels him to venture back? On one hand, he seeks to procure supplies to fulfill his factory obligations. On the other, he yearns to hone his martial skills. The Jiang family is steeped in martial tradition, and the village they inhabit is characterized by a collective dedication to martial arts. To conceal his unique abilities, Jiang Hao intentionally returns to the countryside to study the family's esteemed secret technique, the 13 Guardians' Golden Shield. In his memories, his grandfather is a master of martial arts, and the elder is overjoyed to see his eldest grandson's aspiration to learn. Initially fearing that the family's martial legacy would fade since Jiang's father disdains the arduous nature of training, is pleasantly surprised by his grandson's enthusiasm. Thus, in a serendipitous convergence of a willing student and an eager teacher, Jiang Hao achieves mastery of the dark energy technique within 2 months. The elderly gentleman exclaimed in utter disbelief. The current realms of martial arts in the world are Ming Jin, On Jin, Hua Jin, postnatal, prenatal, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial Tao golden core, and earthly immortal. Each realm is further divided into 5 stages: initial, intermediate, late, pinnacle, and perfection at AS for the levels of extraordinary abilities. They range from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS to SSS, each corresponding to one of the martial arts realms. Upon observing the martial aptitude of his beloved grandson, Elder Jiang decided to impart the 8 Extremes Fist, a martial art passed down from a dear friend of his from years gone by, to Jiang Hao. This esteemed friend of Elder Jiang was no ordinary individual. His mastery of the 8 Extremes Fist was derived from the legendary sharpshooter, Li Shuwen. Jiang Hao, now having discovered his Anjin capabilities, found that he could unleash the prowess of his former lives a level extraordinary abilities, allowing him to teleport approximately 5 kilometers in a single leap. In his previous existence, as an SSS rank, he could teleport up to 300 kilometers effortlessly. Other skills such as void walking, space shattering, time suspension, and temporal strangulation could be performed with some difficulty, though their lethality had significantly diminished. Jiang Hao firmly believes that with the enhancement of his martial arts realm and the fortification of his physical prowess, it will not be long before he regains his former SSS-class supernatural abilities from his past life. This progression is significantly swifter than the gradual ascent he experienced previously. Among the various temporal and spatial powers, Jiang Hao holds a particular fondness for teleportation and void walking. One serves as an escape route, while the other provides a means of self-defense. Especially with void walking, he can stand right before you, yet you are utterly unable to strike him. The vast expanse of time and space separates them, leaving one to ponder the frustration of it all. In his previous existence, he fell victim to other schemes precisely because powerful supernatural abilities disrupted the fabric of time and space, thwarting his attempts to flee or remain hidden in the void. Perhaps he had been too arrogant. Yet, what is youth without a hint of audacity? Jiang Hao's hometown, Jiangjia Village, is modest in size, with a population of merely over 1,000. However, the residents are predominantly connected by familial ties. The esteemed elder of the Jiang family holds a prominent position in the village, commanding great respect. Many villagers have taken to learning martial arts under his tutelage. However, the majority lack the innate talent, with few even achieving the level of Ming Jin. The elder is a master of transformation, and each time Jiang Hao returns, he brings a bounty of delectable treats, much to the elder's delight. Yet, he remains reluctant to accompany Jiang Hao to the city. Consequently, whenever Jiang Hao has a moment to spare, he returns to the village for a few days, feigning a hunting expedition. In reality, he is merely gathering ordinary ingredients such as wild boar and mountain goats, as well as common crops. In his previous life, such creatures had vanished, transformed into mutated beasts. Even an ordinary ant resembled a small pig. The provisions he collected, some of which were retained for the village, have significantly improved the Jiang family's circumstances. Moreover, Jiang Hao has been gradually restoring his mother's health, using energy techniques under the pretext of acupoint therapy, leading to a slow but steady recovery. Mr. Jiang felt a deep sense of gratification. His offspring had finally matured and could contribute to the family. Moreover, his wife's health began to gradually improve with the ample nourishment she received. Everything seemed to be progressing towards a promising future. Jiang Hao had secured a position at the steel rolling mill, which was formerly the Liu family's mill. Earlier this year, the mill underwent a public-private partnership and was renamed the Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill, now recognized as the 3rd steel mill in the city, and commenced an expansion of its workforce. Consequently, the original owner, having graduated from high school, received a recommendation from the local community and joined the procurement department as a purchasing agent. The steel mill had now become a public enterprise. In employment there signified the acquisition of an iron rice bowl. Even more fortuitous was the original owner's attainment of an administrative position, owing to his high school diploma. Jiang Hao holds an administrative rank of level 28 and serves as a level 10 clerk. In simpler terms, the administrative structure can be understood by the common populace as the cadre system. This implies that Jiang Hao is now eligible to assume a position as a cadre. A stroke of fortune indeed, as it was the aspiration of the second uncle throughout the original narrative, what old Liu has yearned for all his life. Jiang Hao has effortlessly acquired upon entering the factory. Should the second uncle become aware of this, one can only wonder if it would provoke a fit of rage. The reason the second uncle is ineligible for a cadre position lies in his classification as an ordinary worker, falling under the labor category. Within this framework, the highest rank attainable is governed by the subsequent implementation of the 8-level worker system, with level 1 being the lowest and level 8 the pinnacle. Naturally, there are exceptions, such as chefs. Despite the bravado exhibited by Shaju in the original story, he remains merely a level 7 chef, as true culinary masters seldom find themselves in factory roles. The former Jiang family maintained a transparent presence within the courtyard, with Jiang's father juggling work responsibilities alongside household duties. Due to her long-standing health issues, Mother Jiang could only manage to perform minor household chores, which resulted in her limited interactions with the neighbors. Consequently, the relationship between the Jiang family and their neighbors was rather mundane, characterized merely by nods of acknowledgement upon encountering one another. The residents of the yard were also reluctant to engage with the Jiang family, as none wished to invite unnecessary complications into their lives. However, as Jiang Hao commenced his career, everyone was astonished to observe that, over the past few months, the Jiang household had experienced a remarkable improvement. The eldest son of the Jiang family occasionally brings home meat without a word, and he generously provides delicious treats for his 2 younger brothers every day. In just a few months, the entire Jiang household has undergone a remarkable transformation. This eldest son is truly extraordinary. Thus, some curious individuals began to inquire and discovered that he ventures out to hunt daily, selling his catches to the factory. No wonder the factory's meals have improved recently. With meat appearing more frequently, the residents of the courtyard have begun to feel envious, pondering the fortune of a family that dines on meat daily. Regrettably, they once looked down upon them and now can only watch from a distance. Had they known of his capabilities, they should have fostered closer relations with the esteemed Jiang family long ago. Since Jiang Hao regained his abilities, he has approached tasks with newfound confidence. With the capability to enhance his family's circumstances, he is determined to ensure their well-being. However, he is not one to indulge in self-serving behaviors, understanding well that solitary indulgence leads to nothing substantial. In this era, reputation holds significant weight. To cultivate a positive image, one must maintain a well-crafted persona. Just observe how Jiang Hai has adeptly sustained his moral exemplar reputation. Thus, Jiang Hao has chosen a similar path to that of old E. The bounty he acquires serves not only to fulfill procurement tasks for the steel mill and meet his family's needs, but is primarily donated to impoverished families and war veterans in the vicinity. This approach not only aids others, but also garners him a commendable reputation. Jiang Hao has not forgotten his roots in Jiangjia village, which remains his stronghold and foundation. Nowadays, whenever villagers spot Jiang Hao, they all raise their thumbs in approval, exclaiming hero. Alas, the fleeting nature of beauty accompanies a singular event that has caused a rift between the Jiang family and some residents of the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed since Jiang Hao arrived in this world. Throughout this period, he has fully adapted and integrated into his new surroundings, achieving mastery in his martial arts prowess, reaching the stage of Hua Jin. However, his temporal abilities remain at grade A, with recovery becoming increasingly sluggish as time progresses. Yet he has reached his peak. With Jiang Hao's assistance, his mother's health has completely recovered. Observing her son has grown, she entrusted a matchmaker to find a beautiful and virtuous daughter-in-law, who happens to be Qin Huairu. When Jiang Hao learned that he was to attend a blind date, his expression was quite peculiar. Goodness, he had barely arrived in this world and was already expected to marry? However, he did not oppose it. After all, in this era, marrying and having children occurs at a relatively young age, and he had no justifiable reason to object. When Jiang Hao finally met Qin Huairu, he was rather astonished. Who could have anticipated that he would be set up with the female lead? A blind date is not akin to a romantic relationship. Prior to the encounter, neither party knew what the other looked like. Yet, if it were the 13th aunt, Jiang Hao would certainly not feel fatigued. In preparation for this blind date, the Jiang family had also arranged a sumptuous and delectable feast to entertain their guests. Upon seeing the matchmaker approaching with the young lady, Jiang's parents immediately welcomed them with open arms. Jiang's mother promptly grasped Qin Huairu's hand. "Oh, what a truly lovely girl," she exclaimed. "Wang Jia, I must thank you for your efforts this time." Wang the matchmaker, astute as she was, knew well that the appearance of Qin Huairu was exceptional. "Dear young lady," she replied, "you flatter me. This is the work I am meant to do." This girl is named Qin Huairu. Hailing from the Qin family village, a renowned beauty in the region. Given the striking looks of the Jiang family's young daughter, I am certain they are utterly pleased. Mother Jiang immediately burst into laughter. Sister Wang, please come in and take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. Consider this your own home. At that moment, Jiang Hao hastily invited Qin Huairu and the matchmaker to sit down as well. As soon as they settled, matchmaker Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, the Jiang family is quite generous. This is even better than New Year celebrations, with fish, meat, chicken, and duck. After so many years in this profession, I've never encountered such hospitality. Qin Huairu felt no different, sensing the importance placed upon her by such a warm reception. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Hao, without hesitation, expressed his gratitude to Aunt Wang. Thank you, Aunt Wang, for introducing such a delightful companion to me for this blind date. Matchmaker Wang beamed with pleasure, recognizing the young man as charm and potential. Qin Huairu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Jiang's mother promptly invited everyone to dine. Sister Wang, my daughter, stop staring and let us eat and chat. During the meal, Jiang Hao frequently served dishes to Qin Huairu, causing her to blush profusely. Meanwhile, the matchmaker, Wang, felt an overwhelming sense of joy, secretly thinking, this is going to work out. After the meal, Jiang Hao busied himself with boiling water, pouring everyone a cup of tea to aid digestion. He then began his self-introduction. Hello, Comrade Qin Huairu. I am Jiang Hao, 18 years of age. I joined the steel mills procurement department 6 months ago as a purchasing agent, earning a monthly salary of 275,000 yuan. Additionally, I engage in hunting, which allows me to earn several 100,000 yuan each month. My father is a senior blacksmith at the steel mill, earning 760,000 yuan a month. And we come from a dual-income family. These two are my younger brothers. The elder is named Jiang Lai, and the younger, Jiang Jun. Hello, Comrade Jiang Hao. I am Qin Huairu, also 18 years old. Thank you for the generous hospitality, uncle and aunt. You have been very kind. Qin Huairu's voice was melodious and pleasant. Jiang Hao was thoroughly pleased with Qin Huairu, the charming young lady known as the 13th aunt. With both beauty and grace, she was indeed a sight to behold. Qin Huairu, in turn, felt elated. After all, who would not relish the prospect of joining a dual-income household? Once married, she would be considered a city dweller, liberating herself from the relentless cycle of early mornings spent toiling in the fields. Wang, the matchmaker, was equally delighted, exclaiming how perfectly suited the couple was, truly a match made in heaven. Hearing her words, Jiang Hao's spirits soared. He encouraged Aunt Wang to share more of her thoughts, assuring her that a generous gift of gratitude would be bestowed upon her. As the two young people engaged in mutual introductions, Jiang's parents and Aunt Wang decided to give them some privacy, stepping out to allow the pair to converse freely. Thus, the living room was left with only the two hopeful suitors. Jiang Hao, apprehensive of the awkward atmosphere, began to regale Qin Huairu with humorous anecdotes from his past life, eliciting joyous laughter from her. When the matchmaker, Wang, brought Qin Huairu to the courtyard, it erupted with excitement, with everyone exclaiming how lovely she was. Consequently, many eligible young men from the vicinity of the Jiang family flocked to catch a glimpse of the beautiful Qin Huairu. Su Damao's eyes sparkled upon seeing her. Even though he was still quite young, he could not help but feel a surge of desire. As for Sha Zhu, his infatuation with her was well known, and he stood there, dazed, repeatedly murmuring how stunning she was and how wonderful it would be to marry her. Su Damao seized the opportunity to mock him, saying, You think you stand a chance? Take a good look in the mirror. One might mistake you for being 30. Infuriated, Sha Zhu chased after him throughout the courtyard. Most notably, Jia Dongxu was utterly captivated by Qin Huairu. Jia Zhashi, observing her son's smitten expression, quickly discerned his affection and whispered a plan into his ear. Upon hearing her mother's words, Jia Dongxu nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Seizing the moment when Qin Huairu stepped out to relieve herself, Jia Zhashi intercepted her, saying, My dear, you must be here today to meet that short-lived young fellow, am I right? Alas, you have fallen for the matchmaker's trickery. This matchmaker is truly unscrupulous. For a mere token of gratitude, she seeks to ensnare such a beautiful young lady. What a pity. Qin Huairu, alarmed by her words, inquired about the reasoning behind them. Jia Zhashi, seizing the opportunity, began to weave an elaborate tale about Jiang Hao, claiming that his mother had been bedridden for years and that her marriage to him would merely be for the sake of bringing good fortune. The three sons of the Jiang family pondered whether their residence was spacious enough and contemplated the prospect of having children in the future. If they were to have offspring, where would they reside? Moreover, the concern that Jiang Hao might inherit a certain ailment, potentially leading to a shortened lifespan, filled Qin Huairu with trepidation. After hastily visiting the restroom, she informed the matchmaker that the hour was late and that she ought to return home. The matchmaker, believing that the young lady wished to relay this matter to her family promptly, did not think much of it and escorted Qin Huairu back. However, it was not long before Jiang Hao received the matchmaker's message, revealing that Qin Huairu had declined. The Jiang family had initially paid little heed to the outcome. But a month later, Jia Dongxiu of the Jia family wed, and his bride was none other than Qin Huairu. This infuriated Jiang's parents, who stormed into the old Jia residence in a fit of rage. They were acutely aware that their family had been outmaneuvered by the Jiazhong clan. No one was oblivious to the current plight of the Jiang family. It was evident to all. How could the young lady, who was originally meant to be their match, be discontented? Surely, there were whispers behind the scenes, maligning their union and sabotaging the engagement. The Jiazhong clan, predictably foolish, not only revealed their underhanded tactics, but also brazenly proclaimed, "Your Jiang family is doomed to extinction." This statement ignited the wrath of Jiang's parents, leading to a furious altercation. As previously noted, the Jiazhong clan faced the ire of the enraged Jiang couple. Meanwhile, the morally self-righteous Yi Zhonghai witnessed this scene and hurried out in an attempt to intervene, only to be roughly pushed aside by Jiang's father, who then called for assistance. Mr. Jiang suddenly grasped Jia Zhang's hair forcefully and delivered 2 resounding slaps across her face. Jiang's mother had ruthlessly marred the face of Jia Zhangshi. Jia Dongxiu, wishing to rescue his mother, was struck in the abdomen by Jiang Hao's fist, collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach. It took several individuals, summoned by Yi Zhonghai, to finally extricate Jia Zhangshi from the fray. He admonished sternly, "Old Jiang, what are you and your spouse doing? Why are you assaulting Jia Zhangshi? Look at the state in which you have left her. Is there no law or justice in your actions? I shall report you to the street office. Go ahead. Hurry up. You think you can manipulate the situation, don't you? Yi Zhonghai, I am quite eager to see how the street office deals with a self-proclaimed authority like you." Jiang Yi is certainly not to be trifled with. His extensive career in forging has endowed him with a robust physique. Towering above, he bellowed at Yi Zhonghai with formidable authority. Yi Zhonghai found himself momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had hastily condemned another without grasping the full context. Should the situation escalate due to Jia Zhang's own folly, it would undoubtedly lead to repercussions from the street committee. Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, Yi Zhonghai was reluctant to admit his fault, instead attempting to shift the narrative. "Old Jiang, let us discuss this amicably. Even if Jia Zhang is at fault, a mere apology would suffice. Your act of violence is where the wrongdoing lies." Meanwhile, Jia Zhang, supported by Qin Huairu, disregarded such reasoning and unleashed her anguish in a piercing wail. "Oh heavens! To be bullied as a widow with an orphan, may they meet a dreadful end. Old Jia, come quickly and witness this injustice. Life has become unbearable. Old Jiang, behold the fruits of your actions." As the self-proclaimed moral arbiter, he felt compelled to relentlessly pursue the matter at hand. Jiang's father disregarded the cries of Jia Zhangshi and pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Zhonghai, exclaiming, "You old scoundrel! She has just admitted to intercepting our family's engagement, and yet you continue to prattle on. Am I not showing you enough respect?" Yi Zhonghai was incensed by these words. He despised being labeled a scoundrel more than anything, and now it was brazenly uttered before him. Simultaneously, he silently cursed Jia Zhangshi. Reflecting on the saying that one should catch a thief with the goods in hand, she had confessed her wrongdoing herself. "How can I possibly assist you now?" he thought. However, he could not simply abandon the elderly guardians he had chosen. He had to salvage the situation. Otherwise, not only would Dongxiu harbor suspicions about him, but if this matter remained unresolved, the local authorities would also hold discontent towards him. "Jiang Yi, I am addressing the issue of you and your spouse engaging in violence, not the matter of the Jia family intercepting our engagement. The Jia family's actions will certainly require consequences, but we must prioritize appropriately. Your violent behavior is far more serious and must be addressed first. How can we strive for the title of a civilized courtyard with such conduct?" Yi Zhonghai concluded, surveying the onlookers, yet no one spoke up. Everyone was acutely aware of his bias towards the Jia family. At this moment, the overseer had only just begun, and Yi Zhonghai did not yet possess the formidable authority he would later command. "Ha ha ha, Yi Zhonghai, you have nothing left to say, do you?" If you leave quietly now, I might pretend I saw nothing. Otherwise, you will experience the full force of my fists. Jiang Yi mockingly observed Yi Zhonghai as he clenched his fists and gestured dramatically before him. Lu Hai, perceiving Yi Zhonghai's faltering resolve, sought to undermine his authority. Emboldened by his own formidable stature, rivaling that of Zhang's father, he boldly stepped forward and admonished Zhang's father. Old Jiang, if there are matters to discuss, let us engage in dialogue rather than resorting to threats of violence. We are, after all, in a harmonious courtyard. Should any issues arise, we can address them with our esteemed manager. Resorting to physical confrontation would be a blatant disregard for his authority. Do you believe we would allow you to be driven from this courtyard? Father, please return. Allow me to handle this. Jiang Hao slowly approached, gently patting his father's shoulder as he spoke. Initially, upon hearing his son's intention to return, Jiang's father assumed that his child intended to settle matters amicably and was about to offer a few words of counsel. However, upon hearing his son's request to handle the situation independently, he chose to relent. Moving to stand beside Jiang's mother to observe how his son intended to address the matter, Jiang Hao approached Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, addressing them. Gentlemen, are you prepared to take responsibility for the Jia family in this matter? Upon recognizing Jiang Hao, Yi Zhonghai's confidence surged. He thought to himself that if he couldn't deceive his elder, how could he possibly deceive this young rascal? Little Jiang, heed the advice of your elder, he began. But before he could finish, a sudden electric shock struck his eye with a resounding thud. Yi Zhonghai felt a buzzing in his head as a flurry of golden stars danced before his eyes, and his vision darkened and blurred. The tremendous force sent him reeling backward, his feet unsteady, and he struggled to maintain his balance. He stumbled awkwardly, nearly falling headlong. The onlookers were momentarily frozen in shock by this unexpected turn of events. Just as Lu Haizhong was about to speak, his words were cut short by a furious kick from Jiang Hao, which struck him in the abdomen like a bolt of lightning. The impact was forceful, and Lu Haizhong felt a wave of excruciating pain surging through him, as though his very insides were being twisted. In an instant, he lost his balance and, unable to control himself, lurched forward, collapsing to his knees with a resounding thud. At that moment, Lu Haizhong's face turned crimson, his cheeks puffed out, and his eyes involuntarily blinked in response to the pain, resembling a toad in distress. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Indeed, this was a formidable individual. Jiang Hao's actions inadvertently conjured a phrase in their minds. Those who are fierce speak little. Everyone silently reminded themselves to keep a safe distance from this young scion of the Jiang family. Upon witnessing the elder Yi Zhonghai being struck, the foolish Zhu was instantly consumed by rage, bellowing, "You despicable brat! How dare you strike an elder? I shall take your life." He completely disregarded the presence of his own father nearby, seizing a chair with fervor and charging violently towards Jiang Hao. Yi Daqing was momentarily stunned, his face awash with panic as he urgently shouted, "Zhu, come back." Yet, in that moment, Zhu appeared oblivious to Yi Daqing's desperate calls, lost in a frenzied state. His features contorted in fury, he incessantly hurled insults while raising the chair high, preparing to bring it crashing down upon Jiang Hao's head. Meanwhile, Zhang's parents, who had intended to watch the spectacle with indifference, were suddenly struck with alarm, their hearts leaping into their throats. They widened their eyes and shrieked at the top of their lungs, "Xiao Hao, be careful." At this moment, Jiang Hao did not even cast a fleeting glance at the foolish Zhu, but rather, without a hint of hesitation, executed a powerful 8th-level elbow strike. Fearlessly, he charged towards the stool with great force. A thunderous crash echoed as the stool shattered instantly. This formidable elbow strike landed squarely against Zhu's chest. Subsequently, a series of alarming cracking sounds reverberated through the air, and Zhu's body, resembling a kite severed from its string, was propelled backwards, soaring 5 meters away. He collided heavily with the wall, the impact so forceful that he remained pressed against it, suspended for a long moment before finally descending. This exemplifies the immense strength inherent in the art of transformation. After more than half a year of arduous training, Jiang Hao has evolved into a master of finesse in the art of transformation. When he executes his techniques, it is as if he is painting a masterpiece, breathtakingly exquisite. The onlookers are left in a state of astonishment, their mouths agape. Some gasp in disbelief, unable to restrain themselves, exclaiming how terrifying it is that this young man from the Jiang family possesses such formidable strength. Others, in sheer fright, cover their mouths, their eyes wide open, rendered speechless for a long time. It is no wonder he manages to hunt daily, ensuring his family feasts on meat at every meal. Everyone in the courtyard is well aware of the combat prowess of Siheyuan, yet the outcome is this. Siheyuan, are you all right? Wake up, Siheyuan. This is Daching's desperate cry, filled with fury as he realizes he could not restrain his son in the heat of the moment. Do not move him. He is not in mortal danger. Merely a few ribs have been fractured. If you wish to see him survive, refrain from touching him. Jiang Hao's demeanor was exceedingly indifferent. Daching understood well that this was Jiang family's young scion showing restraint. He was not a naive or ignorant individual. As a chef, he had encountered a myriad of people. To be able to subdue the likes of Siheyuan and leave him hanging on the wall was undoubtedly a display of formidable skill. How could his foolish son dare to challenge a martial arts master? How many lives does he think he has? It was truly a situation that could bring one to tears. Su Miao, who had a tumultuous relationship with Siheyuan, had his eyes wide open, nearly bulging out like copper bells. Goodness, this young man Jiang Hao was definitely not to be trifled with. Observing Siheyuan's pitiful state, he was almost reduced to a foolish dog. Su Miao couldn't help but ponder anxiously, if he were to foolishly provoke Jiang Hao, his fate would undoubtedly be far worse, and he might end up as a complete fool. At this thought, Su Miao shivered involuntarily, resolving that in the future, whenever he encountered Jiang Hao, he would keep his distance. He must avoid any interaction with him to prevent inviting disaster upon himself. After Jiang Hao dealt with Siheyuan, he strode before Lu Hai and delivered a swift, powerful whip kick from above, akin to a capstone, directly aimed at the crown of Lu Hai's head. Immediately thereafter, old Lu fell into a deep slumber, had it not been for the visible rise and fall of his chest. The onlookers would have surely believed he had departed this world peacefully. Returning to the side of Yi Zhonghai, Jiang Hao wore an impassive expression, coldly gazing at him. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai had just regained consciousness from his fainting spell. Well now, you little rascal, you dare to strike your own elder. This is simply insubordination. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. With a resounding smack, a hefty slap landed squarely on Yi Zhonghai's face. Caught off guard, he could only register a searing pain on his cheek. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch it, discovering that it had already swollen significantly. I've been struck again. This time with a heavy slap. Jiang Hao, you have truly crossed a line. Another resounding slap echoed, this time striking the right side of his face after the left. Now, both sides were swollen, rendering his visage akin to that of a pig's head. Jiang Hao. The next series of slaps were not merely one, but a relentless barrage of resounding blows, each reverberating with a ferocity that made everyone present wince in sympathetic pain. How ruthless. Truly, Oldie had stirred up a tremendous amount of trouble this time. An elderly woman hurriedly approached, clinging tightly to Jiang Hao's arms. Please, stop. Xiao Jiang, spare your elder. He understands his mistakes. Please, cease this, or it will end in disaster. Jiang Hao halted his actions, disregarding the elderly woman, and freed himself from her grasp, striding toward Jia Dongxiu. At that moment, the old man continued to sway his head back and forth, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. He appeared completely dazed, as if he had been rendered senseless by a blow. Stay away from me. I warn you, this has nothing to do with me. Don't come any closer. It was all my mother's doing. Mom, save me. Jia Dongxiu's cowardice was utterly pitiful. He was so frightened that he had soiled himself, his trousers thoroughly dampened. Just as Qin Huairu was about to rush forward to intervene, slap, Zhang's mother struck her mercilessly across the face. Qin Huairu immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, How dare you cry? I thought you were a respectable young woman, but it turns out you are utterly shameless. Madame Jiang was infuriated, her demeanor suggesting she might devour the woman whole, as if ready to tear her apart. Jiang Haofei delivered a powerful kick to Jia Dongxiu's abdomen, treating him no differently than he would an elder. With a resounding thud, Jia Dongxiu collapsed to the ground, and Jiang Haofei seized his hair with one swift motion. The slaps fell like torrential raindrops, each one landing squarely on his face. Jia Zhangshi, resembling a frenzied wild boar, charged forward in a desperate attempt to rescue her son from Jiang Haofei's grasp. With a decisive kick, Jiang Haofei struck her in the face, sending her tumbling like a rolling gourd, spiraling away several times. Help! Someone! They are killing him. Old Jia, hurry back. The Jia family is bullying us. Yet, no one paid her any heed. It should be noted that Jia Zhangshi had initially acted immorally and brutally intercepted others, making her the clear instigator of the conflict. Besides, considering the Jia family's character, who would come to her aid? Even if everyone united against him, they would likely face utter annihilation, given Zhang Haofei's formidable prowess. Once again, the crisp sound of slaps echoed through the scene. "Stop! What are you doing? Why are you hitting him?" The personnel from the neighborhood office arrived in haste. Led by Director Wang, her brow furrowed, eyes wide with fury, she shouted, "This is utterly lawless." Nevertheless, Zhang Haofei continued to deliver slap after slap, seemingly deaf to her admonitions. "Two of you, intervene and stop him," Director Wang exclaimed, her face pale with anger. "Help! The Jiang family is bullying us. I implore you." "Director Wang, save us. Capture him. Quickly apprehend that boy." Upon seeing Director Wang, Jia Zhangshi rushed to her side as if she had spotted a lifeline, and with a thud, she knelt before her. Director Wang glanced at Jia Zhangshi with disdain and barked, "Everyone, be silent. First, let us ascertain the situation." With Director Wang's arrival, the farce in the courtyard finally came to a halt. Jiang Hao finally ceased his actions. However, in that fleeting moment of restraint, he delivered a subtle force to Jia Dongxiu. This hidden energy resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, destined to gradually undermine Jia Dongxiu's virility over the course of a month. Should fortune favor him, he might still bequeath an heir; otherwise, he would share the same fate as Yi Zhonghai. Observing the injured individuals and the inconsolable bride at the scene, Director Wang felt as though her head might explode. Her thick brows knitted tightly, and the veins on her forehead throbbed, reflecting her agitation and helplessness. Glancing at the raucous Jiazhang clan beside her, she glared with wide eyes and bellowed, "Silence." Subsequently, Director Wang vigorously massaged her temples and took a deep breath, attempting to quell her emotions. Suppressing her mounting fury, she began to ascertain the situation at hand. The findings intensified her throbbing headache, causing her brow to furrow deeply, as if she could crush a fly, and her countenance darkened to the point of exuding a palpable gloom. The Jia family, through their brazen arrogance, shamelessly disrupted the happiness of others. The overseer, neglecting the nuances of right and wrong, unabashedly sided with the Jia family, leading to their ultimate downfall at the hands of a single young man. The bride was familiar to her. She had just issued the marriage certificate to her earlier that day at the street office. Director Wang's teeth ground together in frustration. The Jia family, having first acted unjustly by intercepting someone else's happiness, audaciously dared to provoke them further. Such audacity was truly beyond comprehension. It was already merciful that the young man had not fatally harmed them. Now, they had the audacity to ask her to arbitrate. Very well. She would indeed take it upon herself to adjudicate, ensuring they understood the boundaries of acceptable behavior. She was well acquainted with this young man, having heard numerous accounts of his exploits over the past few months. This young man was remarkably capable, consistently securing his quarry. Moreover, he did so with a benevolent heart, often extending assistance to impoverished families and widows. His benevolence had become a celebrated tale among the neighbors, earning him widespread admiration from the residents of the surrounding streets. This was how Jiang Hao meticulously cultivated his reputation, fully aware of the paramount importance of maintaining a good name in this era. In that moment, Director Wang's internal scales tipped entirely in favor of the Jiang family. She swiftly scanned the scene, her gaze landing on a humanoid figure not far away, causing her eyes to widen in alarm. Spotting He Daqing cradling Shaju, she hurried over and urgently implored, "Quickly, take him to the hospital. What are you doing here? How can you call yourself a father?" Yes. He Daqing replied in a flurry, hastily seeking assistance to carry Shaju outside to find a cart. Director Wang turned to Jiang Hao and remarked, "You were quite ruthless, young man." "I held back," he responded. Jiang Hao fell silent for a moment before responding, asserting that they ought to express gratitude to the government for the harmonious society that had saved their lives. A harmonious society. You certainly have a way with words. Is this truly harmony? Look at these individuals. One has just been taken to the hospital. What do you call this? Director Wang questioned sternly. And you, Yi Zhonghai? Why don't you explain how you manage affairs? I've heard from the neighbors that Jia Dongxiu is your apprentice. What do you have to say for yourself? Director Wang's gaze pierced through Yi Zhonghai. Director Wang, allow me to clarify. No, I mean explain. It's just that. Yi Zhonghai stammered. You conveniently neglected to mention that Jia Zhangshi intercepted someone else's suitor, didn't you, Yi Zhonghai? Director Wang's tone grew increasingly severe. Director, I was just, Yi Zhonghai, now in a state of panic, was drenched in sweat. He understood that his flimsy excuses could deceive others, but not Director Wang. He has seen countless situations. Becoming the head of the street office signifies a wealth of experience and insight. My inadequate reasoning cannot possibly elude him. Xiao Wang, what brings you to our Siheyuan today? An elderly deaf woman, supported by an older lady, emerged from the back courtyard. The older lady, known for her perceptiveness, felt an immediate sense of foreboding upon seeing Director Wang's serious demeanor as he entered the Siheyuan. She knew the gravity of the situation. Yi Zhonghai was likely in deep trouble. Without a moment's delay, she hurried to the back courtyard to find the elderly woman. Elderly lady, it's bad news. Director Wang has arrived, and Zhonghai is in for a serious predicament. The older lady exclaimed anxiously. The elderly woman furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Realizing she needed to intervene, the older lady quickly assisted her as they rushed toward the scene of the incident. Upon hearing the elderly woman's voice, Yi Zhonghai felt a weight lift from his heart, reassured by her presence. Indeed, he had the elderly woman backing him. Surely, Director Wang would not press him too hard. However, upon hearing the elderly woman, Director Wang could not suppress his distaste, his brow knitting tightly. He was aware of her background. She had once been a prominent figure in the old era and had aided several old revolutionary comrades, earning their friendship and goodwill. He had heard of her exerting her influence within the Siheyuan on more than one occasion. On one hand, the elderly woman had connections. She had received requests from several leaders to look after her. On the other hand, she merely sought to indulge in food from others' homes and was not involved in anything serious. Moreover, since the residents of the Siheyuan had not reported anything, he had turned a blind eye. Do you not understand the gravity of the situation? Such a significant incident has occurred, and you still wish to evade the consequences so easily? It is utterly delusional. You have offended the master of transformation without even realizing it, which is utterly foolish. If I do not intervene, it is likely that within a few days, each of you will inexplicably vanish from this world. Dear lady, look over there. Take a good look. Comrade Hiyuju has just been taken to the hospital. Director Wang, without hesitation, pointed at the marks left on the wall by Jiang Hao's assault on Hiyuju, exclaiming loudly. The deaf old lady followed Director Wang's, her eyes widening in shock. Her face a canvas of disbelief. Her lips trembled, and for quite some time, she was rendered speechless. After what felt like an eternity, she murmured to herself. How could it come to this? The deaf old lady had always held a fondness for the foolish Zhu, and upon hearing of his injury, she was consumed with rage. As she gazed in the direction indicated by Director Wang, the curse that had been on the tip of her tongue was swallowed back. It felt as though her throat was constricted, leaving her unable to utter a single word. Her complexion turned ghostly pale, and she swayed slightly, as if the scene before her had rendered her unsteady on her feet. Director Wang observed her with a sense of quiet admiration. Indeed, she was a person of wisdom who had traversed the old era. Not only was she perceptive, but she also understood the nuances of the times, knowing whom to provoke and whom to avoid. It was no wonder she had lived to such an advanced age. Little Wang, what is the meaning of this wall? No need to ask. I am responsible for it. I hung Hiyuju upon that wall. Is there a problem with that? Jiang Hao did not indulge her, directly responding on behalf of Director Wang. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Director Wang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. She furrowed her brow, staring at Jiang Hao, seemingly unprepared for his forthright and assertive reply. Yet, deep down, she understood that this matter would not simply pass without consequence. Even for an ordinary individual, such an incident could not be easily brushed aside, let alone when the other party was a master of the martial arts. Shaju. The elderly lady's voice trembled, tears glistening in her eyes as she spoke with a hint of choking emotion. Her lips quivered slightly, her face etched with worry and sorrow, revealing the genuine affection she held for Shaju. It's fine. At most you'll just break a few ribs. If you're all right, you should return home. Stay out of this matter and focus on living your life well. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, his face a mask of impatience, his tone icy and resolute, sparing the elderly lady no mercy. This scene left the residents of the courtyard wide-eyed in astonishment. Uncle Yin Buguei knitted his brow tightly, his eyes narrowed into slits, murmuring under his breath, "This is truly astonishing." It is worth noting that the old woman had previously been quite domineering in the courtyard. At the slightest dissatisfaction, she would throw tantrums, and if provoked, she would even wield her cane to strike. Most of the residents held her in considerable fear. Yet now, confronted with Jiang Hao's unyielding words, she wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Not only did she refrain from uttering a word, but she also showed no signs of anger at being treated in such a manner. The onlookers speculated quietly about the source of Jiang Hao's formidable presence, which could render such a once bull-headed woman submissive. Was it merely because he was in the right this time? Or did he possess exceptional martial prowess? Or perhaps Jiang Hao had an undisclosed powerful background or extraordinary means that instilled fear in the elderly lady, preventing her from acting recklessly? The crowd exchanged glances, unable to decipher the underlying reasons. Director Wang was filled with concern regarding Jiang Hao, as the young man clearly showed an unwillingness to let matters rest easily. If she mishandled the situation even slightly, she feared that trouble would soon follow. Yet, she was equally intrigued and fascinated by Jiang Hao. A young master of such skill was a rare phenomenon, truly a prodigy. No, to call him merely a genius would be an understatement. The term eccentric talent would be far more fitting. All the masters she was familiar with were, without exception, over 40 years of age. She had never anticipated that her jurisdiction would give rise to such a remarkable master. She needed to conduct a thorough investigation and report her findings. However, the immediate priority was to resolve the current issue appropriately. Yi Zhonghai had inquired, so now she turned to Lu Haizhong. Lu Haizhong, explain to me what you mean by saying that if someone does not heed your authority, they should be expelled from the courtyard? What right do you have to chase someone away? Our street office does not possess such authority. How do you dare to act so brazenly? Lu Haizhong hung his head, rendered speechless, fully aware of his lack of education and inability to articulate himself, especially after being caught in a misstep by Director Wang. He could only repeatedly apologize. I have discovered that both of you in charge possess serious issues in your mindset. I hereby officially announce your removal from your positions. Furthermore, from this point onward, you are to attend the street office for lessons after work to rectify your moral shortcomings. You shall continue to attend until you have adequately improved. Please, no. Director Wang, I acknowledge my mistakes. I beg you for another chance. I assure you I will never act this way again. Lu Haizhong pleaded desperately, his face flushed. Hands clasped in supplication, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Indeed, Director Wang, I sincerely admit my faults. I humbly apologize to Jiang Yi and his wife. Yi Zhonghai's face was a portrait of panic, his eyes brimming with supplication as he endeavored to salvage the situation in a final effort. His body trembled slightly, and his lips quivered. There is no room for negotiation. I am clearly informing you, not seeking your counsel. Do not compel me to escalate this matter to your steel mill, where you will truly make a name for yourselves. Director Wang wore a grave expression, her gaze piercing and utterly unyielding. Internally, she scoffed. Humph. To offend a master without any awareness, do they not fear for their lives one day? Truly, they are two exceedingly foolish individuals. At this moment, the deaf old lady remained silent, gesturing to Yi Zhonghai to refrain from speaking. Her face, etched with wrinkles, bore a somber expression, her brows knitted tightly, and her murky eyes reflected both understanding and a hint of anxiety. Pressing her parched lips together, she comprehended Director Wang's intentions. Young Wang is protecting them. After all, the phrase a master must not be insulted is not uttered lightly. Jiang Hao let out a cold snort and ceased to speak further, while Director Wang recognized that the matter between the two had come to a close. Shazhu, having been hospitalized but not fatally injured, had his situation temporarily resolved. The most troublesome issue lay with the Jia family, as their predicament, if mishandled, could soon lead to the street office coming to collect their remains. At that moment, the mother and son of the Jia family appeared ashen, with Jia Zhongshi's legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. She clutched the pillar beside her tightly to steady herself. Qin Huairu, on the other hand, was filled with terror, her lips quivering as she anxiously rubbed the hem of her garment, her body subtly shaking. After a moment of contemplation, Director Wang, with a grave expression, declared, "Take Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongxiu away. Their thoughts are corrupt, and their morals are depraved. They shall be paraded through the streets tomorrow." Her voice resonated with an unusual severity in the silent courtyard. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhongshi felt as if struck by lightning, her face turning as pale as a sheet, and her legs buckled, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Her eyes were filled with horror and despair as she muttered, "It's over, all is lost. How are we to survive this?" Jia Dongxiu also trembled, his complexion drained of color, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he stammered, "Director, please spare us. We shall not dare again." Noticing Jiang Hao's unwavering gaze fixed on Jia Dongxiu, Director Wang clenched her teeth and reiterated with increased intensity, "Inform the entire street about the affairs of this mother and son. And also notify the steel factory regarding Jia Dongshu's atrocious character, so that they may impose a penalty as well. The desperate cries of the Jia family echoed in the wind, sounding mournful, as if the entire world had closed its doors to them. With the penalties imposed by Director Wang upon the Jia family, Jiang Hao chose to remain silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. However, Jia Zhangshi, filled with indignation, cried out in despair, "I refuse to accept this. I want to protest. The street office is bullying us. Oh Lao Jia, come back quickly. We have been wronged. Take them away. I will report you to the district." In response to her defiance, Director Wang remarked, "At this juncture, not only do you show no remorse, but you also audaciously propagate feudal superstitions. Unfair? You brought this upon yourselves, and now you dare speak of unfairness and threaten to report me? Very well. I await your action. But for now, silence yourself." Several officials from the street office promptly found a piece of cloth to gag Jia Zhangshi and bound her and Jia Dongshu together. After dealing with the unruly individuals, Director Wang approached Jiang's parents with a serious demeanor, stating with solemnity, "Your family's approach of resorting to violence is utterly unacceptable. It is imperative to understand that no matter how challenging a situation may be, one should always seek assistance from the street office or the public security department, rather than resorting to physical altercations." Although the Jiang family has indeed suffered some grievances in this incident, being the aggrieved party does not justify resorting to violence. Thus, you are to clean the courtyard for a whole month as punishment. Do you have any objections to this decision? The expressions on Jiang's father and mother revealed a flicker of anxiety and guilt as they hurriedly exclaimed, No, Director Wang, we accept the punishment. We acknowledge our mistakes and will not act so impulsively in the future." Director Wang slightly nodded and responded, "Well, in that case, this matter is settled. And you, Jiang Hao, being still young, you are at a crucial stage of character formation. You must not exhibit such a temper, regardless of the troubles you encounter. You can always come directly to the street office to seek my assistance. I will certainly do my utmost to ensure that matters are resolved fairly and justly. Do you understand?" "I understand, Director Wang. Thank you," Jiang Hao replied sincerely, his anger having subsided. "Do not thank me, as long as you do not cause trouble. I owe you nothing. And you all, should any issues arise, you may seek mediation from the steward. If that fails, come to the street office. Yen Bugue, you are currently the only steward. I expect you to manage the courtyard diligently. It is imperative to prevent the recurrence of such chaotic incidents as today. Do you understand?" Director Wang's expression was grave, his gaze piercing, and his tone carried an undeniable authority. Yen Bugue felt a chill run down his spine and dared not utter a word of dissent, merely nodding vigorously in agreement. "Director Wang, rest assured, I understand." He silently congratulated himself, relieved that today's incident had finally reached a conclusion. With two stewards suddenly gone, he was fortunate to have wisely refrained from involving himself in the troubles of the Jia family. "Very well, take them away," Director Wang commanded with a decisive wave of his hand. With that, the personnel from the street office departed. Qin Huairu stood rooted to the spot, tears welling in her eyes, yet failing to fall, her heart heavy with bitterness and helplessness. She could hardly fathom that, having just stepped into the realm of matrimony and not yet had the chance to relish a blissful life, her husband and mother-in-law had been taken away in such a manner. The sudden upheaval left her feeling disoriented, as if the very fabric of her world had unraveled. Meanwhile, others gradually departed the scene, returning to their homes. Each face bore expressions ranging from astonishment to confusion and excitement, clearly brimming with curiosity and discussion regarding the events of the day. As they walked, hushed conversations filled the air, punctuated by gasps and murmurs of disbelief. Once home, they eagerly relayed the news to their families, engaging in spirited debates. Some families gathered around, speculating animatedly about the reasons behind the incident. Others shared the details they had witnessed over dinner, while a few even found themselves embroiled in heated arguments, each voicing their opinions. In that moment, the entire courtyard buzzed with fervent discourse surrounding the matter. Yizonghai, supported by his attentive daughter-in-law, closely followed the deaf old lady as they made their way home. As soon as the old lady stepped through Yizonghai's door, she resolutely found a chair and sat down. Her brow furrowed, her gaze profound. She pondered, "It seems that Yizonghai will not grasp my intentions for quite some time." She then spoke, "Zhonghai, are you filled with bewilderment over my unusual demeanor today?" Once seated, Yizonghai wore a perplexed expression, his brow knitted in thought, silently questioning, What is this old woman really up to? He voiced his confusion. Old lady, why were you so courteous to that young scamp from the Jiang family today? I truly cannot fathom it. He was practically pointing his finger at you. Young scamp? Me? You need not concern yourself with my honor, for even if he were to slap me, I would have to endure it, the old lady replied with a sigh, her eyes reflecting resignation and worry. Internally, she mused, if I do not clarify this matter, Yizonghai will remain in the dark. And who knows what fate awaits my aging self? Do you know what a master of transformation is? She observed her aging companion, whose face was a canvas of ignorance. The old lady shook her head in exasperation and continued, a master of transformation is a pinnacle of martial arts. Their movements are ghostly and elusive, yet imbued with an overwhelming force. Each action they take is precise and lethal. What appears to be a gentle strike can unleash a torrent of power. Even a falling leaf, in their hands, can become a deadly projectile, its speed rendering escape impossible. Their perception transcends the ordinary, allowing them to anticipate an opponent's intentions before a strike is made, enabling instantaneous counterattacks. The surrounding environment seems to meld with their being, and any subtle shift can be wielded to their advantage. That young man from the Jiang family is a master of transformation, if he truly harbored resentment towards us. With a mere flick of his hidden strength, neither of us would know what hit us. She chuckled softly. The deaf old woman sighed inwardly, lamenting. This foolish child is utterly oblivious to the profound realm of martial arts. Surely, you are exaggerating a bit, dear lady. Yizonghai furrowed his brow, his face etched with skepticism. The old woman, with an expression of grave seriousness, fixed her gaze upon Yizonghai and asserted, Zhonghai, you may choose not to believe my words, but you ought to seek out those well-versed in martial arts to inquire about what it truly means to be a master of internal energy. After receiving the old woman's admonition at home, Yizonghai, though no longer irate, still felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Must it be this way, old lady? We only need to find someone to wield this. As he spoke, he mimicked the gesture of holding a firearm, his face betraying a hint of ferocity and determination. The old woman instantly widened her eyes, her face flushed with anger, her lips trembling as she shouted, silence. Forget such notions. You truly vex me. Her chest heaved violently, the veins on her forehead standing out. Remember this. A martial artist who has mastered internal energy fears not a gun. They perceive danger without needing to see or hear it, much like the cicada sensing the wind before it stirs. And the next phrase, death arrives unannounced, describes you. Yizonghai rolled his eyes, muttering to himself, I truly cannot comprehend these words. Your pedantic speech makes me feel utterly illiterate. The deaf old woman gazed at him, her eyes filled with disappointment and helplessness. With a deep sigh, she shook her head and murmured, alas, it's like playing music to a cow. Did you not witness how he Daching dared not utter a word, even when his own son was struck? Is he Daching not more knowledgeable than you? Why then, does he behave thus? Is this not clear enough? And what of Xiao Wang punishing you today? Do you think it is a genuine punishment? It is, in fact, a means to save you. With a serious demeanor, the old woman looked at Yizonghai with urgency. Zhonghai, heed this advice from an old woman. We are merely seeking care for the elderly, not requesting someone to usher us to our demise. Yizonghai's wife, Aunt E, with reddened eyes, tears brimming, spoke sorrowfully. This is all my fault. I am inadequate, unable to bear you a child, leaving us to worry about elder care. Lowering her head, her voice choked. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, filled with guilt and remorse. Alas, my dear wife, I understand. I shall not dwell on despair any longer. Yizonghai sighed heavily, his gaze vacant, his demeanor reflecting profound desolation, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Let go of the Jia family. You have made a mortal enemy of a master of internal energy. Just watch. There will be no favorable outcome. I have always told you, Zhuzi is inherently kind-hearted, most suited for elder care, save for his sharp tongue. Today, Zhuzi was hospitalized for your sake. You must visit him in the hospital and foster your bond. The elderly deaf woman observed the sorrowful expressions of the Yizonghai couple, her gaze imbued with concern. With a serious and earnest tone, she offered them a piece of advice. At that moment, the couple recalled the foolish Zhu, who had entered the hospital for Yizonghai's sake. A wave of warmth surged within them, overwhelming their hearts with emotion. Yizonghai's face was a tapestry of guilt and gratitude, while Idama's eyes glistened with tears, her lips quivering slightly. This fool was indeed foolish, yet when it mattered, he was genuinely there. They murmured to themselves, filled with poignant reflections. Rest assured, dear lady, I shall accompany Shu into the hospital to visit Shu, Yi Zhonghai declared with resolute determination, grasping Idama's hand, his voice tinged with urgency. Thus, after escorting the old lady to the backyard, they hurriedly set off to the hospital to visit the foolish Jew. Meanwhile, let us not dwell on Yi Zhonghai and his wife's visit to the hospital. In the backyard, old Lu, known as Lu Haizhong, was utterly despondent. Resembling a frostbitten eggplant, completely wilted. With the support of his wife and eldest son, he returned home, his heart brimming with indignation and confusion. He had merely sought to assert the authority of the family patriarch, yet he had suffered a brutal beating for it. Now, even his status as the second elder had been utterly obliterated. Despite racking his brain, he could not comprehend why Director Wang favored the old Jiang family. However, he could not swallow this bitter pill. Were it not for his current state of distress, he would have certainly given his two younger sons a sound thrashing, so they might learn the true meaning of filial piety. These ungrateful wretches, failing to assist their own father during his beating, he completely overlooked the fact that his eldest son had also not lifted a finger to help. When Yin Bugue returned home, he was filled with trepidation and dread. The martial prowess of the eldest scion of the Jiang family proved to be remarkably formidable, instilling a profound sense of caution against taking liberties with his household in the future. Simultaneously, he earnestly advised his wife and children to foster amicable relations with the Jiang family, emphasizing the importance of avoiding conflicts and offering assistance when needed. His wife and sons dared not utter a word, finally grasping the essence of the phrase, "A true master conceals his strength." Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, Yidaching stood in a daze, his gaze fixated on the foolish Jew lying on the bed, his expression one of bewilderment, lost in contemplation of his thoughts. When Yi Zhonghai was assaulted, his naive son had charged forth without a moment's hesitation or consideration. This raised a perplexing question. Who was truly his father? Ultimately, his demeanor transformed, becoming increasingly resolute, akin to a steadfast rock, as if he had made a profound decision. Following the conclusion of the events, the Jiang family returned home in a grand procession. Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang gazed at their son with an expression that suggested he was a mysterious being from outer space. Their faces were etched with disbelief, as they silently marveled at their son's extraordinary bravery and prowess in combat. Meanwhile, the two younger brothers, on their way home, incessantly chattered about how impressive their elder brother was. Their tone and demeanor brimmed with admiration, as if he were the superhero of their dreams. Jiang Lai was utterly exhilarated, vividly mimicking the graceful movements that Jiang Hao had just executed. Simultaneously, he produced sound effects akin to those of a professional voice actor, emitting bang, boom, and clang. His remarkably lifelike portrayal left the entire family in fits of laughter, doubling over in mirth. Jiang Hao displayed no attempt to conceal his pride, candidly stating, "Mom and Dad, you have finally witnessed my true strength. This is the merit of relentless martial practice. It not only fortifies the body, but also proves invaluable in critical moments, allowing for pursuits such as hunting. Just look at our current living conditions. We have an abundance of meat. Ha, my boy, splendid indeed. Have you inherited your grandfather's true legacy?" "Absolutely," he replied. "But remember, do not take advantage of others, otherwise. Rest assured, father, I study to engage in rational discourse with those who lack sense. I practice martial arts solely to ensure they heed my reasoning. I would never resort to bullying the weak. Have I caused any trouble in recent months? I have merely focused on hunting and working diligently. Today is just an exception to impart my wisdom to the fools around us." "What wisdom? All I see is a fist the size of a sandbag." Zhang's mother shot him a sidelong glance. Meanwhile, the Jia family, particularly Jia Zhang and Jia Dongxiu, faced untold hardships. During several critique meetings, Jia Zhang's notorious arrogance and unreasonable behavior became the subject of scorn. She frequently instigated disputes with neighbors, resorting even to physical altercations and seizing others' possessions, which led to severe censure in the meetings. Now, stripped of her former bravado, she bowed her head, her complexion pale, her eyes filled with dread and anxiety. As for Jia Dongxiu, he was accused by his co-workers of being deceitful in his duties, evading responsibilities, and indulging in laziness, which resulted in frequent errors and significant losses for the factory. Additionally, his unethical interference in others' romantic pursuits contradicted moral standards, leading to his harsh reprimand in the meetings. As he faced the public's condemnation, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly as he sought to defend himself, but found no words to articulate his thoughts, silently enduring the ordeal. They had been subjected to public scorn multiple times, earning the Jia family's notoriety in the East District. Jia Dongxiu, in particular, was reported to the steel mill, and his imminent transition to a permanent position evaporated in an instant. He returned to the status of an apprentice, starting anew. While enduring the pointed fingers and derisive remarks of his peers, he seemed to have become a source of ridicule and a cautionary tale in the eyes of the public. Those masters who had previously shown him courtesy for Yi Zhonghai's sake now regarded him with disdain. The tasks assigned to him were the most arduous and laborious, often accompanied by scornful rebukes. His colleagues distanced themselves from him, fearful of being associated with him. Former comrades who had once shared a brotherly bond with him now pretended not to see him. With the condemnation of the Jia family, this farcical incident had finally reached its conclusion. Yi Zhonghai appeared to gradually adopt a demeanor of resignation. He displayed an indifferent attitude towards the series of misfortunes that had befallen Jia Dongxiu, seemingly unconcerned. This behavior infuriated Jia Zhongshi, who resembled an enraged lioness. Within the confines of her home, she incessantly berated Yi Zhonghai with a voice as grating as a broken gong, unleashing her wrath upon Qin Huairu as well. Her words laced with bitterness. Ultimately, Qin Huairu adhered to the original trajectory of the narrative, ensnared in an inescapable cycle, and after much turmoil, reluctantly returned to the Jia household. From that moment on, she found herself engulfed in sorrow daily, her tears becoming a routine. Initially, she had harbored dreams of a joyous life upon marrying into the city, believing it would usher in happiness and fulfillment. Yet, who could have foreseen that her current existence would be so bleak, far worse than her days in the countryside, all due to her own foolishness and blindness? Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the Siheyuan observed her with cold indifference, their gazes imbued with apathy and cruelty. They deemed her plight a result of her own short-sightedness. Having forsaken a stable life to plunge into the abyss of the Jia family, a situation none wished to meddle in, little did Qin Huairu realize that even greater surprises awaited her. For the good reputation that Jiang Hao had diligently cultivated over the past few months was beginning to bear fruit. As the Jia family faced scrutiny, more and more revelations regarding Jiang Hao began to surface. Every day, Jiang Hao provides a continuous and ample supply of meat for the factory, making it hard for anyone in the expansive establishment to overlook his contributions. Given the current circumstances, the factory is acutely aware of his formidable prowess. It is undoubtedly imperative to retain such a rare talent. Otherwise, if he were to venture elsewhere, with his exceptional abilities, how could he not thrive effortlessly in any environment? Flourishing like a fish in water? Recently, Jiang Hao received the joyful news of a promotion and salary increase, elevated by 2 ranks. This decision did not originate from the procurement department, but was personally orchestrated by Director Li of the logistics department. Initially, Director Li recognized that his logistics team had acquired a remarkably competent procurement officer, but did not pay it much mind, planning to promote him 1 level by year-end. However, following the emergence of the Jia family incident and the subsequent reports submitted to the steel rolling factory by the street office, Director Li began to take notice. Upon investigation, he realized, what a gifted warrior has been bestowed upon me. At under 20 years of age, Jiang Hao had already become a master of strength. It was evident that all connections must be leveraged to secure his promotion. This was a decree from Director Li, and no one could obstruct it. What if Factory Director Yang disagreed? He must not forget who Director Li's father-in-law is, the Deputy Minister of the Metallurgical Department, the direct superior of the steel rolling factory, whose words carry significant weight. With such support, how could Factory Director Yang possibly refuse? Moreover, Director Li was promoting talent. Exceptional circumstances warrant special treatment. This is entirely reasonable. Of course, Director Yang was no fool. If an investigation was initiated, he would certainly conduct one as well. It is rather amusing. Without further ado, he would undoubtedly agree wholeheartedly. Thus, within just 8 months of his employment at the steel rolling factory, Jiang Hao received a 2-level promotion. Factory Director Yang awarded him a bicycle ticket and a radio ticket, while Director Li presented him with a watch ticket and a sewing machine ticket. Completing the trifecta of rewards, Jiang Hao's mother beamed with joy daily in their courtyard, proudly praising her son's achievements to anyone who would listen. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's relevant information was reported to the higher authorities by Director Wang of the street office. Following a thorough investigation, the higher-ups found him to be of impeccable character and unblemished political standing. He was currently serving as a procurement officer at a state-owned factory. Although this position may be somewhat beneath his capabilities, it was of no concern. He could easily take on additional responsibilities. In their investigation of Jiang Hao, the higher authorities not only confirmed his clear political background and character, but also scrutinized his educational background, specific performance and achievements during his work experience, interpersonal relationships, and participation in social activities. All aspects of Jiang Hao's profile received commendation. Director Wang of the Street Office extended his favor. The Ministry of Metallurgy also conducted a thorough investigation into Jiang Hao's background. Consequently, they issued directives for the steel mill to provide him with special consideration and appointed Director Yang to introduce young Jiang, facilitating his entry into our esteemed organization. Thus, Jiang Hao triumphantly became a proud member of the collective. As the year drew to a close, He Daqing could no longer withstand the relentless pressure from the White Widow. To put it bluntly, he suffered from the same affliction as Prime Minister Chao. Ultimately, on a serene and silent night, he forsook his children to accompany the White Widow to Baoqing. With this departure, Shaju and Yushui faced the darkest moments of their lives. Initially, Jiang Hao pondered whether he could rescue the foolish Shaju. Yet, he soon realized that there was no remedy for his plight. Thus, destruction seemed to be the only option. To his astonishment, Shaju remarked, "Enemies should be resolved, not enjoined. As men, we ought to be more magnanimous." This statement infuriated Jiang Hao, who, without hesitation, raised his middle finger in response. Upon witnessing this, Shaju was instantly overwhelmed by the urge to retaliate. However, he quickly recalled Jiang Hao's formidable prowess and reluctantly abandoned the thought. "Jiang Hao, I tell you, such behavior will inevitably lead to a life devoid of friends. Our courtyard does not welcome individuals like you. Shaju, if you dare utter another word, I swear I will beat the excrement out of you." Shaju, upon seeing Jiang Hao's enraged demeanor, was so frightened that he fled in disarray. Jiang Hao was acutely aware that He Daqing likely believed his son was beyond redemption, which prompted the notion of departure. That being said, Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old woman truly exhibited remarkable cunning. They had remarkably set their sights on Shaju at such an early stage and even managed to indoctrinate him. Otherwise, how could Shaju have uttered such words? He had wholly embraced the exemplary virtues of the moral paragon. The role of a purchaser that Jiang Hao occupies is particularly effortless for him, affording him a remarkable degree of freedom. As long as he consistently meets the fixed procurement quotas each month, he is largely unencumbered by oversight or regulation. For him, this task is a mere trifle. After all, the interior of the time-space or boasts boundless expanses. How vast! A world unto itself. Setting aside the abundant resources amassed from his previous life, in just a few short months, Jiang Hao has gathered an impressive array of flora and fauna, as well as a meticulously curated collection of rare and exotic creatures. Even if he were to spend his days idly, he would effortlessly achieve his established goals each month. Moreover, his hometown, Jiangjia Village, has greatly benefited from his frequent hunting excursions, during which he returns with copious amounts of meat, allowing the villagers to occasionally enhance their otherwise mundane living conditions. Each time Jiang Hao returns to the village laden with his bountiful harvest, the faces of the villagers radiate joy and contentment. The children exuberantly cheer, running around him in excitement, curiously inspecting his catch. The elders beam with delight, singing his praises for his industriousness, while the women swiftly gather to discuss culinary preparations for these delectable offerings, intent on providing their families with a sumptuous feast. This benevolent act has endeared Jiang Hao to every resident of Jiangjia Village, fostering genuine affection and admiration among them. They observe his efforts, cherishing the impact he has made, and speak of him with the highest regard. The young and capable Jiang Hao not only possesses remarkable skills, but also remains ever mindful of his village, dedicated to enhancing the welfare of its inhabitants. Such a kind-hearted, capable, and loyal young man is a rarity across the surrounding 10 miles. When news of Jiang Hao's endeavors at the courtyard was inevitably relayed back to the village by some self-proclaimed wise one, the entire village erupted in excitement. Old Master Jiang trembled with rage, his hair standing on end, eyes wide with fury as he waved his arms, demanding justice in the city. However, the villagers managed to placate him with their words, for he was the pride of their village, and it was imperative that nothing untoward happened to him. The village chief, his expression grave, conveyed a mix of anger and concern in his gaze. He raised his voice, passionately recounting the plight of Jiang Hao. In summary, he declared, "Gentlemen, today someone has dared to bully a member of our Jiang family village. Jiang Hao, our village's fine young man, who has recently shared his game with us, ensuring we enjoyed meat from time to time. Now he has been wronged in the city. What shall we do?" As he spoke, he gestured emphatically, the veins on his forehead slightly bulging. The villagers listened, each one filled with righteous indignation. The young men clenched their fists, gritting their teeth, their eyes blazing with fury as they shouted, "We must fight. We cannot allow Jiang Hao to suffer this injustice." The women, their faces flushed with anger, reproached those who had mistreated Jiang Hao, deeming their actions intolerable. The elders, stamping their feet in fury, struck their canes against the ground with a resounding thud, repeatedly murmuring, "This cannot stand. We must stand up for Jiang Hao." The children, too, clenched their small fists, their faces flushed, though they did not fully grasp the situation. They echoed the adults' cries for justice on behalf of Jiang Hao. An atmosphere of anger and injustice enveloped the entire village. Thus, the villagers of Jiang family village, armed with sticks and wearing fierce expressions, set off with determination. How could they tolerate the bullying of their own kin? United in outrage, they shouted in unison. Soon, they had gathered their forces, brimming with resolve, ready to confront the situation, all while Jiang Hao remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing on his behalf. The contingent from Jiangjia village surged forth like a fierce tiger emerging from the mountains, launching a thunderous assault upon Jiajiakan. The inhabitants of Jiajiakan were entirely unprepared, and in an instant, they were overwhelmed by this unforeseen onslaught. Though Jiangjia village may not boast a large population, each villager has been schooled in the martial arts taught by the venerable elder, mastering the formidable 13 protectors technique. While they may not claim the ability to face 10 foes barehanded, wielding a staff against 3 or 5 adversaries poses little challenge. Nevertheless, they have shown restraint, opting not to strike lethally. After administering a lesson, they withdrew without further incident. Equally unfortunate was Kinjiabao, where the dawn's early light found the villagers diligently preparing for the day's labor, only to be inexplicably beset by calamity, resulting in the village's sudden annihilation. The villagers bore their misfortune in silence, their hearts heavy with unexpressed sorrow. Once the truth behind these events came to light, the villagers found themselves in a state of profound dismay. Surrounding villages, upon learning the circumstances, cast blame and derision upon Jiangjia and Kinjiabao, tarnishing their reputations irreparably. This incited a deep-seated animosity within both communities toward the Jia family, particularly Jia Zhang, Jia Dongxiu, and Qin Huairu. They harbored a fervent desire for vengeance. Wishing to rend them to pieces, however, they dared not retaliate against Jiangjia village. After all, it was common knowledge that each inhabitant there was skilled in combat, with no weaklings among them. Furthermore, Jiangjia village maintained not only a unified front, but also harmonious relations with neighboring villages. In times of need, they would not hesitate to lend assistance, providing a genuine sense of security to those who allied with them. Additionally, intermarriage was frequent, with many families in the area having daughters from Jiangjia village. Faced with such a predicament, the villagers could only begrudgingly swallow their grievances. Yet, they were unwilling to let the true instigators escape unscathed. The calamity that befell both Jiangjia and Kinjiabao due to the actions of Jia Zhang, Jia Dongxiu, and Qin Huairu had left their reputations in tatters. In swift response, Jiangjia village decisively mobilized its members to hasten to the capital, seeking to communicate to the Jia family. Henceforth, the Jia lineage would be ruthlessly excised from the family tree. They would not tolerate the presence of such shameless individuals. Jiangjia village showed no mercy to Zhangjiakan, boldly proclaiming to neighboring villages, "Look at Jia Zhang. She hails from Zhangjiakan, who has raised an extraordinarily talented daughter." As soon as those words were uttered, Jiangjia village descended into utter chaos. Oh my goodness! What was initially a mere spectacle for onlookers unexpectedly became a matter that affected them directly, resulting in a scene that was indescribably lively. Similarly, the people of Qin village harbored an intense animosity towards the Qin Huairu family, nearly driving them out of the village without a shred of mercy. In a desperate bid to protect their family, Qin's parents pleaded with tears in their eyes, even going so far as to declare their intent to sever all familial ties with Qin Huairu, which ultimately allowed them to escape the villagers' wrath. Jiangjia village did not even wait for the wrath of Jiangjia village to descend upon them. Instead, they hurriedly dispatched the village chief, accompanied by several esteemed elders, to Jiangjia village, where they offered profuse apologies, their faces filled with remorse, and solemnly vowed to provide a satisfactory resolution for Jiangjia village. When Jiang Hao returned to his village, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of emotion. His eyes glistened with tears, and his voice trembled as he expressed, "I merely believed I was doing a small, albeit necessary, deed. Little did I expect that it would inspire the entire village, young and old alike, to unite in a collective pursuit of justice on my behalf. The unwavering support and profound camaraderie displayed by the villagers left him feeling both humbled and deeply moved, fostering within him an enduring sense of gratitude and respect. Following this, Jiangjia village was enveloped in a jubilant celebration. The atmosphere was brimming with joy, and the sounds of laughter echoed throughout. Tables were laden with an abundance of exquisite dishes, chunks of succulent meat, and barrels of fine wine. The villagers gathered around, reveling in the joyous occasion, indulging in hearty feasts and toasting with great enthusiasm. The scene was nothing short of extraordinary, with radiant smiles illuminating every face. Jiang Hao declared loudly, "Tonight's expenses will be covered solely by me, young Master Jiang." Amidst the revelry in Jiangjia village, the Jia family was met with the aftermath of a sudden strike. That morning, sunlight bathed the somewhat weathered walls of the courtyard at number 95. Jia Zhashir sat outside her home, diligently stitching a pair of cloth shoes while basking in the sun. A few villagers from Jia family village strolled into the courtyard. These villagers were all brothers of the late Lao Jia. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, they were intercepted by Yin Bugui, whose tall and slender figure appeared particularly conspicuous in the narrow passageway. After a brief inquiry, it was revealed that they had come to seek Jia Zhangshi. Although Yin Bugui was aware that guiding the Jia family would yield no benefits, he, being the sole caretaker of the courtyard, was genuinely apprehensive that this group might cause a disturbance. Observing the disordered pathway within the courtyard, he reluctantly led the way, ever vigilant for any unforeseen incidents. Upon arriving at the Jia family door, Jia Zhangshi raised her gaze and immediately recognized the brothers of the late Lao Jia. A sardonic expression swiftly crossed her sharp features as she shouted, "Oh, aren't these a few of my late husband's brothers? What brings you to the city? Surely, you're not here to take advantage of me because you can't make ends meet back in the village?" Such words spilled from her lips, evoking extreme disdain. It could only be said that Jia Zhangshi was true to her nature, as acerbic and ungrateful as ever, having lived to such an age. One could only imagine that her long-deceased parents were regretting their lineage from beyond the grave. The brothers from Jia family village did not take offense. The leading figure, Jia Yukai, remained composed and directly addressed one of his companions, saying, "Yu Gui, return Lao Jia to her." Jia Zhangshi was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with confusion. What did it mean to return Lao Jia to her? Before she could process this, a slightly younger middle-aged man placed a jar into her arms. Upon closer inspection, Jia Zhangshi nearly hurled the jar away in anger. Her face flushed with rage as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You wretches! How dare you exhume Lao Jia? You scoundrels! I will report you to the village head, and I will have the authorities arrest you." Unfazed, the leading Jia Yukai retorted vehemently, "Go ahead. Hurry up. As for you, you Fu, I can only say that you are blind to have wed this harbinger of misfortune. You've brought nothing but unrest to you Fu. Truly impressive. Your presence is a curse upon you Fu." Jia Zhangshi was left utterly bewildered, her mind racing. "What do you mean?" Stunned, she found her thoughts abuzz. "Your good deeds have brought our entire Jia family village to ridicule. Indeed, you, foul woman, have not only cursed you Fu, but have also turned our Jia family village into a laughingstock. Zhang Xiaohua, because of you, Jia Youfu has been expelled from the family tree. Are you pleased? Are you delighted? You must be kidding. What do you mean? I cannot comprehend your words." Jia Zhangshi was utterly flustered, completely at a loss. To be expelled from the family tree? In this era, such a fate is no jest. It signifies a permanent denial of one's identity as a kin. Moreover, one would be forbidden from returning to their hometown, and after death, they would not be laid to rest in the family cemetery. This person would become a rootless wanderer. What does it imply? It is as clear as day. How could you shamelessly intercept another's bride? Have you no morals? This decision comes from the village chief and the elders. You should reflect on your actions. We shall take our leave." The villagers of Jia, filled with indignation, declared their words and departed with unwavering resolve. Jia Zhangshi, clutching Jia Youfu's urn, felt as if her very backbone had been wrenched away, collapsing to the ground. Her gaze was vacant, her complexion as pale as parchment, and she muttered incessantly, "It's over, truly over. What shall I do now? I have wronged you, Youfu." The wails echoed despairingly in the desolate courtyard. Yet none showed compassion. "It is all my fault. I was bewitched, committing such an atrocious act that harmed you and our entire family. Youfu, forgive me, please forgive me." Yet, in this moment of remorse, it was far too late. Tears streamed down her face like a flood unleashed from a dam. At this moment of profound regret and anguish, Qin Huairu, who had been diligently attending to household chores, suddenly heard her mother-in-law's heart-wrenching cries. Startled, she hastily abandoned her tasks and rushed outside. "Mother, what has happened? Are you all right?" With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Jia Zhangshi glared, her face flushed with fury, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as she hissed through gritted teeth. "You harbinger of doom. Our Jia family has truly suffered a grave misfortune by marrying you. Leave. Get away from me." Qin Huairu, struck by the sudden blow, felt her head spin. A vivid red imprint bloomed on her fair cheek. She stood frozen, wide-eyed, filled with terror and confusion, tears welling in her eyes. A sense of grievance and bewilderment overwhelmed her. How could she have been so blind as to trust her mother-in-law's words and be ensnared into the Jia family? She had diligently managed the household, never once shirking her duties. Why was her mother-in-law treating her this way? Soon, large tears began to cascade uncontrollably down her face, and she trembled with sobs, truly feeling the weight of her grievances. Before long, two groups hurriedly arrived at the courtyard. One group consisted of Jia Zhangshi's relatives, led by her elder brother. Upon reaching the Jia household, they all bore fierce expressions, and without uttering a word, they launched into a tempestuous onslaught. "You ungrateful wretch!" her brother shouted amidst the blows. "You have brought shame upon us all." Jia Zhang's visage contorted in anguish, her eyes vacant and glazed, drool trickling from the corners of her mouth as she mumbled incoherently, "Elder brother, please don't hit me, please don't." In that moment, her heart brimmed with dread and remorse, reflecting on how she had allowed matters to spiral into such irretrievable chaos. Even her own family was filled with fury, turning against her in violence. After the assault, they departed in a huff, leaving behind a chilling remark: "Do not return. You have been disowned from our family tree." Within a single day, Jia Zhang endured 2 devastating blows and a beating, the latter led by none other than her own elder brother. At that moment, she lay on the ground, akin to a puddle of mud, filled only with despair, feeling as though the world had cast her aside. Another wave of anger surged from Qin Huairu's family, spearheaded by her uncle and father. Her uncle approached, delivering a sharp slap and bellowing, "Are you satisfied now? You've achieved your goal of marrying into the city. You are forbidden to set foot in Qin family village again. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures." Qin Huairu stood to the side, her complexion ashen, lips quivering slightly. Her eyes were filled with terror and helplessness, tears welling up in her gaze. Her uncle then hurried away with the others, leaving only her father behind. "You, from a young age, have yearned to be a city dweller. Look at what you've become. Because of you, the entire village has lost face. The village girls will struggle to find respectable suitors. From now on, I shall consider you as if you were never my daughter. Take care of yourself." The countenance of Qin's father was etched with disappointment and anger. His furrowed brow seemed capable of crushing a fly, his eyes radiating a sense of frustration and despair. His tightly pressed lips spoke of his resoluteness, his body trembling slightly from rage. "Father, I'm sorry," Qin Huairu cried, her voice breaking, trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. "Do not call me father. I am not your father, and I cannot bear such a title from you. How can I endure the shame you have brought upon us?" With those heartless words, Qin's father turned resolutely and walked away. His heavy footsteps echoed with a weight of finality and resignation. He did not glance back, leaving Qin Huairu with only the silhouette of his unwavering resolve. She collapsed to the ground, engulfed in torment, feeling that she had lost everything for the sake of marrying a man, now devoid of her familial ties. Her eyes, vacant and hollow, whispered, "Why am I so foolish? Truly, why? Had I known, I would have preferred to remain in the village." Tears streamed down her face like a torrential flood, soaking her features and garments. Meanwhile, Jia Dongxi remained at the factory, immersed in his work, surrounded by the incessant mockery of his peers. Their biting remarks pierced his heart like needles. With his character, what good could possibly come of him? Stealing another's bride. How disgraceful. Yet, he resembled a taciturn figure, wholly engrossed in his labor, oblivious to the chaos that had ensued within his home. Little did he realize that his household had been turned upside down. At this moment, he occasionally found himself pondering in silence. Is what I am doing truly right? Have I indeed made a grave mistake? But he would quickly reassure himself. What does it matter? After all, I have secured my wife. Alas, it is regrettable that circumstances have unfolded to such an extent that everything has become an irrevocable fate, and there is no turning back. By the time Zhang Hao returned from Jiangjia village, 3 days had already elapsed. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, he was confronted by Yan Bugue. Zhang Hao, you have finally returned. You cannot fathom the monumental events that have transpired in your absence. Zhang Hao was taken aback, wondering if such monumental events could transpire in merely a few days since his departure. Zhang Hao offered a cigarette to Sanday, inquiring, Sanday, please tell me, what is this significant matter at hand? While I was hunting back home, did something unfortunate occur in the courtyard? Goodness, let us not speak of such ill-fated things. You see, the Jia family has been ousted from the family register by someone from our hometown, and this incident, it seems, is related to you. The news has spread throughout the countryside. Even Qin Huairu has been cast out. The Jia Zhang family has been wailing all day, TSK, TSK, TSK. At this moment, Su Damao approached, interjecting with a sardonic tone, Humph, the Jia family deserves it. They have never done anything commendable. A nearby aunt stood at her doorstep, shaking her head in dismay. Alas, this is truly a disgraceful affair. The Jia family has always been restless. Now they have brought this upon themselves. Being removed from the family register is their own doing. Madame Li, who had once suffered at the hands of the Jia Zhang family, now grinned broadly and exclaimed, Ha! Here you go, Sanday. I bring you a piece of meat. This news fills my heart with joy. We must celebrate this. It is poetic justice. Ha ha ha, you rascal. Sanday will not refuse it. Thank you, Zhang Hao. No need. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Hurry home. Tonight we feast. The meat Zhang Hao provided is truly delightful. Yanbu Gui's face radiated an unmistakable excitement as he fixated on the piece of meat, as if it were a rare treasure. Old Yan, have you lost your mind, taking meat from Zhang's family? His wife, Sandama, looked on in astonishment. Her brows furrowed in reproach, her hands fidgeting with her apron. Ah, you do not understand. This was a generous gift from Zhang Hao. I merely mentioned the Jia family's predicament, and he was particularly pleased. Yanbu Gui waved his hand dismissively, his face brimming with pride as if he had accomplished something remarkable. Is that so? Zhang Hao is indeed generous. That piece of meat weighs no less than half a kilogram. Are we to prepare it all at once? Sandama leaned closer to inspect the meat, a flicker of joy in her eyes, quickly replaced by concern. What are you thinking? Preparing all this meat at once? We shall have to stretch it over 2 days, no? Perhaps 3. We could stir-fry it with cabbage, adding plenty of cabbage to infuse the meat's flavor. With the weather turning cold, it won't spoil. As Yan Bugui spoke, he gingerly placed the meat on the cutting board, brandishing a knife as if contemplating how best to carve it for maximum utility. His wife could not help but murmur, You only ever think of such things. The children deserve something good too. Yan Bugui shot her a glare, responding, What do you know? It's not about being impoverished by food or clothing, but rather by failing to plan. A steady stream is what sustains us. Do you not understand this simple truth? As he spoke, he began to meticulously slice the meat, each cut executed with utmost caution, as though fearful of overstepping. His elderly partner let out a resigned sigh, turning to fetch the cabbage while muttering, Fine, I shall heed your wishes. If you want more cabbage, then let it be so. Yin Bugui, having perfected the meat preparation, placed it into a bowl, covering it with a damp cloth, and remarked, This meat must be preserved properly. We mustn't allow it to spoil. He then proceeded to direct his partner in washing and chopping the cabbage, preparing for the stir-fry. Zhang Hao walked joyfully towards his home, a radiant smile adorning his face as he repeatedly murmured to himself, Indeed, splendid, truly splendid. They dared to cross me. Just wait until I deal with you. Jia Dongshu had long since become a mere shell of his former self, and Zhang Hao couldn't help but ponder, I wonder how he is faring now? Is Qin Huairu expecting? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Huairu had indeed succumbed to the narrative's course, having conceived the legendary thief saint, though it was still but a tiny embryo. Had he been aware of this development, he would have realized the formidable inertia of narrative forces. As for Jia Dongshu, he had been engulfed in profound distress during this period. Life had already been fraught with disappointments, and now even marital bliss eluded him. Gazing at his beautiful wife, he found himself utterly unresponsive. A visit to the hospital yielded no answers. The doctors were at a loss, unable to discern the underlying issues. Had Zhang Hao known of this plight, he might have advised him, Spare yourself the fruitless examinations. They are of no use. Even the most advanced technology of the 21st century would prove ineffective unless one were a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Besides, you are beyond help. The damage inflicted by the hidden force is irreparable. To hope for restoration is sheer folly. You might as well accept your fate as a living eunuch. Upon returning home, Jiang Hao was immediately enveloped by his mother's warm and tender inquiries. "My son, are you tired? Has it been arduous for you?" Her gentle words, laden with concern, felt like rays of warm sunlight piercing through to his heart, filling him with joy and happiness. The moment his two younger brothers spotted their elder siblings return, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they danced with glee. They knew that each time their brother came home, he would bring an abundance of delectable treats, making the household feel as though it were overflowing with culinary delights. The two younger brothers, akin to jubilant little birds, hopped about in exhilaration, repeatedly exclaiming, "We're having pastries. We're having candies." Their eager eyes gleamed with anticipation. Indeed, the return of their elder brother was their most fervent hope, for he would conjure a veritable feast of sweets and exquisite delicacies, as if by magic. Jiang Hao treasures his current home beyond measure. In his previous life, during the sudden outbreak of calamity, he was forever deprived of the warm embrace of his parents. In the ensuing long years, he drifted like a solitary piece of duckweed upon a vast, desolate sea, bereft of the safe harbor of home. He would never again have the opportunity to hear his mother's familiar and affectionate chiding upon returning home. "Oh dear son, how have you grown darker and thinner?" In truth, regardless of whether he had truly lost weight, in his mother's eyes, he would always appear diminished. "You must eat more, replenish your strength," she would insist, embodying a love for her child that was both boundless and profound. Now, Jiang Hao once again experiences this love in its purest form, filling his heart with profound gratitude and appreciation. He no longer perceives it as mere nagging, nor does he feel any annoyance. In his heart, he firmly believes that this is the essence of a truly warm home. In his past life, many had lamented that wherever parents are present, that place is suffused with warmth, yet when they are gone, home seems to lose its very soul. There would be no one to attend to your every need, no one to inquire about your well-being, to check if you have lost weight, if your clothing is warm enough, or if you have had your fill of food. The age difference between Jiang Hao and his two younger brothers is indeed considerable, primarily due to the frail health of their mother. When she gave birth to Jiang Hao, it nearly cost her life, which instilled a profound fear in Jiang's father, making him resolute in his decision to prevent her from bearing more children. As their living conditions gradually improved, Jiang's mother regained some semblance of health, allowing for the possibility of having another child. The birth of Jiang Lai was fraught with tension but ultimately safe. However, after Jiang Jun's arrival, their mother's health deteriorated significantly. Fortuitously, the present-day Jiang Hao found himself transported back in time. Otherwise, their mother might not have survived for many more years. Upon Jiang's father's return, the family joyfully gathered around the table to share a meal. After dinner, Jiang's mother engaged Jiang Hao in a conversation regarding matters concerning the Jia family. Jiang Hao elaborated on the circumstances of his hometown to his parents, Jiang father and Jiang mother. It was only then that the elderly couple realized it had been someone from their village who had avenged their family, through the words of their eldest son. They also came to understand the various events that had transpired in their hometown over the past few months. The father and mother of Jiang expressed immense satisfaction with their son's actions, exclaiming, "In our Jiang family village, if nothing else, we pride ourselves on our unity." After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to retire for the night. Upon entering his chamber, Jiang Hao was overwhelmed with excitement. He swiftly closed the door, and with a flash, he found himself in a different realm. At that moment, Jiang Hao was so exhilarated that he could hardly contain himself, dancing and gesticulating with unrestrained joy. Just moments earlier, during dinner, he had received the message of the revival of his original self from the passage of time. At that time, he could only suppress his exhilaration, holding it in until now. "How long has it been, my old companion? You have finally awakened. Do you have any idea how I have endured these years?" Jiang Hao exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, although my life has been quite splendid, without you, I truly feel a sense of melancholy." "Ha. The luminous orb, embodying the spirit of the time-space divine pearl, retorted with disdain, "Host, please calm down and refrain from regarding me with such lewd eyes. Moreover, it has only been less than a year since our separation." The orb continued, "Do you not feel a pang of conscience when you speak like this? What lewd gaze? Take a closer look. This is sincerity. Do you understand?" "Ah." Jiang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with agitation, his gaze reflecting profound dissatisfaction with the great light sphere's lack of understanding. "Furthermore, have you not heard the saying, 'A day apart feels like 3 seasons'? I apologize, host, but I have not perceived the sincerity you speak of. Instead, I sense only your lewdness." The great light sphere responded without mercy, stating, "Let us not engage in trivial disputes. Now, time and space, do enlighten us on any changes you have undergone. Initially, you promised that upon your next revival, you would present me with surprises. Where are these surprises? I see none." Zhang Hao gazed eagerly at the time and space divine pearl. His eyes filled with anticipation and yearning, his hands nervously rubbing together. Observing Zhang Hao's impatience, time and space helplessly shook its form. "Host, could you possibly refrain from being so restless? You are always so eager." "Oh, time and space, I am merely looking forward to it. Please do not keep me in suspense any longer." Zhang Hao approached the radiant sphere with a face full of eagerness. Noticing Zhang Hao's fervent anticipation, the time-space entity refrained from teasing him this time and spoke slowly. "Host, upon awakening from this slumber, the time-space divine pearl has activated another function, transmigration." Zhang Hao's eyes widened, his voice trembling with excitement. His hand instinctively rested upon the luminous sphere. "Indeed, it allows you to leave your current world and venture into others." Then, a gentle reprimand followed, "And please remove your hand." "Haha, my apologies, time-space. It was unintentional. This is splendid news, truly splendid. Time-space, I adore you." Zhang Hao bashfully withdrew his hand from the ethereal being, nearly leaping with exhilaration. "Host, I have not finished speaking. After this revival, there are additional functions, such as the optimization and fusion of cultivation techniques, as well as assistance in training. This feature enables you to seek appropriate techniques in other worlds. The final one is rather precious. Here, my essence can assist you in condensing the 3-light divine water in a monkey form, providing 30 drops each year. My heavens! The 3-light divine water. Time-space, you cannot be deceiving me. That is the foremost healing elixir of the primordial era." Zhang Hao's breath quickened, his face awash with disbelief. "Host, please listen carefully. I am referring to the monkey version of the 3 lights divine water, not the ultimate version." The voice of the time and space divine pearl carried a hint of exasperation. "No, time and space, I understand you provided it. But why must it be the monkey version? Must you be so stingy?" Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, murmuring his discontent as he gently poked the large glowing orb. "Host, at times I genuinely feel exasperated by your intellect. Please ponder why the 3 lights divine water is named as such. We currently inhabit an ordinary world, or rather, an end-of-epoch world. How can you expect me to provide you with the primordial version of the 3 lights divine water? Moreover, I just mentioned that it can be condensed for you, not conjured from thin air. Presently, the flow of time within this space is tenfold compared to the outside world. For every year that passes outside, 10 years elapse here. Even if you traverse to another realm, this time disparity remains. Thus, if you spend 10 years in another world, only a year would have passed in the Siheyuan world, allowing me to still condense 10 years for you, which amounts to 300 drops. Furthermore, although this 3 lights divine water is indeed the monkey version, it is still quite precious and not mere commonplace goods. For ordinary individuals, it can cure all ailments and eliminate any negative influences, including poisoning, hidden injuries, and ordinary disabilities. Those without illness can even purify their marrow and meridians." "Ah, I see now. This is indeed extraordinary. My apologies, time and space, I misjudged you," Zhang Hao admitted, sheepishly scratching his head and offering a conciliatory smile towards the time and space divine pearl. "Not at all, host. I merely hope that in the future, you can remain calm in the face of challenges and utilize your intellect more often. After all, having a brain and not using it is akin to lacking one entirely." The time and space divine pearl remarked disdainfully to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao felt a peculiar unease within, suspecting that you were alluding to him. However, he soon found amusement in the thought. The 3 luminaries divine water from mythology is renowned as the premier healing elixir of the primordial era. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as capable of reviving the dead and restoring the skeletal remains. Even the rudimentary version would be exceedingly satisfying. Observing the host in such a state, time and space could only express its dismay. "There is no hope, just await your demise. By the way, weren't you already revived? Why must the revival be gradual?" Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, filled with confusion as he inquired. "Host, it is somewhat arduous to explain this to you, given your intellect. It may be challenging to comprehend. In simple terms, the time and space divine pearl had once endured a grievous injury and has since remained in a state of quiet restoration. Thus, only a small portion has revived. And the rest you will gradually come to understand." The time and space divine pearl patiently yet exasperatedly elucidated. "Very well, when can we commence our journey through time? Additionally, If we traverse to the past, how should I manage the situation here? Jiang Hao eagerly pressed for answers, his eyes brimming with both anticipation and concern. Did I not just mention? He exclaimed. In the realm of time travel, the flow of time accelerates at tenfold speed. Tenfold, tenfold, tenfold. Does it require repetition thrice for you to grasp its significance? Where, I beg to inquire, lies your focus? In another world, a decade would merely equate to a single year here. As his original self gradually regained strength, the ratio would steadily increase. Is there any further confusion? Time and space were thoroughly unsettled by Jiang Hao, inciting him into a frenzy of exasperation, culminating in a fervent outburst. No more, no more. He hastily responded to the fabric of time, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. Then shall we proceed? Wait, Jiang Hao exclaimed. His expression turned to one of alarm as he widened his eyes and gestured frantically. How can we leave just like that? I must make arrangements first. If I were to vanish abruptly, it would surely spell disaster. Let us discuss this tomorrow, once I have organized everything. Jiang Hao, in a state of urgency, swiftly intervened. Earlier, he had called to halt the imminent time travel, and time itself did not linger unnecessarily, merely responding coolly with, "Call me when you leave." Truly, a master of brevity in the realm of words. At this moment, Jiang Hao was overwhelmed with excitement, to the extent that he could not find solace in sleep throughout the entire night. The mere act of envisioning possibilities in his mind was sufficient to ignite a fervor within him, elevating his excitement to unprecedented heights. The countless films and television series he had ardently followed were filled with myriad scenes and characters that captivated his imagination. Huang Rong's whimsical charm and playful allure made her a paragon of cuteness. The ethereal grace and otherworldly elegance of Xialong seemed akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, and Yao Yu, with her enigmatic presence, exuded an aura of mystery, reminiscent of a formidable boss concealed within a shroud of fog, her allure reaching its zenith. Each recollection of these characters stirred such intense emotions within him that tears seemed to well up in his mouth. Undoubtedly, this Gao Lao Lu was a quintessential lecher. However, for the sake of his own safety, Jiang Hao chose to defer the temptation of crossing over. He silently reminded himself to focus on personal growth and cultivation first, for that was the true path to strength. With the dawn of a new day, as sunlight gently graced the earth, Jiang Hao could no longer contain himself and eagerly shared his innermost thoughts with his parents, expressing his intention to venture into the mountains to hunt and to engage in self-cultivation for a period of time. Upon hearing their son's intentions, Zhang's parents displayed neither surprise nor opposition on their faces. They comprehended their son's aspirations and yearnings. Moreover, they had always been confident in his exceptional abilities. They merely cautioned him to exercise vigilance and prudence in all matters outside, urging him not to succumb to reckless ambition. Subsequently, Jiang Hao hastily made his way to the factory, where he sought out Chief Zhang Haomin of the procurement department. He conveyed his plans in detail and earnestly assured the chief that upon his return, he would certainly bring back 5 robust wild boars. Chief Zhang, upon hearing this, could hardly contain his excitement. He encouraged Jiang Hao to pursue his endeavors with confidence, assuring him that he would be there to support him, acting as Jiang Hao's unwavering ally. He also took the time to remind Jiang Hao to prioritize his own safety once he ventured into the mountains. Next, Jiang Hao returned to Jiangjia village and meticulously briefed the esteemed elder about his itinerary and intentions. The elder brimmed with confidence and pride in the family's inherited martial arts. However, he lamented his advancing age and waning vitality, realizing that he could no longer traverse the mountains with the same ease as in his youth. He spoke of the family's 13 guardians and the golden bell shield technique, which boasts a long-standing legacy tracing back to Li Tsuanxiao. Who, then, is Li Tsuanxiao? It is said that the general cannot surpass the king, the marshal cannot surpass Li, the fist cannot surpass Jin. The phrase "the marshal cannot surpass Li" refers specifically to Li Tsuanxiao. It is reputed that he mastered this martial art to an extraordinary level. His physique was akin to bronze and iron, impenetrable and formidable, earning him the moniker of a harvester of heads on the battlefield. In that tumultuous era, it would not be an exaggeration to state that Li Tsuanxiao alone could exert a decisive influence on the tides of war. He was truly a war god in essence. Regrettably, Li Tsuanxiao fell victim to a treacherous plot, resulting in the brutal punishment of being torn apart by 5 horses. It is said that during the execution, 5 horses simultaneously pulled with great force, yet astonishingly, he repeatedly managed to resist their might through the incredible strength of his limbs, enduring dozens of attempts without ever being successfully executed. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to rely on formidable weaponry to sever the tendons of his hands and feet, thereby completing the execution. This vividly illustrates the immense power and ferocity of the 13 Guardians, who have attained the supreme mastery of the Golden Bell Shield. In contrast, the current 13 Guardians can only reach the pinnacle of transformation. However, Zhang Hao has resolutely decided to harness the power of time and space for optimization and analysis. According to the revelations of time and space, the Golden Bell Shield of the 13 Guardians can now be enhanced to the level of a master. Zhang Hao has firmly resolved to utilize a tenfold acceleration of time to elevate his physical form to that of a master. At that point, he would be able to wield the S-level temporal abilities from his previous life. When he ventures into other realms, his safety would be unequivocally assured. This serves as Zhang Hao's double insurance, providing him with an unwavering sense of security. After a prolonged period of over 6 months of recuperation and cultivation, he has experienced a significant increase in physical strength, far surpassing the pace of his previous life. The enhancement of his physical form further accelerates the recovery of his temporal abilities. He estimates that only by achieving the body refinement of the Golden Core level can he fully regain all his capabilities from his past existence. This journey has imparted to him a profound understanding of the myriad benefits of martial training. Nowadays, as Zhang Hao works to enhance his own abilities, he not only focuses on the cultivation and restoration of his temporal powers, but also emphasizes the training and fortification of his physical form. Only in this manner can he truly realize a comprehensive growth and breakthrough in his overall strength. Whether through the internal cultivation of extraordinary abilities or the external exercise of his physical body, the 3 months spent in the training space have swiftly elapsed. While over 10 days have passed in the real world, Zhang Hao meticulously prepared over a dozen wild boars, reserving half for the village while intending to deliver the other half to the steel mill. Zhang Hao rode his bicycle directly to the commune. Upon his arrival, he presented himself as a procurement officer from the steel mill and expressed his intention to borrow the telephone to report on the procurement situation, while also requesting the mill to dispatch a vehicle to collect the supplies. The comrades at the commune, upon hearing his request, promptly and enthusiastically assisted him in making the call. Once the phone was connected, Chief Zhang Haoming from the procurement department could hardly contain his excitement and hurriedly arranged for logistical vehicles to depart for Jianjia village. When the vehicles arrived, Zhang Hao graciously offered some fresh pork to the few individuals who had accompanied him. Initially, they hesitated and declined out of modesty, but ultimately accepted his thoughtful gesture. In their hearts, they unanimously thought, "This person is amiable." Zhang Hao returned to the factory alongside them. Upon witnessing the 5 robust wild boars, the crowd showered Zhang Hao with compliments. Director Zhang granted him a 2-day leave and thoughtfully informed him that he no longer needed to clock in daily. Should he require anything, he could simply request a note from him, allowing him the freedom to hunt wherever he pleased. The duration of his absence was of no concern, but he was advised to prioritize safety. Such treatment was nothing short of a dream for any laborer. Joining the procurement department, Zhang Hao felt this was the most astute decision made by his predecessor. As someone once remarked, a higher salary, less work, and proximity to home. With Zhang Hao selling the 5 wild boars to the steel mill, the factory offered a purchase price of 5,000 yuan per pound. Each boar weighed approximately 300 pounds, all produced from his own space. Consequently, this venture netted Zhang Hao an astonishing profit of over 7.5 million yuan. Furthermore, with a salary of 330,000 yuan, he deemed it insignificant to include in his calculations. If he could procure 10 large wild boars a month, his income could soar to an impressive 15 million yuan. Zhang Hao, unable to suppress his pride, declared, "Who else could it be?" Such a display of ostentation was unparalleled. After a moment's reflection, he considered this demeanor overly flamboyant. After all, an abundance of wealth can be burdensome, and he preferred to remain humble. Subsequently, Zhang Hao made his way directly to the neighborhood office, where, without hesitation, he donated over 7.5 million yuan and half a wild boar to Director Wang. He requested that she procure additional items for impoverished families and veterans' dependents by the year's end. This act further enhanced Director Wang's impression of him, a person of considerable means, yet generous in his willingness to assist others. His ability to not overly value material wealth was truly commendable. Having now become an exemplary member of the organization, Zhang Hao departed the neighborhood office, half a wild boar in tow, and returned home. He intended to take a brief respite before resuming his cultivation. for it was only through unwavering dedication that one could ascend to greater heights. He had already matured into an innate powerhouse, standing at the threshold of mastery. According to his estimations, with another couple of months of diligent practice, he could breach the realm of mastery. At that point, he would joyfully embark on his journey to another world. Upon entering the courtyard, he was immediately greeted by the sight of the gatekeeper, the venerable Yin Bugue. The moment Yin Bugue beheld the generous bounty of meat, his eyes sparkled with delight, and a broad smile spread across his face. He hurriedly approached Jiang Hao, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Jiang Hao, you're finally back. Look, the Jia family has yet another intriguing development." Jiang Hao smiled faintly and casually handed the information feed to Old Master San, inquiring with genuine curiosity, "Pray tell, Old Master San, what is the matter with the Jia family?" Old Master San accepted the meat with uncontainable delight, cleared his throat, and began to narrate with vivid detail. The Jiazhong family, in the initial days, was perpetually weeping, and it was quite a sorrowful sight. However, life must go on, mustn't it? Who would have imagined that, not long after, her vile tendencies would resurface? She once again ventured into others' homes to indulge in thievery. Can you believe it? Who in our courtyard could possibly tolerate her despicable temperament? Her reputation has long since been irreparably tarnished. Even Yi Zhonghai has distanced himself from her, deliberately avoiding her. Just a couple of days ago, she attempted to steal from Zhang Damon's household and, as fate would have it, was soundly beaten. And her reaction? Instead of repenting, she raised her voice, calling for old Jia as if to summon him for assistance. Zhang Damon, incensed by her antics, went straight to the street office to seek justice. When Director Wang arrived, his fury was palpable. He pointed an accusatory finger at Jia Zhangshi and scolded, "Jia Zhangshi, do you possess no sense of shame? Only recently you paraded through the streets, and here you are again, causing trouble. How audacious you are. From this day forth, you shall come to clean the toilets daily. I shall assign someone to oversee you, and this shall continue for 3 months. Should you fail even once, you will return to the countryside. For this city cannot accommodate your kind." This struck fear into Jia Zhangshi, her face turning as pale as parchment. She had no home to which she could return. Director Wang's words were like daggers piercing her heart. Yet, what could she do, having been caught red-handed? Consequently, for the past few days, she has dutifully gone to clean the toilets at the crack of dawn. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao could not suppress a smirk, his eyes gleaming with delight as he coldly scoffed. "Humph, the Jiazhong family has brought this upon themselves. Witnessing their misfortune brings me immense satisfaction. This is merely the beginning. There will be much more for her to endure." At that moment, Su Daomao, who had just returned from school, could not resist chiming in with glee. "Indeed, the Jiazhong family deserves this. They have been so arrogant and domineering. Now they are finally facing the consequences." Aunt Lu shook her head, letting out a sigh. "The Jia family has brought this calamity upon themselves. They cannot blame anyone else. It is truly unfortunate for my old Lu, who lost his position as the second master because of her." The crowd engaged in a lively exchange, each person voicing their opinions on the plight of the Jia family. The courtyard was instantly filled with condemnation for Jiazhong. Fortunately, Jiazhong was not at home, otherwise, the commotion of so many people discussing her would surely have caused an uproar. She would not dare to create a scene, lest she be expelled by Director Wang. In the days that followed, Jiang Hao led an exceedingly simple life, his daily pursuit revolving around martial arts practice. During his leisure moments, he would take his 2 younger brothers on excursions, accompanied by a little girl named Xiaoyu. This unfortunate child, merely 9 years of age, had lost her mother at a tender age, and her father had abandoned the family. The eldest brother, Shaju, had never shown her any attention. Engaged in culinary studies at Fengzi Garden, he returned home only in the dead of night. Oftentimes, the little girl was left to quench her hunger with mere water, her frail frame resembling a thin reed. On one occasion, Jiang Hao witnessed Xiaoyu approaching the Yi family during mealtime in search of food. To his dismay, Yi Zhonghai and Madame Yi claimed they had already eaten and had no leftovers to spare. Even the elderly woman in the backyard, who always referred to Shaju as her dear grandson, refused to offer her a morsel. Was this the conduct of a humane being? Unable to bear the sight, Jiang Hao immediately took Xiaoyu home. Initially, the little girl was quite apprehensive of him, a reaction stemming from a prior confrontation he had with her brother. Gently, he patted her head and earnestly reassured her, "The conflict I have with your brother is solely between us. You are still very young and may not understand many things. I hold great affection for you. Dear sister, there is no need to fear me. Consider this place your home, and should you ever feel hungry, do not hesitate to seek me out, all right? Be good and do not be afraid." Upon hearing his words, Xiaoyu obediently nodded. Over time, she grew familiar with everyone in the Jiang household. She developed a fondness for their company, as each member treated her with kindness and never once scolded her. Jiang Lai and Jiang Jun possessed everything she had, and in terms of food and drink, she was cared for with utmost attention. This made her once again experience the warmth of home. This incident swiftly spread throughout the courtyard, casting a shadow over Yi Zhonghai's countenance. He felt that Jiang Hao was deliberately slapping his face in public, causing him to lose face within the courtyard. Lu Haizhong scoffed, sarcastically remarking that Jiang Hao merely sought to show off and pretend to be a good person. The third uncle, Yin Bugui, squinted as he schemed, pondering whether Jiang Hao aimed to win over Xiao Yushui to deal with the Jia family in the future. However, Qin Huairu felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, especially when recalling their first encounter. Meanwhile, the other neighbors in the courtyard praised Jiang Hao's actions. Silly Pillar had advised He Yushui against visiting the Jiang family. But when He Yushui explained the situation she had encountered, Silly Pillar's expression clearly conveyed skepticism. He firmly believed that Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady were undoubtedly good people. At that moment, He Yushui began to understand the words Jiang Hao had once spoken to her. After addressing the matter concerning Xiao Yushui, Jiang Hao resumed his normal state. During this time, he delivered wild boar to the steel factory on 2 occasions. His martial arts prowess had advanced to the late Grandmaster stage, and his time-space abilities had also reached the pinnacle of S level. He was preparing for a significant leap forward in life. He was ready to embark on his first journey through time. As Jiang Hao communicated with time and space to traverse, he distinctly felt his body begin to elementalize, and his vision twisted as if the entire world were spinning upside down. He found himself within a bizarre and surreal passage, the peculiar sensation causing his heart to race. However, in the next moment, his sight returned to clarity. How should one put it? Before he could fully absorb the experience, it had already ended. How disappointing. Just as he was struggling to recover from this brief sense of loss, he suddenly discovered himself in an enormous cell. The most striking aspect was that the cell was vast, yet it contained only one individual, and remarkably, that old man was squatting on the ground in a rather compromising position. The unexpected appearance of another person nearly sent him into a state of madness. Jiang Hao found himself at a loss for words, having unexpectedly appeared before someone at such an inopportune moment. What an excruciatingly embarrassing scene this was. Time seemed to freeze as both individuals took several steps back in unison. The only distinction being that the elderly man was simultaneously pulling up his trousers while muttering incessantly, "Scoundrel! You wretched bastard! How did you come here, huh? Were you sent by that old swine? I always knew that old swine was no good." At this moment, Jiang Hao's heart was tumultuous, akin to a raging sea, as feelings of embarrassment surged like a tidal wave. Goodness, how could such an incident occur during my first journey through time? He screamed internally, his face instantly flushing a deep crimson, wishing fervently to vanish into the very depths of the earth. He incessantly cursed the fabric of time and space, convinced it was retaliating against him. Indeed, that must be the case. This realm merely mentioned a journey to the Ming Dynasty without providing specific details, only to present him with such a predicament. How could he possibly concoct a plausible excuse, or rather, a justification? That esteemed elder, would he believe me if I claimed that I had inadvertently arrived here? Jiang Hao wore a look of helplessness as he endeavored to salvage the excruciatingly awkward situation. "Do you think I believe you?" he scoffed. "You deceitful swine, your arrogance knows no bounds. Just wait. I shall dismantle every single bone in this wretch's body. Prepare to meet your end, you insufferable brat." Gu Santong seethed with rage, his expression akin to that of a predator intent on devouring its prey. For him, this was an unparalleled humiliation, and the resentment he harbored had reached a boiling point. He was known as a mischievous spirit, but he was no mere child. The audacity of someone intruding while he was indisposed was akin to a cataclysmic collision. Having hastily fastened his belt, Gu Santong instantly shifted into a state of fury. Like an enraged lion, he charged directly at Jiang Hao, demonstrating that his inner fury had reached a crescendo, fully prepared for an all-out assault. Jiang Hao wore a face of distress, forced into a confrontation with Gu Santong. As the 13 Guardians' techniques coursed through him, his entire being took on a bronze hue. Both were titans in the realm of close combat. Gu Santong possessed the indestructible prowess of the Vajra, each strike delivering a formidable force, crashing against Jiang Hao like an impenetrable wall. Yet Jiang Hao was no slouch. He had long since mastered the 13 Guardians' horizontal practice to an extraordinary degree. Coupled with the continual energy emitted by the time and space divine pearl enhancing his physique, Jiang Hao was uncertain of the true extent of his own strength. The two engaged in a relentless clash, their fists and feet colliding with a resounding clang reminiscent of metal striking metal, echoing deafeningly wherever they battled. It was as if a demolition crew had passed through. Sturdy walls and robust stone pillars were reduced to mere fragments. As their combat raged on, the entire 18th layer of the celestial prison was swiftly transformed into a wasteland. Such destructive power was astonishing. By heavens, you scoundrel, you have no martial ethics. Attacking me like a thief in the night. Gu Santong bellowed in exasperation. How shameless of you, old man, to grab my. Jiang Hao retorted, equally indignant. Watch your eyes. Careful, you little rascal, or I'll poke a hole through your nose. Their brawl descended into a street brawl. Each strike aimed at the other's vital points, devoid of any semblance of sophistication, a true degradation of decorum. Ha ha ha. What a thrilling battle, utterly exhilarating. After a fierce exchange, both combatants lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, their appearances nothing short of disheveled. Who exactly are you? And what martial arts do you practice? How can you rival my indestructible Vajra technique? No, you surpass it. Though I am currently far from my prime due to grievous injuries, I see that your cultivation appears to be at most at the late master level. Yet you outmatch me. Truly, the youth are formidable. Gu Santong's eyes widened in surprise, curiosity mingling with respect as he gazed at Jiang Hao. Forgive me, esteemed elder, but I truly do not know this old pig you speak of. I have already told you this is a misunderstanding. You attacked me first. What was I to do? I was equally at a loss. Jiang Hao wore a grimace, his expression akin to having tasted bitter melon. Upon witnessing this, Gu Santong displayed a hint of an awkward smile, remarking, Who told you to arrive neither early nor late, but precisely when I am preoccupied? How could I not be vexed? Furthermore, you have yet to explain your sudden appearance. Should you dare to fabricate a tale, I shall not hesitate to strip you of your skin. At this moment, Jiang Hao found himself with no alternative but to reveal a glimpse of his extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to provide a coherent explanation, especially after such an intense battle, to see someone transform into a golden figure. Even if Jiang Hao were to be utterly naive, he would still possess the clarity to recognize that he had arrived in the world's most extraordinary realm. Before him stood the illustrious and undefeated trickster, Gu Santong. Furthermore, having been struck by the pure yang finger, it was likely that Gu Santong's demise was imminent. With a resolute heart, Jiang Hao decided to embrace the exposure. After all, in this cursed place, apart from stirring up trouble, it was unlikely that anyone else would venture here. With this thought, Jiang Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him. Previously, he had mentioned to Gu Santong his intention to demonstrate how he arrived at the 18th level of the heavenly prison. Thus, Jiang Hao began to elucidate his extraordinary abilities in detail to Gu Santong. Please, do take a good look, he urged, as he showcased his power of spatial teleportation, disappearing in an instant only to reappear moments later. Gu Santong's eyes widened like saucers, his mouth producing a continuous series of tut-tut-tut sounds in astonishment. Internally, Gu Santong marveled. What divine skill is this? Truly a rarity. Could he be the favored child of heaven? Remarkable, remarkable. You, young scoundrel, are extraordinarily fortunate to possess such an extraordinary ability. It reminds me of my own boundless luck in my youth. Ha! Alas! If only we had fine wine and exquisite dishes now, we could revel in merriment together. Ah, but this is hardly a concern. With a grand gesture, Jiang Hao summoned an exquisite set of tables and chairs, which materialized before him in an instant. A lavish spread of fine wines and delicacies appeared before Gu Santong, akin to an enchanting magic trick. The musty odor that had pervaded the cell was instantly overpowered by the delightful aroma of the feast. With his abilities now laid bare, Jiang Hao saw no harm in indulging in this display, especially since he and Gu Santong shared such a congenial rapport. Gu Santong's eyes widened in astonishment. He was thoroughly impressed. He mused to himself, what generosity. I quite admire this young fellow. Indeed, the ring contains a vast space. Have you heard of it? Jiang Hao replied with a smile. You, my dear boy, are truly a treasure hidden beneath layers. Splendid. I shall not be shy. Come, let us enjoy this feast together, for dining alone is hardly delightful. Gu Santong chuckled heartily, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. After being trapped in this dark dungeon for so long, he had not experienced such happiness in ages. This young man was indeed a captivating character. They soon began to drink and converse animatedly. You are exceptionally fortunate, young man, though I do not envy you. In my youth, I too was blessed with remarkable luck. Ah, those were the days. Gu Santong appeared to open a floodgate of memories. Recounting his illustrious past, the legacy of the Heavenly Pool hero, the intricate love-hate relationships with Zhu Wushi, the bittersweet romance with Su Xian, and the reasons behind his self-imposed confinement in the dungeon. He poured forth tales, even divulging secrets not previously shared in the original narrative. Within the span of this meal, the two had become close confidants. Gu Santong felt a profound sense of gratitude. In this dreary place, he had encountered such a kindred spirit. Perhaps fate still held some kindness. So, Gu Xianbei, you are reluctant to leave then. Are you still grievously wounded? Shall we seek out a skilled physician to attend to your injuries? Jiang Hao's gaze was filled with confusion and concern as he fixed his eyes on Gu Santong, urgently inquiring. At present, he had yet to condense the San Guang divine water within him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly bestow a drop upon Gu Santong to heal his injuries. Upon hearing this, Gu Santong slightly raised his head and sighed deeply, saying, "Alas, young man, this injury is beyond remedy. It has long since penetrated to the marrow. In the past, there was indeed a chance for recovery, but I was held back by an internal barrier that I could not surmount, and so I have delayed. Consequently, the wound has worsened, and now I can only rely on my own strength to suppress it. If it were not for your fortuitous arrival, in a month's time, you would no longer see me." Gu Santong's face was etched with the weariness of life and helplessness, yet his eyes shimmered with a sense of relief and nonchalance. After all, for him, being imprisoned in this place and living in this manner was scarcely different from passing away. Hey, you are indeed a peculiar one. The 13 Guardians' golden bell shield has reached such a level in your hands that it nearly dropped my jaw in astonishment. Come closer, let me examine your bones. I am curious to discover what sort of extraordinary anomaly you truly are. Gu Santong's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest as he gazed at Jiang Hao, curiosity illuminating his expression. Ah, Senior Gu, while you may express your thoughts, please refrain from labeling me as an anomaly. I merely possess a smidgen of innate talent, Jiang Hao retorted, pouting defiantly. I, Jiang Hao, have always conducted myself with integrity and propriety, relying solely on my own hard work and perseverance. Haha. All right, do not be so agitated. Come here, and let me take a closer look. Gu Santong laughed heartily. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes dramatically and, with an air of nonchalance, approached Gu Santong, saying, "Go ahead and touch. I'm not afraid of you." Gu Santong's hands roamed over Jiang Hao's physique, pinching and prodding, while he exclaimed in admiration, "What a splendid physique! Such robust sinews and powerful meridians, and remarkably, all channels are unobstructed. If I'm not mistaken, you are indeed a natural powerhouse, a true prodigy in martial arts." "Of course," Jiang Hao replied, "my achievements today are solely the result of my diligent practice and a touch of fortuitous opportunity." The temporal anomaly expressed its discontent, hurling a rotten egg in protest. Jiang Hao raised his chin, a proud expression illuminating his face. "I, Jiang Hao, have always believed that with determination and effort, nothing is insurmountable. Ha ha ha, encountering you today is the happiest occasion I have experienced in over 20 years. You, my friend, are both whimsical and spirited. Mirroring my own character perfectly, I intend to pass on my indestructible martial arts skills to you. What do you think?" Gu Santong burst into hearty laughter, his gaze filled with eager anticipation as he looked at Jiang Hao. "Wow, Senior Gu, you are rather miserly. With your vast repertoire of martial arts, you would only impart one skill to me? Your vision seems rather limited." Jiang Hao rolled his eyes, unabashedly expressing his disdain and dissatisfaction. "So how many disciplines do you wish to learn? The mastery of other martial arts is of little consequence. Once you have acquired the indestructible Vajra technique, you will stand unrivaled in the world. Proficiency in one art surpasses superficial knowledge of many. Just look at yourself. If you could cultivate one of the 13 guardians to perfection, you would be able to match me in combat. Does that not speak volumes?" Gu Santong explained urgently, striving to impart this wisdom to Jiang Hao. "Have you truly been here for over 20 years? Jiang Hao retorted with a smirk, laced with a hint of provocation. Upon hearing this, Gu Santong's anger flared, his eyes nearly bulging with rage as he bellowed, "You insolent brat! What nonsense are you spouting? I offer you my benevolent guidance in martial arts, and instead of gratitude, you mock me." He was practically trembling with indignation. "Calm down, Elder Gu. I am merely discussing the matter at hand," Jiang Hao replied. "You claim the indestructible Vajra technique is formidable, yet you were still defeated in a single move. Gu Santong, unable to contain his fury, shouted back, "Nonsense. My defeat was not due to a lack of skill, but rather a lapse in judgment. I was outmaneuvered by that fellow. I was simply careless and unprepared." Jiang Hao replied with a stiff neck, "Yet I believe that learning more martial arts can never be detrimental. Perhaps they can intertwine and unleash even greater power." Gu Santong's gaze drifted past Jiang Hao as he entered a mode of nostalgic reflection. "I, Gu Santong, once considered myself exceptionally gifted in martial arts. Having mastered the indestructible diamond technique, I believed I could stand above the rest. However, the battle against Zhu Wushi became the greatest torment of my life." A wave of desolation quietly spread across the depths of his eyes. He sighed softly and spoke slowly. "In this frigid prison, I often engage in self-reflection. My previous obsession with martial arts led me to overlook the treachery of human hearts. Although I acquired unparalleled skills, I failed to grasp the intricate machinations of power in this world. Zhu Wushi, being a prince, was indifferent to transient victories or defeats. Yet I was merely a fool enamored with martial prowess. I thought that being powerful would safeguard those around me, but in the end, Su Xian met her tragic fate because of my indecision, and I was powerless to intervene." Upon finishing, Gu Santong suddenly laughed heartily towards the sky, his laughter echoing in the desolate space, filled with profound sorrow. "This defeat of mine has cost me 20 years. A full 2 decades wasted. For these 20 years, I have been trapped in this confined space. My once grand ambitions have long been eroded. Enough of this. Since you are so eager to learn, I shall impart all that I know to you. After all, my days are numbered, and these skills will remain here, ultimately unable to be taken with me." Jiang Hao gazed at the somewhat disheartened old man before him, a flicker of regret stirring within his heart. He felt remorseful for having spoken too harshly earlier. His intention had merely been to provoke him with words, yet he had inadvertently unearthed the old man's painful memories. With a sense of guilt, he apologized. "I am truly sorry, Senior. My previous remarks were not made with ill intent." Gu Santong gently waved his hand, his expression radiating an extraordinary openness, devoid of any hint of reproach. "It's quite all right. I understand your sentiments. However, I must say, young man, you are rather ambitious." Jiang Hao did not exhibit any restraint. After all, children typically make choices while adults tend to desire everything. "Very well, I shall bestow upon you all that I possess. But I have one condition. You must employ the indestructible skill to give Zhu a sound thrashing, ensuring he comprehends that the indestructible skill surpasses the absorption technique in power." At this point, Gu Santong gritted his teeth in frustration. "Is that all? There's no need to eliminate him." Jiang Hao blinked in disbelief. Gu Santong found Jiang Hao somewhat amusing. "Why would I want to eliminate him? Although we harbor a grudge, it is not one of life and death. A good beating will suffice. Have you not noticed that he, too, has an affection for your childhood companion, Su Xian?" Jiang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. He could hardly believe that Gu Santong would be unable to discern the truth. "One could easily perceive the reality from my narration. I am certainly no fool. Yet, I must admit that I have wronged Su Xian. My excessive trust in others left me utterly defenseless. This, indeed, constitutes the most profound anguish of my life." At this moment, Gu Santong was engulfed by deep regret, as he once sacrificed everything for the sake of a fleeting reputation as the so-called number one in the world. It was this very pursuit that led to Su Xian's tragic demise in her attempt to save him, a burden he willingly bore in his self-imposed confinement. Jiang Hao was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, fully aware that Su Xian was still alive. However, at this moment, he found himself powerless to save Gu Santong's life. Even if he were to convey this news, it would likely only serve to amplify the regret and reluctance that would accompany Gu's passing. Contemplating this, Jiang Hao fell into silence, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Observing Jiang Hao's demeanor, Gu Santong refrained from unnecessary words and promptly initiated the teaching mode, methodically imparting the principles and mantras of the indestructible Vajra technique and the absorption method. Jiang Hao forcibly suppressed the melancholy in his heart, fully concentrating on memorizing every single word. "You little rascal, you have successfully committed these 2 profound skills to memory. The martial arts of the 8 great sects possess their own unique merits. Do not let them slip by. I hope they will aid you, allowing you to tread more smoothly on your path of martial arts." At that moment, Gu Santong seemed to cast aside all concerns, imparting his lifelong knowledge to Jiang Hao without reservation. Once Jiang Hao had committed everything to memory, Gu Santong seized the opportunity to swiftly subdue him when he least expected it. Before Jiang Hao could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful and vigorous surge of vital energy rushed into his body like a tumultuous wave. "Senior," Jiang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. "Do not speak. Simply focus on absorbing my power," Gu Santong commanded in a low voice. Jiang Hao found himself with no alternative but to channel the indomitable essence of the diamond imperturbable divine art, guiding the surging vital energy to circulate within his body. With each infusion of this energy, Jiang Hao's martial prowess escalated dramatically, akin to a rocket soaring through the skies. As he effortlessly transcended 3 realms in succession, from the pinnacle of the master level to the completion of the master level, and then to the initial stage of the Grand Master level, one of which was a significant breakthrough. It was a truly electrifying journey. Upon the conclusion of the transmission, Gu Santong's life force was swiftly waning. His complexion was as pale as parchment, yet a hint of satisfaction graced his features. Turning to Jiang Hao, he remarked, "Young man, my importation has been quite generous, wouldn't you agree?" Jiang Hao knelt on the ground with a thud, his face etched with sorrow as he choked out. "Why must it be this way? Master, I shall comply with your wishes." Gu Santong, trembling, extended his hand and gently rested it on Jiang Hao's shoulder. With a frail yet deeply emotional voice, he expressed, "To hear you call me master before my demise brings me immense satisfaction. I have no regrets in this life. I am truly pleased to have you as my disciple. I am weary and no longer wish to continue. Henceforth, let you play alongside the old pig. Do not falter and bring disgrace upon me." Jiang Hao grasped Gu Santong's hand, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Fear not, master. For I am the indomitable disciple of the unparalleled Gu Santong. As the saying goes, the student surpasses the master. The old pig is of no concern to me." Gu Santong's eyes shimmered with affection and hope as he gazed at his proud disciple, slowly uttering, "If it is at all possible, please help me find Su Xen. Deep within my heart lingers a glimmer of hope, a refusal to believe she has simply departed. The old pig harbors profound feelings for her. Perhaps within the royal court lies a method to bring her back to life. Rest assured, master, I shall fulfill your wishes." Jiang Hao nodded vigorously, responding with unwavering determination. "Very well then. Should you truly find her, please convey this message. The person Gu Santong has wronged most in this lifetime is her, and the one he loves most is also her." Gu Santong's voice trembled slightly, imbued with boundless affection and regret. At this moment, Jiang Hao's eyes were also reddened. Struggling to suppress the urge to weep, he nodded slightly. "All right, master, I shall remember. You can rest assured." Upon receiving the response, Gu Santong seemed to have fulfilled his final wish. He nodded gently and then slowly closed his eyes, bidding farewell to the world. Jiang Hao, suppressing his profound sorrow, reverently bowed thrice before the remains of Gu Santong. Subsequently, he excavated a pit with his bare hands, carefully interring Gu Santong within. He erased the inscription on the monument that read the grave of the unparalleled Gu Santong, unfilial disciple Jiang Hao, and solemnly declared, "Master, though our master-disciple bond lasted but a single day, rest assured that I shall dutifully attend to all that you entrusted to me. For now, I must take my leave. But should fortune allow in the future, I shall certainly return to pay my respects." Jiang Hao rose and bowed respectfully before the tombstone, then turned to depart. Jiang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, completely indifferent to whether Zhu Wushi would notice the gravestone. Even if he did, what could it possibly matter? The current Jiang Hao wielded power that seemed almost supernatural, prompting an internal exclamation, "I could take on 10. This was not mere bravado or misguided arrogance. Rather, it stemmed from the perfect synergy between the indestructible Vajra technique and the 13 guardians, forming an unparalleled combination. The fusion of these two extraordinary skills yielded results far beyond the simplistic notion of 1 + 1 = 2. It was akin to activating an invincible defensive mode. Originally, the indestructible Vajra technique was already astonishingly formidable, enabling one to become a human tank, impervious to all attacks, immune to toxins, and exhibiting an overwhelming dominance. During the training, it simultaneously enhanced vitality, strengthened the body, and honed the will. Now, with the additional refinement from the 13 guardians, the defense had reached its zenith. Even if Zhu Wushi were to launch an assault, he could only stare in disbelief, utterly incapable of breaching the defense. Jiang Hao practiced an enhanced version of time and space cultivation. The moment Gu Santong articulated the mental method, time and space inscribed the technique, merging and optimizing it. Thus, after Gu Santong imparted the teachings, Jiang Hao began to circulate the refined divine skill within his body, now merely requiring a bit of acclimatization. After all, adapting to an entirely new technique can be somewhat disconcerting. However, its potency has undoubtedly multiplied. No matter how many adversaries approach before Zhang Hao, they are but mere grasshoppers attempting to stop a chariot, obliviously courting their own demise. Unless Zhu Wushi can transcend his current realm and successfully ascend to the golden core stage of martial arts, he poses no threat to Zhang Hao whatsoever. Yet, it is improbable that Zhu Wushi will ever break through, for in his haste to gain power, he has absorbed excessive energy from others, resulting in a chaotic foundation. Although he does not face the complications associated with the star absorption technique's foreign energies, he has nonetheless obstructed his own martial path. Achieving merely the great Grandmaster realm is already commendable. In contrast, Zhang Hao's absorption technique has undergone temporal optimization, evolving into a superlative great hanging. Originally, the absorption technique was extraordinary, effortlessly siphoning the prowess of others while accurately discerning their martial trajectories. With the optimization through time and space, it has become even more formidable, warranting the description of devouring, as it can consume not only physical entities but also souls. In its ordinary state, while operating, a black hole forms in the center of his dantian, capable of decomposing and refining the absorbed energy into pure essence of heaven and earth for assimilation. When exerting full power, an eerie and terrifying black hole envelopes him and his surroundings, capable of shattering all consumed objects, transforming them into the most pristine essence of heaven and earth, allowing Zhang Hao to wield it at his discretion. Similarly, souls can be ruthlessly shattered and absorbed, enabling complete retrieval of memories and, more importantly, the precise targeting of desired recollections. This resembles the demonic technique Soul Search, ensuring that Zhang Hao does not fracture his personality from absorbing an excess of soul memories. The essence of the souls that are decomposed and absorbed nourishes Zhang Hao's spirit. Currently, due to a monumental breakthrough in martial arts, Zhang Hao's temporal abilities have also been stimulated, restoring him to the mid-SS level. When Zhang Hao was at the S level, a single teleportation could cover dozens of kilometers. Now, he can achieve a staggering 100 kilometers in a flash. This remarkable increase in safety has led him to once again display his former, rebellious demeanor, reminiscent of his past audacity. After respectfully bidding farewell to Gu Santong, Zhang Hao entered the travel check-in mode. As he strolled along, he became utterly enchanted by the customs and culture of ancient times. Before long, he found himself in front of a bustling tavern. In ancient times, if one sought information, the tavern served as the epicenter of gossip. Here gathered travelers from all directions, a diverse assembly of individuals from various walks of life. Zhang Hao looked up, and the three prominent characters Yueb and Lu came into view. This grand edifice, with its intricate carvings and vibrant decorations, stood out remarkably among the myriad of restaurants. He strode in confidently and chose a seat near the window, where he could enjoy the gentle breeze while observing the lively scene below, a truly delightful experience. Zhang Hao promptly ordered several signature dishes and wines from the restaurant. As the delicacies were served, he began to pour himself a drink, appearing nonchalant on the surface while keenly attuned to the conversations around him. He made it a point to eavesdrop on every utterance from wandering heroes, hoping to glean some useful tidbits of information. As these snippets of gossip flowed into his ears, Zhang Hao gradually comprehended that he had entered the realm of the great Ming's martial arts, a world not solely defined by the title of the greatest under heaven. Here, heroes and legends flourished abundantly, a veritable congregation of extraordinary talents. Among them was the unparalleled Zhang Sanfeng, whose mastery of Taiji struck awe across the martial world. The exceptional swordsman Shimin Chue Shui, clad in white as pure as snow, whose strikes were deadly. The dashing and carefree Lu Xiaofeng, whose unique skills set him apart in the martial arts arena. And the formidable Dongfang Bubi, who, having mastered the Sunflower Manual, dominated his territory. The enigmatic Yihua Palace also shrouded itself in mystery, its profound martial arts and mental disciplines remaining inscrutable. Zhang Hao felt a profound sense of joy, secretly relieved that he was not trapped in a singular world of supremacy. Otherwise, with his abilities, he would have effortlessly graduated in mere moments, which would be dreadfully tedious. This world of the great Ming, with its diverse martial arts, was indeed his happy homeland, perfectly suited for his wanderlust. Zhang Hao has always harbored a dream of becoming an exceptionally cool swordsman. He has long been enamored with the charismatic and domineering image of Nie Feng, often fantasizing about proclaiming, I permit you to flee for 39 meters. Behold my 40-meter great sword. And then effortlessly vanquishing his foes with a single stroke. Now, immersed in the illustrious martial realm of the Ming Dynasty, he is acutely aware of the myriad renowned sword techniques that abound here. The fierce and ruthless extermination cross-slash. The imposing and formidable dominance of the world, the chilling and terrifying Ubijna 3 blades, the enigmatic divine blade slash, the ever-changing 8 methods of adaptation, and the cold and resolute heartless cut, among others. Jiang Hao pondered deeply, resolved to master an unparalleled sword technique. As he savored fine wine, he contemplated the means to acquire such a skill. After much deliberation, he concluded that the 3 blades of Abaddon appeared to be the most promising path. This technique seemingly resided with the mother of the 1 blade of returning to the sea. Furthermore, he recalled that the overlord of the world had associated with the 3 blades of Abaddon, offering a buy one get one free deal. With these 2 techniques, his prowess with the blade would surely soar like a rocket, ascending rapidly. Jiang Hao pondered in silence, recognizing that his foremost objective was to seek out the whereabouts of Gu Haidao's mother. He was inherently a decisive individual, bold in his actions and never one to dawdle. As I recall, the narrative had mentioned her practicing at the Siheyuan monastery. All I needed to do was inquire about the location of this monastery. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, diligently sifting through the intricate details of the original narrative within his mind. As time flowed gently, after several days of relentless inquiries, bolstered by the power of financial resources, he finally gleaned a clue regarding the precise location of Siheyuan Monastery. You may wonder about the origins of this wealth. Well, let me introduce you to the wonders of temporal abilities. Do not overlook the art of acquiring without expenditure. Once Jiang Hao conceived the ambition of wealth, all things in this world would inevitably fall into his grasp. Recently, by a fortunate stroke of serendipity, he acquired a magnificent sword. This blade, reminiscent of a curved saber, boasts an impressive length of 1.5 feet. Its exceptional material is a fusion of celestial black iron and exquisite Western gold, reputedly crafted with meticulous care by a descendant of the esteemed Iko. Perhaps due to its relatively modest size and lack of widespread renown, few are aware of its existence. It is lamentable that such a remarkable sword remains obscured, hidden away by a greedy official. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Hao exerted tremendous effort, tirelessly inquiring everywhere, until he confirmed that the corrupt official was indeed the governor of Hejin Prefecture. With unwavering resolve, Jiang Hao charged straight towards the governor's residence. With a thunderous crash, he delivered a powerful kick, instantly reducing the heavy door to mere splinters. The servant tasked with guarding the entrance was struck down by the sheer force of the blow. Inside the estate, the guards and attendants were taken aback, swiftly converging, brandishing their sharp blades with faces contorted in rage and menace. What audacity! How dare you wreak havoc in the esteemed governor's abode? Do you possess multiple lives to spare? I advise you to surrender at once. The lead guard bellowed, his voice ringing with authority. In Jiang Hao's eyes, a murderous intent surged forth, palpable and intense. He had already assessed the situation before his arrival. There were no virtuous souls here, only nefarious wrongdoers. Suddenly, he moved like a bolt of lightning, executing the lethal technique known as the Yama's 3 points from the 8th level of his martial arts, targeting the foe's forehead with precision. His speed was akin to that of a specter, leaving the guards utterly unable to react. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them were struck in the head, their skulls shattered like fragile watermelons, brains and blood splattering in a gruesome display. With a chilling glare, Jiang Hao swiftly kicked away the massive blade at his feet. The weapon flew through the air like a released arrow, instantaneously piercing the chests of 3 men, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. Following this, he deftly flicked his other foot, seizing another knife. The sound of the blade whistled through the air, a glint of cold light flashing. And soon 2 more heads tumbled to the ground. Blood dripped languidly from the blade, the scent of carnage permeating the air, instilling terror in the hearts of the remaining onlookers. At this moment, Jiang Hao resembled a ferocious tiger amidst a flock of sheep, his blade striking with lethal precision, unleashing a flurry of deadly maneuvers. In but a brief span, all the house servants and guards lay lifeless upon the ground. The once pristine courtyard was instantly transformed into a scene of carnage, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies strewn about in a ghastly display. The terrified servants and maidens, witnessing such horror, fell to their knees in desperate pleas for mercy. Jiang Hao disregarded their pleas and strode purposefully towards the main house, forcefully kicking open the door. "Spare me, O hero. Let me live. I possess abundant wealth. and I shall offer it all to you, merely begging for the mercy of my wretched life." A short, corpulent middle-aged man, the governor, had already collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Such is the current state of the governor in the Ming Dynasty. Indeed, it is said that a clear-headed governor for 3 years is worth 100,000 taels of silver. The usual corruption and malfeasance had now transformed into boundless fear. "I shall ask, and you shall answer. Should you dare to hesitate even slightly, I will eliminate you immediately." Zhang Hao threatened with an air of authority. "I dare not. Whatever command you bestow, I shall dutifully obey." The governor replied, trembling in trepidation. "I have heard that you possess a treasured blade. Hand it over without any tricks." Yes, it is in my chamber. I shall fetch it at once." The governor, not daring to delay even for a moment, scrambled to retrieve the sword. In just a few breaths, he returned. Indeed, in moments of life and death, human potential is truly boundless. Zhang Hao took the box and slowly opened it, revealing the treasured sword lying quietly within. "Hero, this is the legendary blade you sought," he began, reminiscing about its storied past. "Silence!" Zhang Hao interjected with a sharp command. The governor, startled, hastily covered his mouth. Zhang Hao grasped the hilt of the blade and swiftly drew it forth, revealing a weapon as dark as ink. Its depths exuded an eerie chill, and the edge gleamed with a cold radiance, as if capable of slicing through the very fabric of the void. The shape resembled that of a scimitar, yet bore subtle distinctions. Its curvature was less pronounced than that of a traditional saber, measuring 1.5 feet in length. The blade bore the inscription Despair etched clearly near the hilt, emanating an aura of grim determination. Adorning the scabbard were 7 resplendent sapphires, each sparkling brilliantly. "Oh, what a magnificent blade! What an exquisite name! Truly, it is an unparalleled weapon, well worth the arduous journey I undertook." Zhang Hao erupted into hearty laughter, his heart brimming with exhilaration. The governor had presumed that once Zhang Hao acquired the blade, he would depart without a second thought. Thus, he wore a countenance filled with ingratiating smiles, his obsequiousness on full display. Little did he anticipate that he would become the very first soul to fall beneath this treasured weapon. With a swift motion of his blade, Zhang Hao struck, and in a flash of cold light, the corpulent form of the governor collapsed to the ground, lifeless and devoid of breath. Zhang Hao, wielding a treasured blade, felt an overwhelming surge of ambition as he pondered to himself, "With this sword in hand, the world shall be mine. All that remains is to acquire the sword manual." His gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the long knife, and though its blade appeared somewhat diminutive, it did nothing to diminish his affection for it. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that every characteristic of this sword perfectly aligns with the aesthetic sensibilities of the protagonist, Zhang Hao. "Humph. How about showing some modesty?" As for the blade's slight size, Zhang Hao chuckled, remarking, "I, who boast of a 40-meter-long sword, would concern myself with a mere half, or 1 meter. That is simply ludicrous." The Water-Moon Monastery lay hidden in the desolate wilderness, resembling a pristine sanctuary from a utopian paradise. This modest temple was home solely to Ru Huanong, who devoted herself to contemplation. In truth, her so-called practice consisted merely of transforming her deep-seated yearning and concern into prayers for her son, Gui Hai Dao. Her husband had already passed away, leaving her in this earthly realm. Her son, Gui Hai Dao, became her sole pillar of support and emotional refuge. Unbeknownst to her, this very situation provided Zhang Hao with an exceptional opportunity to seize the sword manual. That night, the moonlight, like liquid silver, spilled over the tranquil Water-Moon Monastery. Zhang Hao appeared beside Lu Hualang like a phantom in the dark night, silently and without a trace. He raised his hand slightly, and, with a gentle motion, an invisible force enveloped Lu Hualang, plunging her into a deep slumber. "My apologies, Sister Lu. Once I have acquired the blade manual, I shall take my leave and refrain from disturbing you. Should your son encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall undoubtedly lend him my assistance." Zhang Hao whispered softly, as if explaining to the slumbering individual or perhaps seeking solace for his own actions. Soon, the moment for treasure hunting arrived, and he resolved to search with abandon. While rummaging through the Water-Moon Temple in pursuit of the sword manual, a glimmer of realization brightened Zhang Hao's face, and he excitedly murmured, "Oh dear, I almost overlooked this detail. I recall that in the original narrative, the supreme secret of dominating the world is concealed within a red cloak belonging to the Master of the Sea. How cleverly hidden it is. Moreover, the method to reveal the sword manual is quite simple. Just a gentle application of heat, and the secrets will emerge. Even more intriguingly, the cloak contains a hidden layer, within which lies the manual for the abyssal three blades. Searching for the cloak? Yes, indeed, the cloak, Jiang Hao exclaimed, and resumed his frantic search throughout the room. Before long, he discovered the coveted red cloak nestled within a dusty old chest in the corner. He seized it eagerly, his expression brimming with pride. He resembled a cunning weasel who had just pilfered a plump hen, his eyes sparkling and his lips curling into a smirk. Well then, I shall not hesitate to take this treasure. Without it, perhaps your son will encounter fewer troubles and find his way to righteousness. At most, I shall lend him a helping hand in the future. Do not express too much gratitude, please. No need for thanks, truly, for I am an extraordinarily benevolent person. Oh dear, my kind heart shines brighter than any pearl. As Jiang Hao spoke, he gesticulated animatedly. Once I master the unparalleled sword technique, I shall walk boldly and lie down with confidence, daring anyone to provoke me. At that point, I will be the most dashing figure within the realm. Ha ha. Oh dear sister, rest assured in your slumber. I shall take what I need and leave without disturbing your sweet dreams. Perhaps in your dreams, you might even express gratitude for alleviating the burdens of your son. Well then, farewell. Oh, no, I mean, never to be seen again. So you won't have the chance to ask for anything back. Ha ha. As Jiang Hao murmured softly to the slumbering Lu Huano, he carefully folded his cloak. In a fleeting moment, his figure flickered and vanished within the tranquil confines of the Siheyuan monastery, leaving behind a serene night enveloping the solitary temple. In the days that followed, Jiang Hao reveled in unparalleled freedom, traversing mountains and rivers, immersing himself in the exquisite beauty of ancient landscapes. Simultaneously, he diligently honed his skills in the refined techniques of the dominator of the world and the abyssal three blades. Remarkably, he had now acquired the ability to wield a colossal blade exceeding 100 meters in length. Having ascended to the ranks of a grandmaster, he was no longer confined to the mere 40-meter blade. Thanks to the formidable assistance of time and space, his proficiency in swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary pinnacle in a mere 2 months. Even the simplest of slashes now contained immense power. The exhilarating sensation of being invincible is simply overwhelming, a constant state of euphoria. Gazing at the long blade in his hand, he surveyed the terrifying scene he had wrought around him. Jiang Hao's heart brimmed with uncontainable satisfaction, his smile nearly stretching to his ears. The original dominance over the world was a confluence of resentment, slaughter, and all the negative emotions of existence. With a single stroke, it appeared to wield the terrifying power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The abysmal three blades, however, were even more insidious and ruthless, representing an advanced version of the previous technique, exhibiting an unparalleled ferocity. Though there were merely 3 strikes, each seemed to encompass infinite transformations. To be struck by these blades was akin to plummeting directly into the depths of the abysmal hell. And what is abysmal hell? It is known to be the deepest layer of all hells, a realm filled solely with endless mountains of blades and seas of fire. One can only imagine the torment endured by the struck, a truly hair-raising prospect. Similarly, those who cultivate the abysmal three blades are exceedingly susceptible to the malevolent energies inherent in the technique. They are perpetually subjected to the frenzied baptism of murderous intent and demonic thoughts. A moment's carelessness may lead to the loss of one's sanity, succumbing to madness, ultimately becoming a slave to the blade. Fortunately, the optimization strategy provided by the fabric of time and space is remarkably ingenious, aiming to significantly enhance one's mental fortitude and quality. Thus, a wondrous visualization technique of the spatial entity was born. Jiang Hao concentrated all his mental energy within his mind, endeavoring to manifest the essence of time and space. Although he had only managed to sketch a faint outline, this effort significantly refined his mental prowess, transforming it from a gaseous state into a more concentrated liquid form. Jiang Hao secretly estimated that once he elevated his mental prowess, his abilities in time and space would undoubtedly reach new heights. Presently, his swordsmanship, enhanced through temporal optimization, not only eliminated its flaws but also grew in potency. This transformation led to a remarkable and profound evolution in Jiang Hao's sword intent. Initially characterized by sheer, domineering destruction, it gradually integrated a more intricate and profound element of despair. The fusion of these two elements birthed an entirely new realm of sword intent. This despair sword intent was derived from his profound contemplation of the concept of the abyss of despair. It resonates with the cautionary words, "When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes back at you." As Jiang Hao faced his adversaries with his blade, he perceived the endless darkness and despair lurking behind the facade of humanity and the world. It embodied a force capable of devouring all hope and vitality. Each strike not only contained the overwhelming power of destruction, but also bore the insight and reverence for this abyss of despair. Over the past 2 months, Jiang Hao found immense satisfaction in his training. This extraordinary journey of empowerment has been exhilarating. Now, what remains is the mastery of a formidable leg technique, enabling him to move as gracefully as Niafeng, the youth that once slipped away from me. Jiang Hao gripped the dagger of despair tightly in his hand, murmuring to himself incessantly. Moreover, he must make a journey to Shaolin, for his 13 protectors have yet to harmonize with the Golden Bell Shield. Jiang Hao felt that he was lacking in many aspects. In Jiang Hao's heart, the ideal 13 protectors must fulfill 2 critical conditions. First, they must be capable of forming an inverted golden bell composed of vital energy, akin to the Golden Bell Shield, thereby enabling the defense against and rebound of all attacks. Second, akin to the indestructible nature of the diamond body, they should be able to transform into a small golden figure. Only with these attributes can they be deemed the flawless 13 protectors he envisions. Additionally, the lion's roar technique must be included, as it serves as a devastating area attack, an essential asset to possess. Should the day come when he finds himself in dire straits, he must not be left helpless. With a change in expression, Jiang Hao sheathed his sword and hastened toward Shaolin. One individual, it seems, has succumbed to a severe phobia of inadequate firepower. Upon entering another realm, he begins to unleash chaos recklessly. Consequently, one can only lament for Shaolin, as it finds itself under the watchful gaze of this cunning adversary. What fruitful prospects could remain? Alas, days later, a shocking rumor swept through every corner of the Wulin world like a whirlwind. Shaolin Temple had been besieged. The losses were staggering, with numerous casualties. When inquired about the cause, no one had the slightest idea. Truly, it was an unfathomable mystery. It was merely a cacophony of relentless assaults. According to later interviews with the Shaolin abbot by the Wulin chronicler, it was all over a few mundane martial arts manuals. Can you believe it? The abbot shook his head repeatedly, expressing his own disbelief. The crux of the matter was that they truly were after those few manuals. The abbot recounted that at the time, he was enjoying a hot pot meal and singing, reciting scriptures, when suddenly a thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the entire room violently. We hurriedly opened the door, and what do you think we saw? A colossal blade, a gigantic cleaver over 100 meters long. Would you not be afraid? The abbot, still shaken, confessed, I was genuinely terrified. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Subsequently, amidst the billowing smoke, a figure emerged, gradually becoming discernible as the haze dissipated. The young man stood tall, exuding an ominous aura. Clad in a black outfit, he bore a pitch-black, despair-inducing sword at his waist. His countenance was as frosty as winter, and his gaze radiated coldness and resolve, as if he were a demon from the underworld. The ground trembled slightly beneath him, and the air around seemed to solidify under his imposing presence. This young man displayed a complete disregard for martial ethics. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the abbot with his blade. In an instant, several of the abbot's fellow disciples were felled before him. He unleashed a flurry of blows upon us, and when my 3 uncles rushed to my aid, they were sent flying by a single strike. Then he pressed the blade against the abbot's neck, demanding the Golden Bell Shield, the lion's roar technique, the shadowless leg, the dragon claw hand, and the one reed crossing the river manual. Could I dare to refuse? Why must it be this way? A simple word from you would suffice. I initially thought it was a matter of great importance. If you desire the Yi Jing Jing or the Shi Sui Jing, I might consider it, but I would surely provide it. Look at the beating we endured. I fared somewhat better. My junior brother Kongxing's head was struck into a likeness of the Buddha in the Grand Hall. Now, Kongxi's eyes are swollen to the size of duck eggs, and his teeth have been knocked out. Even now, he cannot help but drool while speaking. It seems I too am succumbing to the same fate as I recount this tale. The martial world is not merely a realm of violence and bloodshed. Rather, it is a tapestry woven with human emotions and interpersonal relationships, is it not? When we step out to address matters, we do so with conviviality and decorum, raising a toast to civility. Who would resort to violence without uttering a word, striking first and demanding reparations in the end? My precious elixir, my treasure, has been lost. This is nothing short of banditry. I implore everyone to stand against this fiend. The esteemed Baixiaoxing also urges restraint and tolerance, valuing harmony above all. Simultaneously, it is imperative to alert everyone that the new master of the demonic blade, the despair blade demon Zhang Wuxiu, has emerged. He carries with him a dagger as dark as ink, and I encourage mutual vigilance and caution. This upheaval has thrown the entire martial community into disarray. With widespread lamentations, is there truly no sense of justice left? Are there no laws? Each sect hastily recalls its disciples from afar. The risk of encountering violence is too great. What if they come knocking at our door? Even Shaolin cannot withstand this turmoil, let alone our own sect. Meanwhile, Wudong Mountain, which stands alongside Shaolin as a bastion of martial prowess, is also in a state of unrest. The esteemed disciple Song Yuanxiao is gravely reporting the latest developments in the martial realm to the venerable Zhang Sanfeng. He speaks of the unprincipled Zhang Sanfeng, with hair like silver and a youthful visage, possesses eyes that seem to penetrate the depths of existence. Clad in a flowing Taoist robe, he carries an air of ethereal grace, despite the traces of time etched upon his weathered face. Yet, he remains vigorous, exuding the aura of a revered master. According to the news from Shaolin, this young man appears to have a connection to the legendary Guihai Balian. Song Yuanxiao respectfully conveys. Oh, pray, elaborate, Zhang Sanfeng responds, his brow furrowing slightly. After all, the formidable reign of Guihai Balian was not mere legend. Especially notorious was the Abhij three blades technique, which was terrifying in its lethality, capable of overwhelming any adversary. It is no exaggeration to declare it the most malevolent swordplay known to the world. A single strike seemed to gather all the malevolent energy of the universe into the blade, instantly igniting the darkest emotions within all who faced it. When the blade flashed, foes found themselves ensnared in an abyss of despair, entirely severed from their human emotions. Regaining his composure, Song Yuanxiao continued. This was actually mentioned later by Lao Kong when he reported to Abbot Kongwan. When Shaolin's Sendu confronted the despair blade demon, he was severely wounded by a single strike. Lao Kong felt a striking resemblance in the blade's intent, yet it was not entirely the same. A sense of ambiguity lingered. For in that blade, he sensed only despair, an endless descent into hopelessness, even more terrifying than the techniques once wielded by Guihai Balian. Thus, he surmised that a connection might exist. However, to his knowledge, Guihai Balian had but one son, known as Guihai Dao, currently serving as a covert operative within the esteemed residence of the Divine Marquis. I find this matter exceedingly perplexing. Yuanxiao, I urge you to exercise caution in this regard. With me by your side, you need not worry for the time being. My only concern now lies with your fifth brother. I remain in the dark about whether Siheyuan is alive or deceased. As I approach the century mark, I ponder whether I shall live to witness his return. The venerable Zhang Sanfeng spoke slowly, his eyes betraying deep-seated worry. Master, I am profoundly remorseful. I feel utterly powerless. After years of relentless searching, I have yet to uncover even the slightest trace of my fifth brother. Nevertheless, he has always been kind-hearted and upright. Surely, good fortune will favor him, and he shall not meet with misfortune. I surmise he must be ensnared in a place shrouded in mystery or fraught with peril, rendering escape impossible. Hence, I have remained vigilant, issuing stern orders to my fellow disciples to exhaust every possible lead in our quest for him. Song Yuanxiao lowered his head in shame, his voice heavy with sorrow. Your reasoning is not without merit. Let us hope that Siheyuan remains unharmed. Zhang Sanfeng sighed deeply, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, filled with anticipation. The scene shifts to the Divine Marquis's residence in the capital. The night was deep, yet the residence was ablaze with light. Underneath the ancient phoenix tree in the courtyard, Shangwan Haitang stood with a grave expression, reporting to Marquis Zhu Wushi regarding the myriad rumors surrounding Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, Guihai Dao stood bathed in the cold moonlight, his eyes bloodshot and ablaze with fury, his whole being trembling with anger and urgency, resembling a beast on the verge of losing control. Fortunately, Zhu Wushi's timely call, resonating like a thunderclap, briefly jolted him from his vengeful reverie. Clenching his teeth, Guihai Dao spoke with barely contained rage and determination to the Marquis, adoptive father. This man is undoubtedly connected to my father's murderer. I stake my life on the certainty. While others may err, Master Kong would never. He shared a profound bond with my father and is intimately familiar with his swordsmanship. He could never misidentify him. Adoptive father, I must embark on this journey, regardless of the dangers that lie ahead. I am determined to uncover the truth and clarify all uncertainties. However, Zhu Wushi wore a serious expression, contemplating as he made his way to the hall. Recently, he had visited an old friend, only to learn that the man had passed away. A grave had been erected in his memory, with the inscription boldly declaring Jiang Hao, the unfilial disciple. What connection does this Jiang Hao have with the despairing blade master? They seem to have appeared out of thin air. If they are indeed one and the same, it would spell great trouble. At this moment, Zhu Wushi stood upon the steps of the grand hall, candlelight flickering behind him. With eyes piercing like lightning, he spoke gravely. Yidao, if you wish to go, you may. But do not act rashly. You are no match for him. I suspect he is a disciple of the legendary undefeated rogue Gu Santong. If he has indeed mastered your father's swordsmanship, do you comprehend the implications of such a reality? Humph. It would be a formidable task for even your father to subdue him. You may not have witnessed it firsthand and might suspect your father of exaggeration. However, Gu Santong's prowess is already astonishing, and coupled with your father's abyssal three blades, the terror they invoke is simply beyond imagination. Should the two converge, the consequences would be dire. You must exercise utmost caution on this journey. Impulsiveness could lead to peril. Ensure you gather all necessary intel before returning swiftly. And we shall deliberate further. Do not act on impulse. Yes, my adoptive father. I shall heed your counsel. Gue Hai Yidao suppressed his inner fury and bowed his head in acknowledgement. Adoptive father, I wish to accompany Yidao as well. Shangwan Haidang approached briskly from the corridor, her face etched with concern. Clearly, she was uneasy about Gue Hai Yidao embarking alone. Very well, it may be beneficial for you both to go together for mutual support. Prepare yourselves and depart immediately. Understood. Gue Hai Yidao bid farewell to Zhu Wushi and left the Shen. Outside, the streets lay in silence, their footsteps echoing in the emptiness as they hastened towards Baoding. It is evident that the renowned First Manor possesses exceptional intelligence capabilities, having accurately deduced Jiang Hao's whereabouts. Indeed, our Jiang Hao's next target is Baoding. The reason for this destination lies in the presence of Li Yuan, who is home to a certain Xiao Li Tanhua. His flying daggers are unfailingly precise. Filled with curiosity, Jiang Hao was eager to witness the marvelous prowess of the renowned Little Li flying dagger. He yearned to behold the famed dagger itself. What was he waiting for? Previously, he had heard a saying that went something like this: knowing that you, Li Xuanhuan, have a cousin as beautiful as a celestial being, I am bound to befriend you. My brother, ha ha ha. As for how Jiang Hao came to learn of Li Xuanhuan's tales, it was all thanks to his fondness for taverns. After his escapade at Shaolin, Jiang Hao found himself in an inn in a quaint little town. Just as he settled down, ready to savor the local delicacies, a piece of news regarding Li Xuanhuan piqued his interest and prompted him to journey to Baoding. A passerby remarked, I heard that Little Li flying dagger, Li Xuanhuan, is to wed his cousin? Another quickly corrected, you've misheard. It is his cousin who is to marry his sworn brother. Then who is Li Xuanhuan marrying? Someone inquired, curiosity evident in their tone. A third bystander, with an expression of envy, declared, I heard he is to wed the most beautiful woman in Jiaobei, Linskin. Oh my, Li Tianhua is indeed fortunate in love. Shall we go join the festivities? Another suggested. Certainly, came the enthusiastic reply. After all, one never knows what splendid occurrences might unfold. Do you have any inside information? Someone teased. Hee hee. After such lengthy discourse, I find myself rather parched, the other replied. Building suspense. Haha, understood. Waiter, bring forth the finest wine. Magnificent. Now, allow me to share that I have heard Li Xuanhuan and his cousin have been childhood sweethearts, growing up together in innocence. To now witness such a turn of events, do savor that implication, a certain bystander gushed. Reveling in the delight of having uncovered such tidings after much effort, eager to flaunt his findings and bask in the admiration of his peers, Jiang Hao listened quietly from the sidelines, unable to suppress the light chuckle as he shook his head. This was precisely the reason for his fondness for visiting the tavern. Here, a myriad of news flowed like a tide, encompassing everything imaginable. The conversations were delightful to the ear, and he relished this sensation. It was imbued with the essence of life, bringing him immense joy and relaxation. Moreover, he need not exert himself to seek out amusement. It came knocking at his door. Ah, Longshaoan, this time, can you escape your fate? It seems unfortunate for you to encounter someone like Jiang. In the days of watching soap operas, Jiang was thoroughly repulsed by your hypocritical demeanor, almost giving up on the series altogether. He managed to endure until the end, nearly infuriated enough to smash the television. And now, fate has brought them together in this very place. One can only say that your luck has truly run out. Jiang is determined to ensure that everything is impeccably arranged for you this time. Meanwhile, as Jiang Hao journeys towards Baoding, countless bandits and tyrants, as well as unscrupulous gentry, are destined to meet their unfortunate fate. Perhaps, for them, it cannot entirely be considered suffering. After all, entire families are setting off together, and some even witness the simultaneous downfall of their respective strongholds. Jiang Hao had long been perplexed as to why the esteemed heroes, lauded throughout the realm, turned a blind eye to the heinous acts perpetrated by the wicked, allowing them to relentlessly torment the innocent populace. Ultimately, it was merely a pursuit of fame and recognition. In his earlier days, Jiang Hao was oblivious to the profound suffering endured by the common folk in the feudal society. However, after spending several months in this place, he could no longer bear the sight of their plight. The downtrodden not only had to endure the brutal exploitation by corrupt officials, but also faced the oppressive tyranny of the gentry, the relentless humiliation by thugs, and the frenzied plundering by bandits. The scene was one of utter desolation, with skeletal remains scattered throughout the wilderness. Witnessing the desperate acts of parents selling their children for survival, Jiang Hao momentarily felt as though he had returned to the dawn of an apocalyptic era. These vivid images pierced his heart like sharp daggers, constantly tormenting his soul. The site of Jiang Hao's first act of vengeance was a bandit stronghold known as the Tiger's Den in Hejian Prefecture. Reports indicated that the bandit leader was merely a late-stage innate martial artist, yet he frequently engaged in arson, murder, and rampant pillaging. Astonishingly, the authorities chose to turn a blind eye, leaving no survivors after each raid. The bloodshed was immense, and Jiang Hao understood that this was merely the consequence of the collusion between officials and bandits. It was at this Tiger's Den that Jiang Hao had first wielded his enchanted blade with true intent. With a fierce determination, Jiang Hao approached the formidable gates of the Tiger's Den. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a powerful strike with his colossal blade. A devastating blow that spanned 100 meters. In an instant, accompanied by a chilling wave of energy, the gate disintegrated into a cloud of debris, reduced to mere ashes. The guards stationed at the entrance had little time to react. Under the onslaught of the lethal energy, they were swiftly cleaved into countless pieces, blood splattering in a gruesome spectacle. The area instantly transformed into a nightmarish battlefield. Hundreds of bandits, alerted by the commotion, surged forth like a tidal wave. Yet, what greeted them was a horrifying sight. Gory remnants strewn across the ground, a gruesome tableau of carnage. Some, unable to withstand the gruesome reality, succumbed to their nausea, retching uncontrollably. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Tiger's Den? Truly, they have a death wish. Men, seize him and kill. The leader of the bandits shouted hoarsely, and his gang charged towards Jiang Hao like headless flies, blindly rushing forward. It resembled a flock of sheep charging towards a ferocious tiger. Heralding the onset of a gruesome massacre, Jiang Hao moved with the swiftness of the wind, wielding his blade with lethal precision. Each swing of his sword emanated an overwhelming force and an unwavering resolve to kill. Limbs and severed body parts flew through the air like rain, tracing haunting arcs. Blood and flesh splattered in the gleam of the blade, resembling blossoms of crimson. Amidst the flickering light of the sword, a formidable aura surged, saturating the ground with blood. The flowing blood coalesced into rivers, while shattered entrails littered every inch of the earth beneath him. The anguished cries, desperate pleas, and pitiful whimpers intertwined, forming a requiem for the dead. Yet, none of this could sway Jiang Hao's steadfast intent to kill. His gaze was as frigid as frost, his demeanor cold and merciless. He embodied the essence of a heart as unyielding as ice. The blade in his hand showed no signs of respite, relentlessly reaping lives. This scene shattered the resolve of the bandit leader, a mere innate warrior accustomed to tyranny. He had never encountered such a breathtakingly formidable master, nor such a ruthlessly vicious method. In this moment, his legs trembled uncontrollably, as if shaken in a sieve, yearning to flee, yet finding his feet unresponsive. In less than a moment, hundreds had fallen like autumn leaves, their corpses strewn across the field. Only the bandit leader remained, collapsed on the ground, drenched in excrement, utterly humiliated, eliciting a wave of disdain from Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao approached the leader of the thieves with resolute strides, seizing the man's hair with a brutal grip. He forcefully lifted the thief's head, compelling his terrified gaze to meet his own. Isn't this amusing? Have you ever contemplated that this day might come for you? With a resounding thud, Jiang Hao slammed the thief's head against the ground. The tremendous impact created a substantial crater in the earth, leaving the thief's face mangled and unrecognizable. His nose crushed and deeply embedded. Jiang Hao lifted his foot once more and forcefully stomped down upon the thief's left hand. The audible crunch of shattered bones resonating in the air. The thief cried out in agony, desperately pleading for mercy. Did you spare them when they begged for their lives? Ah, now the end has come. Are you afraid? This time, it was the right hand that met the same fate, crushed to a pulp beneath Jiang Hao's heavy foot. A grotesque mixture of flesh and blood. Jiang Hao once again seized his hair, his expression fierce as he bellowed, "Answer my question." "No, I was wrong. Please let me go." The wretch did not acknowledge his fault, but rather his fear of my wrath, for your demise is imminent. The leader of the thieves desperately pleaded for mercy, his voice turning hoarse, yet Jiang Hao remained utterly unmoved. With brutal force, he slammed the man's head against the ground 3 times, each impact spraying a mixture of blood and dust. He then pressed his foot heavily upon the man's head. "You have never shown mercy to them, so why do you now plead for my clemency? Let us savor this moment. The game is far from over. So do not rush." Jiang Hao turned him over like a rag and crushed his right foot without hesitation, shattering it to the point where bone fragments pierced the skin. "Ah, kill me. Just kill me." The bandit leader screamed in excruciating agony. "Ha ha ha. You too can feel pain. You yearn for a swift end. Yet I have no intention of granting you such mercy so soon." With that, Jiang Hao lifted his foot once more, crushing the remnants of the left foot. He obliterated all 5 of the man's limbs, then unleashed his internal power, rendering his dantian utterly useless. Thus, he was left to languish in endless suffering, slowly awaiting the inevitable conclusion of his life. From that moment onward, Jiang Hao descended into a state of near madness. Wherever he roamed, anyone guilty of heinous crimes, corrupt practices, or oppression of the populace fell victim to his blade. No matter if they were forest bandits, esteemed families, or righteous sects, none could escape Jiang Hao's relentless pursuit. It could be said that he orchestrated a massacre across the land of the Ming Dynasty, annihilating clans and obliterating strongholds at will. Countless individuals rushed forth to slay him, yet none returned. Numerous attempts on his life, ambushes, assassinations, poisonings, proved utterly futile. At one point, thousands of martial arts heroes gathered, only to be met with Jiang Hao's singular fury, leaving a sea of bodies and rivers of blood in their wake. The few who survived were either driven to madness or reduced to folly, perpetually shouting words like demon, great fiend, and god of slaughter. From that day forth, no one dared to provoke Jiang Hao again. It became evident that he had subjugated the Shaolin, and while many recognized his formidable strength after a month of butchery, all bore witness to his ruthlessness and tyranny. The entire realm of both light and dark in northern Jili had been thoroughly cleansed by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, wielding his blade, silenced the entire martial world. As the day of Li Xuanhuan's marriage to his cousin Lin Shirin approached, Jiang Hao suddenly recalled that since Long Xiaoyun's father had committed a crime, there must be a case file. This was indeed compelling evidence. Thus, Jiang Hao swiftly employed his teleportation technique and hurried back to the capital in search of the Minister of Justice. After a rather friendly exchange, the minister was profoundly impressed by Jiang Hao's unique charisma. With tears streaming down his face, he insisted on assisting in this significant endeavor. In no time, the minister located the archives pertaining to the Long family's case from years past. It was quite fortuitous that the individual who handled this case back then was none other than the current minister himself, who had once served as the Deputy Minister of Justice. Due to the uncommon nature of the Long surname, the memory remained vivid, and retrieving the documents was a matter of little effort. Jiang Hao took the case files and meticulously examined the details of the incident from that year. The documents glaringly recorded that Long Xiaoyun's father was guilty of embezzlement and corruption, reported by the esteemed investigator, Old Li. The emperor at that time promptly sentenced him to immediate execution, leading to the confiscation of the Long residence, the male members of the family being exiled to the northern frontier and the female relatives being conscripted into the Imperial Music Bureau. Upon reading this, Jiang Hao could not help but burst into hearty laughter, secretly reflecting, indeed, like a tracts like, if the son is not a good person, how much better could the father be? After Jiang Hao expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the Minister of Justice for his warm assistance, he turned and departed. At that moment, the Minister of Justice finally felt a sense of relief, exhaling deeply as he murmured to himself, "Good heavens, How terrifying that was. I thought my own life was in jeopardy. It is truly a blessing to be alive. From now on, I shall resolutely refrain from engaging in corrupt and unjust practices, and I must diligently fulfill my duties as an official. After Jiang Hao took the dossier, he hastened directly to Li Garden, fortunately arriving just a day before the wedding. At present, Jiang Hao's defenses had reached their zenith. Thanks to the selfless dedication of Shaolin, he had finally perfected a new martial art. Blending the 13 Protector's indomitable golden bell shield with the unyielding Vajra invincibility, enhanced through meticulous optimization, his defenses were flawless, and he was filled with anticipation, eager to discover whether the legendary Xiao Li Fei Dao could breach his formidable shield. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and soon the momentous day of the wedding arrived. Everyone gathered to celebrate the two couples, and the atmosphere was vibrant with laughter and joy. Just as the two were about to exchange vows, a sudden hush fell over the entire hall, silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Li Xuanhuan and Long Xiaoyan followed the gazes of the crowd, momentarily taken aback. A figure clad in black martial attire entered the hall with steady strides. At his waist hung a pitch-black blade, its sheath adorned with 7 resplendent sapphires. His short hair stood out starkly among the crowd. In that instant, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to Jiang Hao, whose appearance was undeniably peculiar and novel for this era. A gasp echoed through the gathering as a guest recognized him, his voice trembling with fear. "What is the matter?" Someone nearby inquired, puzzled. "The blade, the despairing blade." The man stammered. "What nonsense?" Another guest asked, bewildered. "The blade of despair. He is the blade demon," murmured a bystander, drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing this, panic ensued, and everyone frantically fled. Rumors of this individual had spread throughout the martial world, striking terror into the hearts of all, rendering them mute with dread. They knew he had come seeking trouble with Xiao Li Fei Dao. The crowd dispersed hastily, terrified of becoming collateral damage beneath the blade of this fearsome figure. Jiang Hao paid no heed to the unfolding scene and strode directly towards the two newlyweds. As he approached, Li Xuanhuan and Long Xiaoyan exchanged puzzled glances, their brows furrowing in confusion, unaware of any prior transgression against this formidable figure. They were acutely aware that the man before them was no ordinary adversary. A mere exchange of glances confirmed that he was someone to be reckoned with. Particularly in recent times, the Blade Demon had unleashed a wave of ruthless slaughter, instilling fear in the hearts of many. In a hushed tone, Long Xiaoyan inquired of Li Xuanhuan, "Brother, is this man an acquaintance of yours?" Li Xuanhuan shook his head in denial, stating, "Wherever the Blade Demon treads, blood and chaos are sure to follow. If anything goes awry, I implore you to take Shirin and the others and leave swiftly." At this moment, Long Xiaoyan found himself at a loss, exclaiming, "But what of you, brother?" Before Li Xuanhuan could respond, Jiang Hao had already positioned himself before them. The two men hurriedly clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, respectfully saying, "We were unaware of your esteemed presence, and we apologize for our inadequate welcome. Please forgive us." Jiang Hao fixed his gaze upon the dashing and handsome Li Xuanhuan, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Are you the renowned Li Xuanhuan, the master of the little leaf-flying dagger?" "Indeed, that is I. Might I ask the purpose of your visit to my Li Garden? If it is not too much trouble, why not sit down and share a celebratory drink?" "A celebratory drink? I fear that shall not be possible, for I have come to eliminate this hypocrite." With that, Jiang Hao pointed directly at Long Xiaoyan. Long Xiaoyan's heart sank, his complexion turning ashen. Why would this harbinger of doom come seeking trouble with me? I have no acquaintance with him. Li Xuanhuan promptly stepped in front of Long Xiaoyan, shielding him from Jiang Hao. "Might I inquire where my elder brother has offended you? Allow me to extend my apologies on his behalf." "Li Tianhua, I have heard of your formidable reputation, the little leaf-flying dagger, always on target. But are you certain you wish to bear the burden of this hypocrite's actions? Think wisely, for many lives may hang in the balance." Li Xuanhuan was consumed with confusion, pondering what deeds his elder brother could have committed to warrant such an accusation of hypocrisy. Long Xiaoyan, feeling the weight of Li Xuanhuan's scrutinizing gaze, became flustered and hurriedly explained, "Brother, you are aware of my elder brother's character. I truly do not understand why he has been labeled as such. You must believe me." Seeing Long Xiaoyan's earnest words, Li Xuanhuan's doubts began to dissipate. "Sir, I am unaware of where you have gleaned this notion of my elder brother's hypocrisy. However, I assure you, he is not of such a nature." "Li Xuanhuan, your assurances hold little weight with me. I trust only the findings of my own investigation. I simply wish to know, Are you indeed willing to shoulder the consequences for him? You must comprehend that when Jiang Wushu strikes, he shows no mercy. The repercussions shall rest solely upon your shoulders. I apologize, sir, but he is my elder brother. I cannot stand idly by. I hope for your understanding. Very well. Excellent. Splendid. Li Xuanhuan, let us see the truth revealed in our duel. Please, make your move, and allow me to witness the legendary precision of the little Li flying dagger and the courage it instills in you. At this point, Li Xuanhuan ceased his words, quietly drawing forth the little Li flying dagger, aiming it at Jiang Hao. If that is the case, then let me invite you to proceed. Jiang Hao gazed intently at the flying dagger in Li Xuanhuan's hand, narrowing his eyes, filled with a palpable aura of menace. The attendees in the hall, gripped by panic, hastily fled the scene. Move. Hurry, a fight is about to break out. Someone urged their companion. What enmity exists between this dagger demon and Long Xiaoyan? Another inquired, bewildered. How should I know? Let us just get out of here and avoid any collateral damage, came the hurried reply as they rushed outside. What on earth is happening inside? Why is everyone rushing out? The bewildered guest outside questioned. Dagger Demon and Little Lee the Flower are about to clash. A hurried voice from the crowd responded, the excitement in the air palpable. I had a feeling this Dagger Demon was no ordinary foe. Could it be he is here to disrupt a wedding? A self-proclaimed wise individual remarked, drawing the collective gaze of the onlookers. What did I just say? He stammered, suddenly taken aback by the attention, wondering if he had truly predicted such a chaotic turn of events. Has the world truly become this mad? Brother, please take Shireen and the others out first, Li Xuanhuan instructed Long Xiaoyan. All right, brother, do take care, Long Xiaoyan replied hastily, guiding the two brides towards safety. Cousin, please be careful, Lin Shireen, though indifferent to the affairs of the martial world, sensed the gravity of the situation and understood that her cousin faced a formidable adversary, compelling her to leave in order to avoid becoming a hindrance. Soon, the hall was left with only Li Xuanhuan and Jiang Hao. Neither made a move at that moment. Their thoughts were solely consumed by one another. Jiang Hao, fixated on Li Xuanhuan before him, felt an unprecedented concentration of spirit. For the little Li flying dagger was indeed a formidable challenge. This instinct arose within him as he faced Li Xuanhuan. In a similar vein, Li Xuanhuan recognized the terrifying prowess of the man before him, a sensation he had never encountered in previous confrontations. He had but one opportunity to strike, marking the gravest crisis he had ever faced in his life. Should he fail, death would be his only fate. This intense warning flickered frantically within his mental realm. At the moment when Li Xuanhuan's aura reached its zenith, he unhesitatingly hurled his flying dagger. The renowned Xiao Li Fei Dao, embodying Li Xuanhuan's unwavering conviction, was a legitimate weapon, not a mere concealed tool. Only those who faced Li Xuanhuan directly could truly appreciate its profound intricacies. As Jiang Hao humorously remarked, the Xiao Li Fei Dao functioned as a weapon of causal law, imperceptible in its release. One could only see the blade's cold gleam flash, akin to a resplendent white ribbon, blooming in an instant, slicing through the void. It contained boundless power, instantaneously piercing the space ahead, as if teleporting, advancing relentlessly towards Jiang Hao. Only those who stood against Li Xuanhuan could genuinely comprehend the astonishing nature of the Xiao Li Fei Dao. That unwavering conviction seemed capable of freezing time and space. In the next moment, Jiang Hao moved. His blade appeared slow, so leisurely that it seemed everyone could distinctly trace its trajectory. This was a novel technique he had gleaned from his exploration of temporal abilities, combined with martial arts principles over recent days. What seemed slow to the onlookers was merely an illusion bestowed by time, while in reality, it was an ephemeral mirage of extreme speed. Soon after, the despairing intent of the blade surged forth. Everyone, save Jiang Hao, seemed to plummet into an abyss of darkness, ensnared by an icy grip, unable to escape, engulfed in suffering and helplessness, as a bone-chilling cold and numbness swept over their bodies and minds. In the next heartbeat, it felt as though they were plunged into a searing inferno, a torrid heat overwhelming them. With blade against blade, he forcefully struck down upon the Xiao Li Fei Dao before him. Shattering the flying dagger, the fierce intent of his blade surged toward Li Xuanhuan. In an instant, Li Xuanhuan felt an overwhelming wave of pain wash over him, accompanied by an endless sorrow and despair, as though he were sinking into an interminable sea of suffering. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shireen could no longer hold back. She rushed towards Li Xuanhuan, No. Cousin, please wake up, she cried, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, all were rendered silent. The myth of the Xiao Li Fei Dao's invincibility shattered. While they had heard of the terrifying prowess of the despairing demon blade, they had never witnessed it firsthand until now. Today, they all truly beheld it. Even the formidable Xiao Li Fei Dao had been defeated in a single strike. Now, the fate of Xiao Li Tanhua hung in the balance. In Jiang Hao's heart, this singular strike has bestowed upon him a profound comprehension of the art of swordsmanship. Previously, he had taken the prowess of the little Li flying dagger lightly, relying instead on his temporal abilities. Yet now, he can proudly declare, I can withstand the little Li flying dagger. I can even deflect it. It is, however, somewhat regrettable that he has not had the opportunity to test his own defensive capabilities against the dagger. Much like the humorous version of Hong Qi mentioned before, this is the instinctive reaction of a warrior upon witnessing exquisite martial arts. One cannot help but engage. He gazes at Lin Shirin, who kneels on the ground, clutching tightly to Li Xuanhuan and shaking incessantly. Jiang Hao spoke candidly. Stop shaking him. If he isn't dead yet, your actions will surely bring about his demise. I have already held back. He is merely touched by the blade's intent and is currently ensnared within that realm of consciousness. He will awaken shortly. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shirin immediately ceased her frantic shaking of Li Xuanhuan. Indeed, not long after Jiang Hao finished speaking, Li Xuanhuan gradually regained his senses. As he opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was that of his cousin. Her face streaked with tears and pale from distress. The sight of his cousin, so visibly affected by anxiety for him, compelled Li Xuanhuan to extend his hand with great difficulty, gently caressing her cheek, yet he uttered not a single word. Truth be told, he had genuinely believed that he was on the brink of death. While he did not fear death itself, what he truly dreaded was the prospect of losing his beloved cousin. After enduring such a harrowing brush with mortality, he could no longer suppress the emotion swelling within him. This was precisely Jiang Hao's intention. Sometimes, one must deeply experience despair to truly grasp the value of what they hold dear. Had he applied even a modicum more force just moments ago, the legendary tales of the little Li flying dagger would have been forever silenced. This was the reason for Jiang Hao's earlier provocation of Li Xuanhuan. Have you come to understand, little Li Tanhua? Jiang Hao mercilessly interrupted the affectionate exchange between the two. Come in, everyone. If you wish to see, then come in and behold without hesitation. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, pondering what spectacle was about to unfold today. The situation was so intricate and rife with twists and turns. Yet, no one dared to grumble or voice their complaints. Soon, the hall was filled to capacity once more. The onlookers held their breath, tense and silent, fearful that a careless remark might provoke disaster. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao stood in the center of the hall, his expression aloof, scanning the crowd as if anticipating something. The atmosphere was taut, like a tightly wound string, poised to snap at any moment. Just as the crowd waited in silence, Long Xiaoyun hurriedly entered from outside, rushing to assist Li Xuanhuan. Before he could approach, Jiang Hao unleashed a powerful strike. The force of his palms surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping towards Long Xiaoyun. He felt an irresistible force bearing down upon him, as if struck by a heavy hammer, propelling him backward through the air. In that fleeting moment, his complexion turned ashen. A bitter taste filled his throat, and with a violent cough, he spewed forth a copious amount of blood before crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it, I've endured you for far too long. Were it not for the need to awaken Li Xuanhuan, I would have ended you long ago, you hypocritical scoundrel. In this instance, Jiang Hao ruthlessly launched an attack against Long Xiaoyun. Li Xuanhuan, nestled in the embrace of his cousin, was taken aback by the scene before him. Instinctively, he struggled to rise and intervene, only to discover that he was utterly immobile, although his body bore no significant wounds. The piercing intent of the blade had profoundly shattered his spirit, leaving him in a state of utter weakness, devoid of the strength to even stand. The onlookers were momentarily startled by this sudden turn of events, fearing yet another confrontation, but upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, they halted their movements. Jiang Hao gazed at Li Xuanhuan and sighed. I truly find myself at a loss for words, Li Xuanhuan. I have always believed that you, as a talented scholar, must possess a profound understanding of the classics and, at the very least, exhibit a higher intelligence than the average person. Yet, is this all that you are capable of? Have the teachings you have absorbed found their way into the depths of oblivion? Jiang Hao shook his head in disappointment and looked at Lin Shirin, saying, Your cousin is foolish. How can you be equally naive? Both of you have been played like pawns, yet you fail to recognize the underlying issues? Jiang Hao strolled towards Long Shaoan and remarked, "Are you not feeling quite proud, believing that everyone else is a fool while you alone possess the brilliance? With a spirit of chivalry and unwavering loyalty, you have crafted quite the persona for yourself. You exploit Li Xuanhuan's weaknesses, manipulating him as if he were a mere pawn in your game, which must surely provide you with a sense of accomplishment, does it not?" "Ahem, what did you say?" "Long does not comprehend your words. I share a bond of brotherhood with Xuanhuan. When have I ever regarded him as a fool? Heh. Even if you wish to end Long's life, allow me to understand the reasoning behind it." Long Shaoan was perplexed as to how this blade demon had acquired information about him, or whether he had seen through his schemes. However, at present, he could only feign ignorance. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, questioning why the blade demon had chosen to confront Long Shaoyun. Did he not hear the blade demon declare that Long Shaoyun had been deceitfully manipulating Li Xuanhuan all along? He had misled Li Xuanhuan regarding their relationship. So why would he stand up for him? Observing Li Xuanhuan's expression, it seemed he was also oblivious to the truth. Was it possible that the blade demon harbored feelings for Li Xuanhuan's cousin? The individual who had voiced this speculation was immediately scrutinized by numerous gazes, causing him to instinctively withdraw his head. Some chose to believe in Long Shaoyun, as his appearance indeed cast a significant spell of confusion. Others sided with Jiang Hao, reasoning that he had no need to travel such a distance merely to cause trouble. In that moment, Li Xuanhuan found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. From the outset, the blade demon had sought to confront his elder brother, denouncing him as a hypocrite and subsequently injuring him. Now, it seemed that the reason behind this was a retaliatory act against his brother's supposed scheming against him. He was truly at a loss to comprehend the unfolding situation. Jiang Hao paid no heed to the thoughts of those around him. At that moment, gazing at Long Shaoyun, he felt an overwhelming disgust towards his hypocrisy that made him want to retch. Without uttering a word, he silently retrieved the barbed whip he had prepared in advance and summoned his inner strength. In an instant, the whip sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, striking Long Shaoan with tremendous force. A chilling scream of awe echoed throughout the hall, as a ghastly crimson line appeared on Long Shaoyun's body. Li Xuanhuan, still lost in his thoughts, was abruptly jolted by the anguished cry, igniting a sense of urgency within him. In that moment, he regained a fragment of his composure, forcefully pushing Lin Shirin aside, and shouted at Jiang Hao, "Cease this at once. What is your intention? Speak clearly." Jiang Hao was seething with rage, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I haven't even cooled down yet, and you appear again, flaunting your prowess. Fine, I shall indulge you." In an instant, his long whip transformed into a multitude of striking shadows, descending upon Long Shaoyun and Li Xuanhuan like a tempest. Hiss! "Ah, big brother. I demand you to call me big brother. Big my foot. I shall strike you down. Unfilial wretch. Let me show you the essence of a hypocrite. Hypocrite. A despicable and shameless scoundrel." As Jiang Hao's fury escalated, so too did the ferocity of his blows. In mere moments, both men found themselves battered and bruised. Even Lin Shirin, who rushed in to intervene, accidentally caught a couple of lashes due to Jiang Hao's lack of finesse with the whip. Li Xuanhuan fared slightly better, being a master in his own right, with profound skills. Moreover, although Jiang Hao harbored anger towards him, he struck him comparatively less. Long Shaoyun, however, was in dire straits, nearly beaten to a pulp. His entire body bore the marks of the assault, and even his face was rendered a grotesque mess, unrecognizable. Having calmed down somewhat, Jiang Hao approached Li Xuanhuan and coldly inquired, "Are you dead yet? If not, I shall continue." "No, please, do not strike me again, I beg you," Lin Shirin sobbed, her tears flowing like rain. "How brutal," muttered a certain hero under his breath, causing those nearby to quickly retreat, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. When Jiang Hao's gaze swept over, the man trembled, thinking to himself, "I believe that." Silence. Understood. The man swiftly averted Jiang Hao's gaze, giving himself a sharp slap. "That'll teach you to speak out of turn." Jiang Hao gazed at Lin Shirin and remarked, "Is your cousin blind? Or have you become blind as well?" "Initially, I had no intention of involving myself in the affairs of Li Xuanhuan. However, as a virtuous young lady, I cannot bear to see you descend into the abyss." Sighing deeply, Jiang Hao continued, "Long Shaoyun harbors a deep-seated vendetta against Li Xuanhuan. Are you aware of this?" "What? How can that be? Why is it impossible?" I recall that you once fell victim to the poison of by Shaoxing's peach blossoms bloom and spring fades. Even Mayer was powerless against it. Yet he was capable of providing an antidote. Do you not find that peculiar? Reflect carefully on what he said at that time. Lin Shireen was taken aback, swiftly plunging into her memories. I remember he mentioned that his father practiced medicine, and he had learned a little himself. Coincidentally, he recognized the poison and knew how to neutralize it, hence he assisted me. However, as a consequence, the poison turned his hair white, making him appear as though he had aged a decade. Later, when my cousin and I wished to escort him home, he declined. He recounted that during his childhood, his father had offended someone in the same court and was falsely accused of being a heretical physician. His entire family was tragically slain, leaving him to wander alone in the world. Ha ha ha, quite the tale, indeed. However, he did not entirely fabricate his story. There is a grain of truth. His father did offend someone, and that individual happens to be none other than your cousin's father. Hard to believe, isn't it? Yet the reality is as such. His father, in his greed for wealth, was reported by the esteemed Li Tanhua. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced Jiang Hao's face as he spoke. What? How could this possibly be? Upon hearing these words, Lin Shireen's countenance paled, clearly startled by the revelation. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion, utterly unwilling to accept such a notion. At this juncture, would I truly deceive you? If you harbor doubts, then come and witness for yourself. As Jiang Hao spoke, he leisurely retrieved a dossier from his bosom and handed it to Lin Shireen. Instinctively, she reached out to accept the documents, initially gazing at them with a perplexed expression. However, her attention was soon captivated by the contents recorded within. With each passing moment of reading, her expression transformed dramatically, shifting from curiosity to shock. After perusing the dossier, the remnants of sympathy she once harbored for Long Xiaoyun evaporated in an instant, replaced by a surge of indignation. She finally comprehended the depth of the deception that had ensnared both her and her cousin. This was a matter of avenging her father's death. Given the profound enmity between her cousin and him, how could he ever harbor genuine feelings for her cousin? The very thought of her cousin's misplaced trust in him struck her as utterly ludicrous. Old Li's treacherous actions had not only led to the loss of his father's life, but had also resulted in the ruin of his family. The men of the Long family were exiled to the frontier, while the women were forced into the brothels. From a tender age, he had been dispatched to the harsh and distant borders, enduring the world's cruelest hardships. Do you believe he could simply relinquish the profound hatred that resides within him? What say you, Miss Shireen? Jiang Hao tilted his head slightly, a look of curiosity in his eyes as he deliberately inquired. Lin Shireen's expression turned cold, her steps graceful as she directly handed the heavy dossier to Li Xuanhuan, her tone laced with a hint of frost and resolve. Take a look, cousin. Observe carefully what true nature lies within your so-called elder brother. Li Xuanhuan's fingers trembled slightly, as if burdened by an immense weight, making it difficult for him to accept the dossier. The moment his gaze fell upon the contents recorded within, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck him. His body jolted, and then, as if beset by a chilling frost, he began to shiver uncontrollably. His lips moved, yet it seemed as though something had lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless for a prolonged moment. How could he be a foolish man? The title of the talented flower is well known for its merit, and is by no means mere rhetoric. At this instant, countless fragments of the past flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. In that fleeting moment, all his doubts and ambiguities were suddenly illuminated. Jiang Hao observed the two silent figures with a detached gaze, seemingly lost in despair, yet he had no intention of letting the matter rest. He slightly raised his chin and continued to speak, his voice resonating with chilling clarity in the stillness. Do you comprehend the depth of Long Xiaoyun's loathing for the late Li Tanhua? His animosity towards you will undoubtedly surpass that. Alas, the late Li Tanhua has already departed from this world, leaving him bereft of the means to exact vengeance. As the saying goes, debts incurred by the father must be repaid by the son. Unable to target Li Tanhua directly, he will direct his malice towards you, his offspring. He is determined to ruin your reputation and bring disgrace upon the Li family, ensuring that you, Li Xuanhuan, experience the same relentless suffering he once endured, culminating in a tragic fate of familial ruin. Jiang Hao paused momentarily, a glimmer of derision flickering in his eyes, his tone growing increasingly incisive. Li Xuanhuan, do you realize that others' understanding of you may surpass your own? Their brotherhood with you is but a facade. Their true intention lies in tarnishing your reputation. They are deliberately exploiting your profound sense of loyalty and righteousness. As a result, No matter their actions, you will remain utterly devoid of suspicion towards them. Upon hearing these words, Li Xuanhuan felt as though a torrent of boiling oil had been poured over his soul, igniting an inferno of rage that coursed through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. A choked sound escaped his throat involuntarily. Lin Shirin, witnessing this distressing scene, felt a pang of sorrow and gently approached her cousin, extending her hand to support him tenderly, attempting to offer him a semblance of solace. Yet, Jiang Hao appeared oblivious to this tender scene, a cold smile curving his lips as he continued. Moreover, Bai Xiaosheng is indeed his ally. I need not elaborate on Bai Xiaosheng's fervent desire to eliminate you. Over the years, the numerous assassination attempts you have faced have been meticulously orchestrated by him in conjunction with Bai Xiaosheng. Their aim was to approach you, Li Xuanhuan, and gradually unveil a sinister and ruthless plan for revenge. Marrying your cousin was merely the first move in Long Xiaoyan's scheme of retribution against you. The subsequent step, after the nuptials, would be to devise every possible means to force you away. This would allow him to usurp your family's estate under the guise of legitimacy, avenging the Long family's past grievances of being dispossessed. Alas, it seems that human calculations fall short of the celestial design. It is precisely because of a meddlesome individual like myself that his conspiracy has failed to come to fruition. With that, Jiang Hao strode forward with measured steps towards Long Xiaoyan, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt, as if assessing a mere jester. Scrutinizing him thoroughly, you aspire to win Lin Shirin's affection? Humph, you ought to reflect on your own worth. In terms of lineage, you are but a speck in comparison to the Li family. Regarding appearance, you are indeed shamefully inferior, and when it comes to poetry and song, he is a renowned champion, a flower hero celebrated far and wide. With a lineage of 7 scholars and 3 champions in a single family, how could you possibly compare? Even in martial arts, he is the illustrious little Li flying dagger, never missing his mark. And what of you? Merely an obscure individual, lacking in every regard. Yet you possess a knack for scheming. Those self-sacrificial plots, turning your hair white overnight, exhausting yourself for her sake. Even the theatrics of feigned illness nearly led to your success. Unfortunately, I have seen through each and every one of your schemes. So tell me, Long Xiaoyan, what sentiments stir within you at this moment? Are you elated, surprised, or taken aback? In a corner, the feeble Long Xiaoyan lay slumped, his frail body barely clinging to life. Each breath seemed to drain the last vestiges of his strength. His eyes, filled with hatred, were fixed intently on Jiang Hao, consumed by curses for him, wishing nothing more than for Jiang Hao to vanish from this world. This detestable figure had ruthlessly shattered all that he had painstakingly crafted. He believed his plan was flawless, poised on the brink of revenge and the fulfillment of his deepest desires. Yet with Jiang Hao's arrival, he was unceremoniously thrust from the pinnacle of hope into the abyss of despair, all his aspirations dissolving into mere illusions. At that moment, Li Xuanhuan pushed away Lin Shirin's hands and struggled to rise. His expression was a heartbreaking blend of laughter and tears, contorted in anguish. Suddenly, a fit of maniacal laughter erupted from his lips, reverberating through the silent room, striking an oddly desolate and jarring note. Amidst the laughter, tears streamed uncontrollably down his gaunt cheeks. He chuckled to himself, murmuring, "Oh brother, you truly are my one and only good brother. I am like a blind fool, utterly unaware of how you manipulate me at will. Splendid, truly splendid. Everything is simply marvelous." Every utterance of the word good seemed to be extricated from between clenched teeth, saturated with boundless self-mockery and indignation. His body quivered slightly, swayed by the intensity of his emotions. Li Xuanhuan's frame rose and fell violently, as crimson blood erupted from his mouth in rapid succession. It was the blood of pent-up grief and fury that had long festered within his chest. He tightly grasped Lin Shirin's delicate hand, his voice trembling with sorrow. "Cousin, I am truly sorry. I once believed that this elder brother was a man worthy of trust. He was noble and handsome, appearing to be someone to whom one could entrust a lifetime. Yet, burdened with numerous enemies, I feared I would implicate you, rendering me unable to provide you with a stable home. Moreover, he had shown me kindness and had consistently confided his affection for you. Thus, I bore the weight of my anguish and enabled him, forsaking you. Little did I anticipate that all of this was a meticulously orchestrated scheme of his. How foolish I was, unwittingly pushing you towards him, nearly consigning you to an irretrievable abyss." At this juncture, Li Xuanhuan was overcome with grief, tears mingling with blood upon his pale visage. He was filled with remorse, cursing his own blindness and inability to discern character, and loathing the despicable and treacherous nature of Long Xiaoyun. Lin Shirin, however, held her cousin tightly, gently shaking her head, her gaze imbued with deep affection and compassion. I have never blamed you, cousin. I understand that all your actions have been for my sake. As long as you find joy, I am willing to do anything for you. I only wish for you to cease this self-destructive path. Li Xuanhuan comprehended that Shirin referred to his past of self-neglect. In that moment, it felt as though an invisible bridge had quietly formed between their hearts. The barriers and misunderstandings that once loomed between them dissipated entirely. Their hearts, once again, were closely intertwined, inseparable. Jiang Hao clapped his hands joyfully, the crisp sound reverberating through the air as if heralding the prelude to a reunion illuminated by the revelation of truth. Inspired by his exuberance, those around him joined in. And soon, the applause thundered like a tempest. Today, all present were astounded. The revelation indeed left them agape. The deeply concealed machinations and the meticulous strategies behind the petty actions of the unscrupulous exceeded their wildest imaginations, truly a sight to behold. While everyone reveled in the jubilant atmosphere celebrating the reconciliation of Li Xuanhuan and Lin Shirin, Jiang Hao once again strolled to Long Xiaoyun's side. He crouched down, his gaze calm as he regarded the defeated man, whose face was etched with resentment and bitterness. He began to speak candidly. I find myself quite disenchanted with Li Xuanhuan's indecisive nature, for his character is truly exasperating. Yet, one cannot deny that he is a friend worthy of deep camaraderie. At the very least, you can entrust your back to him without reservation. As for you, a hypocrite and a despicable wretch, it is only natural that you would fail to comprehend such loyalty. After a brief pause, Jiang Hao shifted his tone. Everyone. I must now proceed to abduct the bride. This declaration landed like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. The crowd was rendered speechless by Jiang Hao's sudden pronouncement, exchanging bewildered glances and grappling with myriad questions. What is happening? What is this about abduction? Who is to be taken? Is it Lin Shirin or the bride that Li Xuanhuan is to wed today? Their minds were flooded with questions, leaving them in a fog of confusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao remained unfazed by the astonishment of those around him. With a flash, he and the bride vanished from sight. The bride in question was none other than Lin Xianer. If she were to remain, she would undoubtedly incite a great deal of trouble. Thus, Jiang Hao chose to whisk her away. Moreover, in the eyes of the martial world, he was perceived as a formidable figure within the demonic sect, making such an act of seizing a woman seem entirely justifiable. He was also aware that at this moment, little Li Tanhua was reveling in the reunion with Lin Shirin and would surely not mind his actions. After all, Lin Xianer was merely a pawn he had employed for his own purposes. As he had surmised, Li Xuanhuan's attention had remained solely fixed on Lin Shirin, leaving no room for others. Had Lin Xianer not been taken, Li Xuanhuan would likely have found himself ensnared in an endless cycle of vexation. Lin Shirin tilted her head slightly. Her curiosity piqued as she playfully remarked, "Cousin, this despairing blade demon is truly intriguing. He audaciously abducted your bride." Li Xuanhuan's lips curled into a wry smile as he gently shook his head. "Cousin, we both know that this marriage was merely a temporary arrangement. Besides, he had previously injured me." Upon hearing this, Lin Shirin's lips curled upwards as she reproached him. "That was your own doing. Who told you to be so foolish? You had it coming." Li Xuanhuan laughed heartily. "Ha! You speak the truth, cousin. Indeed, it is my own fault." His laughter was bright and unrestrained, sweeping away the shadows that had lingered in his heart for days. In truth, both of them harbored profound gratitude towards this singularly unconventional and despairing blade demon. The emergence of Jiang Hao disrupted Long Xiaoyun's intricate schemes, allowing them to perceive the truth and reunite. As for Lin Xianer, who had been taken from them, it seemed they had tacitly forgotten her presence, leaving her unmentioned in their discourse. In their hearts, the rediscovered companionship was of paramount value. Subsequently, tales regarding that day circulated wildly throughout the martial world. However, Li Xuanhuan and Lin Shirin remained steadfastly withdrawn, distancing themselves from the tumult of the world. At times, they indulged in poetry and swordplay, while at others, they sat in tranquil contemplation, admiring the blooming flowers. As for Long Xiaoyan, after Jiang Hao departed with Lin Xianer, it was unclear whether his demise was due to grievous injuries or the turmoil within his heart. Ultimately, he succumbed, spitting blood in his final moments. Meanwhile, Lin Xianer, who had yet to delve into darkness, was taken away by the sixth brother, leaving her fate uncertain. Upon leaving Li Garden, Jiang Hao found himself cradling a stunning beauty, whose allure momentarily scattered his thoughts, leading his heart to wander. Yet, he was acutely aware that she was a dangerously exquisite flower, capable of inflicting harm with her sharp thorns at the slightest misstep. In a mere moment, Jiang Hao employed his extraordinary ability to teleport, artfully merging it with his lightness skill, bringing Lin Xianer to the temporary refuge he had secured. He was pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of combining his powers, enabling him to move with the swiftness of the wind and the grace of a celestial being, while others would merely perceive his movements as strange and elusive, unaware of his true nature. At this moment, Lin Xianer was engulfed in confusion and astonishment. Today was meant to be her day of joy. The celebratory red silks still fluttered in the distant hall. The echoes of laughter and blessings from the guests seemed to linger in the air. Yet all at once, she found herself detached from it all, a sudden and jarring shift. Although she understood her dalliance with the charming scholar was merely a passing affair, being thrust into the clutches of this formidable figure left her unprepared. Despite her confidence in her own beauty, this man's unpredictable behavior and reckless abandon left her bewildered. What could be his intentions in abducting her? Nevertheless, she harbored no fear, as long as he did not seek her life immediately. In time, she would surely come to understand his temperament. Once inside the courtyard, Jiang Hao set Lin Xianer down and, while opening the door, addressed her, "You shall stay here for now. In due time, we shall journey to the capital together." "Ah, the capital? For what purpose?" Lin Xianer asked, astonished. "Because I intend to go to the capital," Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly. "But I do not wish to go. Today is my day of celebration." Lin Xianer protested, her reluctance palpable. "Ah, indeed. Then let us consummate our union tonight." Jiang Hao's lips curled into a sly smile as he teased. Lin Xianer felt an overwhelming urge to go mad. Such words were utterly toxic. Jiang Hao wore a smug expression, contemplating to himself, "The little vixen thinks she can outsmart me. Do you truly believe that upon your return, young Li will pay you any heed?" "Miss Xianer, you are an astute individual. The nature of your relationship with Li Tianhua is something you should already comprehend without further elaboration from me. I have painstakingly resolved matters. So do refrain from complicating things for me, if you please. Pray tell, what is your purpose in escorting me to the capital?" "It is simply because of your striking beauty." "Is that a problem?" A wicked smile graced someone's face. At this moment, Lin Xianer had not yet succumbed to her darker tendencies. She was not yet the notorious woman of ill repute she would later become. Thus, Jiang Hao intended to guide her wisely. Furthermore, it would be a tremendous waste if such a captivating maiden were to become like her character in the original narrative. Lin Xianer wished to voice more, but Jiang Hao abruptly turned and departed, leaving her stamping her feet in frustration. Having temporarily settled Lin Xianer, Jiang Hao prepared to return home for a brief visit. After all, it had been over 6 months since he had traversed into this realm, and it was time to organize the fruits of his endeavors. The passage of time in his spatial realm differed from that of the outside world by a factor of 10. His spiritual spring had accumulated a significant amount, which he needed to share with his family. Moreover, he had acquired numerous martial arts skills that he ought to discuss with the old man to bring him some joy. Before his departure, he arranged for Lin Xianer's necessities and warned her that he would be away for 10 days to 2 weeks, urging her not to cause him any trouble. Subsequently, he sought a secluded spot, communicated with the temporal continuum, and returned to the courtyard world. Jiang Hao's silhouette quietly emerged at the very point he had once chosen to depart from, though now it was enveloped in the cloak of night. Lifting his gaze towards the vast expanse of the starry sky, he was struck by a surge of profound emotions. Reflecting on his past life, 30 years had slipped away like fleeting shadows, vanishing in a hurried passage of time. He had always been but an ordinary individual, leading a life devoid of remarkable moments, filled solely with a mundane and monotonous essence. Beyond the routine of clocking in and out of work, the only source of joy lay in immersing himself in exhilarating tales that ignited his imagination, allowing him to dream of a day when his own existence might shine as brilliantly. The concept of time and space had originated from a peculiar bead he discovered by the riverbank in his childhood, lacking the dramatic tropes often found in popular narratives, such as blood oaths or fateful recognitions. His heart nonetheless brimmed with delight, as if it were a serendipitous encounter destined by fate. From that moment forth, he wore the bead close to him, meticulously crafting a strap from cord to secure it to his wrist. Thus, it remained with him for a full 2 decades. There were times when he would daydream, wishing that this bead could possess the miraculous qualities of the protagonist's golden finger in those exhilarating stories. Regrettably, it had shown no extraordinary traits until a cataclysmic disaster struck. In an astonishing turn of events, the bead merged with him, irrevocably altering the trajectory of his life. A grand and sweeping legendary journey commenced. He found himself standing at the pinnacle of the world, surveying all living beings below. Yet, he always held dear the memory of his humble beginnings, recognizing himself as the fortunate soul favored by destiny. His original aspirations remained unchanged. Without the companionship of the time and space bead, he might have long been consumed by the relentless currents of time, fading into oblivion. As Jiang Hao silently pondered, he gently caressed his forehead, while time quietly lingered deep within the recesses of his consciousness. Old friend, I am truly grateful for your unwavering companionship throughout this journey. You have never faltered or left my side. Once again, you have allowed me to experience the familial affection I believed I had lost in a past life. A bond that seemed so distant. You have also afforded me the opportunity to appreciate the unique landscapes of each world, while simultaneously filling my future with boundless possibilities. Jiang Hao spoke softly, his voice imbued with profound emotion and reverence. The passage of time remained silent, merely vibrating gently. It knew that Jiang Hao could comprehend its meaning. Jiang Hao smiled knowingly and once again lifted his gaze to the stars in the sky, which twinkled with unparalleled beauty. The vast expanse of the night sky, adorned with shimmering stars, seemed to whisper and dance. A tinge of melancholy arose within him. Perhaps in a few decades, such a splendid celestial view would, like in a past life, become a sight forever lost to him. Nevertheless, I shall resolutely continue to forge ahead, never pausing in my stride. Jiang Hao's gaze instantly transformed, becoming steadfast as a rock. Regardless of how thorny and tempestuous the path ahead may be, he shall carry hope and courage within his heart, relentlessly pursuing the unknown horizon. He will tread each step with purpose, crafting his own legendary narrative, one footprint at a time. After carefully discerning the direction back to Jiangjia village, Jiang Hao promptly employed his teleportation technique and sped towards the village. Fortunately, the hour was still early. Otherwise, his grandparents would likely have already succumbed to slumber. As he approached the village entrance, he retrieved 2 plump wild goats from the void, contemplating their distribution as bounty amongst the villagers. Stop! Who goes there? A militia guard. Noticing a flicker of movement, immediately raised his weapon and inquired with a tone laced with vigilance and gravity, his gaze fixed intently ahead. In this tumultuous era, peace was a rare commodity, and every village maintained militia sentries to ward off the incursions of hostile elements and nefarious individuals. The figure of Jiang Hao gradually came into focus, adorned with a relaxed and carefree smile. He spoke nonchalantly. I am Jiang Hao. Is Brother Shun here? That smile seemed capable of dispelling the chill of the night, radiant and inviting. Xiao Hao, you have returned. Brother Shun was momentarily taken aback, only to have an expression of delight bloom upon his face. His eyes widened, brimming with surprise and excitement. What brings you back so late? Jiang Hao shrugged lightly, a playful glimmer in his eyes as he teased, I can't stay in the mountains any longer. It's simply too dull. Throughout his words, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, embodying the carefree and rebellious spirit unique to youth. Ha ha, you rascal. Shunzi laughed heartily, his voice ringing clear and vibrant. What a magnificent wild goat. You truly excel at hunting, Xiao Hao. As he spoke, he hurried forward, his gaze filled with admiration and respect, continually appraising the spoils beside Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao gently patted the wild goat and, feigning pride, raised his chin. Quickly summon others. Let us divide these 2 goats. Winter is upon us, and everyone deserves a hearty feast. Oh my, I cannot thank you enough, Xiao Hao. You always leave so much meat for the village. We are truly grateful. Shunzi's appreciation was evident, his gaze sincere and earnest. He slightly bent forward, hands clasped together, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Saying such things, do you not consider me family? I might just ask my aunt to withhold your meal later, haha. Jiang Hao feigned anger. His brows slightly furrowed, yet a suppressed smile danced at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with vivacity. No, brother. It is I who was in the wrong, Shunzi quickly interjected, waving his hands with a charming grin adorning his face. A hint of trepidation towards the culinary delights flickered in his gaze, rendering him quite endearing. Little Hao has returned. Jiang Hao had caught 2 wild goats, and the sound of Shunzi's call resonated gently, prompting the villagers to emerge from their homes. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, they greeted him with unbridled enthusiasm. Jiang Hao responded to each person with a warm smile. The village chief, Jiang Dashan, hurriedly approached him and asked with concern, "Xiao Hao, did you encounter any dangers?" "Not at all, Uncle Sean. This time, luck was not on my side. I only managed to hunt a few wild goats. I sent 2 into the city and kept 2 here to treat everyone. Not much, but please don't be picky." "Why would we be picky? Having meat to eat is already a great blessing," replied the chief. "Shunzi, don't let everyone crowd around. Call a few nimble women to help prepare the goats. Add some radishes, and then we'll all head to the big dining hall together for a bowl of goat soup each." The village chief efficiently organized the task. "Sure thing. Uncle Dashan, I'll go inform them right away." Shunzi, whose full name is Jiang Shun, serves as the captain of the village militia. He is known for his honest and straightforward nature, and Jiang Hao shares a harmonious rapport with him. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Jiang Hao found that many villagers had already been waiting for some time. They worked together swiftly to prepare the 2 wild goats, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Hao before each taking their bowl and returning home. Although the amount of meat in each bowl was not substantial, enjoying a bowl of goat soup in the cold winter was immensely nourishing. In this era, life was far less affluent than in later times. For ordinary families, having meat on the table even a few times a year was a luxury. Coupled with years of hard labor, many bodies were generally in a state of nutritional deficiency. In the past 6 months, due to Jiang Hao, the residents of Jiangjia village have been able to enjoy meat at least 5 or 6 times each month. Jiang Hao returned home alongside his grandparents, with the elderly lady firmly clutching his hand, her expressions of concern and warmth uninterrupted. The old gentleman gazed cheerfully at his cherished grandson, his heart brimming with joy for this firstborn. Not only had he inherited the esteemed martial arts legacy of the Jiang family, but he had also astonishingly ascended to the rank of a master in just 6 short months, a remarkable talent that left many in awe. Whenever the old man gathered with his friends, he took immense pride in mentioning this, often to the point of frustrating others, who would retreat into silence. Upon arriving home, Jiang Hao eagerly retrieved the 3 light divine water and gently administered it to his grandfather. Before the old man could fully comprehend what had transpired, he felt a warm current gradually rising within him, flowing softly throughout his body, leaving him with an indescribable sense of euphoria that elicited involuntary sighs of pleasure. Witnessing this transformation, the elderly lady was astounded and repeatedly inquired, "Grandson, what miraculous elixir have you given your grandfather? He appears utterly revitalized." "Grandma, you should have a drop as well." Without waiting for the elderly lady to respond, Jiang Hao placed the 3 light divine water into her mouth. Her reaction mirrored that of the old gentleman, her face equally adorned with an expression of bliss. Moments later, as the effects of the medicine gradually waned, the old gentleman was the first to open his eyes. The once spirited patriarch of the Jiang family had returned, shedding the frailty of age. He appeared invigorated. His hair darkened significantly, and his previously slightly stooped back now stood straight. The old gentleman's demeanor was unusually grave as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Hao and said, "I shall not inquire what this is, nor the source from whence it came, but you must ensure its safekeeping. A common man can bear no guilt yet suffers for possessing a treasure. Do not divulge this to anyone else. Do you understand? Fear not, grandfather. Your grandson is no fool. Such rare treasures of heaven and earth are scarce, and we shall keep their use within our family. Ah, I am glad you understand. Indeed, this is a marvelous thing. All my old ailments have vanished. I could easily live another 30 or 50 years. Haha. By the way, grandfather, may I have your hand?" Though somewhat puzzled, the old gentleman extended his hand to Jiang Hao. Jiang Haoyan channeled his true energy, causing it to circulate within the old man's body for an entire cycle. The old man trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "What is this?" "It is the energy of life, the essence of vitality. Grandfather, you once taught me that martial artists emphasize this vital energy in their training. I had previously held a vague understanding of this concept, but now I have finally grasped it." "Excellent, excellent. My dear grandson, please elaborate on this energy. I feel as though our path as martial artists has taken a new direction." The narrative reveals Jiang Hao allowing the old man to experience the sensation of this energy, filling him with immense joy. He repeatedly murmured that a path lay ahead. "What are the two of you discussing? What energy?" At that moment, the old lady had already regained her senses. The grandfather and grandson turned their gazes toward her in unison. Upon seeing her, they couldn't help but scrutinize her from head to toe. The old lady's wrinkled face, which had once been so lined with age, now appeared a decade younger. Her complexion radiant and luminous. The old lady, confused by this transformation, hurriedly touched her face, wondering if it was soiled with something. When she glanced at her hands, they no longer bore the same dry, emaciated appearance, but had become plump and vibrant. Swiftly, she grabbed a mirror to look at her reflection, exclaiming, "Oh my! I look so much younger. I feel considerably lighter as well. Old man, am I dreaming? What wondrous thing has my dear grandson given me? All right, dear lady. No need to shout. What wondrous thing? Naturally, it is something marvelous, a miraculous elixir. What else could it be? Just be cautious and do not speak of it carelessly. Understood?" The old man admonished with a serious expression. "Ah, my loose tongue. Worry not, old man. I shall keep this secret. I would never want to bring trouble to my grandson," the old lady replied hastily. "That's good to hear. By the way, dear grandson, what were we discussing just now?" The old man turned to Jiang Hao. "Energy," Jiang Hao responded. Yes, energy. How did you cultivate this energy, my dear grandson? Do you share with your grandfather?" The old man urged eagerly. "I'm not sure. It just came to me as I practiced, and it continued to accumulate," Jiang Hao replied. Jiang Hao, with a sense of helplessness, made a gesture akin to a small bear shrugging, appearing as if he had stumbled upon a revelation by accident. It was not that he lacked the intention to speak. Rather, the secret of his transmigration was one he was resolutely unwilling to divulge. This was not a matter of trust. At the very least, he believed that until he ascended to immortality, this secret would remain solely with him. However, rest assured, Grandpa, during this period, I have been meticulously contemplating the flow of qi and have thoroughly mastered it. Please take a seat, calm your mind, and I will guide the qi's pathway through your body. Memorize the route of the exercise, then transform the qi I leave within you for your own use, directing it with your intention to circulate gradually," Jiang Hao explained. "Is that truly feasible?" The old man expressed his doubts. Whether it is feasible or not can only be determined through trial. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth, is it not? Jiang Hao responded with a smile. "Are you treating your grandfather as a test subject?" The old man feigned anger. "Will you practice or not?" Jiang Hao countered. "Of course. I must practice at my age. Should I still fear this? Come on," the old man declared with unwavering conviction. Jiang Hao's expression was solemn, his gaze imbued with determination and focus as he took a deep breath, seemingly gathering strength for the significant action that lay ahead. The elderly gentleman complied and seated himself, his demeanor reflecting both anticipation and a hint of anxiety. Jiang Hao slowly extended his hands, his palms gently pressed against the old gentleman's back. A slight furrow appeared on his brow, beads of perspiration gradually forming on his forehead. His lips were tightly pressed together as he concentrated intently on the flow of his internal energy. The old gentleman felt a warm and potent force gradually infusing his being. Initially, it resembled a trickling stream, but soon it coalesced into a surging river. Wherever that energy flowed, it felt as though countless ants were delicately traversing within his body, creating a sensation of both tingling and itchiness, yet it was not unpleasant. Subsequently, he sensed a mild warmth enveloping him. His muscles began to relax, and his bones felt as though they were being gently massaged, an indescribable comfort washing over him. Jiang Hao's breathing gradually grew more rapid, his gaze increasingly focused, leaving no room for even the slightest negligence. With utmost care, he guided his internal energy to traverse the old man's meridians, ensuring that every point was nourished by this potent force. After a considerable time, the old man's body began to tremble gently, a sign that the internal energy was impacting some obstructed acupoints. He gritted his teeth, striving to endure the slight discomfort, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. Eventually, when the old man was able to mobilize the energy himself, Jiang Hao slowly withdrew his hands, exhaling a long breath. His face adorned with a trace of fatigue, yet also a gratifying smile. After a considerable pause, the old gentleman began to conclude his practice, gradually opening his eyes, which sparkled with astonishment and excitement. Having devoted a lifetime to martial arts, he finally comprehended the true essence of training today. What a joyous and commendable realization. Come on now. What have you truly achieved after all these years? Isn't it all thanks to my eldest grandson's teachings? The grandmother interjected, unable to suppress her skepticism, her expression revealing her discontent. He is indeed my grandson. What of it? If he instructs me, am I not entitled to a moment of happiness? The old gentleman retorted. Of course, absolutely. I am your grandson. What is mine is yours. Jiang Hao hurriedly soothed the two elderly individuals. By the way, grandfather, do you think our practice resembles the alchemical transformation of essence into qi as described by the ancient Taoists? Jiang Hao feigned ignorance and inquired. The old gentleman pondered for a moment and conceded that there was indeed a resemblance to what Jiang said. However, he admitted that his exploration of texts like the Taoist canon was rather limited, and he would need to pay more attention in the future. In truth, this notion had merely struck him as a flash of inspiration. Previously, he had only a superficial understanding of the phrase in question. Yet, after this period of introspective cultivation, he had gained some clarity. The so-called refinement of essence essentially involves the decomposition of food. What is food? Scientifically speaking, it is energy. The energy derived from the purification and breakdown of food is utilized to enhance one's vital energy, a process referred to as transforming energy into qi. As martial artists, we consume substantial amounts of food daily to fortify ourselves. However, this enhancement is rather rudimentary and does not further transmute energy into qi. It was through a fortunate coincidence that I was able to refine the energy further, resulting in the extraction of qi. Therefore, grandfather, what you must now pursue is the path of cultivating your energy. Extract qi from the food you consume each day to strengthen yourself. Jiang Hao elaborated in great detail. While the elder gentleman nodded repeatedly in agreement, Jiang Hao let out a long sigh of relief. Contemplating inwardly, perhaps the old man will harbor no further suspicions in the future. What Jiang Hao imparted to the elder was merely the initial optimization of the 13 guardians of time and space. It was not that he was reluctant to teach more advanced techniques. Rather, the explanations would prove excessively complicated. After all, the version he practiced could transform him into a small golden figure. How could one possibly elucidate that? As the evening deepened, the elderly matriarch invited Jiang Hao to rest, and the couple retired to their quarters. In the ensuing days, Jiang Hao remained by the elder's side, diligently guiding him in his cultivation. Only when the elder had mastered the art of energy manipulation did Jiang Hao contemplate his return to the city. Upon arriving back in the city, he prepared 4 wild mountain goats, intending to present only 2 to the factory. The remaining 2 would serve distinct purposes, one to bring home for his family, who also required nourishing meat, and the other to be given to the street office for their own arrangements. His heart yearned for home, despite the fact that his family had parted from him merely 10 days prior. In the realm of the Ming comprehensive martial arts, however, he had experienced several months, during which he accomplished many remarkable feats, particularly asserting his dominance over the entire martial world with a mere sword. He even assisted Li Xuanhuan and, in the process, won the affection of a beautiful maiden. This return necessitated a few months of respite, especially considering the tenfold time discrepancy. Only a few days would have passed in the Ming world, with just over half a month until the new year. Jiang Hao eagerly anticipated celebrating his first new year in this life. In his previous existence, he had faced the apocalypse alone, rendering the notion of celebrating the new year utterly inconceivable. It had been many years since he had enjoyed this festive occasion with his loved ones, making his anticipation for this upcoming new year all the more profound. As Jiang Hao made his way to the factory to deliver supplies, he overheard discussions regarding the arrangements for the upcoming New Year celebrations. It was said that the holiday would commence approximately 5 days in advance, allowing everyone a chance to rest and rejuvenate. The factory had also prepared festive benefits for its employees. Each individual would receive a pound of meat, 2 pounds of flour, a pound of candy, 2 pounds of pastries, and several yards of fabric. Although the quantities may not seem substantial, in the current era, this is indeed a commendable provision. After settling his financial accounts at the finance department, Jiang Hao embarked on his journey home, carrying the remaining 2 wild goats, his mind occupied with thoughts of procuring items for the upcoming new year. Despite his monthly donations, he had managed to save over 20 million yuan during this period. His household had already acquired the necessary ration tickets for essential goods. It was time to make arrangements. Currently, he rode the bicycle provided by the factory. As a procurement officer, frequent trips to the mountains and the countryside were essential, making a bicycle indispensable. However, since it was public property, using it for procurement purposes was acceptable. Utilizing it for other endeavors would be rather inappropriate, especially in that number 95 courtyard, which resembled a foul yard in its dubious reputation. The risk of being reported loomed large, creating a bitter atmosphere where laughter was scarce, a hallmark of the courtyard's long-standing tradition. Upon leaving the factory, Jiang Hao did not return home directly. Instead, He first donated a wild goat along with the money he had received to the street office, requesting that they allocate it to impoverished families and families of martyrs, earning him a wave of praise. He then proceeded to purchase some food, including pastries and candies, having not shopped for nearly 2 months, depleting his pantry supplies. Most of the provisions had been fed to his 2 younger brothers, little Yushui, and some children in the courtyard. When he returned, Yin Bugue was already waiting in the yard. However, this time, Jiang Hao did not offer meat as he usually would, but instead handed over 2 pieces of pastry. With no fresh news from Yin Bugue, what else could he offer? 2 pieces of pastry were, after all, a decent gesture. Yin Bugue looked at the pastries in his hand. Although he did not show any signs of dissatisfaction, he felt somewhat shortchanged. He silently regretted his recent laziness, having failed to inquire more about the news that Zhang's boy enjoyed. Otherwise, he could have certainly had some wild goat meat today, a delicacy that was undoubtedly exquisite and highly nourishing. As soon as Jiang Hao returned, the little ones in the courtyard surged towards him like a tidal wave. With his second and third siblings leading the charge, they incessantly called out, "Elder brother, little Hao, Hao Gu, and brother Hao." Jiang Hao found his head buzzing amidst the commotion. However, this precisely reflected his usual indulgence towards the children. Young hearts are innocent. They gravitate towards those who treat them kindly. Jiang Hao hurriedly intervened to silence their clamoring, saying, "All right, enough. I can hear you. Everyone, go wash your hands. And once you're done, I shall distribute the pastries." Oh, it's time for pastries," they exclaimed. "Thank you, brother Xiaohao. Thank you, brother Hao." Jiang Hao entered his home, placed his belongings down, and called out loudly, "Mother, I have returned. Son, this time you must not venture out again. The new year is fast approaching. Rest assured, mother, I shall remain here and await the festivities without leaving." "Ah, that is good to hear. Just stay home obediently. We have enough provisions, so you can take this time to relax." "All right, mother, I appreciate your efforts in tidying up here. I will first distribute some snacks to the little ones. You, even at your age, you still behave like a child. Go on, I will manage the cleanup." The front yard was lively, with children joyfully indulging in treats, their laughter echoing far and wide. The central and back courtyards, however, remained relatively tranquil. Yet the women in the neighborhood harbored immense gratitude towards the Jiang family. They had no choice. Their household was genuinely impoverished, relying solely on one man to earn a living, with every aspect requiring funds. How could they afford to buy snacks, pastries, or candies to delight the children? Only Jiang Hao possessed remarkable hunting skills, earning millions from his expeditions. Yet, he was of exemplary character, generous and considerate, never indulging alone. He either donated to families in need or contributed to the families of martyrs, and he selflessly supported the children in the courtyard. For instance, in the central courtyard, Aunt Lee's family faced hardship after her husband injured his leg while working, leaving their household without financial support and struggling to make ends meet. Upon learning of the situation, Jiang Hao not only provided them with hundreds of thousands of yuan for medical expenses, but also frequently brought bags of rice, flour, and cooking oil to alleviate their pressing needs. Additionally, there was Uncle Zhao from the backyard, who, being alone and of advanced age, was in poor health. Jiang Hao frequently assists Elder Zhao in fetching water and carrying heavy items. During the winter, he takes the initiative to cover the windows in advance, fearing that Elder Zhao might suffer from the cold. When the children in the courtyard lack school supplies, Jiang Hao promptly purchases a bundle of pencils and notebooks for them without a second thought. If a child from any family falls ill, he readily offers to take them to the hospital, bustling about to ensure their well-being. On one occasion, Grandmother Wang from the alley accidentally fell, and he was quick to respond. As fate would have it, Jiang Hao happened to pass by and hurriedly carried Grandma Wang back home. He tirelessly sought medical assistance and cared for her until she made a full recovery. His character was truly impeccable among the locals, who would not raise their thumbs in praise of him. Nowadays, the reputation of the Jia family, bolstered by the collective efforts of the community, has become renowned throughout the entire city. Jia Zhangshi seldom dared to step outside, for she would otherwise be embroiled in endless arguments with others. Qin Huairu, while out purchasing groceries, found herself the subject of whispers and pointed fingers, labeled foolish and blind, with nary a kind word uttered. The shame of it all left her cheeks flushed upon returning home. Over time, she resigned herself to this harsh reality. Perhaps the silent tears she shed each night were a profound penance for her past misdeeds. Listening to the commotion from the front yard, Jia Zhangshi instinctively knew that Jiang Hao had returned. Aside from him, No one else would regard money with such indifference or show any filial piety toward an elder like her. Of course, such thoughts she dared only to entertain in her mind, never to voice aloud. It had become painfully clear to her that the residents of the courtyard were eager to expel her family from their shared home. Jia Zhangshi truly could not comprehend why. Over a mere quarrel, everyone treated her with such disdain. With no hope of returning to her ancestral home, she found all ties severed. Even Yi Zhonghai had begun to treat her with an air of neglect, intentionally or not. Each time she felt the urge to confront him, her own son would intervene, leaving her seething with frustration. The sounds from outside only heightened her agitation. Resolving to demand Yi Zhonghai's assistance that very night, she felt the weight of her circumstances pressing down on her. Life had become unbearable, sustained only by bland gruel and stale bread. She had lost over 10 pounds in recent weeks. The thought of it only fueled her resentment toward the Jiang family, whom she perceived as bullies preying on a widow and her child, unworthy of any goodwill. As the sun began its descent, workers from the factory gradually returned home. Upon arrival, they were greeted by their wives announcing that the eldest Jiang had returned, distributing delightful treats among the children, their faces alight with joy. They marveled at their children's fortune, having a capable and kind-hearted older brother from the Jiang family looking after them and providing them with snacks. They eagerly instructed their wives to lend a hand should the Jiang family ever require assistance, urging them not to behave like the ungrateful Jia family. The women were sure to heed their husbands' words. After all, their children had enjoyed the Jiang's generosity, and they could not stand idly by. Meanwhile, upon seeing Yi Zhonghai return, Jia Zhangshi rushed to his home without a second thought, barging in without knocking. This audacity provoked an immediate outburst from Aunt Yi, who exclaimed, "Jia Zhangshi, do you consider this your home? Is this how one behaves? You can't even knock? Get out." Although Yi Zhonghai currently harbors little affection for the Jia family, he has indeed invested many years of his life into them. It pains him to completely disregard them. Thus he raises his hand to halt his wife's scolding. Jia Zhangshi, lacking any sense of shame, continues unabated, "Old Yi, our family truly cannot sustain itself any longer. You are Dongshu's mentor. You cannot simply turn a blind eye. Dongshu once promised to care for you in your old age. You must not be so heartless." At this moment, Yi Zhonghai is filled with inner turmoil. His brows furrowed as he finds himself in a deep quandary. On one hand, there is the family of his carefully nurtured disciple. On the other, the elderly lady whom he considers a vital support. He cannot sever ties with either, yet the old lady's stance is unwavering. Should he further involve himself with the Jia family's affairs, he would be forsaken in the future. "Sister-in-law, you are well aware of your family's current notorious reputation in this courtyard. What exactly do you expect me to do?" Yi Zhonghai responds with a weary tone, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Old Yi, you know that Dongshu and I have completely severed ties with our hometown. We can forget about any land or grain from there. Our entire family relies solely on Dongshu's meager rations and wages. We simply cannot continue living like this. You must help us find a solution." Jia Zhangshi's eyes well up with tears as she speaks. Yi Zhonghai, observing Jia Zhangshi's pitiful demeanor, cannot help but smirk internally, thinking, "How dare you speak of severing ties? This is no ordinary estrangement. It is akin to being ruthlessly cast out from the family lineage. It is often said that a virtuous wife brings little misfortune to her husband, and a filial son eases his father's heart. Old Jia must have accrued immense misfortune to have married such a woman. Even in death, he cannot find peace, being exhumed from his grave, only to be buried in a mass grave by you. Humph, every time you bellow for old Jia. If he could hear you, why wouldn't he take you away first? Sister-in-law, it's not that I wish to abandon you. Have I not already assisted you enough? Do you not recall how I lost my position as the steward? What more do you expect me to do? Shall I rally the entire courtyard to donate to your family?" Yi Zhonghai's voice rises, a hint of irritation in his gaze. "That could work," Jia Zhangshi quickly interjects. "That is impossible. I can no longer manage such affairs. You may seek Yin Bugue for assistance." Yi Zhonghai waves his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. "Old Yi, as Dongshu's master, you have resolutely chosen to turn your back on the Jia family, have you not? How can you face old Jia? He once regarded you as a brother." Jia Zhangshi's voice crescendos. "Look at your former good brother. Can you bear to watch your wife and son starve?" Silence. "In what way have I wronged your Jia family all these years?" Yi Zhonghai retorts sharply. "Old Jia departed early, and during the tender years of Dongshu. Was there ever a moment when I did not support the Jia family? When Dongshu took up his position, was it not I who kept him close, guiding him hand in hand? How can you, with a semblance of conscience, accuse me of wronging old Jia. And what of you? Old Jia was so wronged by you that he could not even enter his ancestral grave. What more do you desire? Yi Zhonghai's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, disturbed by the wailing of Jia Zhangshi, which felt like an invocation of spirits. Every time there is an issue, she resorts to these superstitious antics, day in and day out. Can I be blamed for this? It is merely the bullying from the old Zhang family. There isn't a single good soul among them. I curse them. Indeed, Jia Zhangshi wished to continue her tirade. But Yi Zhonghai hastily covered the mouth of that old hag. If you wish to engage in such antics, do so at home and see if Jiang Hao will not deal with you. Don't drag me into your misfortunes. You return home. I will seek out old Lu and old Yin to ascertain the situation. Taking a deep breath, Yi Zhonghai endeavored to calm himself. Very well, oldie. I shall await your good news at home. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi ceased her sobbing and turned to leave. Only Aunt Yi wore a worried expression. Oldie, have you forgotten the words of the old lady? If you proceed as you plan, she will not take responsibility should anything go awry. It's nothing. Just a charitable donation. What could possibly go wrong? Rest assured, I will consult old Lu and old Yin. You stay home and prepare a meal. With that, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly departed, his mind racing with schemes to persuade old Lu and old Yin. Lu Haizhong, the simpleton, might be easier to handle. But old Yin is a man who only acts when he sees results. First, he would win over old Lu, then find a way to persuade old Yin. Arriving at Lu Haizhong's residence, Yi Zhonghai knocked on the door. Old Lu, are you home? It's me. Old Yi, I need to discuss something with you. Oh, old Yi, come in. What brings you here? Lu Haizhong had been feeling quite downcast lately. A careless remark had not only earned him a beating, but had also stripped him of his authority over the affairs of the second uncle. Now, who still respected him in this courtyard? Previously, Jia Zhangshi sought Yi Zhonghai's assistance, and he was preparing to persuade Lu Haizhong and Yan Bugui. Thus, he decided to approach Lu Haizhong first. Ah, old Lu, I have been pondering how we might restore our statuses as the first and second uncles. Yi Zhonghai squinted slightly, a subtle smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong perked up, eagerly pressing for details. Oh, do you have a good idea? Do share. Yi Zhonghai cleared his throat and replied earnestly. Old Lu, this is my thought. You see, our courtyard has always been a bastion of civility. Yet now, look at those younger folks. Who among them holds us in esteem? Even the venerable tradition of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young has been cast aside. Reflect upon the time when the two of us endured that beating. How utterly humiliating it was. We shall all grow old one day. And if we allow such mistreatment of the elderly to set a precedent, what will become of us? If everyone begins to emulate such behavior, it would be disastrous. Therefore, I believe it is essential for us to impart a valuable lesson to these young individuals, to enlighten them on the principles of respecting the elderly and nurturing the young, as well as the importance of unity. If we execute this beautifully, and our efforts and achievements are visible on the streets, perhaps we might regain our esteemed status as the respected elders of our community. What do you think? Yi Zhonghai passionately articulated his thoughts, and Lu Haizhong, listening intently to Yi's well-reasoned discourse, found himself nodding vigorously, increasingly convinced of its validity. He envisioned a future where he, having grown old and incapacitated, might face the unsettling prospect of his own sons turning against him. The mere thought was too dreadful to contemplate. Moreover, the possibility of reclaiming his position as a respected elder filled him with a thrilling excitement akin to a rabbit dancing within his chest. Oldie, you speak with great wisdom. So what precisely should we do? Noticing Lu's enthusiastic demeanor, he realized that he had secured Lu's support. He privately contemplated how to involve Yan Bugui in their plans. Yan, however, was not as easily swayed as Lu. His priorities lay solely in personal gain, and they would need to bind him with incentives. Old Lu, we cannot proceed without old Yan. We must bring him into our fold. You understand that he is currently the sole respected elder. Our immediate task is to convene a meeting of the entire courtyard. Coincidentally, Jia Zhangshi approached me today, lamenting that the Jia family is on the brink of financial ruin. As a civilized courtyard, how can we stand idly by while someone faces starvation? We must unite and extend a hand of compassion to help one another through these trying times. If we gather everyone, do you think the Jiang family will dare to act against the collective will of the courtyard? Lu Haizhong nodded in agreement. Using the collective strength of the courtyard to pressure them, the Jiang family will have no choice but to compromise. This way, the Jiang and Jia families can reconcile. When the street committee witnesses our successful endeavor, they will surely commend us. Wouldn't you agree, Old E? Indeed, Old Lu, that is precisely my plan. We must now seek out Old Yen, but let us not divulge too much information, lest he sabotage our efforts. After all, he does not wish for us to reclaim our positions as respected elders. We will present it to him as a means of facilitating a reconciliation between the Jia and Jiang families, while simultaneously fostering amicable relationships among the three courtyards. Excellent. You truly are a master strategist. Let us proceed and seek out Old Yen. At this moment, Lu Haizhong was filled with eager anticipation. Consequently, the two hastily made their way to the front courtyard in search of Yin Bugui. Initially, Yin Bugui was as unyielding as a rattle, refusing to agree to convene a general assembly for the entire courtyard, especially regarding matters pertaining to the Jia family and the old Jiang family. However, in light of the monetary persuasion from Old E, although he remained visibly reluctant, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Nevertheless, he reiterated multiple times that he would not partake in the discussions. His sole responsibility was to summon the assembly. All subsequent matters were to be handled by the others, and he would bear no responsibility for any ensuing complications. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong paid little heed to these stipulations. Their only concern was the convening of the assembly. After partaking in dinner, the general assembly of the courtyard was officially underway, with Yin Jieqing tasked with fetching the members from the Jiang family. Jiang Hao was acutely aware that when unusual occurrences arise, there must be something amiss. What could possibly prompt an impromptu assembly of the entire institution? He grasped Yin Jieqing's arm, a beaming smile adorning his face, and said, "Come now, Jieqing, indulge in a cigarette. As the saying goes, a smoke after a meal is akin to the elixir of life. Let us partake together." With that, he offered a cigarette. After inhaling deeply, he inquired, "Jieqing, enlighten me as to why this sudden assembly has been convened." "Brother, I truly do not possess the full details. At that moment, I merely observed Grandfather E and Grandfather Lu urgently pulling my father aside, insisting on holding this meeting. Initially, my father was wholly reluctant, but their insistence left him with no recourse. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Brother, that is all I know. I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Yin Jieqing accepted the cigarette, took a deep drag, and, while exhaling rings of smoke, spoke in a flustered manner. "Ah, understood. You may return now." Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, brother, I shall take my leave." Yin Jieqing, savoring the moment, strolled back contentedly. Jiang Hao chuckled softly, pondering to himself, "Very well. Let us see what capabilities you two old fellows possess. Perhaps they are even connected to the Jia family. In that case, I shall engage with you both. Otherwise, life would be exceedingly dull." Upon returning to the house, Jiang's father and mother could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, "Son, what exactly is the matter?" Jiang Hao recounted his speculations to them, and then reassured, "Mom and Dad, you need only to observe. I shall handle the rest." Observing their son's confident demeanor, his parents felt a profound sense of pride, realizing their child had matured and was capable of standing on his own. The elderly couple exchanged no words, merely nodding in agreement with a sense of contentment. As time gradually passed, more and more people gathered in the courtyard, engaging in spirited discussions about the purpose of this assembly. The audience buzzed with chatter, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Amidst the crowd, a youth with a long face approached Jiang Hao slowly. At this moment, several young companions from the courtyard had gathered around Jiang Hao: Yin Jieqing, Lu Guangtian, Li Daniu, and the recently arrived Su Damao. The reason for their assembly around Jiang Hao was quite simple. He generously tossed out a pack of cigarettes, inviting them to help themselves. "Brother Hao, what do you suppose has prompted third uncle to suddenly convene this meeting? Is there something amiss?" Su Damao inquired as he took a draw from his cigarette. "I suspect it cannot be anything good," Lu Guangtian muttered. Li Daniu echoed in agreement, "Indeed, indeed, why else would a meeting be called without reason?" Jiang Hao cast a glance at the crowd and remarked, "What could possibly be the matter? It's merely two individuals unwilling to relinquish their status as overseers, seeking to stir up trouble." "Oh," the crowd suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. Su Damao had been exceedingly pleased during this period. On that fateful day, he was attending classes at school and could not rush back in time. By the time he returned, the matter had already been resolved, and he had missed all the excitement, which left him filled with regret. He kept muttering, "Alas, how could I have missed such a splendid spectacle?" However, upon hearing that Shaju had been admitted to the hospital, His eyes sparkled with delight, invigorating his spirit. That evening, he deliberately visited the hospital to see Shaju, wearing a wicked grin that could provoke intense annoyance, leaving Shaju fuming. Su Damao at that moment was utterly arrogant, swaggering directly towards Shaju. He then leaned in closely, relentlessly slapping Shaju's face, his expression brimming with brazen provocation and smugness. Unfortunately, Shaju had just had his broken ribs treated and was tightly bandaged, rendering him utterly immobile. As Su Damao derisively called him a big fool, Shaju could only widen his eyes in helplessness. Su Damao, while striking Shaju's face, gleefully taunted, "Isn't this our academy's warrior? Shaju, how is it that in such a short time, you've been reduced to this pathetic state? Damn you, Su Damao. Just wait until I recover. I shall deal with you then." Shaju retorted, neck outstretched in fury. Without hesitation, Su Damao delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, "Oh, so fierce. Why don't you get up and hit me then? Come on. Why aren't you hitting me? I heard you were defending that old curmudgeon Zhonghai and got beaten up. You look like a pig wrapped up like that. My uncle from the Ming Dynasty never received such treatment. Is Zhonghai your father, grandson? You're doomed, Su Damao. Just wait. I'm telling you. You've gotten yourself into serious trouble. You will regret this." "Regret? I regret not witnessing you being beaten like a dead dog. All this for an old curmudgeon? What were you thinking? Why didn't my uncle kill you?" Su Damao toyed with Shaju for quite some time before leaving, satisfied. Yet, unbeknownst to him, He Da-Ching had been lurking outside. If it were merely about beating Shaju, He Da-Ching would have certainly disapproved. However, Su Damao's words left him in silence for a long while. He realized that, in Shaju's heart, perhaps Zhonghai held more significance than he, his own father. Clearly, he had not received such reverence. Thus, he stood outside, listening to Su Damao humiliate Shaju, remaining unmoved. At this moment, Shaju had long since been discharged from the hospital, prompting Su Damao to avoid him during this period. Today, upon seeing Jiang Hao return, he felt emboldened to make an appearance. He thought to himself, with Brother Hao present, "Could Shaju dare to confront me so brazenly? Does Brother Hao not care for his reputation?" Of course, this was merely Su Damao's own conjecture. Seizing the opportune moment, he approached with an ingratiating smile and inquired, "Brother Hao, may I practice martial arts with you?" Upon hearing Su Damao's request, the others looked on with envy, eagerly gazing at Jiang Hao. When Jiang Hao showcased his prowess, they were all present. Goodness, the imposing combat prowess he displayed stirred their hearts, making them yearn to be in his position. Thus, as soon as Su Damao finished his inquiry, everyone eagerly awaited Jiang Hao's response. Jiang Hao did not find anything remarkable about it. With a nonchalant puff of his cigarette, he stated, "If you wish to practice martial arts, I can teach you." "Really, Brother Hao?" Everyone exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with excitement. "However, I advise you to reconsider." As he spoke these words, Jiang Hao maintained a serious demeanor. "It is not that I am stingy. Mastering martial arts is not a matter of a brief endeavor. It demands unwavering dedication. If you only practice sporadically, it would be better not to practice at all." "Brother Hao, I can persevere," Su Damao and Li Daniu declared simultaneously. "I can too, Brother Hao," Lu Guangtian and Yin Jieqing hurriedly added. "Most importantly, one must consume meat, plenty of meat, every single day." Jiang Hao spoke earnestly. "Why must one consume meat to practice martial arts?" The crowd responded with expressions of confusion. "Indeed, Brother Hao, you eat it daily. What sort of household is that?" Someone furrowed their brow, a look of distress etched upon their face. "Yes, Brother Hao, we can barely fill our stomachs, let alone afford meat," Yin Jieqing remarked with an air of helplessness. "Alas, you have all received an education and are familiar with the saying, 'The impoverished cultivate literature, while the affluent cultivate martial prowess.' Do you think this is merely a casual remark? The practice of martial arts demands a robust physique. Without a formidable body, how can one engage in combat?" Jiang Hao earnestly explained. "If one practices martial arts without sufficient nutrition, it is akin to a slow form of self-destruction. The body will inevitably collapse. Furthermore, you claim you are not satiated by your meals? How can a young man thrive and earn a living if he cannot even fill his stomach? I strongly advise you to consult a physician, or you may jeopardize your future fertility." "Don't scare me. Brother Hao, what does insufficient food have to do with fertility?" Yin Jieqing exclaimed, his expression one of sheer panic. "Indeed, Brother Hao, you are well educated. Enlighten us." Another chimed in. "Exactly, Brother Hao. It's still early and not everyone has arrived. Please share your insights with us." "Very well. Listen carefully," Jiang Hao said. During the developmental stages of life, the body requires ample nutrition. If an individual's daily intake fails to meet their needs, it will adversely affect their height, weight, and overall growth. Practicing martial arts accelerates the absorption of nutrients. Without proper nourishment, how can one train or develop? His companions were taken aback, realizing this was a simplified version of a more complex discussion. Had he delved into physiological issues, they would likely have been lost. Yet, Yan Jieqing felt a twinge of fear, for Jiang Hao's words were directed at him. Observing Yan's family's frugality, Jiang Hao pondered that Yan's prolonged marriage to Yuli without children might be linked to his growth concerns. Whether Yan acknowledged this was no longer Jiang Hao's concern, he had offered his caution. After a brief delay, the assembly finally commenced. The same individual stood at the forefront, but this time it was Yin Bugui who presided. The two men present understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from contesting Yin Bugui for the floor. Yin Bugui surveyed the audience, cleared his throat, and stated, "This meeting has been convened at the request of Old E and Old Lu. They both insisted on holding a discussion, though I am not entirely privy to the particulars. Given their strong desire, I have acquiesced and gathered everyone here for discourse. I will now hand the floor over to them." In this manner, Yin Bugui distanced himself from the proceedings. Given the sensitive nature of the Jiang family's affairs, he feared Jiang Hao might take unexpected action, which would be quite distressing. Thus, after his brief address, he promptly stepped aside. As previously mentioned, Yin Bugui had only spoken a few words before withdrawing. Old Lu, eager to take center stage, began to stutter as he spoke. The purpose of today's meeting, which Old E and I requested, is to enhance the civility and harmony within our courtyard, fostering unity and mutual assistance among us. Old Lu, if you have something to say, say it. If not, step aside and do not waste our time. A voice erupted, filled with indignation, as an arm waved emphatically, the tone sharp enough to pierce the eardrums. Indeed, should you be unable to articulate your thoughts? Perhaps it is best for you to refrain from speaking. What utter nonsense is this? Aunt Li, ever one to follow the crowd, chimed in, hands on her hips, her eyes brimming with disdain. What could he possibly contribute? His abilities are far beneath mine. Sudamao, known for his ostentation, did not hold back, quietly mocking him. Before Old Lu could even commence his lengthy discourse, he was met with a barrage of criticism from the crowd. At this juncture, the position of managing the courtyard had only recently been established. Not to mention Old Lu, even Yi Zhonghai had yet to attain the high esteem he would later enjoy. Thus, the residents were not inclined to indulge him, leaving Old Lu stammering without being able to articulate a coherent thought. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to relinquish his position to Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai cast a scornful glance at Lu Haizhong, inwardly reflecting, "Humph, Lu Haizhong, so boisterous in ordinary times, falters when it matters most. Given the chance, you prove ineffectual. Once again, I must take charge. Let us pause for a moment. We are all workers from the steel mill, fortunate to reside in this courtyard together. What Old Lu proposed is quite reasonable. Mutual assistance is essential," Yi Zhonghai asserted. "For instance, my skills as a machinist are quite commendable. Should anyone require assistance in this area, feel free to approach me. We can engage in fruitful discussions." True to his portrayal as the moral compass of the narrative, Yi Zhonghai articulated his thoughts far more eloquently than Lu Haizhong, basing his remarks on his own expertise. His esteemed status as a skilled machinist proved advantageous, resonating well with the residents, who eagerly expressed their support for Yi Zhonghai. "Master Yi, we look forward to learning from you," exclaimed the eager young machinist, Shaoli. With Yi Zhonghai's guidance, he believed his skills could enhance, paving the way for promotions and salary increases. Even the typically unassuming Master Wang nodded in agreement. Yi Zhonghai continued, "The neighborhood committee has previously informed us that each year, they will evaluate the outstanding and civilized courtyards. Should we secure this title, the committee will reward us with gifts annually. Moreover, this title will bring substantial benefits our way. Whenever job openings arise in nearby factories, the committee will prioritize us. Is this not a significant opportunity? Indeed, Old E speaks wisely. We must strive to obtain this title of outstanding civilized courtyard." Uncle San, Yin Bugui, adjusted his sparse hair, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness. "Exactly. My son will be grown in a couple of years, and he will need to seek employment," expressed Aunt Lu, her brow furrowed with concern. "My son is currently doing odd jobs. There are simply no channels available," sighed Sister Wu, her face etched with helplessness. "Thus, we must secure this title." The crowd nodded in agreement, their spirits ignited. Such words are easy to say, but what of the reputation of the Jia family? They have left us in dire straits. Madame Ma, known for her forthrightness, exclaimed, "What shall we do? Should we drive the Jia family out?" The timid Zhao muttered softly, "What if we just expel them?" Upon hearing that someone suggested ousting her family, Jia Zhangshi immediately raised her voice in lament. "Oh, Lao Jia, how I suffer. Please, silence yourself." In response, Yi Zhonghai, his face flushed with anger, cursed inwardly. "I was just about to rehabilitate your family, and yet you hinder me. Do you not fear being cast out? Everyone, let us first calm down and listen to my perspective. The issue with the Jia family must indeed be addressed, but we cannot simply evict them. If we do that, how could the neighborhood committee believe we are a civilized courtyard? That is simply unacceptable. We all reside within the same courtyard, and it is inevitable that there will be some friction. Our task is to prevent the situation from escalating and resolve matters internally, without burdening the committee or causing them undue concern. If we expel someone every time a problem arises, is that reasonable? We must intervene promptly and encourage them to amend their mistakes. Does that not make sense? Take the Jia family, for instance. They have erred, and the neighborhood committee has already imposed penalties, right? They have sought the necessary education, so let us cease targeting them intentionally." Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, the crowd, though still displeased, refrained from further protest. Su Damao crossed his arms and tilted his head, casting a disdainful glance as he retorted, "Should they not reflect thoroughly on their mistakes? What do you mean by intentionally targeting? I have yet to hear an apology from the Jia family. It is embarrassing to even step outside." Before Jia Zhangshi could respond, she was halted by Jia Dongxiu, who had grown wiser and now refrained from allowing her to stir trouble. "I apologize, everyone. This matter was my fault, and I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." Su Damao remained silent this time, as his father restrained him. Seeing Jia Dongxiu's apology, Yi Zhonghai silently commended him, recognizing that Dongxiu had matured after facing adversity. "As you can see, the Jia family has acknowledged their faults," he continued. Seizing the moment, he announced, "Everyone, I have collaborated with Old Lu on a detailed plan. If this plan succeeds, I assure you that next year, our courtyard will undoubtedly be recognized for its civility." "What plan is this, Old E? Do share," the crowd urged. "Indeed, if it succeeds, you will surely win our gratitude." Yi Zhonghai exchanged a glance with Lu Haizhong, signaling him to cooperate. Lu Haizhong, brimming with excitement, thought to himself, "It is indeed wise to follow Old E. Indeed, this situation has stabilized." He nodded towards Yi Zhonghai, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will cooperate fully." The exchange of glances between them did not escape Jiang Hao's notice. However, he remained unfazed, curious to observe what further tactics they might employ. Yi Zhonghai surveyed the crowd below, still whispering and incessantly questioning. He quickly raised both hands, gesturing for silence, and stated, "Please, everyone, hold your horses and allow me to finish my thoughts." Today, Jia Zhangshi approached me, lamenting the dire circumstances the Jia family currently faces. They have severed ties with their origins and no longer possess any land in the countryside. The entire family is now reliant on Dongxiu's meager salary for survival, leading to a rather frugal existence. After careful discussion with Old Lu, we intend to extend our support to their family. I understand there may be doubts regarding how this relates to our pursuit of the title of a civilized courtyard. Please, allow me to finish before jumping to conclusions. Let us see if my reasoning holds merit. Old E, you should be well aware of the Jia family's true character. Someone shouted hoarsely. Indeed, Old E. Why help them specifically? Another chimed in. Is it because Jia Dongxiu is your disciple that you advocate for them? Came the chorus of dissent. Could you all kindly let me finish? I have yet to provide my explanation. After I conclude, if you still find my reasoning lacking, feel free to chastise me. Agreed? Yi Zhonghai raised his voice, striving to quell the discontent among the crowd. The Jia family, particularly Jia Zhangshi, certainly deserve their fate, as all their troubles stemmed from their own actions. Just as Jia Zhangshi was about to argue, she was swiftly silenced by Jia Dongxiu's hand covering her mouth. "Mother, please, do not say another word. Master surely has his reasons. Let him finish first." Jia Dongxiu appeared anxious, fearful that his mother would provoke further trouble. Observing his disciple's gesture, Yi Zhonghai felt a slight relief. At least this pupil had not reached an irredeemable state. He disregarded Jia Zhangshi and continued. "The reputation of the Jia family indeed affects our own standing. Thus, our objective is to rectify this unfavorable situation. This is the crux of our discussion today. As for the old Jiang family's matters, some time has elapsed, and the Jia family has received their due lessons. I hope you can all be magnanimous and refrain from dwelling on past grievances. We must look forward. For the sake of our courtyard's aspiration to achieve the title of a civilized community, shall we? Zhang Hao extended his hand to halt Zhang's father, who was about to speak, and fixed his gaze upon Yi Zhonghai, inquiring, "Oh, what do you, Yi Zhonghai, wish for the Zhang family to do? Please articulate your thoughts. I am eager to hear your esteemed opinions." Yi Zhonghai, discerning the undertone of discontent in Zhang Hao's words, nevertheless stood firm in representing the interests of the entire courtyard, convinced that Zhang Hao would not dare to oppose the collective. Thus, he feigned ignorance and replied, "Zhang Hao, you are still young, with a promising future ahead. One must embrace a magnanimous spirit and refrain from harboring grudges or being overly meticulous. Consider this. The Jia family is currently facing significant hardships, and with Dongshu now apprenticed, their financial situation has become dire. I propose that we all contribute a portion of our resources to assist them through this difficult period. You, for instance, earn several million each month from hunting, and you have previously lent support to those in need, have you not? This time, I encourage you to contribute a bit more. By doing so, we would proactively aid those in distress, thereby enhancing our reputation. Furthermore, the Zhang family's generous forgiveness of the Jia family will undoubtedly evoke admiration. And lastly, transforming adversaries into allies will forge a lasting peace. The Zhang family's assistance to the Jia family, repaying malice with kindness, would become a tale worth telling. What do you think? In this manner, the Jia family's predicament would be alleviated, and our courtyard's reputation would be restored. Is this not an utterly commendable endeavor? Zhang Hao was amused by the audacity of Yi Zhonghai, who suggested repaying malice with kindness and transforming foes into friends. How bold of him! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hao rose decisively and strode towards the courtyard exit. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily taken aback. This was not the script he had envisioned. Shouldn't Zhang Hao argue back? Then he could brandish the moral high ground to subdue him and re-establish his authority. What did this departure mean? Yi Zhonghai hurriedly shouted, "Zhang Hao, where are you going? Do you not understand my intention? I am going to find Director Wang at the street office, so she can explain it to you." Zhang Hao replied without looking back. "You, Zhang Hao, come back. If you are unwilling, just say so. Don't trouble the street office for everything. Do you still want the title of a civilized courtyard?" Yi Zhonghai shouted in exasperation. He had envisioned numerous possible scenarios, but had never anticipated that Zhang Hao would directly seek out Director Wang at the street office. Who was Director Wang? Surely she would see through Yi Zhonghai's sinister intentions, and he would surely face reprimand. "Juzi, stop him!" Upon hearing this command, the simple-minded Juzi instinctively attempted to run over, but as he stood up, he became somewhat dazed. "Goodness, do you wish for me to spend more time in the hospital? My injuries have yet to heal properly." He pointed at himself while looking at Yi Zhonghai. Realizing he could not rely on Juzi, Yi Zhonghai had no choice but to wait in the courtyard for the street office personnel to arrive. Now they would disperse, only to reconvene later, depending on how the street office would handle the matter. Everyone looked at Yi Zhonghai with disdain, having initially thought he had a clever plan. However, they soon turned to plot against the Zhang family. "You truly are bold, Yi Zhonghai." Yi Zhonghai quickly signaled to his wife to search for the deaf old lady in the backyard. Before long, Director Wang arrived. When Zhang Hao explained the situation to her, she was so incensed that she slammed her hand on the table. Without further ado, she took her team and followed Zhang Hao towards the courtyard. Upon her arrival, she went directly to Yi Zhonghai, who was now drenched in sweat from anxiety. During this period of turmoil, Zhang Hao found himself in a relentless struggle to devise a strategy, while the elderly lady in the backyard remained unhelpful, leaving him with a foreboding sense of impending misfortune. "Director Wang, I must insist, silence." "Yi Zhonghai, I am utterly astonished that someone with your striking features could possess such a malevolent heart. I have finally seen your true colors. Attempting to coerce the entire community against the Zhang family. Director Wang, you have misunderstood me. That is not my intention. You need not articulate anything further, nor provide explanations. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Spare me your excuses. Is the Jia family truly in dire straits? I was unaware. A donation, you say? Jia Zhongshu. Does your family require such assistance?" Upon hearing the mention of donations, Jia Zhongshu's countenance brightened, as she hastily exclaimed, "Really, Director Wang? We do need help. Our family is enduring great hardship. I implore you, have mercy on us." Director Wang chuckled, his laughter devoid of warmth, filled instead with scorn and indignation. Witnessing the director's mirth, Yi Zhonghai was utterly despondent, feeling as though a multitude of arrows had pierced his heart, overwhelmed with fatigue and despair, and thought to himself, enough. I am weary, let it all perish. How could I be so foolish as to associate with such incompetent allies? Truly, I am reaping what I have sown. The elderly lady was right. The Jia family is a bottomless pit. Once one falls in, escape is impossible. Director Wang gestured forcefully to the two clerks from the street office, his expression grave and his tone sharp. You two listen closely. Immediately proceed to the Jia residence and conduct a thorough and comprehensive search. Leave no corner unchecked. Drawers, cabinets, boxes, every conceivable hiding place must be scrutinized, particularly those obscure nooks and potential concealed compartments. I wish to ascertain whether the Jia family is truly as impoverished as they claim. If they are indeed in need, we at the street office will seek to provide assistance. However, should I discover that they are lying, then there will be no mercy. I shall ensure you comprehend the meaning of fraudulent donations and deceitful solicitations. Let them witness the consequences of such nefarious practices. Off you go. Upon receiving the command, the two clerks did not hesitate. They rushed toward the Jia residence with the urgency of a military order. What are you doing? By what right do you search my home? Old Jia, come back and see this. We are being bullied as widows and orphans. Old Jia, I am so sorry. Please, take them away. Jia Zhangshi cried out, her voice hoarse, as she once more enacted her classic lamentation ritual. Director Wang, witnessing this scene, felt his face flush with rage, his eyes bulging with fury as if his very head might explode from indignation. He bellowed, silence. How dare you publicly propagate superstitious beliefs in my presence? It seems my previous reprimand was far too lenient. If this were to leak out, others would undoubtedly mock me. Jia Zhangshi, you are truly remarkable. Immediately, he bellowed at the two elderly women. Silence her. The two women, far from being passive, displayed remarkable agility. One swiftly turned and firmly subdued Jia Zhangshi, delivering several resounding slaps, without mercy. They then stuffed a rag directly into her mouth. Upon witnessing this, Jia Dongxiu attempted to intervene, but Director Wang glared at him with fierce eyes and admonished, Jia Dongxiu, if you dare obstruct the street office and its duties, I shall visit Factory Director Yang at the steel mill tomorrow to discuss your matters in detail. Qin Huairu, you may accompany them, you may observe, but you are not to interfere. Before long, the two workers returned, clutching a small package. Inside lay a gold ring, several silver dollars, and 3.85 million in cash. Director Wang, seething with anger, approached Yi Zhonghai and declared, is this what you call hardship? Yi Zhonghai, how blind I was to underestimate you. Your words are nothing but absurd nonsense. How could I have been so foolish as to allow you to manage affairs? Each of Director Wang's words sent tremors through Yi Zhonghai's heart. Director Wang, I too have been deceived by Jia Zhangshi. I truly had no knowledge of this. Enough. Yi Zhonghai, you shall come with me. I will thoroughly discuss your issues with Director Yang tomorrow. Take Jia Zhangshi with you as well. After taking a few steps, Director Wang abruptly turned, his gaze piercing, and sternly remarked, Yan Bugui, your management has been utterly disastrous. Who granted you the authority to hold meetings today? And what is this about donations? Was it approved by the street office? Yan Bugui immediately panicked, exclaiming, Director Wang, this was strongly requested by Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten about Lu Haizhong. Well then, Lu Haizhong, you shall join us as well. In Yan Bugui, you are relieved of your duties. If you lack the capability, do not take on such responsibilities. From now on, all matters concerning Courtyard No. 95 will be the sole responsibility of the street office. Should you have any issues, come directly to the street office. There will be no more management from your courtyard. With that, Director Wang stormed off, accompanied by a group of agitated individuals. Director Wang, this truly has nothing to do with me. Oh. The folly of seeking small gains only to suffer great losses. Yan Bugui, filled with regret, struck himself sharply across the face. All because he had accepted 50,000 yuan from Yi Zhonghai in exchange for agreeing to convene a meeting for the entire institute. Consequently, he also jeopardized his role as the overseer for his uncle. As Director Wang stormed away in fury, the personnel of the institute gradually dispersed like a receding tide, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong hung their heads low, being led away together. Despite her utmost efforts, Yi Zhonghai's wife was unable to summon the deaf old woman to assist them and could only return home with a somber expression. Similarly, Lu Haizhong's wife wore a face of worry, supported by their eldest son as they made their way home. Their two younger sons were indifferent to the situation. For them, the notion of family had always been synonymous with endless scoldings and beatings since they could remember. Jia Dongshu trudged home, dejected, alongside Qin Huairu. Upon entering the house, he collapsed onto the bed like a deflated balloon, his face devoid of hope. Earlier that day, as he returned from work, he had been met with the exuberant news from Jia Zhangshi that his master Yi Zhonghai was prepared to assist their family. This revelation had nearly propelled him into a leap of joy. Oh, how difficult his recent days had been, laden with grievances and tears of anguish. The master who once treated him like a beloved son no longer acknowledged him. The master who used to advocate for him during his tribulations at the workshop had turned a blind eye since the incident of the interception. Now, just when he thought he had finally endured the hardships, he found himself suddenly bereft of excitement, much like a frostbitten eggplant. His master, alongside his mother, had sought to gain benefits but instead dragged him into the mire. Who could fathom the depths of Jia Dongshu's sorrow? Whenever he thought of Jiang Hao, resentment gnawed at his very core. It served him right to have his wife snatched away. His mother was correct. He was destined for a life of solitude. Yet, fear also crept into his heart, concerned that Jiang Hao might retaliate against him. If even his cunning master had stumbled twice, who could predict the repercussions from the street office for his master and mother? Once Director Wang departed, the courtyard succumbed to a brief silence. Su Damao stood at his doorstep, unable to conceal the gloating smile upon his face. He muttered incessantly, "Humph, let you all thrash about. How do you like it now? Let us see what other tricks you can conjure." Jiang Hao and his family joyfully returned home together. Along the way, his two younger brothers excitedly exclaimed, "Elder brother is amazing, and he's truly remarkable." Their exuberant voices brought smiles to Zhang's parents. Upon entering their home, Zhang's mother quickly tidied up the two younger ones and urged everyone to retire for the night. Several hours had passed since dinner, the assembly of the entire compound, and Director Wang's departure from the neighborhood office. It was indeed late, and tomorrow demanded their return to work. Following the conclusion of the assembly, the most aggrieved was none other than Uncle Yin Bugui. He could no longer be referred to as uncle, for he had been stripped of his position. Upon returning home, he was immediately met with a tirade from Aunt Yin. With hands on her hips and eyes wide, she vociferously lamented, "Look at you. For a mere 50,000 yuan. You've lost your authoritative role. How could you be so foolish?" Yin Bugui sat dejectedly in a chair, his brow furrowed, sighing heavily. That night, old Yin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep, muttering incessantly, "What a loss. I can no longer profit. What am I to do?" Enraged, Aunt Yin scolded him sharply a few times, which finally subdued him a little, yet he remained restless. Silly Zhu returned home, unable to restrain himself from berating Jiang Hao, calling him cold-blooded, selfish, and unfeeling. However, as soon as he voiced his grievances, He Yushui countered him. The way she confronted him was utterly charming, with wide eyes. She said, "Brother, if you're displeased with Hao Ge, why not summon him so you can scold him to his face? If you're cursing him behind his back, one might think you fear him." Silly Zhu stared in disbelief at his sister, exasperatedly retorting, "What side are you on, He Yushui? I am your brother, your own brother." "Indeed, you are," she replied, "and that is precisely why I am not on your side." Little Yushui gazed earnestly at her foolish brother while internally ridiculing him. "Silly and ineffectual. What does he have to do with me? My own brother can't even take care of his sister, leaving me to starve daily. Hao Ji's family, however, provides me with delectable treats and clothing. Naturally, I side with him." Silly Zhu gazed at his dear sister, speechless, and sighed. "If you're on my side, why would you want to summon Jiang Hao? Do you wish for me to spend more time in the hospital? Well, brother, you are here criticizing him, but Hao Ge cannot hear you. It is wrong to speak ill of someone behind their back. Humph. I admit I cannot contend with him, but I simply cannot abide by his actions. Whenever there's an issue, he reports it to the neighborhood office. If he doesn't, will it be like last time when you all got beaten again? I shall cease my words. Go to sleep quickly and disregard me." He Yushui pouted and quietly returned to her room to sleep. Meanwhile, in the Jia household, Qin Huairu dared not make a sound. Since her marriage into the Jia family, she had been diligently tending to her duties, fearful of provoking their disdain. Beyond the Jia family, she had nowhere else to turn. Observing Jiang Hao in the courtyard, composed and unperturbed, her heart ached with pangs of regret. The man who could have been hers was someone she had let slip away. Now, even if she stood before him, he likely would not deign to cast a glance in her direction. In the stillness of the night, Qin Huairu often found herself reminiscing about their first encounter. "Hello, Comrade Qin Huairu. My name is Jiang Hao, and I am a purchaser at the Hongqing steel plant. Comrade Qin Huairu, please don't be shy. Come and enjoy the braised pork my mother makes so deliciously. Comrade Qin Huairu, let me tell you a joke." That initial meeting was etched indelibly in her memory. Yet now, he seemed disinterested even in acknowledging her presence. She had toiled endlessly to secure her place in the city, only to find herself wed to the Jia family. The Jia family, indeed, was a facade. What a futile endeavor this had been. Qin Huairu murmured to herself, tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Hao contemplated in the solace of his home, reflecting that the residents of the courtyard would likely enjoy a period of tranquility following the recent events. Meanwhile, the other neighbors engaged in animated discussions within their own abodes, some condemning the Jia family's avarice, while others lamented Yi Zhonghai's folly. Early the next morning, a cacophony of voices erupted in the courtyard. Jiang Hao turned over, disregarding the commotion around him, his thoughts drifting. "Let them quarrel. I shall indulge in my slumber." Thus, he remained in this state until the sun reached its zenith, naturally awakening. After rising, Jiang Hao washed his face and brushed his teeth, then sat at the table, consuming breakfast while inquiring about the events of the morning from his mother. Although Li Shuimei initially hesitated to speak, the sheer number of people aware of the situation rendered concealment impossible. Consequently, she began, "Xiao Hao, I must tell you, please remain calm." Jiang Hao was utterly perplexed. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would I be excited?" "Rest assured, I am not the least bit excited. Qin Huairu is expecting." "Who?" "Qin Huairu." Jiang Hao felt somewhat speechless, contemplating inwardly. "You, Jia Dongxiu, are indeed formidable. Despite my subtle maneuvering, which would typically render one infertile within a month, you still managed to conceive the thief saint. It appears this is the inertia of the narrative. Without the thief saint, can the story truly unfold?" Seeing that Jiang Hao remained silent, his mother assumed he was still sorrowful over Qin Huairu. She hurriedly sat beside him, gently patting his shoulder as she spoke. "It's all right, my dear Hao. I shall visit matchmaker Wang shortly and have her introduce a woman even more beautiful than Qin Huairu to be your bride." Jiang Hao nearly spat out the mouthful of porridge he had just sipped. "Mother, do you truly believe I would be upset over that Qin Huairu? Isn't that so?" "Not at all. I have only met her once. How could I possibly hold any affection for her?" "Upset? No way. Then why were you just sitting there in a daze, not uttering a word?" "I was merely taken aback by the news. Besides, I am still not yet 20 years old. Director Wang has stated that men must be 20 and women 18 to marry. We can get to know each other gradually, and, when the time is right, obtain a marriage certificate." At this moment, Jiang's mother appeared unusually earnest. Jiang Hao gazed at his mother's earnest expression and, unable to refuse, nodded in agreement and said, "Very well, I shall follow your arrangements." At last, Jiang's mother revealed a joyful smile, for she had previously feared that her eldest son would succumb to despair. The anxiety surrounding his blind date had weighed heavily on her heart, but now she could finally set her mind at ease. Time, like a fleeting horse, swiftly carried them to the festive occasion of the new year. The factory had already closed its doors 5 days prior. Originally, Jiang Hao had planned to administer the 3-light divine water to his parents that very evening, but alas, he was delayed by the so-called assembly of the entire hospital. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to wait until the following evening to provide it to them. After consuming the potion, both Jiang's father and mother felt an extraordinary sense of wonder, soon followed by an overwhelming drowsiness. Upon awakening the next day, they experienced an unprecedented lightness in their bodies, as if they had regained a significant measure of youth. Their skin had transformed, becoming fair and radiant. Jiang's mother, who had previously been confined to their home due to poor health, now appeared so revitalized that even outsiders could only remark on the marked improvement in her complexion. Unlike Jiang's father, it is fortunate that it is currently winter, and his thick clothing conceals the changes. However, his face has paled significantly, leading those who have encountered him to believe he is unwell, prompting numerous admonitions to take greater care of his health. Jiang Hao conveyed the words of the old gentleman to them, cautioning them never to mention the matter to anyone. On the morning of New Year's Eve, the courtyard bustled with activity as each household began their preparations. From the early hours, they were engrossed in affixing spring festival couplets, while those with means slaughtered chickens and ducks, and others managed to procure some meat for making dumpling filling. Those employed at the steel mill felt particularly fortunate, as their New Year benefits included a pound of meat and 2 pounds of flour. As for the couplets, there was no doubt that Yin Bugue excelled in this craft. For a modest fee, he would write them for you and deliver them to your door. This fee could be as simple as peanuts or sunflower seeds. And with a few extra coins, his sons would even come to affix the couplets for you, providing a service that truly made one feel at home. Turning to the outcome of the recent assembly where several individuals were apprehended, they were released the very next day. Director Wang personally visited the steel mill to meet with factory director Yang, but the details of their conversation remain shrouded in mystery. What is known is that on that same afternoon, the steel mill announced the penalties. Yi Zhonghai was demoted from a senior mechanic to a mid-level 1. With his salary reduced from 780,000 to 568,000. Lu Haizhong faced a similar fate, his earnings slashed from 665,000 to 568,000. Furthermore, both were fined 6 months' salary and instructed to pay the fines the following day, calculated based on their original wages. To add to their woes, they were barred from promotions or salary increases for the subsequent 2 years. This left them in a state of utter silence, retreating to their rooms for days in sheer embarrassment. Jia Zhongshi's situation was even more dire, due to fraudulent donations and the promotion of feudal superstitions. She was sentenced to 6 months of hard labor. She was taken away the same day, with only her family permitted to bring along some bedding. Her son, Jia Dongxiu, accompanied her, while Qin Huairu did not attend. On that morning, as she washed clothes by the Courtyard's water basin, the combination of her enduring sorrow and fatigue, compounded by her pregnancy, caused her to faint. Fortunately, there were many present who swiftly took her to the hospital, and they also informed Jia Dongxiu, who worked at the factory. When Jia Dongxiu returned from the hospital with Qin Huairu, they encountered the police delivering the penalty notice. Thus, he had to first take Qin Huairu home before proceeding to deliver belongings to his mother. Both good and bad tidings converged that day, which is why Jiang Hao, hearing the commotion outside, chose to indulge in a late slumber, missing the unfolding events. Jiang Hao greatly appreciates the festive atmosphere that accompanies the new year in this era. Jiang Hao stood quietly at the entrance of the courtyard, observing the children running about in joyous abandon. The air was thick with the scent of firecrackers, and the occasional sound of small explosions mingled with the delighted shouts and laughter of the youngsters. This scene evoked a sense of both nostalgia and estrangement, as if he had been transported back to his own childhood in a previous life. During those days, he had many companions, yet as he grew older, he lost touch with them, and the exuberance of his youth became a distant memory. After a midday meal, the residents of the courtyard gathered together. Families sat in a convivial circle, engaging in cheerful conversation while meticulously crafting red paper cuttings to adorn the windows. Subsequently, Jiang Hao returned home to join his parents and 2 younger brothers in making dumplings, followed by frying meatballs and preparing braised dishes for the New Year's Eve feast. As evening approached, the delightful aroma of various dishes wafted from the homes within the courtyard, affirming that the new year is indeed the most cherished occasion for every child. There are delectable treats, engaging activities, and even when mistakes are made, parents are lenient in their reprimands. On New Year's Eve, Xiao Yushui also celebrated at Jiang Hao's home. Originally, Shaju intended to take Yushui to celebrate with Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady, knowing that with her presence, Yi Zhonghai would not dare to invite the Jia family. Thus, this year, it was just Jia Dongxiu and Qin Huairu from the Jia family. However, no matter how much Shaju persuaded her, Yushui was resolute in her refusal to go. Consequently, when Shaju left, he could only apologize to Yi Zhonghai and his wife along with the old lady. They felt a pang of guilt and dared not say much more. Little did Shaju know of the sordid affairs they were entangled in. Yushui had never confided in Shaju. She was acutely aware of her insignificance, realizing that even if she spoke up, Shaju might not believe her. She vividly recalled the night her father abandoned her and her siblings. One evening, when her foolish brother had not yet returned, she went to Yi Zhonghai's home, seeking something to eat from the old lady. Although there was food available, they feigned ignorance, not only refusing to share, but also shooing her away. Starving, she could only quench her hunger with water. It was then that Jiang Hao brought her back to his home for a meal. From that moment on, whenever mealtime arrived, the Jiang family would prepare an extra serving just for her, ensuring she would never go hungry again. As she gazed at the Jiang family before her, tears streamed down Xiao Yushui's face uncontrollably. At first, Jiang's father and mother mistakenly believed that others were seeking to confront He Daqing, and they hurried to offer their consolation. Mother Jiang embraced little Yushui, speaking tender words of affection. As a result, little Yushui was so moved that she cried even more. The New Year's Eve dinner was a feast enjoyed by all. The dining table of the Jiang family was, as always, laden with an abundance of delicious dishes. On the table lay succulent and tender fish, fragrant and flavorful meat, crispy and delectable ribs, plump and juicy chicken, and fresh, succulent shrimp. The family gathered around, indulging in the sumptuous meal amidst joyous laughter and merriment. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the three Jiang brothers and little Yushui respectfully offered their New Year's greetings to Father and Mother Jiang in turn. The faces of Jiang's father and mother radiated with happiness as they had prepared red envelopes well in advance, ensuring that each child would receive two. Clutching the envelopes, the children's faces were alight with joy. Subsequently, the family gathered together to usher in the new year, eagerly awaiting its arrival. As the hour struck, they joyously stepped outside to set off firecrackers. The crackling sounds filled the air, reflecting the joyous expressions on each face, creating a harmonious and delightful atmosphere within the family. The following day marked the first day of the year, the first day of the lunar calendar. As the dawn of the new year broke, it brought forth new hope and joy to the world. The entire family donned the new clothes they had meticulously prepared before the festival. Little Yushui was no exception, her new attire making her appear particularly spirited. It must be said that Jiang's father and mother genuinely cherished and cared for little Yushui as if she were their own daughter. Soon thereafter, the entire family, brimming with excitement, set out to extend New Year greetings to their neighbors in the courtyard. Happy New Year! Wishing you joy in the new year. The warm greetings echoed back and forth, with every face illuminated by happiness and satisfaction. The entire courtyard was filled with laughter and song, enveloped in a festive and harmonious ambience. After celebrating the new year, the Jiang family hurried back to their hometown the next day to pay respects to their relatives. Upon their arrival, the elderly grandfather and grandmother had eagerly awaited them at the door. The whole family was finally reunited, and this warm scene filled their hearts with comfort. Although the distance was not too far, the current state of transportation was far less developed than in later years, making the round trip quite time-consuming. Thus, Jiang's father and mother could only return occasionally during holidays. In recent years, due to Jiang's mother, Li Xuemei's health issues, they had visited their hometown even less frequently. Nevertheless, the grandfather and grandmother were understanding and wise, harboring no grievances regarding their inability to visit often. As long as the family could be together, safe and sound, they were content. After spending 2 days in the countryside, the Jiang family visited the elders of the village, offering sincere greetings and thoughtful gifts. Following this, they returned to the city, as they still needed to work hard for a brighter future. Time flew by, and before they knew it, March had arrived. Jiang Hao's life returned to tranquility once more. The chaos instigated by the Jia and Zhang families had subsided, and there were no significant disturbances, save for the occasional quarrel. Consequently, Jiang Hao found himself restless. As he had done the previous year, he briefed his parents and then applied for permission to venture into the mountains, setting off shortly thereafter. However, his initial destination was not the Zhongwu Daming, but rather to prepare for the initiation of a zero-cost purchasing scheme. That night, countless nations across the globe faced misfortune, with neighboring countries suffering the most acutely. Their decades of arduous development were rendered futile, as everything they had built was suddenly appropriated by others overnight. Jiang Hao initially targeted industrial equipment, for industry is indeed the foundation of civilization's advancement. This endeavor was no trivial matter. It was evident that his intent was to leave no trace behind, whether it was machinery freshly produced or already in operation. He showed little discrimination, accepting all manner of tools, from machine tools to steel-making apparatus. His sole objective was to package, and package once more, not to mention the inclusion of user manuals. Jiang Hao departed with great swiftness, leaving behind a scene of devastation and an eerily vacant entrance. Next came the issue of wealth, a matter intricately linked to the economic lifeblood of various nations. Regardless of how fortified their banks may be, they stand defenseless against a master of spatial theft. The so-called technologies and impenetrable barriers are rendered futile in his presence. With a mere instant of teleportation, he infiltrates their very core, leaving them utterly helpless. While he lacks the time to target smaller banks, he is decidedly unrestrained when it comes to the larger institutions, seizing treasures, jewelry, and cash without a hint of remorse. His modus operandi is clear: to leave no opportunity unexploited, to extract every ounce of value. Ultimately, His sights are set on the major research institutions of each country, symbols of contemporary technological prowess. How could Jiang Hao possibly overlook this matter? Countless technological marvels have been completely seized by him. Jiang Haoshuang has achieved clarity of thought. Now, his focus shifts to discreetly delivering these provisions to his hometown. Reflecting on the enduring hardships and diligent efforts of his fellow villagers, he feels a pang of empathy, convinced that these contributions will undoubtedly enhance their quality of life. And food. He suddenly recalls a matter of paramount importance. He must procure a sufficient supply of grain. Though the pivotal event lies several years ahead, it is prudent to prepare in advance. Given the current circumstances, a little more grain will not make a difference. Thus, Jiang Haoshuang transforms once more into a diligent porter, tirelessly traversing the strategic resource reserves of various nations, loading an array of supplies, grains, clothing, oil, and cotton, among others. Jiang Hao, ever the opportunist, welcomed all that came his way, emphasizing quantity over quality. Ultimately, driven by an insatiable greed, he turned his attention once more to the matter of weaponry. Once again, he swept through the armories of nations, seizing every piece of equipment within his sight. Gazing upon his handiwork, Jiang Hao could not help but silently muse. I wonder what news tomorrow will bring. Such a monumental event surely cannot remain concealed. I have been exceedingly ruthless, utterly unjust. How is it that I have come to feel sympathy for others? Jiang Hao gave himself a resounding slap. Jiang Hao's thoughts were not unfounded. The magnitude of this incident was truly staggering, rendering the losses of various nations nearly impossible to quantify. Economies plummeted, regressing by decades, and countries found themselves engulfed in chaos and despair. Each nation, perceiving the gravity of the situation, endeavored to placate their citizens while simultaneously embarking on rigorous self-assessments of their security conditions. Military defenses and intelligence monitoring were significantly bolstered, yet ultimately, no tangible results emerged. The instigator of this cataclysmic event, Jiang Hao, upon his return, simply retreated to his home and fell into a deep slumber, seemingly indifferent to the repercussions of his actions that almost incited a new S3 season among nations. After returning, Jiang Hao remained detached from the momentous international news, instead leading a methodical and ordinary life. The sole source of his distress stemmed from the overwhelming accumulation of various supplies within his space, leaving him at a loss regarding their disposal. Should he send them back home? That would surely expose him. Yet, to refrain from doing so would contradict his original intentions. Wasn't his aim to enhance the quality of life for everyone? Perhaps he could distribute them clandestinely? Initially, Jiang Hao entertained this notion, but it was swiftly dismissed. The sheer volume was simply too vast. What could a secretive distribution possibly achieve? Moreover, how much could he possibly give away in secrecy? This was the very core of the world's stronghold, and a single misstep could lead to discovery by those with ulterior motives, resulting in dire consequences. Thus, the idea of discreetly distributing the supplies was promptly eliminated from Jiang Hao's considerations. He could not afford to take such a risk. After much contemplation, Jiang Hao ultimately decided to relinquish his hidden thoughts. He resolved to be forthright, yet neither confirm nor deny the truth, and after delivering his message, he intended to depart. In this manner, all would be well, and nothing untoward would transpire. After Jiang Hao confirmed his thoughts, he promptly set his plan into motion. That very night, he delivered a letter to his superiors. Within the correspondence, he included his name along with all pertinent information, assuring them of its authenticity for verification. This letter represented Jiang Hao's candidness toward his family, aimed at alleviating their concerns. In the letter, he also revealed his spatial abilities, unequivocally stating that he was responsible for the recent significant international events. His intention was to dispose of what he possessed and urged the leaders to devise a strategy. However, he yearned for a life of simplicity, assuring that should his country require his services, a mere letter would suffice to summon him once more. He requested that no one approach him without due consideration, as he wished to avoid drawing undue attention. The contents of the letter swiftly captured the attention of numerous influential figures. They could hardly afford to overlook it. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Consequently, they quickly dispatched personnel to verify Jiang Hao's specific details. With Jiang Hao's self-disclosure, his identity was promptly confirmed, and after several probing tests, his abilities were also validated. This revelation ignited a wave of excitement among the elite. Indeed, they had discovered a true gem. The confirmation of his extraordinary capabilities implied that his claims were genuine. The sheer magnitude of it all was astounding. One individual had managed to outmaneuver the entire world, a feat bordering on the absurd. However, this information must remain confidential. They soon began deliberating on how best to manage Jiang Hao's future. As for his desire for a mundane existence, they found it unacceptable. Such a treasure should not be relegated to the status of an ordinary citizen. Thus, their correspondence evolved from written letters to face-to-face discussions, exploring arrangements for Jiang Hao's future. Jiang Hao, too, bears silent burdens. The rapid developments have left him somewhat at a loss. However, the situation does not appear too dire. Rather, the pressing concern lies in how to arrange his own affairs. For the leadership, to leave him unchecked would be to squander the capabilities of a valuable asset. Moreover, given the formidable prowess of this asset, he cannot be allowed unrestricted freedom. Should a position be assigned to him? Yet, he himself declines, asserting that he is already engaged in work. This dilemma left the leaders momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed, ultimately leading them to agree on prioritizing the management of supplies before revisiting this topic. Subsequently, Jiang the asset became quite occupied during the day. He fulfilled his regular duties or sought out locations to inventory supplies. By night, he complied with the various arrangements set forth by the leaders, particularly in categorizing an assortment of industrial equipment, which proved to be quite taxing for him. Given the sheer quantity and diversity, Jiang labored tirelessly within the confines of his space for an entire month, aided by temporal assistance. Without such aid, even a year would not suffice for him to complete the task, underscoring the magnitude of his challenge. Eventually, Jiang found himself resting within the space for 3 days. When the leaders became aware of this, they were deeply concerned. The supplies were secure, so a slight delay was acceptable. However, they were adamant that the asset must not be harmed. Consequently, all leaders reiterated their insistence that he must prioritize rest and care for his health, assuring him that they were in no rush. Once rejuvenated, Jiang commenced placing the organized industrial equipment in designated locations. Subsequently, the leaders would discreetly arrange for these items to be transported to places where their significant impact could be realized. The matter of finances was straightforward. Jiang adeptly utilized his consciousness within the space to separate and organize the funds. He would then transport them to specified locations, where designated personnel would collect them. The arrival of this capital was particularly timely, especially the gold, given that the international economy currently operates on a gold standard, with the dollar tethered to gold. The most cumbersome issue remained the vast quantities of daily necessities, which were notably abundant and substantial. Jiang Hao found himself at a loss, as categorizing everything would leave him with nothing else to do, spending his days merely entangled in such tasks. When Jiang Hao brought up the matter, the leaders expressed their understanding and assured him that he need not concern himself with it, as they would manage it appropriately. Following their directives, Jiang Hao arrived at a designated location where he unloaded supplies such as food and clothing as instructed by the local authorities. Beyond this, he was not required to intervene further, as the leaders had arranged for the appropriate personnel to handle the remainder. However, when it came time to distribute these essential goods, it quickly became evident that the warehouse was insufficient to accommodate everything. Consequently, he had no choice but to coordinate efforts, resulting in a night spent traversing multiple locations. After completing the deliveries, Jiang Hao found himself waiting once more. In some instances, new warehouses were being constructed on the spot. Thus, for several consecutive months, he struggled to finish unloading the supplies. As for the weaponry, Jiang Hao was unable to provide much, given that they were standardized equipment belonging to others. While a small quantity could be understood, supplying the entire army was clearly impractical. It was obvious that any speculation would lead to the conclusion that the recent international heist was somehow linked to him. Therefore, the leaders accepted only a minimal amount of weaponry, primarily to study some of the most advanced equipment. What delighted the leaders most, however, was the mushroom spawn, which they had long coveted. Regrettably, the technology was rather advanced, and they were not in a position to possess it immediately. Yet, the fact that their prized possession had managed to retrieve it was truly exhilarating. They believed that with this resource, and through reverse engineering, they would soon be able to cultivate their own mushrooms. Furthermore, Jiang Hao had also managed to bring back several sets of equipment used for mushroom cultivation, which further bolstered everyone's confidence. Through Jiang Hao's endeavors, the leaders recognized that they were, in fact, lacking for nothing. As long as they could gradually assimilate these resources, all issues would be rendered inconsequential. To align with international developments, They consistently proclaimed that various items had been stolen from them, thereby reinforcing a narrative of shared victimhood, suggesting that they too had been targeted, alleviating any doubts about their integrity. International affairs were not Jiang Hao's concern. These past few months had been exceptionally fulfilling. His frequent use of spiritual awareness had notably solidified his mental acuity. Although the supplies had not yet been completely unloaded, the leaders reconvened to discuss Jiang Hao's contributions once again. Jiang Hao was truly on the brink of despair, convinced that he was ill-suited for any form of employment. The current procurement job seemed idyllic, lucrative, with minimal effort required and conveniently close to home, making it particularly suitable for a leisurely retirement. Previously, he had feared exposing himself. But now he had openly confessed, no longer burdened by trepidation. As long as there was an open and legitimate source of income to silence the tongues of everyone in the courtyard, no one would doubt Jiang Hao's true identity. Furthermore, if he could find a wife in this world, it would be nothing short of perfection. As Jiang Hao navigated the world of zero-cost procurement in the courtyard, he continually postponed his return to the Ming Dynasty, grateful for the existence of a time difference. This ensured that a certain fairy would not be kept waiting for too long. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that Lin Xianer might go mad. After all, he had snatched her from Little Li's grasp and then callously abandoned her. The thought of her turning dark in response was thrilling yet worrisome. He could end up without the beauty and become her target of relentless schemes. Such a scenario was unacceptable to Jiang Hao, who possessed a profound sense of compassion and wished to provide every girl he admired with a complete home. Fortunately, matters were drawing to a close, and he could soon embark on a joyful journey to another world. To be candid, Jiang Hao's favorite was Sister Yao Yu, yet her formidable nature intimidated him somewhat. Otherwise, he would have sought her out first without hesitation. Thus, Jiang Hao once again transformed into a diligent little bee, traversing the nation back and forth. After some time, he finally managed to handle most of the resources, aside from a small portion he discreetly retained for himself. Once he shed this heavy burden, Jiang Hao felt an immense sense of relief, his demeanor becoming significantly lighter. However, this also led him to enter a special department. Although his supernatural abilities could not be imparted to others, he possessed remarkable martial skills. Initially regarded as a national treasure by the leaders, this young man, in a moment of inadvertent pride, revealed his martial prowess. The exquisite techniques and profound inner strength, alongside the blade's 100-meter-long aura, dazzled all present. Well done, young man. You know how to conceal your talents. Had it not been for the excessive flattery, you would have kept this skill hidden. The admiration resonated among the esteemed individuals present. Since our precious gem has shown such sincerity, we must not squander his earnest efforts. Jiang Hao is now filled with a desire to strike himself a few times, thinking, so it is you, flaunting your capabilities. Now, it seems that shirking responsibility is no longer an option. Consequently, a special department was established with remarkable speed that left Jiang Hao utterly astonished. As the leaders departed one by one, the phone calls began to ring incessantly, seeking personnel from various military districts. Indeed, the members of this special department were meticulously selected elites drawn from the foremost military districts for training. As for Jiang Hao, it goes without saying that he naturally assumed the role of instructor. Jiang Hao found himself unable to refuse and reluctantly accepted the appointment, meticulously planning the training for the elite. First and foremost, he arranged a comprehensive curriculum focused on internal cultivation. He provided the trainees with an in-depth explanation of the methods and critical points of inner power cultivation, personally guiding them on how to effectively accumulate and flexibly utilize their internal strength. The internal cultivation techniques he imparted were akin to those of the venerable elder, optimized through the passage of time into the 13 guardians. In teaching martial arts techniques, Jiang Hao opted for the vigorous and forceful 8th-level fist. He understood the wisdom of moderation and, therefore, refrained from overwhelming the trainees with an excess of diverse martial arts. Instead, he intended to adopt a gradual approach, allowing the trainees to progress steadily and firmly enhance their abilities. However, Jiang Hao was not the type to obediently remain in one place to train personnel. Once everything fell into place, he was adamant about not staying confined to the department. Restless, he instructed all personnel to practice according to the established plans and processes, preparing to relinquish his oversight. After all, there were dedicated individuals managing the training, and he felt his presence was of little significance. Moreover, cultivation is a matter of long-term accumulation, constant supervision yields little benefit unless one possesses extraordinary resources to assist others. He deemed it sufficient to return in a month or so to address any issues that might arise during their practice. Ultimately, taking into account the sentiments and personal wishes of this precious treasure, the leadership, after thorough deliberation, reluctantly acquiesced to Jiang Hao's decision. Thus, Jiang Hao resumed his duties as a procurement officer at the steel mill. However, the steel mill had received new directives. As the higher-ups issued a clear order to Director Yang, he was not to interfere with anything concerning the procurement officer Jiang Hao, allowing him the freedom to act as he pleased. This revelation filled Director Yang, who was completely unaware of the situation, with a mix of surprise and delight. He had assumed that such developments were a result of Jiang Hao's prowess as a master. After all, an organization would not leave a master in the role of an ordinary procurement officer indefinitely. It seemed Jiang Hao possessed another mysterious and significant hidden identity. One could only say that Director Yang underestimated him, but this was understandable, given the sensitivity of Jiang Hao's true status. The many leaders were not inclined to disclose Jiang Hao's identity. As long as they were aware of the existence of this treasure, that sufficed. As for Jiang Hao himself, he had long since returned to the realm of comprehensive martial arts. It had been precisely 20 days since his departure. Lin Xianer, aside from a brief bout of sulkiness in the initial days, had remained obediently patient, seemingly resigned to the wait for someone's return. On this particular day, Lin Xianer, as was her custom, woke early to freshen up and dress, then leisurely made her way to the living room for tea. To her surprise, upon entering the living room, she encountered the very individual she found utterly detestable. Ah, is that not our Lord of the Blade? Having returned from a delightful excursion, I find myself perplexed by the prolonged wait endured by the young lady. Lin Xianer playfully chided, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Ha ha. I apologize for my abruptness, dear Xianer. I truly regret the delay of these past few days. As a token of my sincerity, I present you with this gift. Do see if it pleases you. With a broad smile, he extended a dazzling string of jewels, procured at no cost, to Lin Xianer. This treasure, a precious gem he had meticulously hidden away, was rumored to be a cherished heirloom passed down through generations of royalty. During a global quest for riches, Jiang Hao had immediately recognized this jewel as one of the few exquisite treasures he wished to keep, specifically to delight a lady's heart. Indeed, upon beholding the resplendent brilliance of the gems, Lin Xianer could no longer harbor any resentment, her heart and gaze wholly consumed by joy. Truly, even the most beautiful of maidens finds it hard to resist the allure of such scintillating treasures. After toying with the necklace for a while, Lin Xianer carefully tucked it away, feigning a sense of grievance as she remarked, "Alas, how could a mere captive of an adult dare to harbor anger? Is it true that you intend to take me to the capital on this journey?" Jiang Hao's lips curled into a smile as he mysteriously remarked, "Guess what? Ha ha." This was reminiscent of the previous occasion when Lin Xianer inquired whether Jiang Hao intended to take her to the capital. Jiang Hao did not deny it. He merely raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, his gaze imbued with an enigmatic significance. Could it be that Xianer still harbors feelings for the young scholarly? If so, I must admit I would be displeased. When I lose my temper, I can be quite ruthless, even to myself. As Jiang Hao spoke, he effortlessly pulled Lin Xianer into his embrace. Not at all. Xianer has already contemplated this matter. Li Tianhua merely treats me as a fleeting diversion. Presently, he is undoubtedly infatuated with my cousin, Shireen. What am I to him? Moreover, it seems I shall never escape the clutches of adulthood, so I might as well obey the wishes of my elders. Lin Xianer playfully pouted. And instead of resisting Jiang Hao's embrace, she nestled closer to him. Not only was Jiang Hao inherently formidable and awe-inspiring, but Lin Xianer, hailing from a brothel background, excelled at pleasing men. Furthermore, the untainted Lin Xianer did not harbor a profound hatred for Li Sunhuan, coupled with her own restless ambition. The prospect of accompanying someone to the capital held little significance for her. Ah, splendid. Miss Xianer truly captivates my heart, Jiang Hao said with a mischievous grin as he leaned in closer. Oh, how insufferable. You are such a rogue. Lin Xianer playfully punched Jiang Hao's chest. Ha ha. As the saying goes, a man must be a little wicked for a woman to find him appealing. Jiang Hao burst into hearty laughter, filling the room with a joyful ambience. The following dawn, Jiang Hao and Lin Xianer rose early. After preparing the carriage and all necessary belongings, they set off from Baoding Prefecture, meandering towards the capital city. Along the way, the two reveled in the picturesque landscapes, basking in leisure, truly at ease. Blissful moments invariably slip away swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had passed, and they were nearing the capital. Of course, during this journey, Lin Xianer, the enchanting maiden, had already been thoroughly captivated by Jiang Hao. This inevitably led Jiang Hao to reflect on his journey thus far, finally savoring the pleasures of life. At this juncture, Lady Xianer radiated youthful vibrancy. Moreover, her driving skills were nothing short of exceptional, honed through years of rigorous training. Jiang Hao found himself utterly entranced, lost in delight. As someone once remarked, "Ruin, this maiden is truly alluring." As for Lady Xianer's perception of Jiang Hao, it evolved from initial reluctance to a dazed acceptance under a barrage of sweet nothings, eventually leading them to jointly explore driving techniques. It is fair to say that Lady Xianer had become a devoted follower of a certain someone, obediently heeding his every word. One must ponder how the ancients could possibly withstand the myriad charms of modern flattery. Zhang's eloquent words painted a vivid picture, captivating Miss Lin Xianer and enveloping her in dreams of a promising future. Fortunately, he was no scoundrel. On that fateful night, while the two were entwined in affection within a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the capital, Jiang Hao abruptly halted Lin Xianer's movements. "What troubles you, my lord?" Lin Xianer inquired, her heart filled with confusion at his sudden pause. "Nothing of great importance," he replied. "But it seems there are two individuals who have been trailing us for over 10 days. Their intentions remain unclear. Since we find ourselves rather bored, why not invite them to converse? Come forth. There is no need for concealment. Should I wish to end your lives, the grass atop your graves would already be sprouting." At the end, Jiang Hao, harnessing his internal strength, proclaimed loudly, "Truly, he is the despair blade demon. Despite the considerable distance between us, you sensed my presence long ago. I, Shangguan Haidang, humbly bow to your prowess." The individuals in question are indeed Shangguan Haidang of the Dragon Guardian Villa and Gue Haidao. By the time they arrived at Liyuan, the events concerning Li Xianhuan had already concluded. After comprehensively grasping the sequence of events, both Shangguan Haidang and Gue Haidao found themselves in a predicament. It is worth noting that even the illustrious Xiao Li Fei Dao could be cleaved in two. What extraordinary celestial prowess could this be? They pondered silently, realizing that with their combined abilities, it would be foolhardy to confront such a force head-on, as they might struggle to parry even a single strike. Nevertheless, Gue Haidao was filled with reluctance, driven by an unwavering desire to uncover the truth behind his father's demise. It was precisely this motivation that led to their recent pursuit and appearance. Upon seeing the two manifest before her, Lin Xianer remained remarkably unperturbed. She was profoundly assured that the man beside her would not allow anyone the slightest chance to harm her. Thus, she merely cast a fleeting glance and refrained from further comment. Her keen perception discerned that although both individuals were clad in male attire, one of them was undeniably a woman. While Lin Xianer's martial prowess may not be exceptional, her intellect and discernment were indeed formidable. Consequently, she whispered a few words discreetly into Jiang Hao's ear. Upon hearing the words of Miss Xianer, Jiang Hao suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. If the world were to know that the esteemed master of the foremost manor, renowned for gathering the finest talents, the illustrious Lord Shangguan, is in fact a woman, how many men would find themselves blushing in shame? Wouldn't you agree, Gue Haidao? Gue Haidao cast a fleeting glance at Shangguan Haidang, his expression tinged with urgency, pressing his lips together in silence. Yet, Shangguan Haidang, being exceptionally astute, discerned at a mere glance that Gue Haidao was already privy to her secret. "When did you find out?" Her tone bore a hint of impatience. "Long ago," came Gue Haidao's succinct reply. "You." Shangguan Haidang hesitated, words caught in her throat. At that moment, someone could no longer contain themselves and exclaimed loudly, "What is the meaning of this? You clearly came here seeking me, yet here you are, whispering amongst yourselves. Let us pause for a moment. Your matters can wait. We should first discuss our own affairs. Honestly, there must be an order to things. How can you proceed in such a disorganized manner?" Lord Dama." Shangguan Haidang began to speak. "There is no need for such formalities. You may simply address me as Jiang Wuxiu, and spare me the preamble. I am well aware of your intentions. You wish to uncover the identity of Gue Haidao's father's murderer, am I correct? So, stop dawdling and ask directly." Interrupted the individual without hesitation. This left Shangguan Haidang momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. This is not how the narrative unfolds. Why are you deviating from the expected course? You answered before I even had the chance to ask. Someone mused quietly within. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Apologies. I typically do not laugh in serious moments unless I simply cannot contain myself. The little enchantress Lin Sienna remarked with a hint of embarrassment, finally alleviating the tension in the air. With a swift motion, Jiang Hao's right hand delved into his chest, and a vibrant red cloak materialized in his grasp. Lin Sienna, however, cast a peculiar glance at his chest. The previous mention of Jiang Hao retrieving the exquisitely forged cloak from within his chest left her utterly astounded. She could not fathom how such a large garment could be concealed there without detection. What are you doing? There are others present. Why are you reaching into my chest? Jiang Hao thwarted the little demonist's attempt to reach towards his chest. How could you possibly conceal it there? Lin Sienna inquired, her face brimming with curiosity. That is of no consequence, Jiang Hao replied casually. It is indeed of great significance. Allow me a glance. What else lies within? Lin Sienna persisted. There is nothing of importance, merely a trivial trick. Let us attend to the pressing matters first, and we shall discuss the rest later. Now be good. He hastily reassured the mischievous little sprite. Ah, the return to the sea sword, is it? First, take a look at this sword manual. Jiang Hao spoke as he tossed the renowned dominance over the world sword manual to Guihai Dao. The moment Guihai Dao received the manual, he cast a fleeting glance at it and was instantly ensnared by an enigmatic force. He found himself irresistibly drawn into its depths, his expression one of rapt fascination. Awaken! Jiang Hao bellowed suddenly, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. This is the cursed blade. Guihai Dao, as if emerging from a dream, gasped for breath. His gaze fixed in trepidation upon the sword manual in his hands. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. At that moment, his heart was engulfed in fear and confusion, realizing the profound sorcery contained within the manual. You feel it now, don't you? You were right. This is indeed the cursed blade, the very technique of your father. Dominance over the world, along with the final 3 strikes of the abyssal path. Jiang Hao's countenance grew grave, his tone exceedingly serious. He understood all too well that Guihai Dao had long been haunted by the death of his father. This manual might illuminate the truth for him. Yet it could also plunge him into a deeper obsession. No ordinary person can master it. One must possess at least the strength of a grandmaster and an extraordinarily resilient will. I ask you, did your father ever attain the level of grandmaster? Surely not. Lacking in strength and mental fortitude, the consequences of attempting to practice this technique should be evident to you, should they not? Jiang Hao's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Guihai Dao. He harbored a quiet concern that Guihai Dao might act impulsively. You too wield a blade. You should comprehend the intricacies involved. What I can reveal to you is this. If my intuition serves me correctly, your father's demise is likely connected to your mother. Jiang Hao's words struck like a thunderclap, resonating within the heart of Guihai Dao. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. Guihai Dao's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared in fury, his face etched with incredulity and rage. He could not fathom such a notion. How could his mother possibly be linked to his father's demise? Guihai Dao, I trust you have inquired of your mother regarding the circumstances of your father's death. Yet, did she provide you with an answer? She consistently evades the core of the matter, incessantly urging you to let go of hatred and lead a good life. Reflect deeply on this. What could be the reason behind her actions? Jiang Hao relentlessly pursued, his words sharp and incisive. How could my mother possibly be involved? I must seek clarity. Guihai, resembling a madman, recklessly dashed outside in a frenzy. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought, to uncover the truth from his mother. If you wish for your mother's demise, then go ahead and inquire. I shall not impede you, as long as you are mentally prepared for the consequences. The voice of Jiang Hao coldly echoed behind Guihai Dao. Guihai Dao's steps came to an abrupt halt, his heart ensnared in profound turmoil, for he understood that Jiang Hao's words were not without merit. He turned around, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Jiang Hao. The anguish etched upon his face contorted into a grimace, his body trembling uncontrollably. Observing Guihai Dao in such a state of torment and conflict was a poignant sight. Jiang Hao also withdrew his teasing demeanor, his tone shifting to one of gentleness and profundity. Reflect carefully. Each time you mention your father, what expression does your mother wear? Is it not one of immense anguish? I can assure you with utmost certainty that the last 3 individuals your father beheld before his demise were his sworn brothers, Kalinzi, Jian Jingfeng, and the monthly outcome. Do you truly believe that these 3 loyal companions of your father were responsible for his death? Awaken to the truth. The reality is that your father, after mastering the art of dominance, fell victim to the machinations of his own inner demons. Subsequently, he forcibly pursued the perilous path of the abyssal 3 blades, ultimately succumbing to madness. In his state of delirium, he even brandished his blade against these once dear brothers, compelling your mother to take the tragic step of ending his life. Otherwise, why has your mother been so evasive in her explanations? Zhang Hao harbored a hope that Gui Hai Yi Dao could find the composure to accept this harsh reality. Your mother, in her solitary existence at Siheyuan Monastery, sacrificed herself for your well-being. Do you not comprehend the gravity of her actions? On one hand, she is burdened with guilt. On the other, she offers her prayers for your future. She earnestly wishes for you to avoid repeating the tragic fate of your father. If, at this critical juncture, you were to confront her with accusations of having slain your father, do you truly believe she would possess the courage to endure such a confrontation? Reflect deeply on this. I shall take it upon myself to safeguard this blade manual for you. Zhang Hao gazed at Gui Hai Yi Dao, a flicker of compassion illuminating his eyes. Shangguan Haidang stepped forward, gently leading the disoriented Gui Hai Yi Dao away. The dilapidated temple gradually fell into silence, leaving Zhang Hao standing alone in contemplation. Lin Xianer, seated behind him, softly kneaded his shoulders, inquiring gently, "My lord, does this blade manual truly possess such terrifying magic?" Zhang Hao tilted his head slightly, relishing her service, and replied, "You possess no martial prowess, hence you cannot discern anything of significance. If a master swordsman were present, his response would mirror that of the recent Gui Hai Yi Dao, so imbued with enchantment." Lin Xianer, upon hearing this, her eyes glimmered with determination as she declared, "Young master, I too yearn to cultivate my skills. I do not wish to remain an ordinary person." Zhang Hao turned to her with a smile and reassured, "Fear not. It shall certainly come to pass, though presently, I lack a suitable method for women. Thus, I must ponder diligently. I have heard that the Mingyu Gong of the Yihua Palace is quite remarkable. It is said that once mastered, one can retain eternal youth. However, it is rather elusive. I shall seek an opportunity to see if I can procure it from the esteemed mistress of the Yaoyu Palace for you." Lin Xianer's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it truly so, young master? Please do not jest with me. I take your words to heart." Zhang Hao grasped her hand earnestly, declaring, "Who would dare to deceive you? Rest assured, I shall provide you with nothing but the best." Lin Xianer beamed with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Then I shall await your good news." Suddenly, Zhang Hao playfully pulled her closer, grinning mischievously, "Of course. Come here, little enchantress. I can tell at a glance that you are no ordinary being. Boldly reveal your true self to assist me in my cultivation." Lin Xianer playfully protested, No, you are so wicked, my lord." As the night deepened, a certain individual, after indulging in delightful antics with the little enchantress, quietly rose alone. With a swift movement, he returned to his realm, commencing his training. This had become an unyielding nightly ritual since Li Yuan's departure. Whether in the Courtyard world or in the Ming Dynasty, he diligently pursued his practice. Currently, while his supernatural abilities remained at the SS level, the wondrous effects of his visualization technique had significantly strengthened his mental prowess. His martial arts, having endured numerous bloody and brutal battles, were on the verge of transcending the late Grand Master stage. With this advancement in martial arts, he anticipated that his supernatural abilities would also ascend back to the pinnacle of SS level. A fervent intuition stirred within him, suggesting that tonight presented an exceptional opportunity for breakthrough. His martial path had begun to crystallize, focusing on the extensive collection of various martial arts, integrating them into the 13 Guardians. The 13 Guardians had evolved beyond mere physical training. They now formed a protective barrier akin to an inverted golden bell, enveloped in vital energy. Moreover, they could transform like the indestructible golden figure of the diamond body technique, capable of both offense and defense. His swordsmanship had also drawn inspiration from temporal and spatial abilities, enabling him to strike with lightning speed while directly influencing the rules, resembling a nascent domain of blades. However, due to his limited exposure to sword arts, he felt that, had he delved deeper, he might have achieved mastery akin to the legendary sword saint's cataclysmic blade from the tales of Fengyun. Zhang Hao speculated that when his domain of blades took shape, he would be able to immobilize his opponents directly within the confines of his blade domain. Everything would be under his dominion. Moreover, the temporal and spatial abilities were gradually merging into his martial arts techniques. It was likely that when the blade domain fully formed, its power would be nothing short of cataclysmic. On the following morning, the two of them promptly packed their belongings and entered the capital. Upon their arrival in the capital, Jiang Hao led Lin Xian straight to the Eastern Depot. As for the reason behind their visit to the Eastern Depot, it was quite evident: to create trouble for Zhu Wushi. Although Jiang Hao held a certain admiration for Zhu Wushi's deep affection for Su Xian, he found Zhu Wushi's cunning nature to be exceedingly treacherous. It was imperative to give him some tasks to keep him occupied, lest he become a source of trouble for himself. The Eastern Depot, officially known as the Eastern Investigation Bureau, was a secret service organization of the Ming Dynasty. Currently, within the context of the martial world of Great Ming, the Eastern Depot was overseen by 3 directors. The chief director, Lu Jin, was ruthless and adept in the art of scheming. The second director, Chao Jingchun, was known to those familiar with the relevant narratives as quite the gentleman. Not only was he courteous, but his eloquence was also quite charming, making him Jiang Hao's target for the day. The third director, Lu Shi, was skilled in wielding power and persecuting the loyal and virtuous, with a particularly formidable technique for absorbing energy. However, this energy absorption technique was vastly different from that of Zhu Wushi. The Eastern Depot was situated to the north of the Dong'an Gate in the capital, and one could easily gather information about its location with a few inquiries. As he gazed upon the alley before him, Jiang Hao recognized it as the infamous site of the Eastern Depot, a place that struck fear into the hearts of many and caused them to tremble at its mere mention. Jiang Hao could not help but find the situation amusing. Can you believe that the territory of the Eastern Depot is so extensive? A whole alley belongs to them. Perhaps it is merely a reflection of my limited perspective. Nevertheless, he had come this time to meet Chao Jingchun. As a courteous eunuch, he was eager to witness whether this second supervisor of the Eastern Depot truly embodied the politeness that others spoke of so highly. The guards stationed at the entrance of the Eastern Depot were notably discerning. After all, this place is not one that ordinary individuals dare to approach lightly. Today, the sight of a carriage unexpectedly parked at their doorstep piqued their curiosity. Furthermore, the driver of the carriage appeared to be quite extraordinary, drawing their attention. Thus, these guards refrained from their usual casual reprimands and simply observed in silence. Jiang Hao paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs and called out loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request you to inform Lord Supervisor Chao of my visit." "Thank you." The onlookers exchanged anxious glances, their faces paling at the mention of this notorious figure. Yet, they dared not exhibit the slightest sign of negligence. They immediately bowed and responded, "Hero Jiang, please wait a moment. We shall promptly notify Lord Supervisor." With that, one among them hastily dashed inside, while the others remained rooted in place, wearing forced smiles. Internally, they were engulfed in dread. Fearing for their lives, what brings this harbinger of doom to our humble abode? We are truly doomed. One man, wielding a single blade, had cast a shadow over the entire martial world, silencing all who dared to voice their dissent against him. Like the fabled sword of Damocles, his presence loomed ominously, rendering others powerless to oppress the common folk with impunity. Reports indicated that his initial targets had been mountain bandits, tyrants, corrupt officials, and despicable gentry. Never did he resort to the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. However, each of these villains had their own circle of friends and family, leading to a cascade of bloodshed that stained the land and darkened the sun. Thus, his fearsome reputation was forged. Today, had he come to the East Factory with intentions of retribution? Meanwhile, the messenger who had gone to inform Chao Jingchun arrived at the courtyard where the lord was situated. Upon hearing the news, Chao Jingchun felt a jolt of alarm. Nevertheless, the seasoned Chao summoned his courage and resolved to personally receive Jiang Hao, all the while cursing the unfortunate soul who had provoked this deity of death. What a plight this is for me. I can only hope the situation is not dire. With a heart full of trepidation, Chao Jingchun hastily gathered his men and made his way to the entrance to greet Jiang Hao. As Jiang Hao awaited Chao Jingchun, Lin Xian regarded him with a face full of curiosity. Jiang Hao patiently reassured her, saying, "Do not worry. I have some matters to discuss with Master Chao. Additionally, I intend to negotiate a transaction with him to secure us a place to reside. With Master Chao's esteemed reputation, I believe that henceforth, no one shall dare to trouble us." Lin Xian regarded her man with a peculiar expression, responding, "With such a reputation, who in the martial world of the Ming Dynasty is unaware of it? Would anyone truly dare to trouble us?" Perhaps you are somewhat mistaken regarding your own renown. However, being a clever woman, she refrained from uttering anything that might embarrass her husband, thinking to herself, "Whatever you say, my dear, shall be accepted as truth." Before Chao Jingchun made his appearance, his voice resonated from afar. "I have heard that young hero Jiang has come to the Eastern Depot to seek me. Alas, it is indeed a failure on my part to offer you a proper welcome. I sincerely hope you will forgive my oversight." Though his tone was exceedingly courteous, there lingered a subtle undertone of authority. "Your graciousness is appreciated, Master Chao. You are a person of great importance, engaged in myriad affairs. My unannounced visit is indeed a presumption, and I hope you will excuse my intrusion." Jiang Hao clasped his hands together and slightly bowed, a gentle smile gracing his countenance. His gaze remained tranquil as he observed the approaching Chao Jingchun. "Not at all, young hero Jiang. You are far too courteous," Chao Jingchun replied, his smile growing more radiant as he gestured invitingly. "Please, do come in. Allow me the pleasure of hosting you properly." Upon entering the Eastern Depot, the servants swiftly served tea with remarkable agility. Jiang Hao displayed not a hint of hesitation as he candidly articulated his intentions, aiming to allay any potential misgivings from the venerable Chao, ensuring he did not misconstrue his visit as a source of trouble. "Chao Gonggong, might I inquire how well-versed you are in the circumstances surrounding the indomitable General Zhu Wushi?" Upon hearing this, Chao Jingchun felt a wave of elation wash over him. It seemed that Jiang's visit was not aimed at stirring discord. He promptly replied, "The indomitable general is none other than the emperor's esteemed uncle. His character embodies unparalleled loyalty and valor, marked by unwavering integrity and impartiality. He wields both the decree of the emperor and the formidable sword of justice. Undoubtedly, he stands as the pillar of the current Ming Dynasty. However, dear Chao Gonggong, it appears you are not entirely forthcoming." Jiang Hao unabashedly interrupted Chao Jingchun's falsehood, a teasing smile gracing his face as he spoke. "Hee, that young hero Jiang. What we say is nothing but the unvarnished truth. Feel free to inquire with others. They will all tell you the same." Jiang Hao, however, had no desire to engage in pointless banter with Chao Jingchun. He was acutely aware of the true nature of Zhu Wushi. Thus, Jiang Hao candidly opened up, expressing his thoughts to Chao Jingchun without reservation. "Esteemed Chao, I shall not beat around the bush or engage in riddles. I hold Zhu Wushi in utter disdain. Furthermore, I consider myself a disciple of the undefeated trickster, Gu Santong. The sole purpose of my visit today is twofold. Firstly, to elucidate the true essence of Zhu Wushi, so that you may avoid suffering significant losses in the future. Unbeknownst to you, Zhu Wushi has mastered the art of energy absorption, a technique inherited from the enigmatic hero of Tianqi. My master, Gu Santong, practiced the indestructible diamond technique. In the past, a total of 108 masters from the 8 major sects had their powers siphoned away by him, and the strength of many skilled individuals, whom he murdered to frame my master, was also absorbed by him. Even if this energy absorption technique has its limitations and cannot completely drain one's power, one might ponder the height of Zhu Wushi's current capabilities, given the cumulative strength of so many individuals. Chao Jingchun's countenance turned as pale as a sheet at Jiang Hao's words, his heart filled with trepidation, followed by an expression of profound concern. He understood that Jiang Hao spoke the truth and realized that he would never deceive him regarding such matters, as it served no purpose. He recognized that he had, in recent years, grown somewhat complacent, dismissing Zhu Wushi entirely. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Wushi had never held him in high regard. "I am grateful for your kind reminder. Young hero Jiang, had it not been for your words, our situation could have turned dire." Chao Jingchun respectfully clasped his fists in gratitude towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled faintly and produced a tome from his bosom, extending it toward Chao Jingchun. "Here you are, Master Chao. The purpose of my visit is not merely to intimidate you. This is the indestructible Vajra skill, and it constitutes the second matter for which I have come. You must take a good look at it." "Young Master Jiang, what exactly do you mean by this?" Chao Jingchun inquired, amused. "With my current martial prowess, I hardly regard Zhu Wushi as a threat. The intent behind presenting you with this indestructible Vajra skill is to equip you with the means to contend with him. As long as it brings discomfort to Zhu Wushi, I shall be immensely pleased. When the time comes, you shall teach him a lesson he won't soon forget, one that will leave him unrecognizable to his own mother." As he spoke, a fierce grin spread across Jiang Hao's face. The thought of the suffering endured by Gu Santong made it impossible for Jiang Hao to feel any sense of satisfaction from merely striking him. Chao Zhengchun listened, incredulous. Is it truly that simple? You would so readily bestow the indestructible Vajra skill upon me? He gazed at the tome in his hands, scarcely able to believe his eyes. By the way, Master Chao, Jiang Hao continued, I find myself without a place to stay in the capital. I have long heard of your generous nature and trust that you might assist me in resolving this predicament. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Haha. Young Master Jiang, fret not. This is merely a trifling matter. I possess several properties and shall gladly gift you a spacious and elegant courtyard. It was originally the residence of a high-ranking official who fell from grace. I shall have preparations made for you immediately, allowing you to move in at your convenience. Haha. You are exceedingly gracious, Master Chao. I shall not impose upon you further. There are many affairs awaiting my attention today regarding my relocation. Let us share tea and converse when time permits. Absolutely, young Master Jiang. It is a great honor to forge a connection with a talent like yourself. Should any unwise individual in the capital dare to trouble you, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall ensure that matters are resolved with clarity and precision. Thank you immensely. I shall take my leave now. Please, allow me to have someone escort you to the residence. Should there be anything unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to inform me. Very well, Master Chao. Please take care, and until we meet again. Until we meet again, young Master Jiang. Upon exiting the Eastern Depot, Jiang Hao and Lin Xianer were met by individuals awaiting their arrival at the entrance. They were subsequently escorted to an expansive and grand courtyard. Jiang Hao was utterly satisfied, for he recognized the true essence of a capable individual, a genuine talent. How considerate old Chao was, meticulously preparing everything. The butler, servants, and maidservants were all present in abundance. One could simply arrive with their belongings and settle in effortlessly. Time, like a fleeting horse, whisked away more than a week in the blink of an eye. During this interval, Jiang Hao undertook but two endeavors. Firstly, he entrusted the esteemed eunuch Chao with the task of finding Cheng Shifei, fulfilling his own commitment to Gu Santong. Cheng Shifei, a mere street ruffian, was swiftly brought to him the very next day, thanks to the formidable influence of the Eastern Depot. Jiang Hao did not concern himself overly with the myriad of matters surrounding Cheng Shifei. He merely imparted the indestructible skill of the Vajra and assisted him in unblocking his meridians. Additionally, he gifted him a precious Shaolin elixir, the Great Returning Pill. Had it not been for the sight of Cheng Shifei, he might have almost forgotten that he had once plundered the Shaolin Temple. This elixir was indeed a trophy from that audacious venture. He refrained from divulging Cheng Shifei's lineage, simply stating that he shared a camaraderie with his father, a bond transcending generations. The indestructible skill belonged to his father, and with enemies still lurking in the shadows, one must not recklessly wield such transformations. For if those adversaries were to come seeking vengeance, peril would surely ensue. Subsequently, he bestowed upon him a sum of 10,000 taels of silver and sent him on his way, indifferent to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Jiang Hao merely yearned for Cheng Shifei to distance himself from the entanglements of disputes. Living a carefree and untroubled life was, in truth, quite delightful. Moreover, each day, he would venture to the Tongfu Inn. Indeed, you heard correctly, it is the very Tongfu Inn from the renowned Wulin Weizun. The proprietor of this establishment is none other than Tong Xiangyu, and he could not fathom why this character from Wulin Weizun so abruptly intruded upon his reality. When Jiang Hao stumbled upon this inn, he momentarily questioned whether he had encountered a ghost. What rendered the situation even more astonishing was the presence of the four great detectives: Cold Blood, Heartless, Jiming, and Iron Hand. Upon reflection, it seemed that these figures indeed existed within Wulin Weizun. This line of thought began to make sense, after all. Little Guo's father was the revered Gui Juxia of the Six Doors. With this series of peculiarities swirling around him, Jiang Hao found himself deeply skeptical about the integrity of the Ming Dynasty he had entered. He silently resolved that should any other bizarre characters make an appearance, he would hardly be astonished. At this very moment, he was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Old Bai. This brings us to the day after his arrival in the capital. When he set out to seek an inn, it is well known that Jiang Hao had a habit of gathering tidbits of information at inns. While in search of one, the words Tongfu Inn suddenly caught his eye. Initially, he merely found the name of the inn rather appealing, as it evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity, leading him to believe it could be a branch of some celestial inn. Thus, he dismissed it from his thoughts and strode confidently inside. It was not until Old Bai approached him, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Tongfu Inn," that he was taken aback, exclaiming, "The thief Saint Bai Zhan Tong. Goodness, This startled Old Bai considerably, prompting him to swiftly cover Jiang Hao's mouth. As he pulled him away, he whispered in his ear, "Brother, I hope you will show mercy. Have I ever offended you in the past? I have completely turned over a new leaf. I beseech you, spare me this once. Is that agreeable? Ah, why are you silent? Do speak." Jiang Hao, with his mouth covered, wore a face full of exasperation. It was indeed the same group of people, none of whom could be deemed normal. He gently patted Lao Bai's hand and gestured towards his muffled mouth. Upon realizing the situation, Lao Bai felt an acute sense of embarrassment. It was utterly inappropriate to stifle someone's speech while insisting they communicate. Nevertheless, he feared that Jiang Hao might raise his voice, so he said, "If I release my grip, will you refrain from shouting? Just give me a nod." Jiang Hao nodded eagerly. Lao Bai attempted to loosen his grip, and upon noticing Jiang Hao did not cry out, he finally felt at ease. "My apologies. Well, that's enough. It's all right. I want to make a sound. Besides, I merely know you. You are not the tormentor of my past. Ha ha ha, as it happens. I have turned over a new leaf. Now, I work as a waiter here. One must understand, life is best lived with stability and solidity. I have come to dine. Is that acceptable? Ah, of course, of course. Please, come upstairs, where the view is considerably better. I shall arrange a private room for you." Lao Bai responded instinctively. "No need. I shall remain downstairs. A seat by the window will suffice. I simply wish to enjoy a meal while catching up on the latest tidings of the world. To pass the time, rest assured, I shall not disclose your identity. That is reassuring. Please, this way, esteemed guest. May I inquire your name?" "Oh, I am called Jiang Wuxiu." "Ah, Jiang Wuxiu, what a splendid name. It resonates with familiarity." As Lao Bai spoke, his complexion abruptly turned pale, and he struggled to swallow. "What is the matter? You look suddenly quite ill. Are you unwell? Should we consult a doctor?" Jiang Hao observed Lao Bai's pallor, feigning concern, yet inwardly he chuckled. "This fellow plays his role splendidly. It's nothing, really. With the recent weather changes, I might have caught a chill. My stomach is a bit unsettled." Lao Bai was nearly on the verge of tears. Why must this formidable figure appear now? Is there no respite to be had? Initially, he felt indifferent, yet now, attired in dark garments, a formidable blade at his side, it was perplexing why he would choose the name Jiang Wuxiu. If there is one individual who has recently garnered fame, it is undoubtedly the master of the demonic blade, the despairing blade demon, Jiang Wuxiu. Whispers circulate throughout the martial world. The blade demon, Jiang Wuxiu, is a figure both righteous and wicked, embodying a spirit of unrestrained freedom. Legends tell of a night when he allegedly bathed an entire city in blood. That night, anguished cries echoed into the heavens, enveloping the city in a shroud of death. Others recount tales of his solitary foray into the notorious Black Wind stronghold, transforming the once arrogant lair into a desolate inferno. Countless such legends proliferate, each variant painting Jiang Wuxiu as an enigmatic and formidable presence. The very name Jiang Wuxiu itself is said to have originated from the Shaolin Temple, making it known to all within the martial realm that the despairing blade demon bears this name. Old Bai shuddered at the thought of these rumors, realizing his frail limbs could hardly withstand such tumult. "Ah, Old Bai, just bring me a few of your signature dishes and a jug of fine wine," he urged. "All right, I'll be off to attend to it. Please wait here a moment. The dishes will be served shortly." Old Bai forced himself to maintain an air of composure. However, once he stepped aside and was out of Jiang Hao's sight, he felt his strength drain away. This was precisely when Xiaoguo spotted him and rushed over, asking, "What's wrong, Old Bai? Are you all right? Should we call a doctor?" "I'm fine," he replied. "Just help me a bit. It's not illness. I'm merely frightened. My legs have gone weak." "Haha, really? You are the thief saint after all. What kind of person could scare you so?" she teased. "You're tarnishing your reputation. Well, if I tell you, I fear it might frighten you to death." "Sha, I, Guo am not easily frightened. This is the capital city, remember? My father is Guo Juxia, and this is my territory. Who dares to scare me? Go to the hall, near the window on the left, and confront that young man dressed in black. Give him a piece of your mind. From now on, whenever I see you, Miss Guo, I shall bow and scrape." "All right then, Old Bai, just watch," she declared, heading off. "Wait, are you out of your mind? Do you not value your life? Do you even know who he is?" Bai Zhantong exclaimed, pulling Xiaoguo back. "You're joking, right? You can't be serious." "Humph, I knew you were timid. How dare you try to stop me?" Xiaoguo retorted, exuding confidence. "My dear aunt, he is Jiang Wuxiu. Have you forgotten?" "Yes, the one constantly mentioned these past few days." Old Bai's expression was a captivating tapestry of emotions, shifting between terror and urgency. Bai Zhantong's antics left Guo Furong utterly perplexed, her face etched with confusion. What Jiang Wuxiu? What have they been saying these days? Isn't it just Jiang Wuxiu? At this moment, Xiao Guo suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, her voice trembling faintly like leaves swaying in the wind. Almost immediately, she mirrored Old Bai, her legs giving way beneath her, nearly collapsing to the ground. Brother, how did he end up here? How could I possibly know? She exclaimed, her bravado faltering. Are you still being stubborn? Why not try scolding him a bit? Stand up quickly. Be brave. Old Bai scoffed, a hint of derision flickering across his face. My legs are weak. I have no strength left. At this moment, Guo Furong was devoid of the earlier defiance, her complexion draining to a ghostly pallor, akin to a blank canvas. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Where has all that bravado from earlier gone? Old Bai taunted. I was wrong, Old Bai. I never imagined it would be him. Enough. I must quickly instruct De Zue to hasten with the dishes. If we fail to entertain this esteemed guest, we will surely face dire consequences. As Old Bai spoke, he wiped the sweat from his brow, hurriedly turning to find De Zue. De Zue, hurry up. Prepare some of your signature dishes, and be swift about it. A distinguished guest has arrived. What distinguished guest? Who is so important that you're in such a frenzy? We can't wait for explanations, brother. Jiang Wuxiu is here. The dreaded blade demon, Jiang Wuxiu. Can we expedite this? How could he possibly come here? What dishes does he favor? What should I prepare? No time for hesitation. De Zue, just whip up your best dishes. Old Bai gestured dramatically, mimicking a throat-slashing motion. Upon witnessing this, De Zue's eyes glazed over, as if his very soul had departed. Cold sweat poured from him like beads from a broken string. Hurry up. Yes. Get moving. I'll step out to manage the situation. Bai Zhantong took a deep breath, silently bolstering his courage, and then, steeling himself, walked toward Jiang Hao's table. Jiang Hao remained blissfully unaware, completely oblivious to the multitude of events that had transpired in such a brief span of time. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have burst into laughter, for these incidents were brimming with nostalgic childhood memories. Without delving into Jiang Hao's various escapades at the Tongfu Inn, it is worth noting that the Longhu Mountain Manor was also embroiled in its own predicaments. Upon returning to the God Marquis's residence, Shangguan Haiding and Gue Hai Dao meticulously reported the outcomes of their recent expedition to the indifferent Marquis Zhu Wushi. However, after their departure, Zhu Wushi furrowed his brow tightly, his face etched with concern. He harbored deep-seated fears regarding a potential connection between the master of the demonic blade and Gu Santong. Should this prove true, the ensuing circumstances would become exceedingly precarious. After all, they were both grandmasters, and the indestructible divine skill specifically countered the art of energy absorption. Moreover, with the formidable power of the abyssal three blades, Zhu Wushi's life would be gravely jeopardized. Yet, he found himself utterly helpless in this moment. Unless he could rally several individuals to jointly assault Jiang Wuxiu, who would willingly lend their hand in the assassination of a grandmaster without just cause. Such a scheme was fundamentally flawed. Thus, Zhu Wushi could only suppress the unease and anxiety that gnawed at him. Were Jiang Hao privy to Zhu Wushi's thoughts, he would surely be doubled over in laughter, unable to regain his composure. Assassinate me? Do they think my time-space abilities are mere trinkets? After leaving the God Marquis's residence, Shangguan Haiding and Gue Hai Dao returned to their respective abodes. At this moment, Gue Hai Dao finally grasped the truth. He would no longer obsess over his father's affairs, whether for the sake of his mother or himself. As for the martial arts his father practiced, he would refrain from pondering them deeply for the time being. He possessed his own pride. When he journeyed to the Jueching Manor to learn the Heartless Slash, he had exhibited extraordinary talent. Emerging from the blue, he had transcended his predecessors, thus developing his own unique Heartless Slash. He was called Yi Dao, and his swordsmanship was characterized by a single stroke, in heaven and earth. There existed only that one strike. Yet, his current realm had yet to reach its pinnacle, and his swordsmanship had not yet reached its zenith. Meanwhile, Shangguan Haiding was enveloped in confusion, pondering why Jiang Hao possessed her father's sword manual and why he chose to disclose the truth to Yi Dao. Furthermore, this individual starkly contrasted the myriad rumors she had previously heard. Some described him as eccentric and elusive, while others portrayed him as a champion of justice. Yet there were also whispers of his ruthless cruelty. Her feelings towards Jiang Hao were peculiarly complex. They bore no relation to romantic inclinations, but stemmed purely from curiosity. She wondered why he was so benevolent towards the two of them. If Jiang Hao were present, he would undoubtedly say, "Silly girl, you are overthinking it. I have simply witnessed too many tragedies in this world. Since our paths have fortuitously crossed, let us see if we can avert further tragedies. After all, you all represent my lost youth from years gone by." Returning to the Tongfu Inn, after several days of close companionship, the bond between Jiang Hao and the inn's residents has grown increasingly intimate. The initial trepidation and unease that marked their first encounter with him have gradually dissipated, giving way to the resurgence of their distinct and vibrant personalities. Each individual has come to understand through Jiang Hao's candid words that he is indeed the fearsome blade demon. However, every life he has taken was that of a heinous villain. None were innocent or virtuous. Regarding the countless martial artists who sought to ambush him, Jiang Hao remarked, "Surely, I am not to be denied the chance to defend myself." On this particular day, Jiang Hao, as was his custom, arrived at the Tongfu Inn and chose a seat by the window. Observing this, Bai Zhantong hurried over, beaming with delight, holding a fine bottle of wine and 2 goblets. "Brother Jiang, today we must indulge in a few hearty drinks," Bai Zhantong exclaimed, deftly pouring wine for both of them. Jiang Hao smiled faintly, raising his wine glass and declaring, "Old Bai, it is indeed an honor for me to share a drink with you." Old Bai, a seasoned figure who had weathered countless storms in the world, possessed a silver tongue and spoke with an enchanting eloquence. In this regard, Jiang Hao humbly acknowledged his inferiority. It often took only a few of Old Bai's words to leave Jiang Hao elated and beaming with joy. As the esteemed commanderly once remarked, "This lad is truly a remarkable talent." Previously, Bai Zhantong, having grown increasingly familiar with Jiang Hao, shared a piece of news over drinks. "By the way, Wu Su, haven't you been yearning for tidbits from the martial world? I happen to have some fresh news that might pique your interest." "Oh, do enlighten me." Jiang Wusu replied with keen interest as he gazed at Old Bai. "In a while, Master Zheng of Wudong will celebrate his centenary. The Wudong sect is preparing a grand festivity to commemorate this joyous occasion. After all, it is indeed a momentous event for the Wudong sect. This news has already stirred quite the buzz throughout the martial realm. I wonder if you would be inclined to join in the merriment and extend your congratulations?" Old Bai said with an expression brimming with excitement. "Ha ha, of course. 100 years of Master Zhang's life is a significant affair, and I shall certainly be there to offer my congratulations. I must admit, I had not paid heed to this until now." "Thank you, Old Bai." Jiang Wusu laughed heartily. "There's no need for such formality. However, on a serious note, the 5th of the 7 heroes of Wudong, Zhang Zuishan, has been missing for quite some time. It remains uncertain whether he will return to partake in the celebration. Otherwise, it may become a source of regret for Master Zhang." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's expression instantly transformed into one of peculiar intrigue, as he inwardly scoffed. Goodness, even in the realm of comprehensive martial arts, circumstances remain unchanged. Is this not a scenario that forces Zhang Zhenren to witness the departure of his loved ones? This world of comprehensive martial arts is truly exasperating. Who could predict when the plot will take an unexpected turn? One misstep, and I might miss out on countless fascinating and thrilling events. It seems I must frequently visit the inn to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Lao Bai, animated and eloquent, was enthusiastically recounting tales to Jiang Wushu, only to suddenly notice Jiang Wushu's unusual demeanor. He promptly lowered his voice and cautiously inquired, "What troubles you, Wushu?" Jiang Wushu gently shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Old Bai, I am merely curious. How long has Zhang Zuishan been missing?" "Almost a decade, I suppose," Old Bai replied, furrowing his brow as he strained to recall. "But what if he returns?" Jiang Wushu pressed on. "How could that be? Do you possess some special channel of information?" Old Bai looked at him with evident skepticism. "Absolutely not," Jiang Wushu vehemently denied. "I find that hard to believe. You assert that Zhang Zuishan might come back. It surely cannot be mere coincidence. By the way, where on earth has Zhang Zuishan been all these years?" Old Bai's gaze was fixed on Jiang Wushu, unwilling to let go of even the slightest clue. "Hey, Old Bai, you claim to be the all-knowing one, yet you have no idea. How could I possibly know?" Jiang Wushu, feeling a sense of helplessness, merely shrugged his shoulders. Setting aside the incessant argument between the two, the couple Zhang Zuishan and his wife, whom they had just mentioned, were presently preparing to depart from Ice and Fire Island with Zhang Wuji. They had endured a long decade of anticipation, longing for the day when the south wind would blow. This day had been awaited with fervent hope for far too long. Regrettably, however, Siheyuan adamantly refused to return. At that moment, Siheyuan had lost his eyesight, becoming a blind man, fully aware of his notorious reputation in the martial world. He understood that accompanying them back would inevitably bring them endless calamity. Young Wuji clung tightly to his adoptive father's neck, unwilling to let go, weeping inconsolably. Thus, the family could only bid a tearful farewell to Siheyuan. Upon returning to the courtyard that evening, Zhang Hao hurriedly briefed Lin Xianer before setting off on his journey. Although there was still ample time, he was reluctant to remain idle. The thought of potentially missing out on unfolding captivating tales was simply too regretful. Therefore, at the break of dawn the next day, he resolutely embarked on his journey. Initially, Lin Xianer was quite displeased, pouting and complaining. "You venture into the martial world without bringing me along." Zhang Hao hurriedly comforted her, saying, "This journey may take us to Yihua Palace. I shall see if I can procure the Mingyu skill for you. Just be patient and wait for me at home." With his words, she was soon coaxed into laughter. Yet, deep within Lin Xianer, her thoughts were as clear as a mirror. Her man was a figure of the martial world, and being immersed in such a realm meant he must venture forth and navigate its challenges. The mere fact that he could provide her, a woman of humble origins, with a warm home was indeed a tremendous blessing. Could she dare to wish for more? The life she led now was one that countless young women could only dream of. As long as she quietly tended to their home, it was more than sufficient. Thus, Zhang Hao, embarking on his solitary journey, became particularly carefree and unrestrained, hardly paying heed to the road ahead. Wherever he could employ his lightness of foot, he did so. When faced with obstacles that hindered his agility, he would simply teleport past them. He reveled in the scenic beauty along the way, indulging in the pleasures of nature. Whenever he encountered injustice, he would gallantly draw his sword to lend aid. Are you sure it was merely drawing the sword? Wherever Zhang Hao traveled, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Upon arriving in each city, he would seek out an inn to rest for a while and gather information. This cycle continued, and lo and behold, he stumbled upon a piece of exceedingly valuable news. Can you guess which figure it pertains to? You likely cannot. Jiang Yuyan, in the words of netizens, is a pitiable woman capable of reducing an entire drama to nothing but its title. She is a female antagonist who evokes both sympathy and disdain. It was in Luoyang that Zhang Hao received this news, which claims she is currently at the Qinglu, the House of Blossoms, and has yet to encounter Hua Wuqiu. Behold, this underscores the significance of intelligence. Since she has not yet crossed paths with Hua Wuqiu, her heart must still be a blank slate. It is imperative to seize this opportunity. Zhang Hao spoke with a fierce expression, secretly devising a plan to win Zhang Yuyan's favor. Zhang Yuyan was initially a pure and innocent young girl, untouched by the world's harsh realities. Her mother, a renowned singer of the Qinhuai, conceived her after meeting her father. However, Jiang Breda, embodying the essence of a hypocrite, callously abandoned his wife and daughter upon learning of her pregnancy. Yet, her mother never spoke of her father until her final moments. Fearing that her daughter would face a future of loneliness and despair, she revealed the truth, urging her to seek refuge with her father, the righteous hero Jiang Bia. Zhang Yuyan cradled her mother's spirit tablet and embarked on a solitary journey in search of her father, filled with hope to find him and gain a sense of belonging. No longer to be alone in her suffering. Yet, the harshness of reality proved to be far more unforgiving than her dreams. As she stepped into the world of martial arts, she fell victim to the schemes of a ruthless bully and was sold into a brothel. In that dismal place, fear and despair enveloped her. Fortunately, she was rescued by Hua Wuqing, who freed her from that hellish existence and escorted her to the residence of Jiang Bia. This act of kindness left an indelible mark on her young heart. He was like a beam of light illuminating her dark world. From that moment onward, Zhang Yuyan's heart was devoted solely to him. Regrettably, even upon returning to her biological father, she faced relentless torment from her stepmother. Why? I am also my father's daughter. Why must I endure such treatment? She felt both aggrieved and enraged, while her father, fearing his wife's family background, remained passive. She was further subjected to the bullying of the household servants. Why is the world so unjust? What have I done to deserve this? Her heart was filled with anguish and resentment. Ultimately, she was driven to destroy her mother's spirit tablet with her own hands, shattering her heart completely. If this world would not accept her, then she would no longer be kind. Thus began her descent into darkness. Now, this role of savior had shifted to Zhang Hao. who declared that not even the king of heaven could thwart him. In a fervor, he neglected his meal and generously offered a silver ingot to the young innkeeper as gratitude. Following the detailed directions provided by the innkeeper, he strode purposefully toward the brothel, exuding an aura of vengeance. Upon reaching the entrance, he gazed up at the resplendent building, vibrant with lights and bustling with life. The plaque above, adorned with golden characters, proudly proclaimed Quanfong Pavilion. No one attempted to obstruct him. Several flamboyantly dressed courtesans eagerly approached, sweetly beckoning, "Come, esteemed guest, step inside and rest for a while." "Yes, esteemed guest, you must be weary from your journey. Let the maidens pamper you." As he advanced step by step, the women rushed toward him, extending their delicate hands in an attempt to draw Jiang Hao into the establishment. Jiang Hao remained composed, merely sweeping his consciousness lightly, instantly pinpointing the precise location of Jiang Yuyan. At that moment, the madam of the brothel and a group of thugs were gathered in a room, hurling vile words at Jiang Yuyan and relentlessly coercing her to entertain clients. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Hao entered, he was spotted by the sharp-eyed brothel keeper. As he attempted to intervene, he was paralyzed and placed by the cold, unfeeling gaze that met him, as chilling as frost. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, palpable and suffocating. The brothel keeper felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. Being merely an ordinary servant, he could hardly withstand such a terrifying presence, quaking in place. His teeth chattered as he muttered softly, "He is a harbinger of death." Several young women, too, were caught in the relentless glare of Jiang Hao's piercing eyes. They felt as if the specter of death itself was upon them. Nearly terrified to the point of losing control, their faces drained of color. Jiang Hao's expression darkened as he slowly made his way towards the room. At that moment, two burly henchmen suddenly emerged, blocking his path. Without uttering a word, Jiang Hao swiftly raised his leg and delivered two powerful kicks, as rapid as the wind. With two resounding thuds, the two henchmen were sent crashing into the room like kites severed from their strings. The tremendous force abruptly interrupting the ongoing conversation among several individuals present. "Who dares to tread upon my territory with such audacity? Have you consumed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards?" the madam exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock at this unforeseen turn of events, her voice ringing out in anger. Yet Jiang Hao appeared oblivious to her outburst. His gaze grew colder, as if everything before him was no more than mere ants. Those familiar with him understood all too well that whenever he exhibited such an expression, it heralded a bloodbath. If he were still inclined to exchange barbs and share laughter, there might have been room for negotiation. As the saying goes in the online community, if you can throw a punch, then spare the idle chatter. This has always been Jiang Hao's decisive style. In an instant, a chilling aura of murderous intent surged forth from him, rapidly enveloping the room as if a layer of frost had descended, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. The madam felt a shiver creep up her spine, involuntarily trembling as she uttered, "You, do not speak." The leader of the henchmen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, interjected. He realized with clarity that this individual before him could very well be a merciless reaper. "Pray tell, who might you be? You should be aware that our group, the Flower Pavilion, enjoys a formidable reputation in Luoyang, backed by the Golden Blade sect. We have cultivated numerous connections with influential figures." As soon as this veiled threat escaped his lips, Jiang Hao merely chuckled dismissively. He then enunciated each word with deliberate clarity, his voice resonating with authority. "The Blade Demon. Jiang Wuxiu. The Golden Blade sect? I have never heard of it, nor do I wish to. If the Golden Blade sect believes it can compare itself to Shaolin, then I shall ensure it vanishes from this world shortly. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the henchman was left utterly dumbfounded, his expression frozen in disbelief. Initially, he had thought that the troublemaker was merely an impetuous youth, emboldened by the reputation of his own Golden Blade sect. Who among them would dare to disregard a modicum of respect? Little did he anticipate that they were confronted with a life-threatening powerhouse. This was far too exhilarating. He had long heard tales of the infamous Blade Demon, Jiang Wuxiu, whose name struck terror across the realm. Invincible. The moniker of the god of death was synonymous with him. To his astonishment, this formidable figure was now standing right before him. The leader of the henchmen trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing his balance. However, the madam, accustomed to her brazen and lawless demeanor, felt emboldened by the backing of the Golden Blade sect. Dismissing any sense of fear, "You little wretch, do you think brandishing a blade makes you a hero?" Let me tell you. The henchman desperately attempted to silence the oblivious madam, cursing this foolish ally within, wondering if she was eager to meet her demise even sooner. Although you may not sense the intense aura of menace emanating from the figure before you, can you truly remain oblivious to the chilling cold that seeps to your very bones? Moreover, the distinctive hairstyle he possesses is emblematic of his identity. I am already overwhelmed with fear, yet you still fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation? Sir, I am but a mere doorman, utterly lacking in any remarkable capabilities. I implore you to show mercy and spare my insignificant life. The leader of the henchmen fell to his knees with a resounding thud, tears streaming down his face. His eyes swollen and red from weeping, as he fervently bowed his head in supplication. Each bow was executed with a startling clarity and urgency. At this moment, the madam and the others began to grasp the reality. They had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The uncle of this henchman holds the esteemed position of deputy leader within the Golden Blade sect. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned to such a lucrative location. Now, witnessing the leader's abject plea for mercy, it becomes evident that this individual wields an alarming degree of influence, one that even the Golden Blade sect may struggle to protect them from. At this moment, Jiang Hao was no longer enraged. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I rather enjoyed your rebellious demeanor just now. Hurry and restore it, or it will be too late for you. With that, Jiang Hao lightly struck his face with the sheath of his knife. In the face of Jiang Hao's intimidating presence, everyone held their breath in fear. The leading thug dared not move an inch. Please, I am merely a bystander, just a minor character. Truly, I beg for your mercy, he pleaded, bowing his head and slapping his own face in desperation. This left Jiang Hao somewhat speechless. I was prepared for a grand spectacle, and you present me with this? Meanwhile, the leader of the Golden Blade sect, upon hearing of the commotion, was infuriated. How audacious! It seems there are indeed those who dare to disregard our Golden Blade sect in Luoyang. We must act decisively. This time, the entire martial world shall know of our might. Without further ado, he gathered a group of elders and stormed toward the Qiufeng Pavilion. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the scene of the leading thug kneeling and begging for mercy, which ignited their fury. It has been years since the Golden Blade sect has endured such humiliation. Without a moment's hesitation, the sect leader drew his blade and charged forward, exclaiming, "You wretched fool." The sound of the blade being unsheathed echoed as a dark wave of energy slashed through the air, striking the sect leader. Before he could finish his words, he was sent flying backward, the energy piercing through him and shattering the wall behind. He fell to the ground, cleaved in two, blood and entrails spilling forth. In an instant, the crowd erupted in chaos, disbelief filling the air. Some were so terrified that their knees buckled, leaving them seated on the ground, stuttering, This is beyond terrifying. The leader of the Golden Blade sect was slain in a single move. An elderly man gaped in astonishment, his voice trembling as he murmured, "What terrifying power is this?" The Golden Blade sect, usually so arrogant, never anticipated encountering such a ruthless character today. A young man turned pale, his lips quivering. Heavens, am I dreaming? The leader of the Golden Blade sect, a figure of great renown, couldn't withstand even one strike. It's simply unbelievable. Nearby, a middle-aged man swallowed hard. His voice shaky. It's over. The Golden Blade sect has hit a wall this time. What shall we do? Others stood frozen, as if their souls had left their bodies. Only recovering after a long while to gasp in shock. The depths of the martial world are unfathomably treacherous. We common folk must keep our distance. Amidst the chaos, the leader, who had intended to issue a warning, was struck dumb as he beheld the demise of his own sect leader. Indeed, under the weight of his illustrious reputation, the master of the sect, a formidable innate warrior, was unexpectedly felled by a single strike. The disciples of the Golden Blade sect were left in utter shock, with several vice masters and elders nearly having their eyes pop out in disbelief. What a turn of events! They had gathered to mediate, only to witness their leader being dispatched so effortlessly. The most bewildering aspect was that no one had even discerned whether the assailant had made a move. What were they to do now? Advancing was not an option, nor could they retreat. The atmosphere had become unbearably awkward. As the sole female presence among them, Jiang Yuyan's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Was this her salvation? Gazing at the man before her, she found herself utterly captivated by his presence. Jiang Hao cast her a glance and smiled, thinking, this one is mine. There is no escaping now. He surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Let us proceed. I can handle this." You can all join in if you wish. I'm pressed for time. Please spare us. The leader implored, desperation evident in his voice. You are the renowned blade demon. How could we dare to offend you? He quickly realized that if he did not act soon, not only would his life be forfeit, but the Golden Blade sect itself would be lost. It was wise to kneel in submission. He gestured, and soon all present were bowing down. Join them outside in kneeling. He ordered, bring a few to drag this old hag out and beat her to death. Hurry, hurry. Did you not hear the command? With that, some knelt, others dragged. While some sought out clubs, all that remained were the cries and pleas for mercy from the old madam. It was indeed a grim day for her. Jiang Hao glanced at Jiang Yuyin and waved her over. She hurried to his side. Master, I am Jiang Yuyin. Please, have mercy and take me with you. Ah, you are Jiang Yuyin. I am Jiang Wuxiu. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. 500 years ago, we were one and the same. Fear not. Simply call me young master and accompany me shortly. Certainly, young master. Thank you. Jiang Yuyin replied, her demeanor sweet and compliant. Jiang Hao looked on with satisfaction, pleased by her understanding. Jiang Hao resolved to study under Hua Wuk, accompanying her all the way to her home. He intended to express further concern, and when the time came that she could no longer endure her stay at the Jiang residence, he would emerge to offer his assistance, ensuring she could not evade him. Subsequently, matters would become uncomplicated, as the disciples of the Golden Blade sect attended to Jiang Hao with the utmost deference, which quelled any desire he might have had for bloodshed. Indeed, those who navigate the underworld are seldom simple characters, particularly the leader of the fragrant pavilion, who possessed remarkable discernment. Jiang Hao found himself nodding in agreement, enjoying a few leisurely days. In ancient times, the existence of brothels was inescapable. Even the authorities had their own entertainment offices, leaving him with little recourse. All he could do was issue a warning to the Golden Blade sect, forbidding them from coercing virtuous women into prostitution. Should they fail to heed this caution, he would not hesitate to annihilate their sect entirely. He, Jiang, would not coexist with deceit and vice. With that, he departed with Jiang Yuyin, leaving the members of the Golden Blade sect with a profound sense of survival. For the sake of a single woman, the Golden Blade sect had nearly been obliterated. Henceforth, they resolved to act with utmost caution, having previously been overly reckless. From that point onward, the Golden Blade sect conducted their affairs with a newfound circumspection, wary of provoking someone beyond their measure, which brought a collective sigh of relief to the people of Luoyang. This was indeed a welcome change. As for Jiang Hao and Jiang Yuyin, their relationship flourished rapidly. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped by, and they ultimately arrived at the day of their poignant farewell. Standing before the residence of Jiang Bia, upon first seeing Jiang Yuyin, Jiang Bia's face radiated with joy, and he hurriedly welcomed the two into his home with warmth and enthusiasm. Jiang Hao exhibited a demeanor of reticence, uttering not a word beyond necessity, and revealing no inclination to disclose his identity. Simultaneously, he earnestly cautioned Jiang Yuyin to refrain from divulging her own identity, urging her to calm her mind and attentively observe her family. Jiang Yuyin was most obedient. She instantly comprehended Jiang Hao's intention. Subsequently, Jiang Hao turned and departed without hesitation. A mere 2 days after departing from the residence of Jiang Bia, Jiang Hao returned in an instant. On one hand, he harbored a desire to discreetly observe Jiang Yuyin's living conditions, eager to witness her various encounters within this intricate environment. On the other hand, he was drawn by the two extraordinary martial arts concealed within the Liuran Shindi, Yihua Jiemu and Komu Zonghua. These remarkable martial arts, which resonate through the annals of history, were painstakingly created by the founding master of the Yihua Palace. Regrettably, their whereabouts became a mystery over time. For many years, the Grand Master Yao Yu has tirelessly sought them, yet she remains oblivious to the fact that these techniques have long since fallen into the hands of Jiang Bia. Jiang Bia, originally known as Jiang Qin, was once the disciple of the renowned Jiang Feng, celebrated as the most handsome man in the martial world. Regrettably, this individual harbored grand ambitions. In pursuit of hollow fame and fortune, he callously betrayed Jiang Feng to the Yihua Palace. Fearing Jiang Feng's sworn brother, Yan Nantian, he adopted the name Jiang Bia. He feigned loyalty to the Yihua Palace, while secretly harboring ulterior motives. His intent was to make Yao Yan Nantian's primary target, thereby enabling himself to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. The reason he withheld the crucial Lu Rin Shindai from Yaoyue was rooted in his own desire to acquire the unparalleled martial arts contained within, which could potentially astonish the entire martial realm. He calculated that once he mastered this extraordinary skill, he would be free from the fear of Yan Nantian's vengeance and could easily escape the Yihua Palace's control. It would not be an exaggeration to label him a shameless opportunist, devoid of loyalty and integrity. Yet, one cannot deny that he is indeed a character full of cunning and strategy. Utilizing the substantial inheritance left by Jiang Feng, coupled with his deep-seated scheming and clever tactics, he adeptly navigated the martial world, successfully earning a reputation as a benevolent hero. This is a profound irony regarding the concept of benevolence. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao refrained from taking rash action against him. After all, to thoroughly dishearten Jiang Yuyan regarding her family, he needed this hypocritical and cunning false gentleman to play his detrimental role. Thus, having achieved his desired objective, Jiang Hao unhesitatingly turned and departed. He remained acutely aware that his journey's destination was Kunlun Mountain. His purpose for venturing to Kunlun was the pursuit of the coveted Juyang Jinjing, which lay hidden within the enigmatic mountain. He intended to attend the centennial birthday celebration of Zhang Zhenren. With that in mind, he had to prepare an exquisite gift. After all, what could be more precious and rare than the Juyang Jinjing, left behind by Master Juan, the mentor of Zhang Zhenren? Furthermore, it was clear that Xiao Zhang was in dire need of it. Although he existed in the world of Zhongwu Daming, with Xiao Zhang's presence, it was inevitable that he would suffer the affliction of the Xianming divine palm, according to the predetermined trajectory of fate. Thus, the Juyang Jinjing would undoubtedly make him the brightest star of the gathering. Old Zhang would undoubtedly be profoundly grateful to him for this. Moreover, he could integrate the Jiuyang divine skill into his own Shursen Taibao. This was truly a fortuitous opportunity with myriad benefits. Just as Jiang Hao was anxiously hurrying along his journey, a thrilling battle was erupting not far from him, as the long-lost Rulai divine palm re-emerged in the martial world. At this moment, the epic confrontation unfolding in this region pits the once mighty fire cloud evil god, Gu Jianhan, against the infamous Seven Fiends of the Seven Fiends sect. The energy fluctuations generated by their clash spread outward like a surging tsunami, naturally capturing Jiang Hao's attention. Amidst the ferocious battlefield, Gu Jianhan appeared as if a deity had descended, with a manifestation of divine presence coalescing behind him. A thunderous proclamation echoed, "The Dharma is boundless." As he moved his hands, a golden radiance burst forth like the blazing sun, coalescing into a cataclysmic force that surged towards the colossal formation devised by the Seven Fiends. Under the impact of this tremendous power, the giant formation crumbled like fragile sand sculptures, scattering into countless flickering lights that danced in the air. 6 of the 7 fiends suffered devastating injuries, their bodies swaying like leaves in a tempest. At this juncture, a swarm of lurking insects, drawn by the scent of blood, surged forth like a black tide, engulfing the 6 fiends in an instant. Their piercing screams shattered the silence, yet they were but fleeting echoes. In the blink of an eye, they were devoured by the insects, leaving behind an eerie stillness, devoid of life. The leader of the remaining 7 fiends, Tian Sha, was paralyzed with terror at this horrific scene. Recognizing the inevitable, he cast aside all notions of dignity and camaraderie, fleeing in panic like a cornered dog. This heart-stopping spectacle mesmerized Jiang Hao, who nodded in approval, feeling as though he were seated in a grand theater, witnessing a splendid martial arts epic. Alas, he lamented that he had arrived too late, witnessing only the conclusion of this grand battle. Jiang Hao shook his head slightly, a twinge of regret welling up within him as he lamented, "What a pity, such an immense pity indeed, to arrive too late. Such a splendid film. Yet I am left with only this unsatisfactory ending. It is simply unacceptable." Jiang Hao's gaze slowly drifted over the few remaining figures on the battlefield, an inexplicable sense of familiarity quietly rising within him. His brow furrowed slightly, yet he could not immediately recall from which drama they originated. Oh, the elderly man just now did utter a phrase about the boundless teachings of Buddhism, which surely must be correct. Such a unique technique must undoubtedly belong to him. The fire cloud, evil god, the ancient sword soul. Jiang Hao pondered silently, his thoughts galloping through his mind like unbridled wild horses. Observing the scene, it seemed that the narrative had only just begun. However, I have no desire for the Buddha's palm. But the heavenly remnant skill. In comparison to the Buddha's palm, the heavenly remnant skill holds far greater allure for me. Let me think. It has been quite some time, and many details elude my memory. I recall that the heavenly remnant skill was pilfered by the character Lu Zhongyuan, who did not survive beyond 2 episodes. This simplifies matters. It now seems truly possible for me to catch up with Nie Feng. Jiang Hao was immersed in the beautiful dreams he had woven, his lips involuntarily curling into a confident smile, just as he reveled in the boundless possibilities of the future. The ancient sword spirit's keen perception sensed his presence. Who goes there, lurking in the shadows? The ancient sword spirit's thunderous shout resonated like a bell, causing the very air around to quiver slightly. This sudden exclamation abruptly yanked Jiang Hao from his joyous sea of fantasies. Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon shook his head with nonchalance, pondering that he had always been forthright, so there was no need for pretense. With his head held high and chest out, he strode out confidently, exuding a rather proud demeanor. Observing Jiang Hao's carefree attitude, Duan Fei and the others instinctively assumed he had come to seize the legendary treasure box rumored to exist in the martial world. Yet, only Gu Jianhun did not display a hint of disdain on his face. Instead, he wore an expression of gravity and caution. Not to mention that he himself bore considerable wounds. Even at his peak, he was merely at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. However, the seemingly youthful boy before him radiated an aura so formidable that it instilled fear even in him. This was undoubtedly a figure of the Grandmaster level, and the pressure he exerted upon Gu Jianhun was as heavy as Mount Tai pressing down upon him. A tumult of emotion stirred within Gu Jianhun as he reflected on the ever-changing tides of the martial world, which were indeed difficult to grasp. To achieve the Grandmaster realm at such a tender age was a testament to unparalleled talent and strength, verging on the monstrous. Although Jiang Hao did not emanate any overt killing intent, Gu Jianhun remained vigilant, silently admonishing himself to exercise utmost caution and not to be complacent. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Jiang Hao was the first to shatter the silence, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "The Rulai Divine Palm?" If I am not mistaken, that last strike was the 8th form of the Rulai Divine Palm, the boundless Buddha law, correct? Indeed. You wouldn't also be seeking the secret manual of the Rulai Divine Palm, would you? Upon hearing this, Gu Jianhuan's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, followed by a wary response. My goodness, you are already a Grandmaster, yet you still desire such a thing? Please don't misunderstand, Jiang Hao replied. The Rulai Divine Palm holds no value for me. I have no intentions towards it. That said, if I am not mistaken, you must be the infamous fire cloud evil god, Gu Jianhun, who vanished from the martial world 2 decades ago. Jiang Hao hurriedly waved his hand in explanation, sighing, alas. After 20 years, it is astonishing that there are still those who remember my ancient sword soul. What can I say? It is no wonder, considering how renowned you were, esteemed Elder Gu, in your prime. Jiang Hao shrugged and, half-jokingly, remarked, I was indeed drawn here by your intense sounds of combat. So please rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Upon hearing this, Gu Jianhun felt enlightened. After all, a Grandmaster of such stature would not stoop to deceit. You are the fire cloud evil god, Gu Jianhun? Duan Fei and the others inquired. By the way, how should we address each other? Duan Fei and his companions stepped forward to introduce themselves. I am Duan Fei. I am Tu Siheyuan. My name is Lu Xiaoyu. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Young hero? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before uttering the name Jiang Wuxiu. No sooner had he spoken than Tu Siheyuan could not contain her astonishment and exclaimed, Jiang Wuxiu? You are Jiang Wuxiu, the despair blade demon Jiang Wuxiu? Is Jiang Wuxiu truly that renowned? Lu Xiaoyu turned to inquire of Duan Fei, who merely shook his head. Tu Siheyuan rolled her eyes, choosing to disregard these 2 novices of the martial world. With a smug expression, Jiang Hao confidently declared, I believe no one in this realm would dare to impersonate me. After uttering these words, he shifted his gaze towards Gu Jianhun and inquired, What brings you all to regard the esteemed elder with such intensity? He continued, The cargo we are escorting is indeed related to the infamous Hua Yun Xieshen. Duan Fei, wearing a grave expression, spoke with a complex gaze. However, Tu Siheyuan fixated on Gu Jianhun and candidly remarked, I truly did not expect you to be the dreaded demon known as Hua Yun Xieshen. Was it not said that Hua Yun Xieshen perished alongside the martial arts masters of the various sects in those days? How is it that you still draw breath? Jiang Hao widened his eyes, gazing at Tu Siheyuan, silently cursing within. Goodness, I always thought you were a naive sweetheart when I watched you on television. But I never anticipated you would be so utterly foolish in reality. You truly are quite brave, little girl. Thankfully, you are not my type. There is no hope for you." After speaking, he cast a glance at Gu Jianhan, realizing that the father was equally as oblivious, having his life shattered without even knowing who his enemies were. Understanding dawned upon him. Tu Shuahua felt a bit embarrassed under his scrutiny. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to express that I too am a great villain." Jiang Hao, with an expression of utter disbelief, covered his face. Tu Shuahua was left speechless. Indeed, one was a formidable demon from 2 decades ago, while the other was a contemporary terror. With both ancient and modern tyrants converging, the martial world was poised to be engulfed in a tempest of blood and chaos. Although Lu Xiaoyu was oblivious to the identity of Jiang Wuxiu. Upon hearing Jiang Hao proclaim himself as a great demon, she instinctively felt the urge to flee. However, a piercing glance from Jiang Hao struck her like a thunderbolt, compelling her to lower her head, her heart filled with despair. "This is disastrous. I am doomed. How could I be so unfortunate? Mayan is gone, and now my very life is at stake." The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, as Jiang Hao gazed upon the ancient sword spirit before him. A flicker of compassion stirred within his heart. This once unparalleled master, whose wife and children had been brutally slain, now bore the infamous reputation of a malevolent figure shunned by the world of martial arts. Yet, tragically, he remained oblivious to the identity of his true adversary. Such a plight is indeed lamentable and evokes deep sorrow. Nevertheless, since fate has conspired to bring them together at this moment, it seems only fitting to extend a helping hand, sparing him the torment of his continued aimlessness. Jiang Hao's decision to assist the fire cloud evil god was not born from any disdain for that petty man, Ofeng. As the ancients wisely stated, a petty person seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. Rather, his motives stemmed from a simple sense of injustice, coupled with a reluctance to resort to violence. In comparison to Long Xiaoyan, Ofeng at least possessed the courage to take responsibility for his actions, which is why Jiang Hao bore him no ill will. His decision to aid the ancient sword soul was purely out of compassion. All of this turmoil originated from his own arrogance and disregard for others. Ancient elder, how swiftly time passes. It is astonishing to discover that you have remained hidden in this inconspicuous little town all these years. By the way, is this town not called Xiaojia Town? The ancient sword soul gazed at Jiang Hao, bewildered by his inquiry, yet he nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is Xiaojia Town." "What prompts your question?" Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously and slowly remarked, "It is because, esteemed senior, the astonishing battle between you and the 7 great sects took place right here. Is it not? Furthermore, as I am aware, it was also here that your beloved wife and children met with tragic fate." Upon hearing these words, Gu Jianhan fell into an instant silence, as Jiang Hao's words struck a deep chord within him. Jiang Hao's words cruelly pierced the depths of his soul, evoking memories of those unbearable past events. In his heyday, he mastered the unparalleled martial arts of the ancient sword spirit, having learned the coveted technique of the Rulai palm that every wanderer yearned for. How invincible he once was, accompanied by a gentle and beautiful wife and a charming and obedient son. Yet, he now finds himself in such a dismal state, truly a twist of fate. Speak your mind freely. There is no need for such roundabout expressions. Have you ever pondered seriously, esteemed elder, on the reasons that have led you to your current predicament? Jiang Hao's words ignited an uncontrollable surge of wrath within Gu Jianhuan's heart. Why? What do you think the reason is? Is it not simply the desire for the Rulai divine palm? Such a profound and extraordinary skill, who wouldn't wish to possess it for themselves? Do you not yearn for it? He chuckled softly. Indeed, you do not, for you are a grandmaster. With that, Gu Jianhan gazed at Jiang Hao, suddenly revealing a hint of self-mockery on his face. Jiang Hao gazed at the ancient sword spirit, which oscillated between madness and silence. And the words of reproach he had intended to utter were swallowed back with great difficulty. Do you still recall the little apothecary who ascended a maid daily to deliver medicinal herbs? Jiang Hao suddenly inquired, leaving Gu Jianhan momentarily stunned and filled with confusion. Little medicine boy? I don't know him. Why do you suddenly mention this? Have you ever humiliated him? Upon hearing this, Gu Jianhan was instantly bewildered, straining to remember. He questioned, what does he have to do with you? Nothing at all. But if I were to say that your present circumstances are entirely due to him, how would you react? Upon hearing this, Gu Jianhuan's brows knitted together as he fell into deep contemplation. Is the little medicine boy the one who, back then, possessed mediocre martial skills, was remarkably unattractive, and fancied himself worthy of the likes of me? Indeed, it seems you have recalled him. Impossible. He was merely a trivial, nameless figure. Back then, he was so ignorant of his own insignificance that he dared to contend with me for the golden bell. What merit does he possess? By what right? By what right? By the fact that you are now destitute, bereaved, infamous, and forever remembered with disdain. Impossible. This cannot be. How could this be? Simply because of a few careless words? Gu Jianhun appeared as though his soul had departed, lost and despondent, muttering impossible repeatedly. He struggled to ascertain the veracity of Jiang Hao's claims. Yet, an instinct deep within whispered that this might indeed be the harsh truth. However, the revelation came so abruptly and was so difficult to accept. He would rather believe that others coveted his secret techniques than accept that he had fallen into such an irredeemable plight due to a mere few thoughtless remarks. Could you tell me who he is? What is his name? Gu Jianhun almost forced these words through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment. Jiang Hao let out a gentle sigh, not bothering to conceal his thoughts, and candidly replied, "His name is Ophone." Ophone, the renowned healer? Ophone? Upon hearing this name, Tu Shuihua could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Gu Jianhun abruptly turned his head, fixing an intense gaze on Tu Shuihua, and urgently inquired, "Do you know him? Where is he now? Please tell me." Tu Shuihua, intimidated by Gu Jianhuan's piercing stare akin to that of a ravenous wolf, paled and stammered. "I have only heard of him, but I do not know him personally. However, he is indeed quite famous. You can inquire further, and you will find out." After hearing her words, Gu Jianhun swiftly approached Jiang Hao, fervently asking, "Could you enlighten me on how he accomplished all of this?" Jiang Hao gazed into the eyes of Gu Jianhun, which burned red with fury, displaying no concern for his nearly frenzied state. Calm and unhurried, he articulated slowly. His methods are, in fact, remarkably simple. He ventured to Amei and falsely accused the colorless old nun of plotting to dominate the martial world after mastering the Rulai divine palm. Furthermore, he cruelly murdered the esteemed elder Tu Jie of the Yanxia Villa. Tu Jie? Are you referring to Tu Jie of Yanxia Villa? That is my great-grandfather. Tu Shuihua blurted out once more. Indeed, it is your great-grandfather. Jiang Hao replied to Tu Shuihua with unusual seriousness. Gu Jianhun immediately roared. I do not know Tu Jie, and I did not kill him. I am aware, he continued. It is not I who accuse you. It is others who maliciously frame you. Your shouting at me is futile. Jiang Hao, overwhelmed, rolled his eyes and spoke with exasperation. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Gu Jianhun felt an immediate sense of embarrassment, managing to force a rather unattractive expression of apology. Yet, driven by an urgent desire to uncover the truth, he patiently inquired. And then what happened? And then? What transpired thereafter is something you have already experienced. The colorless old nun, swayed by his slanderous words, incited various sects, proclaiming that the secret manual of the Buddha's palm resided in your possession, and that you must not be allowed to endanger the martial world. You are well aware of the nature of those so-called martial artists. Subsequently, she rallied a multitude to pursue you. Furthermore, that old nun exploited her relationship with Jin Ling and her disciples to gather intelligence on your whereabouts, subsequently dispatching others to covertly harm you. Upon hearing these revelations, Gu Jianhun felt as though struck by lightning, standing in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. Jin Ling is her disciple. I have been tirelessly seeking a secluded place to devote myself to my training. Yet, no matter where I hide, I am discovered. Why would she betray me? Who knows? Asking me is futile. You should confront her directly to seek clarity. Jiang Hao shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, but she is already dead. What? Who told you that, my friend? She is merely feigning death. She is acutely aware of your temperament and fears your vengeance. Moreover, she is concerned that you might unleash your wrath upon the entire Amei sect. The expression on Gu Jianhuan's face was a tumultuous blend of fury and inner turmoil. Oh, she has caused me immense suffering, he exclaimed, laughter tinged with madness. Observing Gu Jianhun descend into utter madness, Jiang Hao could only sigh in exasperation, uncertain of how to counsel him. As Gu Jianhuan's hysteria began to wane, Jiang Hao led him to a more secluded spot and discreetly confided. Tu Shuihua is your daughter with Sun Biyun. This child has faced her mother's disdain since childhood, should she learn that her biological father is you. Seizing the moment while Gu Jianhun was momentarily dazed, Jiang Hao slipped a drop of 3 light divine water into his mouth and swiftly departed. Jiang Hao paid little heed to these matters. He had already conveyed the reasons behind the situation to him. As for how to handle it, he would leave that to him. Just at the moment when Zhang Hao and Gu Jianhun departed quietly, the Zhang Siheyuan family, hurrying from the Ice Fire Island in the extreme north to the Central Plains, fortuitously encountered Yin Yuang of the Heavenly Eagle sect and Song Yuanxiao of Wudong, among others. Naturally, there were also those from various sects who were fervently eager to uncover the whereabouts of Siheyuan. The journey of the Zhang Siheyuan family back to Wudong was fraught with trials and tribulations, as they faced numerous hardships along the way. Yet, as if by destiny, the protagonist Zhang Wuji, being the chosen one, was once again captured by mysterious forces, mirroring the original narrative. Had Zhang Hao been present at that moment, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a biting jest. You truly possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Zhang Laotu may have aged, but he is not incapable of wielding his blade. Should you push him to his limits, the prospect of him unleashing a cataclysm upon you is not beyond possibility. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuyin found herself in a dire predicament. Jiang Bieha had suddenly discovered that the cherished Lu Rin divine dice had inexplicably vanished. This revelation ignited within Jiang Bieha a fury akin to a detonated powder keg, leaving him in a tempest of rage. Although he had never deciphered the secrets of the Lu Rin divine dice, he had at least harbored a glimmer of hope. What if fortune smiled upon him one day, and he stumbled upon the solution? It was known that within lay unparalleled martial arts techniques. This was his sole hope of resisting the Yihua Palace and the grand dream of his ambition to dominate the martial world. But now, this treasure had simply disappeared, just like that, into thin air. How could such a precious gem vanish without a trace? This harsh reality has undeniably and mercilessly obliterated all his future aspirations. Consequently, Jiang Bieha now perceives everyone as that despicable thief who absconded with his treasured possession. Naturally, Jiang Hao has become the primary object of his suspicion. For no other reason than that, until now, all had been tranquil, devoid of such distressing incidents. Strangely, it was only after Jiang Hao's visit that the 6 Rin divine dice mysteriously vanished. Yet, he merely harbors these doubts in silence, never genuinely believing that Jiang Hao could be aware of the dice's presence in his possession. However, once a flicker of suspicion ignites within him, it suffices. After all, he is inherently a profoundly selfish and self-centered individual, unhesitant to employ any extreme measures to achieve his ends. Thus, he can scarcely be bothered to even glance at the plight of Jiang Yuyin, who is being tormented by her stepmother. As a result, Jiang Yuyin's existence in the Jiang residence has become exceedingly miserable, far worse than depicted in the original narrative. In the original tale, at least Jiang Bieha would occasionally utter a few words to Jiang Yuyin. Although those words bore little significance, they at least allowed the household staff to recognize her as Jiang Bieha's daughter, thus affording her some degree of respect. Yet now, the servants are acutely aware of the master's complete disregard for this daughter, leading them to treat her with utter disdain and unrestrained cruelty. Jiang Yuyin has now become utterly disillusioned and hopeless regarding her so-called father. Her only longing is to wait fervently for the return of the one she cherishes. Young Master Jiang. But what, one might wonder, is this elusive protagonist engaged in at this moment? It turns out that this seemingly cunning sixth brother is lurking in a secret corner, waiting for the heavenly remnant divine skill. His profound understanding of the plot leaves him acutely aware that the secret manual entrusted to the Long and Escort Agency by the 3 peculiarities of Qilan has been secretly pilfered by Lu Zhongyuan. The box in Duan Fei's possession, in reality, contains nothing but emptiness. Thus, he hastens towards the Yinxiao villa without hesitation, driven solely by the fact that Duan Fei and his companion's ultimate destination is indeed this very place. Moreover, Lu Zhongyuan is bound to make his appearance as scheduled. This morally bankrupt old man has clandestinely learned the heavenly remnant divine skill, yet shamelessly shifts all the blame onto his disciple, Duan Fei, forcing him to bear the weight of all the accusations. Consequently, Jiang Hao's target is clear and precise, the hypocritical and shameless Lu Zhongyuan. It cannot be overstated that this individual's actions evoke profound disgust and revulsion within Jiang Hao. His conduct is utterly deplorable, and his performance abysmal. Despite having mastered the heavenly remnant divine skill, he is effortlessly subdued by an ordinary person devoid of any martial foundation, an utter failure of the most extreme kind. Were he a truly cunning and scheming individual, Jiang Hao might have regarded him with a measure of respect, but alas, he is no different from those antagonistic characters in the story who perish within just 2 episodes. How can one not feel an overwhelming sense of disgust? After enduring a prolonged wait, the long-anticipated unfolding of the original plot finally commences. Just as the crowd aggressively interrogates Duan Fei regarding the whereabouts of the heavenly remnant divine skill within the brocade box, the fire cloud evil god descends like a divine warrior, timely arriving at the scene to rescue Duan Fei. This scenario compels Jiang Hao to genuinely marvel at the formidable and irresistible power of the narrative. The only distinction this time is that the ancient sword soul can unleash the Buddha's palm without reservation, wielding a force so overwhelming that it scatters the martial heroes of Yinxiao Villa, leaving them in disarray. Jiang Hao seizes this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity without hesitation. As Lu Zhongyuan finds himself isolated and alone, Jiang Hao strikes decisively, capturing him in the blink of an eye. Ironically, Lu Zhongyuan naively imagines he can exchange blows with Jiang Hao using the heavenly remnant divine skill, only to tragically discover that despite his mastery, he remains a mere weakling, unable to land even a touch on Jiang Hao's garment before being effortlessly subdued. With an air of disdain, Jiang Hao patted the fear-stricken face of Lu Zhongyuan, a smirk playing upon his lips as he remarked, "Old fool, do you not feel an overwhelming sense of disappointment and despair at this very moment? The celestial residual arts are contingent upon the individual, and with your meager capabilities, even if given a chance, you would prove utterly ineffectual. Who exactly are you? I implore you, spare my life. I could impart the secrets of the celestial residual arts to you." However, Lu Zhongyuan's fear only intensified, as he sought to barter the celestial residual arts for his own survival. Regrettably, Jiang Hao offered him no opportunity whatsoever. "No need for that. The treasures I seek, I shall retrieve by my own hands." Thus, Jiang Hao led Lu Zhongyuan to a desolate, uninhabited locale, and without hesitation, he unleashed the technique of absorption, instantly disassembling him into nourishing essence that was wholly absorbed to sustain himself. Jiang Hao could hardly be bothered to expend time and effort in questioning Lu Zhongyuan. The mastery of his soul absorption technique enabled him to directly extract and seize the memories of his adversaries. Jiang Hao extended his hand to press down on Lu Zhongyuan's head, meticulously selecting memories pertinent to the heavenly remnant divine art. As for the other inconsequential details, he obliterated them without a second thought. He had no inclination to delve into the trivialities of a treacherous scoundrel. Nevertheless, this act made him feel rather like a dark overlord. Simultaneously, he took the trouble to seek out Lu Zhongyuan's wife, ruthlessly destroying the jeweled hairpin that concealed the secret tome of the heavenly remnant art. Now, only he alone possessed the knowledge of the heavenly remnant divine art throughout the world. He was eager to observe who could thwart the vengeance of the fiery cloud evil god without the ability to counterbalance it with the heavenly remnant art, which could stand against the Buddha's palm. With this thought, Jiang Hao could not help but erupt into a raucous laugh. 1 month later, Jiang Hao finally arrived at the foot of Wudong Mountain. In just a few days, it would be old Zhang's grand birthday celebration, and he had learned that Zhang Suishan had returned to Wudong Mountain. Alas, the unfortunate child Zhang Wuji was still captured, just as the original storyline dictated. Truly a pitiful fate. It seemed that he would have to intervene. As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but cast a glance at the Jiuyang Jinjing stored within his spatial realm. Reflecting on his myriad experiences, the rewards were extraordinarily bountiful. The perfect integration of the Jiuyang Jinjing had propelled his already formidable recovery abilities to a remarkable new height, making him even more powerful and astonishing. Moreover, acquiring and practicing the heavenly remnant art had successfully alleviated the long-standing issue of excessive yang energy within him, achieving a harmonious balance of yin and yang. Jiang Hao dedicated himself to the rigorous cultivation of various martial arts. Whether it be the formidable 13 Guardians or the indestructible Vajra unbreakable skill, both characterized by their utmost rigidity and yang essence. Although the softness absorption technique introduced a degree of flexibility to his true energy, it remained woefully inadequate to achieve the ideal state of balance and harmony. Subsequently, he encountered the 9 Yang divine skill, another martial art imbued with aggressive attributes. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, he acquired the pivotal heavenly remnant divine skill, which, with its unique properties of profound yin and malevolence, facilitated effective neutralization and integration. Ultimately, this led to a remarkable qualitative transformation within his true energy, culminating in the formation of a wondrous image reminiscent of the Taiji diagram in his dantian, flowing gently and perpetually within him. Moreover, to his astonishment, he achieved yet another breakthrough in his own cultivation realm, successfully transcending the pinnacle and perfection of the Grandmaster stage. thereby attaining the extraordinary status of a half-step golden core warrior, on par with the revered founder of Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng. His martial arts prowess experienced not only a revival to the SSS level of his previous life, but also an unprecedented advancement into the mid-tier, surpassing the standards he had previously set. Among all the aspects of his progress, the most profound joy and excitement for Jiang Hao stemmed from the optimization of the celestial severance technique. Originally, the practice of this technique required the practitioner to visualize a black hole, generating an immense, almost mystical gravitational pull akin to that of a black hole itself. This aspect bore a striking resemblance to the contemporary absorption technique, which voraciously devoured the negative energies present in the universe. This characteristic shared certain similarities with the fearsome abysmal three blades, wherein one harnessed a vast amount of negative energy through a nearly self-destructive method to achieve a leap in innate talent and the refinement of true qi. However, due to the alarming and frenzied nature of this cultivation method, it was all too easy for ordinary practitioners to suffer severe adverse consequences. In milder cases, one's temperament could undergo a radical transformation, becoming inscrutable and erratic, reminiscent of the capricious nature of the former Jinghao. In severe instances, practitioners could find themselves ensnared in illusions during their practice, akin to the tragic fate of those who attempted to hone the abysmal three blades. Thus, the celestial severance technique was not suitable for everyone. Yet, for those daring enough to undertake its mastery, they could swiftly become formidable forces to be reckoned with. Take Jinghao, for instance. Despite his eccentricities, he ascended at an astonishing rate, ranking among the elite alongside the ancient sword spirit. Nonetheless, these individuals, forged through such methods, often exhibited behaviors akin to those of the mentally deranged, struggling to maintain normalcy in thought and action. This was fundamentally due to the intense psychological impact of the abundant negative energy they absorbed. Fortunately, following the optimization of the technique, this concerning condition saw significant improvement, alleviating the serious worries that once loomed. During his practice of the abysmal three blades, Jiang Hao had been meticulously endowed with a unique temporal visualization diagram, enabling him to effortlessly resist the terrifying malevolence of the hellish demon blade. The optimized celestial severance technique now possessed remarkable capabilities, seamlessly transforming boundless negative energies into precious spiritual power that could be easily absorbed by the temporal visualization diagram. Consequently, this not only significantly mitigated the risk of practitioners being overwhelmed by violent energies, but also greatly enhanced their mental growth and fortification. This remarkable transformation represented Jiang Hao's most significant achievement during his cultivation of the celestial severance technique. The temporal abilities had always been Jiang Hao's most mysterious and powerful trump card. Now, he need only concentrate on cultivating the celestial remnant divine art to effectively enhance his enigmatic temporal and spatial abilities, while the practice of the 13 guardians will steadily elevate his martial prowess. Through this series of cultivation and breakthroughs, he has firmly established a solid foundation for his future endeavors in martial arts and mastery over time and space. This remarkable advancement in both martial arts and temporal abilities marks a significant milestone in his journey. After a period of profound contemplation, Jiang Hao surmised that this phenomenon was intricately linked to the formation of the enigmatic Tai Chi diagram within his body. As the ancient adage states, lonely yin does not endure, and solitary yang does not flourish. This timeless truth remains unaltered throughout the ages. Furthermore, the unprecedented enhancement of his spiritual realm inevitably led to a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. The rebellious and unyielding martial will of the heavenly ruin divine art invigorated his swordsmanship, imbuing it with a fresh and formidable essence. It transformed into a more sinister and imposing force, characterized by the unique attributes inherent to the heavenly ruin divine art, the ultimate in darkness and malevolence, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent, invincible and unparalleled. The remarkable effects of these qualities were seamlessly integrated into his sword techniques. As Jiang Hao embarked on his quest for the 9 Yang scriptures, he arrived at a most opportune moment. For the white ape was still lingering in a state of suffering, yet had not succumbed entirely to death. However, its condition was utterly lamentable, with demise looming perilously close. The wounds were not only grievously festering, but also emanated a nauseating stench of decay. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao delicately retrieved an exquisite jade vial from his embrace and gently twisted open the cap. With utmost care, He poured out a single droplet of the crystalline three-light divine water, radiating an enigmatic luminescence. The miraculous effects were nothing short of astonishing. The legendary ability to revive the deceased was not mere folklore. As the precious liquid touched the grievous wound of the white ape, it instantaneously erupted in a dazzling blaze of light. Within this brilliance, the ghastly injury of the white ape healed at an observable rate. The decaying flesh rejuvenated, as if time itself had reversed in that fleeting moment. The once feeble white ape, in an instant, was invigorated with vibrant life. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a lively creature, brimming with joy. As for how to acquire the Nine-Yang scripture, Zhang Hao adeptly employed his spatial abilities to extract it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Guided by his will, the power of spatial manipulation flowed forth, penetrating through numerous barriers and precisely locking onto the location of the Nine-Yang scripture. In an instant, the scripture emerged from its concealed resting place within the belly of the white ape, drawn forth by the mysterious force. The entire process was seamless and effortless, inflicting no pain upon the white ape whatsoever. This extraordinary scene left the elder white ape utterly astonished, its mind engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. With its limited intellect, it struggled to grasp the intricacies of the moment. Yet, deep within, it understood clearly that it was this benefactor before it who had salvaged its life. Overwhelmed with joy, the elder white ape exuberantly guided Zhang Hao to its kin. Zhang Hao not only savored the succulent and juicy peaches, but also indulged in the exquisite and flavorful monkey wine. Subsequently, he decisively packed away the entire troop of monkeys. This was no jest. A troop capable of brewing such fine liquor is indeed a rare and precious species. Moreover, the grand and flourishing peach tree is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. It's worth akin to those rare and valuable natural resources. Although its effects may not be overwhelmingly potent, regular consumption could certainly yield the wondrous benefit of longevity. Just look at the longevity of the old white ape, which is ample proof of its extraordinary nature. Upon entering the realm of the time-space pearl, the monkeys exhibited an extraordinary level of joy, for the environment within was incomparable to that of the outside world. Thus, aside from a brief period of adjustment, the newly incorporated monkeys now revel in unparalleled joy each day, exuberantly calling out in excitement. And so, they spent several tranquil days. Finally, the much-anticipated birthday of old Zhang arrived, with guests from all directions entering Wudong in an orderly fashion. Zhang Hao mingled within the crowd, advancing slowly. When the assembly reached the Jinjia platform, the five major sects could no longer contain their restlessness and began to create a tumult. The Jinjia platform, as the name suggests, demands that visitors relinquish their swords. However, the five sects had ulterior motives for their visit to Wudong, making it unlikely that they would willingly part with their weapons and comply with the directives. Thus, a fierce conflict erupted in an instant. Zhang Hao stood by, coldly observing the chaotic farce unfold before him, exhibiting no intention to intervene. The surrounding spectators began to murmur amongst themselves, expressing their discontent. These five major sects are utterly arrogant. How can they be so unreasonable? A young warrior exclaimed indignantly. Shu, keep your voice down, don't invite trouble. An elderly man hastily cautioned. Subsequently, a large crowd made their way towards the Jinwu Hall of Wudong, as the developments proceeded in a manner reminiscent of a predetermined script, unfolding in an orderly fashion. Zhang Hao, weary of expending effort on this insincere assembly of hypocrites, chose instead to close his eyes and cultivate his spirit, waiting patiently for the principal figures of this incident to make their appearance. As time progressed, the contention between the five great sects and Wudong grew increasingly fervent, akin to a blazing inferno that only intensified. At long last, pivotal figures such as Zhang Cuishan, Yin Susu, and Zhang Sanfeng emerged. At this moment, the conflict between the two factions had escalated to a razor's edge. Since the last encounter, where Zhang Hao had mercilessly humiliated them, Shaolin's standing in the martial world had plummeted from the heights to the depths, suffering a catastrophic fall. Thus, their primary objective in approaching Wudong this time was to exert pressure on them and strip them of their dignity. Secondarily, they aimed to restore the lost respect and honor through this endeavor. Shaolin and Wudong had long been regarded as the North Star of the martial realm. And should they succeed in subduing Wudong, the meticulously orchestrated conspiracy of Shaolin would be deemed a resounding success. For this reason, Shaolin was fully committed, holding nothing back. They unabashedly positioned themselves atop the moral high ground, vehemently accusing Zhang Zuishan of shielding Siheyuan, completely disregarding the many innocent lives cruelly taken by Siheyuan. Their accusations were chillingly ruthless and devoid of compassion. Moreover, they even disparaged Zhang Zhenren, claiming he was merely a figure of hollow reputation, a mere name seeking fame. Amidst the crowd, someone could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Shaolin has gone too far. How can they be so aggressive?" Yet, he was swiftly silenced by those nearby. Upon hearing these allegations, Zhang Zuishan was immediately enveloped by guilt. Tormented by the pain of having brought such immense humiliation upon his revered master during what should have been a joyous celebration of his centenary. However, this was not the most devastating blow. Faced with the formidable pressure and coercion from the martial community, Zhang Zuishan might have maintained his composure and rationality through sheer willpower. Yet, the final, crushing revelation that shattered his psychological defenses was the realization that his beloved wife, In Susu, was the very cause of his brother's decade-long paralysis. In that instant, Zhang Zuishan's heart was plunged into a chasm of confusion and turmoil. Whether regarding the Wudong sect that had nurtured and sheltered him, the master who had treated him like a son, or the brothers in arms who had shared trials and tribulations with him, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Utterly ashamed and unworthy, he believed he had no right to continue existing in this world. Thus, after bidding a sorrowful farewell to his beloved mentor, Zhang Zuishan resolutely unsheathed his sword, preparing to end it all through self-immolation, attempting to quell this bitter feud with the sacrifice of his own life. Zhang Zuishan's resolute action truly caught old Zhang off guard, leaving him no time to react. Reflecting upon old Zhang's life, he had traversed the martial world with unmatched prowess, rarely encountering worthy adversaries. In his prime, he achieved the astonishing feat of vanquishing demons, nearly causing a dearth of talent within the martial realm. Yet, at this moment, he could only watch helplessly as his beloved disciple was cornered into a dire situation. The choice of self-termination loomed, and he found himself unable to intervene in time. By the moment he comprehended the necessity to act, it was far too late. Everything had become irretrievable. However, while old Zhang was paralyzed by inaction, Xiao Jiang remained intensely focused, awaiting the opportune moment. Thus, as Zhang Zuishan grasped his sword, Xiao Jiang was already fully prepared. With decisive precision, he flicked a small stone that struck Zhang Zuishan's sword-bearing right hand with unerring accuracy. "Old Zhang, you are faltering. Your disciple believes you are incapable of protecting him, resorting to self-sacrifice to safeguard Wudong. It appears age has truly caught up with you, leaving you powerless." After successfully taking action, Zhang Hao began to tease Zhang Sanfeng without restraint. At that moment, Zhang Sanfeng's emotions were akin to tumultuous waves, rising and falling in a state of great complexity. He felt an overwhelming joy at the successful rescue of his disciple. Yet his heart also brimmed with furious indignation at the dire situation that had driven his disciple to the brink. "Alas, I have grown old and weary," he chuckled, "which perhaps emboldens others to brazenly bully me. Ha ha ha, Chuishan. You, my dear, are intent on making this old master grieve over the loss of his disciple. Are you? Forcing me, in my twilight years, to endure such sorrow." Zhang Sanfeng's laughter bordered on madness, infused with profound sorrow and helplessness. At this moment, a member of the onlookers gasped, "What can we do now? The situation is spiraling into chaos." Indeed, uncertainty loomed over how this would all conclude. Another voice chimed in, filled with anxiety. It seemed as if everyone present had awakened from a dream, suddenly gripped by a deep-seated fear and trepidation. "Yes, this elder may be advanced in age, yet his strength has only grown more unfathomable with the passage of time. Moreover, his murderous intent has not diminished in the slightest. Just moments ago, they had recklessly probed the edge of life and death, as if they had danced on the precipice of the underworld." Zhang Hao no longer made any effort to conceal his figure, boldly stepping forward. Upon seeing him, the entire congregation of Shaolin disciples reacted as if they had ingested something utterly repugnant. Their expressions turned ghastly, and their hearts were filled with profound anguish. All eyes in attendance were fixated upon him, and a cacophony of voices erupted in speculation. "Goodness, he has arrived as well," exclaimed those who had previously encountered Zhang Hao. "Who exactly is he?" inquired a curious onlooker who had never laid eyes on Zhang Hao before. "If you do not even recognize him, it would be wise for you to pack your belongings and return home. The tumultuous world of martial arts is no place for an ignorant child such as yourself." came the retort from a bystander who was merely an observer of the unfolding drama. Jiang Hao remained impervious to the cacophony of chatter surrounding him, utterly unconcerned. With an air of nonchalance, he approached old Zhang, his demeanor strikingly audacious and irreverent. He leisurely uttered, "My dear sir, pray tell. How long has it been since you last wielded your prowess in the martial world? Look closely, I implore you. Open your eyes wide and observe. Do you truly believe they have merely come to threaten your disciple's life? They are openly slapping your face. They are brazenly challenging you. They wish to ascertain whether your venerable bones still possess the formidable might of yesteryears. Of course, this pertains to your Wudong affairs, and I dare not overstep my bounds. However, should you require assistance, I stand ready to serve. As for ruthless deeds such as annihilating sects, I am exceptionally adept. It is a domain where I thrive with ease and familiarity." Jiang Hao's words caused a sudden change in the expressions of all present. With a figure like Zhang Sanfeng, it was already a formidable challenge, and the addition of a reckless and unscrupulous demon blade only intensified the perilous situation. How many could possibly survive? Old Zhang, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and glared at Jiang Hao, inwardly cursing. This young man is no good. How dare he stoke the flames at such a critical moment? If he truly leaves everyone here in Wudong, wouldn't Wudong be on par with the demon sect? Meanwhile, the other 5 major sects, including Shaolin, looked at Zhang Sanfeng with palpable anxiety, fearing he might rashly ally with the demon blade. They merely sought the dragon-slaying saber and had no intention of waging war against Wudong. The demon blade was utterly unprincipled. Although Zhang Sanfeng had no intention of resorting to violence, he was equally unwilling to show leniency to those before him. He cast another glance at Jiang Hao. Feeling a surge of astonishment, the strength of this young man? He couldn't fathom it. How could this be? Yet, Zhang Sanfeng was no ordinary person. In the brief moment of distraction, he quickly regained his composure. "Thank you, young friend, for your timely assistance in saving my apprentice. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. However, I believe it is best for me to handle this matter myself. Once it is resolved, I shall be sure to express my gratitude properly to you." Jiang Hao shrugged casually, gesturing dismissively as he addressed the 5 great sects. "You honor me, but I have come to celebrate your birthday. I shall leave the rest in your capable hands." He had initially contemplated fighting alongside the master, but alas. Lao Zhang smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to that remark. He turned, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the 5 great sects. "You indeed possess a remarkable audacity." This statement struck like a thunderclap, sending shivers down the spines of the members of the 5 great sects. The abbot of Shaolin, summoning his courage, attempted to clarify, "Master, you have misunderstood. We harbor no such intentions regarding Zhang Wujia." "Enough," Lao Zhang interjected imperiously, cutting off the abbot's words. Though the old Taoist no longer possessed the vigor of his youth, he could not abide a rabble daring to confront him at Wudong, nor could he tolerate them attempting to harm his disciple. "Your actions are truly extraordinary," he then declared. "Allow me to entertain you, if you will." "Certainly not." The crowd murmured in dismay. "Master Zhang, please. Enough of your prattle. It matters little, if need be. I shall once more unleash chaos upon this world." His tone was resolute. The assembly felt the weight of despair. The old man had become unreasonably obstinate, persistently interrupting them. How could they possibly navigate this predicament? "Father, save me. Wujiao, where are you?" Zhang Zuishan rushed from the grand hall in search of him, with Yin Susu hastily following. "Wujiao, my Wujiao." Zhang Sanfeng observed his disciple and daughter-in-law rushing out, realizing that he had just heard the cry for help from his grandson. In that instant, his murderous intent dissipated, and he hurriedly scanned the surroundings. The 5 great sects collectively breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have been spared. Thankfully, they expressed their gratitude for the timely intervention. Previously, it had been noted that the 5 great sects had temporarily quelled Zhang Sanfeng's murderous intentions due to Zhang Wujia's plea for help. However, Jiang Hao was seething with rage. "Damn it. I finally witnessed Zhang's fierce demeanor, only for you to ruin it. You should have bound him properly, at the crucial moment. You faltered. I cannot simply overlook this after waiting so long. Damn you, Lu Zhanke. Since you have caused me displeasure, I shall ensure you experience a lifetime of discomfort. Starting with your skin." In the next moment, all present beheld Jiang Hao's ghostly figure darting swiftly toward Lu Zhanke's direction. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Hao remained utterly focused on observing the dynamics of the scene. The moment the stag-headed man made his appearance alongside Zhang Wuji, he was already aware of it. However, Driven by a desire to witness the unfolding drama, he had no intention of intervening. After all, the formidable prowess of old Zhang was not to be underestimated. Now that the anticipated spectacle was no longer feasible, and the stag-headed man had chosen a path to destruction, Zhang Hao could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. He would undoubtedly fulfill this fate for him. The stag-headed man had long recognized Zhang Hao, for the intelligence of the Ruyang royal manor was no trifling matter. He was acutely aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid, his understanding as clear as day. As he saw the formidable knife demon Zhang Hao charging towards him with menacing intensity, the color drained from the stag-headed man's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned Zhang Wuji and turned to flee like a cornered animal. Alas, he had underestimated the situation. He believed that by sacrificing Zhang Wuji, Zhang Hao would rush to rescue him, thus granting him a chance to escape. Little did he know that Zhang Hao's strength far exceeded his wildest expectations. As Zhang Hao caught Zhang Wuji, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he unleashed a formidable move. First, he adeptly harnessed the force, then soared into the air like an arrow released from its bow. With an overwhelming momentum, he charged towards the deer staff guest at an astonishing speed. Following this, Zhang Hao's celestial remnant divine skill was activated with great ferocity. A deafening and terrifying sonic boom erupted in the air. A leg-shaped true chi, imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, erupted from Zhang Hao's leg. It rapidly expanded in the wind, morphing into a colossal energy leg, descending upon the deer staff guest with tremendous force. The scene resembled a towering giant lifting its leg to crush an insignificant ant. The immense and terrifying strength, accompanied by an astonishing aura capable of shattering the sky, locked onto the deer staff guest. In an instant, he was engulfed in sheer terror and despair. His eyes bulged wide, nearly popping out of their sockets, his face etched with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a task which seemed so ordinary had plunged him into a life-and-death predicament. A man long regarded as a formidable demon by the martial world, Zhang Hao was unexpectedly standing up for the righteous Zhang Sanfeng, a beacon of integrity in the martial realm. The rapid and unbelievable changes in this world were as absurd as if mice were serving as bridesmaids. However, the deer staff guest was not the type to passively await his fate. In this critical moment of life and death, he steeled his resolve, channeling all his energy to unleash the profound nether divine palm. A massive palm imprint, composed entirely of eerie blue ice and exuding a chilling aura, surged to meet the giant footfall. Alas, his resistance appeared trivial against Zhang Hao's overwhelming might, akin to an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree. The palm imprint created by the profound nether divine palm was shattered before it could even approach the gigantic footprint, obliterated by the ferocious energy and fierce winds emanating from it. With a resounding crash that shook the heavens, dust billowed like a mushroom cloud. In an instant, everyone was nearly blinded by the chaos. Even the solid earth beneath them trembled violently, as if unable to withstand such terrifying power. When the dust finally settled, the onlookers, filled with a mix of tension and curiosity, gazed ahead. What was once a flat training ground had now transformed into a deep pit resembling a giant's footprint, plunging down to a fathom of depth, a sight that was utterly shocking. Within that pit lay a grotesque mass of mangled flesh, unmistakably the middle-aged man from moments before. Unbeknownst to the crowd, this seemingly ordinary man was none other than the renowned Deerstaff guest, one of the infamous profound nether elders in the martial world. Had they known, their horror would have intensified exponentially. After all, to possess the ability to effortlessly crush a master of such caliber underfoot is no ordinary feat. This is not merely a typical master, but an unparalleled expert with profound skills. The individuals present must feel as insignificant as ants, easily extinguished by his mere step. Meanwhile, the monks of Shaolin, led by the abbot, clasped their hands in prayer, reverently chanting Amit Ba. It is worth noting that while others may be unfamiliar with Zhang Hao's past and capabilities, the Shaolin monks are intimately acquainted with him. In just a few short months, his strength has grown even more formidable and domineering. Once, he wielded a blade as his weapon. Now, he engages in combat with his bare hands, nay, more accurately, with his feet. Should he choose to wield a blade once more, the spectacle would be beyond imagination. As for thoughts of vengeance, revenge, let us not speak of such nonsense. There exists no enmity between us. We are merely engaging in a friendly display of martial prowess. Those who do not comprehend should refrain from meddling or uttering such baseless truths. If outsiders misinterpret our intentions, it may still be bearable. But should the blade demon misunderstand? What chaos might ensue? They might believe Shaolin to be defiant, jeopardizing our standing. Such notions are utterly absurd. The other attendees also felt a wave of astonishment wash over them. Indeed, the reputation of a person often casts a long shadow. Beneath the weight of such renown lies no pretense. The crowd's fear of the blade demon escalated yet again, raising his terrifying status even higher. Lu Xiaofeng, can you withstand this move? The quirky young girl beside him blinked her lively eyes, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she teased him with a hint of provocation. This girl was none other than Shui Bing, descendant of the divine needle Shui, known in the martial world as the Cold Sorceress. In front of others, she was fierce and tenacious, akin to a mother tiger. Yet, in the presence of Lu Xiaofeng, she transformed into a bashful and gentle maiden. Lu Xiaofeng wore a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. You truly overestimate me. With such a formidable kick, the other party might be begging me not to perish. Please, do not speak further, my dear. Such careless words could lead to trouble. Open your eyes and observe the tense atmosphere of today's gathering. Upon hearing Lu Xiaofeng's heartfelt words, Shui Bing furrowed her delicate brows, engaging in a moment of contemplation. She was not one to be unreasonable or lacking in understanding. Nor was she a fool. Aware of the gravity of the situation, she chose to remain silent after Lu Xiaofeng's earnest counsel, gently nodding in agreement as she leaned against his arm in quiet companionship. Not far from them stood a tall, tattooed middle-aged swordsman, whose eyes now glimmered with an intense fervor for battle. His broad hand firmly grasped a sword crafted from rare mysterious iron, adorned with 13 resplendent pearls. Anyone with knowledge of such a blade would recognize it as the weapon of the sword demon, Yin Shisan. Once, Yin Shisan had been a mere shadow of himself. Despondent and hollow, for he had been told by Xie Wang's son, Xie Xiaofeng's father, that she had perished. His purpose in coming was to seek a successor for Xie Xiaofeng, allowing him to fully unleash his extraordinary swordsmanship. However, witnessing the prowess of the blade demon today rekindled a spark within him. Though he did not know Jiang Hao, the sheer number of attendees meant that someone would surely recognize the blade demon. Even without his weapon, the blade demon exuded an undeniable strength, piquing the sword demon's interest. Realizing that no worthy swordsman remained to challenge him, he resolved to seek a duel with the blade demon once matters settled. The clash between the sword demon and the blade demon would undoubtedly become a legendary tale within the martial world, making his journey through this realm worthwhile. Similarly, on Lu Xiaofeng's other side, a young man in his 30s, wielding a treasured blade, gazed intently at Jiang Hao, brimming with fervent battle spirit. His attendance was twofold: to witness the grandeur of Zhang Sanfeng and to engage in a duel with the blade demon. He was certain that the centennial birthday of Master Zhang would not go unnoticed by the formidable Jiang Wuxiu. As fate would have it, his wish was fulfilled. Who, then, was he? He was the blade god, Ding Peng, who could transcend from the demonic to the divine while wielding his enchanted blade. Having learned the divine blade slash from the former leader of the demonic sect, he could now execute this astonishing technique at will, free from any repercussions. As he re-entered the martial realm, the name that echoed most was the fearsome blade demon, Jiang Wuxiu. He firmly believed that Jiang Wuxiu, like himself, had transcended the confines of the demonic blade, stepping into the realm of the divine. The curved blade in his hand seemed to resonate with his inner tumult, humming and vibrating incessantly. In Jiang Hao's embrace, the child wore an expression of sheer excitement, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the elder brother before him. At such a tender age, this elder brother was undeniably formidable. Even his own father, a man of great martial prowess, was no match for him, having been vanquished by a mere kick. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of admiration blossomed within him. Jiang Hao was unaware that, inadvertently, he had gained a devoted admirer. This young acolyte would later evolve into an unwavering and steadfast supporter of his. After resolving the matter with the dear staff guest, Jiang Hao descended gracefully. Zhang Cuishan and Yin Susu, overwhelmed with joy, rushed to embrace Zhang Wuji, showering him with gratitude directed towards Jiang Hao. At that moment, Zhang Sanfeng approached briskly, clasping his hands in front of him, and expressed his heartfelt thanks. Thank you, young friend. Your timely interventions have saved both my disciple and grandson. This kindness is deeply appreciated, and on behalf of the entire Wudong sect, I extend my sincere gratitude. Should you ever require assistance from Wudong, do not hesitate to ask, and we shall exert ourselves to accommodate you. Not at all. I initially intended to witness your remarkable prowess, but alas, this rogue has thwarted my viewing of such a splendid spectacle, compelling me to send him off to the afterlife. Ha ha ha, young friend, you are indeed refreshingly candid. After this banquet concludes, please do not rush away. Allow us to extend our hospitality properly. Wow, Big Brother is so impressive. He defeated the villain even more formidable than Father in an instant. Zhang Wuji exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, Father cannot compare, Zhang Suishan replied, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment at his son's innocent words, offering a sheepish smile. Ah, just call me uncle. Referring to me in such a manner diminishes my standing. Jiang Hao wore a look of helplessness, yet in his heart, he mused, I may only be a few years your senior, but I certainly do not wish to be placed in a hierarchical position by you. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, the crowd from Wudong erupted into laughter. Big Brother, I am so cold, so very cold. What has happened to you, Wuji? Wuji had suffered the impact of the Xianming divine palm. It was the experienced Zhang, well-versed in the ways of the world, who recognized the technique employed by the dear staff guest. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore open Zhang Wuji's garment and beheld the shocking azure palm imprint upon Wuji's chest. Quickly, you must all go inside and take turns channeling your energy for Wuji. We must stabilize his condition. I shall handle the matters here, he commanded. Yes, master, came the unanimous response from the 7 Wudong heroes, who dared not linger. They hastily escorted the young Zhang away, while the elder Zhang wasted no words and approached the assembly of martial artists. You have all witnessed the current situation. I, too, have no desire to engage in trivial matters with you today. There is no need for your insincere congratulations on my longevity. If there is nothing further, you may all take your leave. Please exit. With that, the elder Zhang dismissed the crowd and strode away, leaving Jiang Hao deliberately behind. At this moment, the 5 major sects dared not remain any longer, fearing that Zhang Sanfeng might recall their presence once he had dealt with the pressing issues at hand. As the crowd dispersed, the once vibrant Jinwu Hall fell into a sudden silence. Before long, someone arrived to escort Jiang Hao to a guest room for rest. Jiang Hao sat contentedly in the guest room, relishing the sumptuous feast prepared by Wudong, while leisurely sipping on a fine drink. Before long, old Zhang arrived, accompanied by a multitude of disciples. This time, we at Wudong have truly fallen short in our hospitality. I hope you, dear friend, can find it in your heart to forgive us and not take it to heart. Please, master, do not be so formal. Do take a seat, everyone. The cuisine of Wudong is indeed quite lavish, Jiang Hao replied. By the way, master, how fares the young Wuji now? Alas, Wuji has been afflicted by the Xianming divine palm, and it has been several days since the poison took hold. The chilling toxin has already penetrated deep into his very organs. Unless my master, the great Siheyuan, can be resurrected to impart the complete 9-yang divine skill to me, there is little hope. Upon hearing of Zhang Wuji's plight, Zhang Sanfeng was filled with righteous fury, yet found himself powerless to act, consumed by anxiety. This scoundrel is truly ruthless and malicious, capable of inflicting such harm upon a mere child. However, Jiang Hao remained composed, nonchalantly retrieving 4 volumes of the 9-yang scriptures from his bosom. Is this what you speak of, master? He inquired of old Zhang. As soon as old Zhang laid eyes upon the scriptures, he was rendered speechless with astonishment. This is utterly bizarre. Could it be that this young man is truly a benefactor of Wudong? My dear friend, where on earth did you acquire these? I had long believed them to be lost to the ages. Who could have imagined that I would witness my master's relics once again today? Truly, the heavens are merciful. Wuji now has hope. Old Zhang was elated beyond measure, gazing at Jiang Hao as if he were a divine being. The day had unfolded with unexpected twists and turns. Yet this individual had consistently turned the tide, rescuing Wudong from perilous situations time and again. Master, is this truly the legendary 9-yang scriptures? Then surely, Wuji is saved. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I must admit, I feel quite ashamed. So much has transpired today, and we have yet to properly express our gratitude to you. It is indeed quite rude of us. Song Yuanxiao, the eldest disciple of Wudong, wore an expression of deep embarrassment. It is of no concern, so long as you do not regard me as a great villain, for I am well aware that my reputation is far from pristine. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiang. You needn't fret over such matters. We have indeed judged others by their reputations in the past. This was our narrow-mindedness. Through today's events, we have come to realize that the so-called righteous path is mere folly. Your benevolence and noble spirit are far removed from that of a villain. Surely, it is the mindless gossip of the world that seeks to tarnish your name. Indeed, indeed. We, after all, do not place our faith in such matters. This time, we have unveiled the true nature of the so-called righteous sect. Emoshingu raised his voice in agreement, exclaiming loudly, "He, they may indeed exaggerate. Yet the fact remains that I have taken lives. It is merely that I have never harmed the innocent." As soon as Jiang Hao spoke, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Well, regardless of the discussions surrounding young Master Jiang in the martial world, it bears no relation to our Wudong. We at Wudong only acknowledge the immense kindness and virtue that young Master Jiang has bestowed upon our sect. We dismiss all other idle chatter. Old Jiang, with his clear mind and quick wit, effortlessly eased the awkward atmosphere with a single statement. Indeed, we only recognize Brother Jiang. The others responded with graciousness. Ha. Laughter erupted throughout the assembly, as the conundrum of the Xianming divine palm finally appeared to have a resolution. By the way, Master Jiang, there is no need for you to personally treat little Wuji as cold poison. Simply impart the 9-yang manual to him. Why is that? Wouldn't it be better to treat him directly? Zhang Suishan inquired, his face etched with confusion. Yet, old Zhang immediately grasped the underlying significance, choosing not to elaborate further. Allowing them to ponder it themselves, thinking to himself, what a bunch of fools. In the end, old Zhang, filled with curiosity and urgency, turned to Jiang Hao, eager to inquire about the origins of the 9-yang manual. Jiang Hao did not conceal his inquiry from old Zhang, asking whether he still recalled Inkashi. He then referenced the profound words once spoken by the Kunlun 3 saints. The scripture resides in oil. Subsequently, he elaborated on the true essence of this phrase. The scripture resides in the ape. This explanation evoked memories in old Zhang of the white ape that had once accompanied Inkashi. After years of lingering confusion, the enigma was finally unraveled. Old Zhang expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Hao, reflecting on the relief of having solved a puzzle that had haunted him for so long. For those unfamiliar with this tale, a search for the scripture resides in oil will provide clarity. By the way, I wonder how Yu Sanxia's current injuries are faring? Jiang Hao calculated in his mind, contemplating bestowing a significant favor upon the old man. He also intended to incite some trouble between Xiao Zhaomin and the Ru Yangwang mansion, believing that the old Zhang should not be allowed too much leisure. Upon hearing about Yu Daiyan, the old man could not help but let out a deep sigh, falling into a profound silence. He found himself truly ensnared in a dilemma, uncertain about how to resolve the entangled affairs between his third and fifth disciples. In Su Su had rendered the third brother a lifetime of incapacitation. Such deep-seated animosity could hardly be assuaged easily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuishan immediately addressed Zhang Sinfeng, saying, "Master, Su Su indeed wronged the third brother. I shall ensure that he receives a satisfactory resolution. This is sheer folly. How do you intend to provide your brother with an explanation? Are you contemplating the murder of your wife or inflicting harm upon yourself?" Zhang Sanfeng retorted, his anger palpable at Zhang Chuishan's words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately realized that a misunderstanding had evidently arisen. He hurriedly began to explain. "Have you completely misconstrued the matter? Moreover, my inquiry regarding Yu Sanxia was predicated on the notion that there remains hope for his recovery. Why then do you react in such a manner? Young friend, are you speaking in earnest? The old Taoist has lived for many years and yet remains unaware of any remedy that could save Daiyan." At this moment, Lao Zhang assumed that Jiang Hao was merely offering them comfort. "Indeed, Brother Jiang, my third brother has been rendered paralyzed after mercilessly having his limbs severed by nefarious individuals. And to this day, we remain oblivious to the identity of the perpetrators." In Lighting hastily stepped forward to elucidate, expressing sorrow for Yu Daiyan, and when mentioning their enemies, he was filled with both hatred and helplessness. "Are you unaware of this?" "I am well aware." "What?" Jiang Hao solemnly reiterated. "I say I know who injured Yu Sanxia. Is that true, Brother Jiang? If you wish to know, then listen to my words without constantly interrupting. The assailant of Yu Sanxia hails from the western region's Golden Vajra sect. 3 disciples of the Golden Vajra sect serve under the command of the Prince of Ruyang and the Mongolian Yuan. Furthermore, the formidable Hunyuan Pilehand, Cheng Kuan, is also present in the prince's residence. This scheme was conceived by Cheng Kuan. I trust you are aware of the origins of the Golden Vajra sect, right?" Old Zhang had been wholly engrossed in Jiang Hao's account of the events, but suddenly hearing Jiang Hao address him fell into deep contemplation. However, time passed, and he was unable to recall anything. Do you remember the firework monk? Upon Zhang Hao's utterance, old Zhang's memory was instantly jogged. Although he had struggled to remember when the Golden Vajra sect was mentioned, the moment Zhang Hao spoke of firework monk, clarity dawned upon him. So it was him. No wonder the perpetrator wielded the Shaolin Golden Finger technique with such formidable strength. He is indeed a master of external martial arts. We had previously mistaken him for a Shaolin disciple, but this revelation makes everything fall into place. It appears that the Chung Kuan, or the Prince of Ruyang you mentioned, intends for Wudong and Shaolin to clash. How insidious indeed. This debt will surely be settled by me with them. As old Zhang reached this point, his teeth were clenched, and his eyes seemed to flame with righteous anger. The only concern weighing heavily on his heart was for his cherished disciples and the entire Wudong sect. Given that someone dared to provoke old Zhang's ire, one can surmise that the reckoning he spoke of would not be trivial or dismissive. By the way, my young friend, you mentioned that Dai Yin still has a chance of recovery. I sincerely hope you can provide guidance. I would be immensely grateful. Old Zhang bowed earnestly to Zhang Hao, who quickly raised a hand to stop him. The injuries sustained by Yusanxia can be treated with two types of medicinal substances. One is the Golden Vajra sect secret elixir, Black Jade Bone Mending Ointment. Any disciple of the Golden Vajra sect who suffers injuries while practicing martial arts relies on this ointment for recovery. However, in serious cases like that of Yusanxia, it is essential to re-break the misaligned bones for proper healing. After applying the ointment, it may be possible for him to walk normally again. As for whether he can continue his martial training, it will depend on the subsequent recovery process. Zhang Hao spoke eloquently, and as he approached the crux of his discourse, he deliberately paused, savoring a sip of wine with an air of nonchalance. The audience, unable to contain their eagerness, collectively inquired, "And what of the other?" "Ah, there exists another, a remarkably rare and exquisite treasure of nature that I once possessed. This substance, as translucent as water, emanates a mysterious radiance. It possesses the remarkable ability to restore life, reviving even those on the brink of death, regardless of the extent of their injuries. I recall an encounter in Kunlun Mountains with a white ape that was nearly lifeless. It was this very elixir that breathed life back into it. Healing the renowned Yusanxiao would be a trivial endeavor. So what do you say? Shall we give it a try?" As Zhang Hao's words faded, Zhang Sanfeng was enveloped in silence. Time and again, others had extended their hands to assist him, yet he found himself lacking in means to reciprocate. Had his benefactor been an ordinary individual, Zhang Sanfeng would have had a plethora of methods to express his gratitude. Even if the individual sought the entirety of Wudong's martial arts secrets, he would not have flinched. However, the young man before him was a formidable half-step golden core martial artist, akin to himself, and Wudong possessed nothing of equal stature to convey his appreciation. Yet, this matter pertained to the lifelong fate of his third disciple, compelling Zhang Sanfeng to muster his courage and request the means to restore his disciple's vitality. Zhang Sanfeng's unexpected silence left Zhang Hao astounded. Logically, they should have been reveling in joy. Why did they all fall into such a quietude? In this moment, Zhang Hao, caught in the gravity of his own expectations, overlooked a common adage: great kindness outweighs enmity, or rather, a profound favor resembles a formidable grudge. Nevertheless, Zhang Hao was no fool. After a brief pause, he regained his composure. Thus, he addressed Zhang Sanfeng without reservation. "Do you, esteemed master, feel undeserving of such generosity? How about we engage in a spirited exchange of techniques later? After all, I currently possess considerable strength. It is indeed rare to find a worthy opponent of equal caliber." Old Zhang gazed intently at the spirited youth before him, yearning to articulate his thoughts, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only bow deeply in respect. Zhang Hao did not impede, nor could he. The old Taoist, feeling a profound sense of gratitude, found himself at a loss as to how to repay his young friend. "Ha ha, very well, Master Zhang. We are all wanderers of the martial world. Should anyone ever wish to besiege me in the future, I shall certainly seek your assistance." "Ha ha ha, splendid. No problem at all. I shall be at your service without hesitation." Zhang Sanfeng ceased his hesitation, vowing to etch this kindness deeply in his heart. Song Yuanxiao and the other 6 knights bowed deeply, declaring, "From this day forth, our Wudong sect shall stand united with Brother Jiang in both triumphs and trials. Even if it means confronting the entire martial world, we shall not falter. Brother Jiang is our benefactor. Whatever he commands, we shall face death without flinching. Should we betray this oath, we shall invite the wrath of heaven and earth. Enough, enough. Dear brothers of Wudong, you are far too gracious. Let us raise a glass. Thus, the banquet concluded, and the group set about tending to Yu Dian's injuries. Remarkably, Yu Dian, who had long been disheartened and resigned to his fate, believing he would forever remain a cripple, was astonished when a drop of miraculous elixir revitalized him. In merely half a day, he was able to rise and walk unaided, a feat made challenging by his 10 years of inactivity. In that moment, the usually strong and resolute man embraced his master tightly, weeping like a child. The remaining 6 knights of Wudong stood by, silently shedding tears, the scene profoundly moving. Gazing upon his savior, Yu Dian was overwhelmed with gratitude, utterly uncertain of how to repay such a monumental debt of kindness. Zhang Hao not only saved his life, but also resolved the animosity between him and his 5th brother, as well as his 5th sister-in-law. Furthermore, he completely dissolved the misunderstandings that existed among the 2nd-generation disciples of Wudong. Zhang Hao had initially intended to stay at Wudong for merely 2 days. However, he was irresistibly detained by the fervent hospitality of the locals for an entire week. Particularly, Zhang Wuji regaled him with intriguing tales of Ice and Fire Island, while Lin Susu tirelessly prepared delectable dishes for him. The warmth of the Wudong community proved overwhelming, and it was only by citing pressing matters that Zhang Hao successfully extricated himself from their generous attentions. On the final day, he realized his wish to engage in a sparring session with Master Zhang. That day, the entire Wudong populace flocked to the back mountains, eager to witness the duel between these 2 unparalleled masters of their time. Zhang Hao and Zhang Zhenren both wore solemn expressions on their faces. As it was merely a sparring session, Zhang Hao chose not to wield the blade. Zhang Hao exclaimed loudly to Zhang Zhenren, "Revered one, the martial arts I currently wield are none other than the celestial fragmentary skill, a technique that vanished from the martial world over 3 centuries ago and is renowned alongside the Buddha's palm. You must exercise caution." Zhang Sanfeng chuckled heartily in response, effortlessly adopting the initial stance of Tai Chi. "This is a technique I have personally devised, known as Tai Chi, though still not fully refined. Young rascal, you should also be wary." Over the course of their recent interactions, the 2, sharing similar interests, swiftly developed a bond that transcended the boundaries of age. Zhang Hao ceased his words and, with a decisive step, found himself suspended in midair. In that instant, the Wudong Mountains erupted with a resounding explosion akin to thunder. At this moment, old Zhang refrained from further dialogue and commenced his cultivation. A powerful surge of true energy spiraled between his hands, coalescing into a resplendent Taiji diagram. With a sudden and forceful tremor of his hands, the Taiji diagram swiftly expanded, transforming within the blink of an eye into a colossal barrier that obscured the sun itself. As Zhang Hao observed that Zhang Sanfeng was fully prepared, he did not hesitate to launch an attack. With a slight crouch, his leg muscles tensed instantaneously. He then unleashed a move known as Dance of the Demons, hurtling towards the elder Zhang like a bolt of lightning. Countless leg shadows flickered into existence, intertwining in a chaotic ballet, each shadow accompanied by the sharp whistle of the wind and the piercing sound of breaking air. In the blink of an eye, these leg shadows struck the Tai Chi barrier with the ferocity of a tempest, producing a cacophony of deafening impacts. Under this tremendous force, the Tai Chi barrier began to tremble violently, rippling with visible waves, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone. Yet, this was merely the prelude. The myriad leg shadows began to merge, revealing even more formidable and domineering manifestations of leg energy. The sheer might of this display caused the very space around them to shudder violently. With each pass of the leg shadows, a series of thunderous sonic booms erupted, igniting the air itself into a searing heat. Seeing this, Elder Zhang's expression grew grave as he rapidly manipulated the Tai Chi diagram. Instantly, the diagram began to spin, accelerating from a slow rotation to a swift whirl. The powerful suction generated sought to absorb the formidable force of the leg shadow strikes. The Tai Chi yin-yang fish appeared as if it had come to life, swimming with agility. The entire Tai Chi barrier radiated a mysterious and potent energy, continuously neutralizing the assaults of the leg shadows, causing each collision to erupt in radiant light and surging waves of energy. The disciples of Wudong, witnessing this extraordinary confrontation, were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Their eyes were fixated on the breathtaking combat, heart rates quickening as if they too were ensnared in the intensity of the battle. Zhang Hao's gaze sharpened, and he silently exclaimed, "Well done, old Zhang. In an instant, his figure abruptly pivoted mid-air, propelling himself skyward like an arrow released from a bowstring. In the blink of an eye, a chilling and terrifying pressure surged forth like a tumultuous tide, enveloping the skies above Wudong Mountain. This was the fifth form of the heavenly ruin divine technique, known as Heaven and Earth Shatter. It is noteworthy that from this fifth form onward, the heavenly ruin divine technique could be deemed a martial art of high caliber, with Jiang Hao's cultivation at the half-step martial Dao Golden Core level. Even the distant disciples of Wudong, watching from afar, found themselves nearly suffocated beneath the overwhelming might akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. Their chests felt as though they were being crushed by an invisible force. Accompanied by Jiang Hao's swift descent, a colossal foot imprint erupted from his leg, expanding rapidly against the wind. In mere moments, this imprint transformed into an enormous, pillar-like foot, carrying the weight of annihilation as it thundered down from the heavens. Wherever it landed, the air was violently agitated, igniting into fierce flames that soared skyward. Even the clouds on the horizon shattered under the impact of this formidable power. The entire scene resembled a gigantic meteor, ablaze with fiery light, crashing down upon the Taiji barrier with unstoppable force. In that instant, it seemed as if all sounds in the world had been stripped away, plunging the realm into an eerie silence. The void where the two forces collided fractured like a fragile mirror, cracking into countless intricate fissures that spread outward. Time appeared to stretch interminably, and only gradually did the world return to calm from this breathtaking spectacle. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. Jiang Hao and Zhang Sanfeng both gazed skyward, bursting into laughter that resonated throughout the heavens. Jiang Hao may not be a martial arts fanatic, yet he delights in the sensation of becoming stronger. Similarly, Zhang Sanfeng is no less dedicated, having secluded himself in Wudong for decades. What drives him? Naturally, it is the pursuit of the ultimate martial way. What is the purpose behind Zhang Sanfeng's establishment of the Tai Chi divine skill? Firstly, it is to ensure the continuation of Wudong's legacy. Secondly, it is to validate his own martial expertise. Today's sparring concluded in a draw between the two. Should they continue fighting, it would cease to be a friendly exchange and transform into a life-and-death struggle. Nevertheless, both have gained valuable insights. Setting aside Zhang Sanfeng for a moment, let us focus on Jiang Hao. The Tai Chi diagram presented by the elder Zhang has provided him with profound inspiration. For within him exists a Tai Chi diagram as well. From this day forth, he shall no longer need to consciously regulate the yin and yang within. He has comprehended the essence of Tai Chi. The same holds true for Zhang Sanfeng. From now on, he himself embodies Tai Chi. No longer confined to the external forms of fists, palms, legs, and claws. Old man Zhang, the journey through the martial world is long. May we meet again by fate. There is no need for anyone to see me off. I extend my gratitude for your hospitality during this time. Jiang Hao bowed respectfully to Zhang Sanfeng in the assembly of Wudong, before turning gracefully to depart. You rascal, do come and visit this old Taoist more often. Take care. Brother Jiang. The 7 heroes of Wudong returned the gesture, joining Zhang Sanfeng in watching Jiang Hao's receding figure. Big brother, do take care. Do visit me when you have the chance. Zhang Wuji tiptoed and waved farewell. In Susu held Zhang Wuji tightly, her heart brimming with gratitude. The benefactor not only rescued her son from peril, but also saved her husband, allowing her to continue living. It could be said that the safety and well-being of her family were entirely dependent on him. Wudong could not repay his kindness, nor could she. Upon returning, the disciples eagerly inquired about the outcome of the contest. Old Zhang gazed at the eager faces before him and sighed helplessly. You do not understand. The disciples were filled with confusion, wondering what it was they were meant to comprehend. Observing his devoted disciples, old Zhang hastily reassured himself, they are all my cherished students. Do not be angry, do not be upset. These are the consequences of their own actions. Siheyuan, you give your thoughts. Master. I believe you and Brother Jiang should be seen as equals in this contest. Old Zhang shook his head. I once thought you among your fellow disciples possessed the greatest talent. Yet, it appears you are as foolish as the rest of them. Although we call it sparring, it is essentially a mutual validation of our learning. There is no victor or vanquished in this exchange, only collective progress. If you fail to grasp this, it is merely due to your limited perspective. One must have a grand vision, expand your horizons, and you will discover that the path of martial arts is still long and arduous. Reflect on this deeply. With a sigh, Jiang Hao departed from Wudong. setting off without delay to the residence of Jiang Bia and Jiang An, for considerable time had already elapsed. Jiang Yuyan should have discerned the true nature of everyone in the Jiang family by now. It is time for her to let go. The moment has come for her to depart, for if she were to truly succumb to darkness, the consequences would be dire. In truth, Jiang Hao remains entirely oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yuyan has long been anxiously anticipating his arrival to rescue her. It was previously mentioned that Jiang Bia, due to the inexplicable loss of the Lu Rin divine dice, unjustly cast suspicion upon Jiang Hao. Since that moment, he has completely neglected his daughter, Jiang Yuyan, showing no concern for her well-being, whether she lived or died. This has led Jiang Yuyan to endure countless humiliations. Had it not been for the unwavering hope she harbored in her heart for Jiang Hao, yearning for his arrival with fervent longing, she would have been utterly lost. Jiang Yuyan was likely engulfed in despair, nurturing thoughts of seeking death. Just as Jiang Hao hurriedly arrived at the Jiang residence, he fortuitously stumbled upon the pivotal moment from the original narrative, wherein the stepmother coerced Jiang Yuyan into destroying the ancestral tablet of her deceased mother. Jiang Yuyan's countenance was filled with sorrow, her eyes brimming with terror and helplessness. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung on a severed thread. As she pleaded pitifully with her stepmother, "Madam, I beseech you to show mercy and spare us. This is the tablet of my beloved mother. I implore you to let us be. Your great kindness will forever be etched in my heart." However, the stepmother displayed no semblance of compassion. Instead, her malice intensified as she harshly retorted, "You ungrateful wretch. I showed you pity by providing you with sustenance, and yet you dare to bring this wretched tablet into my domain. Are you intent on provoking me? Do you truly wish to court death? Someone, fetch me a knife. Let her do it herself." Jiang Yuyan, filled with a glimmer of hope, turned once more to Jiang Bia. Her gaze was imbued with a profound longing for familial affection, yearning for even the slightest assistance from him. Yet, Jiang Bia met her with an expression of icy indifference, coldly declaring, "Just cut it off. What purpose does it serve?" Upon hearing his heartless words, Jiang Yuyan felt as though she had plunged into an abyss of despair. The heart that had still harbored a flicker of warmth extinguished in that moment, turning to ash. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Jiang Hao could not help but exclaim internally, "Thank goodness, I arrived in time. Everything is still salvageable." It was crucial to note that this moment marked a pivotal juncture in Jiang Yuyan's gradual descent into darkness. Fortunately, he had arrived promptly, for the consequences of delay would have been unimaginable. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was consumed by an overwhelming fury. Observing such a scene on television had elicited one kind of emotion, but experiencing it firsthand was a wholly different sensation. A chilling aura of murderous intent rapidly permeated the Jiang residence, and the arrogant Jiang Lu clan was now firmly placed on Jiang Hao's list of targets for special attention. In an instant, the formerly dull and lifeless eyes of Jiang Yuyan ignited with a brilliant spark of joy upon sensing Jiang Hao's presence. A radiance infused with hope and yearning. Her lips quivered, and her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably as she sobbed, calling out fervently, "My lord, is it truly you? My lord, please take me away. My lord, where are you?" Jiang Yuyan resembled a child, wandering aimlessly for an extended period, finally discovering the warmth of a home. Without regard for anything else, she began to scream at the top of her lungs. Shortly thereafter, a shadow, as elusive as a specter, darted rapidly through the Jiang residence. The crisp sound of slaps echoed continuously, resounding in the air. Who bore the brunt of this severe reprimand? One was the unreasonable Jiang Lu, and the other was the selfish Jiang Bia. As for the number of resounding slaps they received, it was beyond counting. Jiang Bia's face was a ghastly sight, drenched in blood, while Jiang Lu's once florid visage was now nearly unrecognizable, marred and torn. Everyone in the residence was paralyzed with fear at this harrowing scene, trembling uncontrollably and scarcely daring to breathe. Ultimately, the only sounds that lingered in the air were the agonized groans of the two individuals. Jiang Hao finally came to a halt, approaching Jiang Yuyan with resolute strides. With a gentle yet firm embrace, he enveloped her in his arms, his heart heavy with remorse as he spoke. "I have arrived late, my dear, and I am truly sorry for the suffering you have endured. Please, I implore you to take Yuyan away with you. She can no longer bear to be apart from you." Jiang Yuyan wept inconsolably, her tears cascading forth like a torrential flood breaking through a dam. She clutched Jiang Hao's sleeve with fervor, as though grasping a lifeline. Her incessant nodding was a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. "Rest assured, I have come this time solely to take you away, to reveal the true, vile nature of your so-called father. Jiang Yuyin nodded, tears streaming down her face. You stay here obediently and watch how the young master avenges you. Okay. Jiang Yuyin obediently stepped aside, her eyes brimming with reliance and trust. Jiang Hao promptly turned around, striding purposefully towards the two individuals, gazing down at them from a position of authority. Do you know who I am? Jiang Lu's eyes widened, seemingly ablaze with fury as he glared menacingly at Jiang Hao. Blood trickled from his lips as he spoke. Of course I know. Lu Shi, one of the 3 chief supervisors of the Eastern Factory, is your godfather. I am well aware of that. But do you know who I am? Jiang Hao, unhurried and composed, spoke with tranquility. You wretched creature. Knowing that my godfather is the 3rd Commandant Lu Shi seals your fate. I vow to make your existence a living hell. And as for you, you little harlot, I shall not let you escape my wrath. Prepare yourselves. Jiang Lu's visage contorted in fury. She howled with a hysteria that seemed capable of devouring Jiang Hao and Jiang Yuyin whole. Never in her life had she endured such a vicious beating. Her entire body trembled with rage. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and the meticulously arranged bun atop her head descended into disarray. Thanks to her foster father, Lu Shi. She had been cloaked in luxury since childhood, adorned in silks and satins. Wherever she went, she was a person of great respect. Yet now, she found herself brutally assaulted. Akin to a stray dog bereft of its home, a humiliation she could scarcely endure. Hee. Do you know what will happen if Lu Shi learns you have offended me? Do you have any idea what he would do? Observing this ignorant and utterly deranged old woman, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a sarcastic smile, his eyes brimming with disdain. Offering her no semblance of respect, he would swiftly sever ties with you or hand you over to me, leaving me to wield complete power over your fate. Do you believe that? Haha. You are talking nonsense. My foster father will undoubtedly kill you. He will. Just wait and see. She could not fathom that he might be telling the truth. Jiang Hao turned to gaze at Jiang Bihe. Before him, Jiang Bihe's once handsome visage had been utterly transformed. His face was smeared with blood, and the agony contorted his features. His eyes were filled with terror and unease, yet they darted about incessantly, seemingly calculating how to navigate the precarious situation before him. His body trembled involuntarily, and his hands clenched into tight fists as he feigned composure, stating, Might I inquire as to the identity of this young hero? I, Jiang Bihe, believe I have not wronged you. If there is any fault to be found, it lies solely with my wife, whose actions were somewhat impulsive. Young hero, it is better to resolve enmities than to exacerbate them. Jiang Bihe, beneath the eaves, is compelled to bow his head, seemingly pleading for mercy, yet in truth, it is merely a veiled threat. His words are delivered with a certain delicacy, revealing a profound cunning and a remarkable ability to navigate complex social waters. Jiang Hao remained utterly indifferent. Jiang Bihe, originally named Jiang Qin, had once been the attendant of the esteemed Jiang Feng, renowned as the most handsome man in Jiang'an. In pursuit of fame and fortune, he betrayed his master. Did Jiang Feng ever mistreat you? I think not. I remember that Jiang Feng regarded you as a brother. Young hero, you have truly mistaken your man. I am not Jiang Qin. Jiang Bihe hastily denied the accusations, yet his heart was a tempest of unease. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his gaze flickered erratically, and his pupils dilated involuntarily. He pondered silently how the other party had come to know such details. There is no need for hasty denial. Your denial holds no significance for me. I am not a representative of the authorities, and my endeavors require no evidence. All I need is to be aware that you have forsaken friendship for personal gain, abandoning your wife and children. The rest is inconsequential. Upon the conclusion of his remarks, Jiang Hao resolved to disregard them henceforth. With deliberate slowness and subtlety, he retrieved from his bosom a whip adorned with sharp barbs. It is worth noting that this very whip was originally intended for the punishment of Long Shaoan. Today, the couple Jiang Bihe shall be fortunate enough to experience a fate akin to that of Long Shaoyan. Jiang Hao profoundly felt a peculiar exhilaration at the thought of wielding that whip to strike another. Though not skilled in the art of tormenting others, the whip was ingeniously crafted. With its barbed design, a single lash could rend flesh and skin. The searing pain was exhilarating, yet it inflicted no internal harm. Just as Jiang Hao was poised to unleash his strike, a voice filled with fury halted his impending action. Stop! Who do you think you are? Daring to wreak havoc in the Jiang family? Upon hearing the furious roar, Jiang Hao swiftly turned to face the newcomer. Mother, father, are you unharmed? He exclaimed. You vile scoundrel, How dare you harm my parents? I shall surely take your life." The intruder, consumed by rage, bellowed, and before the echoes of his words had faded, he lunged at Jiang Hao without hesitation. A gleaming sword, sharp and glinting like ice, darted towards Jiang Hao's throat with the swiftness of lightning. Yet, Jiang Hao remained remarkably composed, not even flinching at the imminent threat. "Young master, be cautious," Jiang Yuyan cried out in a state of utter panic, her voice laden with fear. She was ready to recklessly leap forward to shield Jiang Hao. However, he merely smiled at her, his gentle gaze urging her to stay back. In the next heartbeat, the ferocious blade was firmly repelled by Jiang Hao's formidable protective aura. It was the Golden Bell, a manifestation of his 13 guardians, which shimmered with mystical inscriptions that danced and glowed upon its sturdy surface. Not only did it successfully deflect the menacing sword, but it also triggered its powerful rebound mechanism. A tremendous surge of energy erupted forth, violently injuring the assailant and sending him hurtling away without mercy. Fenger, Zhang Biehe, and Zhang Lu both cried out anxiously, their voices infused with deep concern and dread. Especially Zhang Lu, who cherished her daughter with a love that penetrated to the very core of her being. At this moment, Jiang Yuyan swiftly ran to Jiang Hao's side, her hands clasped tightly around his, as if he were her sole refuge. "My lord, she is my sister, Jiang Yufeng. In this vast Jiang mansion, perhaps only she regards me as a person." As she spoke, Jiang Yuyan's emotions became uncontrollable once more, and she could not help but sob. The sight filled Jiang Hao's heart with compassion. There, it's all right. I will be here for you from now on, so do not weep." Thank you, my lord." Jiang Hao subtly gestured for Jiang Yuyan to release him, and then gradually approached Jiang Yufeng's side. "Villain, unleash whatever tricks you have upon me, but do not lay a finger on my daughter." Jiang Lu watched in despair as Jiang Hao's actions unfolded before her, her eyes reddening with anxiety. Jiang Hao turned to Jiang Yufeng, his gaze filled with scrutiny. "Are you her daughter?" Jiang Yufeng glared with wide eyes, as if flames were about to erupt from them. "Indeed, you heartless scoundrel, though I am inferior in strength to you, you may do with me as you wish, whether to kill or to maim." Jiang Hao let out a faint, cold laugh before turning his gaze towards the Jiang Lu clan, his eyes brimming with questions and indignation. "You too are a mother. How can you not accept Yuyan? Is it solely because she is an illegitimate child? If that is the case, should the blame not rest on Zhang Biehe? As a mother, you are deeply anxious for your own daughter who has been wronged. Yet, in your cruelty towards Yuyan, have you ever considered the profound heartache her mother must feel in the depths of the underworld?" Jiang Hao strode swiftly to Jiang Lu's side, one hand forcefully grasping her hair as he demanded loudly, "Answer me." Jiang Yufeng, filled with urgency, cried out, "Release my mother. If you have any grievances, direct them towards me." Unfortunately, she was momentarily incapacitated by the protective energy surrounding Jiang Hao, rendering her unable to rise for the time being. Jiang Lu merely glared fiercely at Jiang Hao, her lips pressed tightly together, remaining utterly silent. Jiang Hao could not help but chuckle in exasperation, pondering the futility of reasoning with a creature devoid of humanity. In an instant, the whip sliced through the air with a piercing sound, and Lu was brutally struck, her skin lacerated and cries of agony escaping her lips. Yet, she continued to hurl curses, exclaiming, "Wretched villain, may you meet a most untimely demise. My godfather will undoubtedly exact retribution upon you. I shall repay today's humiliation 1,000-fold." The more she reveled in her vitriol, the more fervently Jiang Hao wielded the whip. Jiang Yufeng cried out in a heart-wrenching voice, "No, please stop. I beg you, do not continue. Spare my mother. I implore you." After Jiang Hao rendered Jiang Lu unconscious, he unhesitatingly swung the whip in his hand towards Jiang Biehe. Jiang Yufeng, having wept for her mother, turned to her father, exclaiming, "Who are you truly? Why do you treat my parents with such ruthless cruelty? What wrongs have they committed against you? Is it because of Yuyan?" After Jiang Hao rendered Jiang Biehe unconscious, he finally ceased his actions. Jiang Hao gazed at Jiang Yufeng with an impassive expression. "How dare you question me? What sort of life has Yuyan been enduring within this household? I find it hard to believe that. As her elder sister and the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family, you are genuinely unaware of her plight. You stood by and watched as your mother subjected your sister to such torment. Why could you not show her even a modicum of compassion? When Yuyan was being bullied by the servants, where were you, dear sister? Why did you not come to her defense?" Upon finishing his words, Jiang Hao once again raised his whip high and lashed out at the servants. In an instant, the anguished cries echoed throughout the entire Jiang residence. This tremendous commotion prompted those outside to speculate and murmur in fervent discussion. After Jiang Hao had dealt with the servants of the Jiang residence, he was unaware that night had fallen. Within the Jiang manor, apart from Jiang Yufeng, the rest had been left in a state of near death by Jiang Hao's whip. At this moment, all lay sprawled across the hall of the Jiang estate, the scene utterly tragic. After Jiang Yufeng's injuries showed slight improvement, she hurried to assist her parents, carefully tending to their wounds. At this moment, she dared not provoke Jiang Hao in the slightest. A sense of dread began to envelop her heart, for she feared that a single misstep could bring catastrophic consequences upon her family. Yet, she was not one to easily acquiesce. However, given the pressing circumstances, she could only bow her head and endure. Jiang Hao, however, chose to disregard her, for after an entire afternoon of exertion, he too felt a tinge of fatigue. At this moment, he languidly indulged in delicacies, savoring fragrant tea under the attentive service of Jiang Yuyan. Observing the flustered Jiang Yufeng bustling about, his heart brimmed with merciless mockery. Do you truly believe that this matter has reached its conclusion? Just wait. Upon noticing the gradually awakening couple, Jiang Hao silently approached their side. This sudden action startled Jiang Yufeng to the core. She hastily shielded them behind her and exclaimed loudly, "What do you intend to do? My parents have already been battered and bruised by you. Will you not show them mercy?" Jiang Hao found the situation utterly absurd and laughable. How could he so easily let go of these two vicious beasts? At this moment, Jiang Yufeng was not only filled with deep-seated hatred for Jiang Hao, but also harbored an intense animosity towards her half-sister. Her parents had been rendered nearly lifeless because of this so-called sister, yet she remained completely indifferent. Not only did she fail to bring medicine to assist, but she had not even cast a glance in that direction. Her gaze was solely fixed on that despicable scoundrel, attending to him all night with tea, water, and massages. Of course, Jiang Yuyan was oblivious to Jiang Yufeng's sentiments. Had she been aware, she would have mercilessly retorted, "You are the young lady. What am I? You are the biological child, while I am merely a bastard. You are exceptional. You are noble." Jiang Hao regarded Jiang Yufeng before him with utter indifference. And with a mere wave of his hand, the surging aura sent her hurtling several meters away. The two individuals who had just regained consciousness beheld Jiang Hao and were immediately seized by an overwhelming fear, their bodies trembling involuntarily. "What more do you desire? The beatings have ceased. The insults have been uttered. We beseech you to show mercy and spare us." Jiang Hao chuckled. Wasn't he just quite formidable? Why has he now conceded defeat? Jiang Hao turned a deaf ear to their desperate pleas, devoid of any compassion. With exceedingly cruel methods, he ruthlessly shattered the limbs of both individuals, his brutal techniques sending chills down the spine. Jiang Hao harbored no intention of allowing them even a moment of respite, instead preferring to see them languish in an endless torment. The excruciating agony inflicted upon them elicited heart-wrenching cries of despair. Were it possible for a gaze to be lethal, Jiang Hao would undoubtedly be riddled with wounds, left with no place to rest in death. Jiang Yufeng's original injuries had yet to heal, and at this moment, she was once again severely wounded by the violent aura. Helplessly, she could only watch Jiang Hao torment her parents, powerless to intervene. "You shall undoubtedly face retribution. As long as I draw breath, I shall repay this grievance 1,000-fold." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes brimmed with disdain. "Oh, how terrifying. Your mother just threatened me in the same manner. However, rest assured, considering your past protection of Yu Yin, I shall not lay a finger on you. What you have said is of no consequence to me, as long as you are content. Little girl, do you truly believe that your so-called parents are virtuous individuals? Ha! I am merely collecting a trivial interest from those persecuted by them. The affair is far from over." As soon as Jiang Hao's voice faded, he ruthlessly struck the couple, Jiang Bieha and his wife, with unrelenting force. This blow not only severed their entire meridian system, but also irrevocably damaged their dantians, plunging them into a state of near death. Jiang Hao, facing the piercing gazes filled with deep-seated hatred from the two individuals, coldly declared, "I wish for you to live the latter half of your lives in abject humility, akin to maggots, unable to seek life or escape." With those words, he turned, leading Jiang Yuyan away, leaving behind a scene of desolation and despair. After departing from the Jiang residence, Jiang Hao cradled the cherished young girl, Jiang Yuyan, and brought her to an inn, where he tenderly ensured her comfort. "Do you blame me? Jiang Yuyin gently shook her head without the slightest hesitation. Her eyes filled with unwavering determination. How could I possibly blame the noble sir? Had it not been for his timely intervention, I would have long since been reduced to a mere courtesan in a brothel, subjected to the whims and cruelty of others. Jiang Hao's face was etched with compassion as he extended his hand, gently caressing Jiang Yuyin's head with utmost tenderness. He spoke softly. You are a kind-hearted and virtuous young lady, with a pure and innocent mind, untouched by the harsh realities and ugliness of the world. Your cruel father, in his relentless pursuit of fame and fortune, has resorted to unscrupulous means, abandoning his wife and daughter, consumed by his own schemes. To him, you are but an inconsequential daughter, a heartless and ungrateful wretch such as he does not deserve even the simplest of repercussions. From this moment onward, rest assured and follow me. You shall no longer bear the burdens of troubles that have no bearing on your life. Jiang Yuyin listened to Jiang Hao's words with a sense of partial comprehension. Yet, her heart brimmed with joy, for from this moment forth, she would be able to remain by the young master's side. He was the person who, apart from her mother, showed her the utmost care and consideration throughout her life. A few days later, the two of them, having made the necessary preparations, embarked on their journey to the capital. Along the way, they reveled in the beauty of nature, indulging in the picturesque landscapes. As time passed, the bond between them deepened in this warm and inviting atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao diligently sought out the whereabouts of bandits and tyrants. Upon discovering their presence, he would act decisively and without mercy to eliminate them. Jiang Hao once again embraced his fearsome former profession, advancing relentlessly from the southern regions straight to the capital. Every location that had witnessed his bloody rampage bore witness to a harrowing scene. The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs, rendering the quest for a complete corpse nothing short of a fantastical dream. The atmosphere was saturated with an overwhelming and suffocating aura of lethal intent, deterring any onlookers from daring to approach even a single step. Jiang Hao aspired to transform himself into the sword of Damocles, perpetually suspended above the heads of those who perpetrate evil. He sought to envelop their hearts in an everlasting shroud of fear, ensuring that whenever they contemplated wrongdoing, the terrifying image of his formidable blade would involuntarily surface in their minds. Jiang Hao generously imparted the art of misdirection to Jiang Yuyin, who, in turn, did not disappoint him. Indeed, she proved to be a formidable force capable of penetrating the very essence of the entire drama. Her innate talent and abilities surpassed the bounds of ordinary imagination, leaving one in awe. Jiang Hao unleashed the art of absorption, devouring the powers of those who had committed egregious wrongs, transmuting them into the purest essence of the universe's vital energy, which he then allowed Jiang Yuyin to absorb to her heart's content. Jiang Yuyin, once a delicate woman devoid of any martial prowess and lacking the strength to even bind a chicken, transformed astonishingly into a congenital master within a mere 2 months. This remarkable rate of progress left Jiang Hao feeling utterly inadequate, exclaiming, I may be a mere pretender, but you, Yuyin, are truly extraordinary. Simultaneously, Jiang Hao imparted to Jiang Yuyin the optimized heavenly remnant divine art, meticulously refined through temporal alterations. Believing wholeheartedly that the woman he cherished deserved to cultivate the most exceptional techniques in existence. Upon their return to the capital, he also intended to encourage the spirited and whimsical Lin Xiener to join in the training. Eventually, Jiang Hao and Jiang Yuyin returned to the capital successfully, their arrival stirring up a tempest within the martial world, ignited by Jiang Hao's previous ruthless rampage. However, this time, no one dared to recklessly challenge the law, for the remnants of those who had previously defied him had vanished without a trace following the horrific massacre. The terror of Jiang Hao's fearsome blade loomed large, instilling a profound dread in all who recalled his previous brutality. In regard to Jiang Yuyin's presence, the mischievous Lin Xiener displayed no signs of jealousy or envy. It is well known that in the Ming Dynasty, polygamy was commonplace. Moreover, Lin Xiener found it rather challenging to keep pace with Jiang Hao's boundless energy, leading her to privately ponder whether her own allure was insufficient to satisfy his needs. Otherwise, how could he remain so exuberant daily, while she felt as though her own vitality was nearing depletion? Fortunately, with Jiang Yuyin's arrival, the situation improved significantly. As a new companion often requires careful acclimation, Lin Xiener disregarded Jiang Yuyin's shyness and embarrassment, generously accompanying Jiang Hao in the process of familiarizing themselves with their new dynamic. This endeavor thrilled Jiang Hao, who expressed great delight and showered Lin Xianer with affection. Furthermore, Jiang Yuyan, akin to a blank canvas, was eager to fulfill every request made by the seasoned Jiang Hao, enthusiastically exploring a myriad of novel techniques that delighted her experienced partner. After immersing himself in this tender haven for over half a month, Jiang Hao finally regained his senses. Awakened by the temporal shifts around him, it became apparent that as time continued its relentless self-repair, a new connection to another world had emerged. This revelation thrilled Jiang Hao immensely, prompting him to hastily relay the news to the two women before departing. The pair, understanding that their man had pressing matters to attend to, did not dwell on his absence. Thus, Jiang Hao found himself back within the temporal realm. Gazing at the newly linked second temporal portal, feeling a mixture of excitement and discomfort, he vividly recalled the peculiar circumstances of his arrival in the Ming martial world, having been unceremoniously transported directly opposite the ancient Santong while he was indisposed, leading him to wonder if such an experience had left any psychological scars. Jiang Hao's face was a portrait of conflict. Time and space, can you truly assure me that you will not lead me astray again? Time and space responded with a hint of exasperation. Host, regarding your journeys to other worlds, I have never intervened in any way. Everything is random and bears no connection to me. Despite time and space's repeated denials, Jiang Hao's apprehensions remained unallayed. Fortunately, he decided to cast aside his doubts and return to the courtyard world. After all, a considerable amount of time had elapsed, and it was indeed time to go back. By the way, host, after this restoration, the flow of time has also changed. The luminous orb representing the essence of time and space quivered slightly, revealing news that brought Jiang Hao immense joy. Upon hearing this, he was instantly overwhelmed with elation. Time and space, what is the current flow rate? It now reaches a velocity of 20 times, was the immediate reply. Wonderful, splendid. I adore you, time and space. With this, time becomes so much more abundant. Otherwise, if I were to venture into the realm of cultivation, a single retreat could span several years. My parents in the real world would certainly report me missing. At this moment, Jiang Hao's lips curled upwards in delight. Host, the dimensionality of the cultivation world is considerably higher. It is unlikely to connect so swiftly. This depends on the progress of your entity's restoration. Time and space kindly reminded him. Gradually, Jiang Hao's emotions began to stabilize. Time and space. Will I be able to venture into such high-dimensional worlds in the future? I am afraid, host, that I cannot provide an answer to that question. The specifics will depend on the subsequent restoration conditions. Time and space seemed to lapse into a brief pause, unable to predict future events. Very well. Let it be so for now. I shall return. This other world will have to wait for another exploration. Jiang Hao suppressed the doubts in his heart, adjusted his emotions, and returned to the tangible world of the courtyard. His return was met with immense joy from everyone, whether it was the villagers of Jiangjia, the workers of the steel mill, the staff of the street office, or even the residents of the number 95 courtyard, all were elated. After all, his mere presence signified the arrival of abundance. Jiangjia village requires no further elaboration. It is the stronghold of Jiang Hao. Undoubtedly, he never neglects his kin. The steel mill follows a similar pattern. Jiang Hao's quarry is invariably prioritized for sale to the mill. The workers there are assured of supplementary meals every other day. Although the workforce is numerous, and each individual may receive only a modest portion, it is certainly preferable to a monotonous diet of cabbage and radishes. The community office enjoys similar benefits, flourishing due to Jiang Hao's generous donations of funds and meat, enabling it to undertake a broader array of initiatives. As for the courtyard residences, it goes without saying that while adults may not always partake, their children consistently enjoy hearty meals. And the underprivileged families within the courtyard are even less likely to go hungry. The return of Jiang Hao has elicited mixed reactions. Some rejoice while others harbor discontent. For instance, Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, Jia Dongxiu, and Xia Zhu are among those who would rather see Jiang Hao remain absent indefinitely. Regrettably, such sentiments are merely the product of their unrealistic aspirations. Jiang Hao found the greatest joy upon returning to the courtyard in the company of the children, for this elder brother often treated them to meat. Thanks to Jiang Hao's occasional generosity, the children in the courtyard were particularly fond of his presence. Each time he returned, they would gather around him, and he was utterly defenseless against their radiant smiles. Observing the beloved Jiang Hao, Yi Zhonghai and others felt a pang of discomfort in their hearts. Alas, there was little they could do to thwart his ability to win their affection. Jiang Hao was indifferent to the thoughts of others, as long as they did not deliberately provoke him or instigate trouble in his presence. He could hardly be bothered to engage or concern himself with them. However, it often transpired that even when he refrained from seeking out trouble, it would nonetheless come knocking at his door. Just at the moment when Jiang Hao was joyfully stewing venison in his large iron pot alongside the children from the courtyard, the foolish Zhu unexpectedly swaggered over. At that time, Jiang Hao was entirely engrossed in his culinary endeavors. In the hall, Mother Jiang meticulously organized the various items her son had brought back. The children in the courtyard, each clutching their small bowls, gathered closely around the Jiang family's kitchen. Their eyes were fixed hungrily on the meat simmering in the pot, saliva trickling as they swallowed in anticipation. The playful games that usually captivated them had entirely lost their allure in the face of such delectable temptation. Not a single child thought to divert their attention or engage in play. They all eagerly awaited the moment of a generous serving. With a smile gracing his face, Jiang Hao gazed upon his two mischievous younger brothers. These little rascals, in a mere moment, would rush in with eager anticipation, asking, "Big brother, is it ready? Big brother, can we eat?" Overwhelmed by their incessant interruptions, Jiang Hao finally could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "If you ask again, you shall not eat tonight." Upon hearing this, the two youngsters wilted like frost-bitten eggplants, obediently retreating outside, their eyes fixated on the kitchen, saliva practically dripping from their mouths. "Yu Shui, what brings you in again?" Jiang Hao observed the little girl entering, his brows furrowing in exasperation. He was well aware that she had come to check if the meat was tender. Under the attentive care of their parents, Yu Shui had blossomed into a cheerful and lively child, no longer displaying the fear she once had around Jiang Hao. "It's nothing. Brother Hao, I merely came to see if there's anything I can assist with. I truly have no ulterior motives," she giggled. "Just a giggle, huh? When have I ever deprived you of meat, making you so ravenous?" Jiang Hao playfully flicked her nose, feigning irritation. "Not at all. I sincerely came to check if you needed any help," Yu Shui insisted, clutching Jiang Hao's arm with a pitiful expression, her voice filled with grievance. All right, enough of that. Go and have that group of little ones outside lined up properly, one at a time." Jiang Hao spoke with a hint of irritation. "Yes, certainly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu Shui immediately turned around and cheerfully dashed outside. "Dinner is served. Line up, or none of you shall eat," Yu Shui called out loudly. "Oh, finally we can have some meat," the children exclaimed with excitement. "Dinner time. It smells so good. Of course, meat is aromatic. What a redundant remark if meat weren't fragrant. Would it be foul instead? Enough chatter. Hurry and form an orderly line, or do you wish to forego the meal? Indeed, move swiftly, line up from youngest to oldest. No dawdling. Quickly now, let us not delay everyone's chance to enjoy the meat." Under Yu Shui's direction, the children swiftly arranged themselves into a neat line. Observing the orderly cue, Jiang Hao began to serve them portions of meat. Shaju gazed enviously at Jiang Hao as he distributed meat to the children. Unable to contain himself any longer, he hurried forward and exclaimed, "Jiang Hao, today is quite the indulgence, venison no less. Have you not thought to offer a bowl to our esteemed ancestor in the backyard? Don't you feel a twinge of shame for not doing so?" Jiang Hao did not even lift his head. His hands continued their work without the slightest hesitation, fully engrossed in serving meat and soup to the children. "Hey, Jiang Hao, did you even hear what I said?" shouted Sha Zhu, his face displaying clear dissatisfaction. "I heard you. My mother doesn't allow me to play with fools." Jiang Hao nonchalantly responded, his tone replete with indifference, scarcely casting a glance at the foolish Zhu. "Ha ha, fool. Zhu is a fool." This remark instantly ignited laughter throughout the crowd, as everyone was thoroughly entertained by Jiang Hao's unexpected words. "You, Jiang Hao, dare to call me a fool. You must clarify this today, or I shall not let this matter rest." Zhu's face flushed crimson, his forehead veins bulging, as he clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at Jiang Hao. Aren't you just a fool? Want to make this a never-ending affair? Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? Fool." Jiang Hao incessantly mocked Shaju, gesticulating emphatically with his fists as he spoke. His gaze was laced with disdain for Shaju, and a trace of contempt lingered at the corners of his mouth. "You, Jiang Hao, do not think that just because you possess a modicum of skill, you can parade around, flaunting your prowess and indiscriminately bullying others." A flicker of fear crossed Shaju's eyes, yet he endeavored to maintain a facade of bravados, defiantly jutting out his neck and retorting. However, the flickering glimmer in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within him. Jiang Hao regarded the foolish Zhu with a nonchalant demeanor, a mocking smile adorning his face as he spoke. Fool, when you utter such words, could you not take a moment to consider Demao? Each time you strike Demao, have you ever contemplated his feelings? Haha, indeed, Zhu, why do you not ponder Demao? It is true, day in and day out. You brandish your fists to bully him. The adults gathered around now joined in the chorus of derision aimed at Zhu, exchanging quips with one another. Some laughed so heartily they clutched their thighs, while others shook their heads in disdain, their expressions dripping with contempt. Who is speaking of me, and what are they saying? At that moment, Su Demao unexpectedly emerged from some shadowy corner, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. His eyes darted around, taking in the scene. Upon seeing Su Demao, the laughter from the crowd intensified, leaving him utterly perplexed by the inexplicable mirth. Previously, when Su Demao appeared, laughter had erupted among the onlookers. It was not until someone recounted the events that had transpired that he began to grasp the situation. True to form as Zhu's arch-nemesis, Su Demao wasted no time in mercilessly mocking him, wholly disregarding his past humiliating encounters at Zhu's hands. With a smug grin, he proclaimed, "Brother Hao speaks the truth. Zhu, you are nothing but a braggart who, emboldened by your meager wrestling skills, resorts to swinging your fist whenever trouble arises. And now you have the audacity to criticize Brother Hao. Do you not feel any shame? Su Demao, this does not concern you. Quickly be gone." Zhu bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, his expression as if he were ready to devour him whole. Look at him, he is furious. He wants to strike me again. Why not challenge Brother Hao instead? You only dare to bully the weak. Su Demao seemed blissfully unaware of the wisdom in knowing when to retreat. The sight of Zhu's anger brought him immense joy, his smile growing ever more arrogant. Faced with his mortal enemy, Zhu's emotions surged. His eyes reddened with rage. His chest heaving violently, yet he found himself at a loss for words, merely gasping for breath in frustration. Jiang Hao regarded Sha Zhu's anger with utter disdain, coldly stating, "Fool, vanish from my sight at once. She may be your ancestor, but she is not mine. I have no inclination to arbitrarily recognize ancestors. Should you dare to mention this ancestor again, I shall not hesitate to crush you." Sha Zhu let out a cold snort, leaving behind a harsh remark as he turned to depart. Jiang Hao, a person who disrespects the elderly will surely meet with a dire fate. Fool, whether I, Jiang Hao, respect the elderly is not for you to determine. Ask the folks in the courtyard. Inquire among the neighbors and see if I, Jiang Hao, am not a man. The onlookers, emboldened, raised their voices in unison, fervently proclaiming their support. See that, fool? The eyes of the masses are the keenest. The deeds I have accomplished are beyond your reach for a lifetime. You all are in cahoots, Sha Zhu stammered, his face paling in fear as he turned to flee. His retreat marked by a most undignified demeanor. Sha Zhu's incident was merely a trivial interlude, hardly worth anyone's concern. In particular, the innocent children were entirely preoccupied with the mouth-watering meat, having no time to spare for Sha Zhu's affairs. For them, indulging in meat was the most tangible and significant pursuit. Under Jiang Hao's generous provision, each child in the courtyard, though still a distance from the ideal of plumpness, bore rosy cheeks and radiant complexions. Even Yin Jiefeng and Yin Jiequang from the Yin family were thoroughly engrossed in their meal, their mouths glistening with grease, expressions brimming with satisfaction, their eyes nearly squinting shut. And if you were to ask about Yin Jie, she was still nursing. Jiang Hao gazed at the children in the courtyard, feeling a wave of emotion swell within him. Observing their joy as they indulged in their meals brought him a profound sense of satisfaction. With these thoughts fleeting, he realized that the workday was drawing to a close. He tidied up briefly before preparing to head indoors to share dinner with his parents. Thus, Jiang Hao found himself once more ensconced in his languid existence. No one would press him to take action, for everyone understood the precarious nature of hunting, fraught with uncertainty and potential peril. Moreover, it is worth noting that the quantity of game Jiang Hao contributed each month was impressively substantial, far surpassing that of his peers. Consequently, who would dare to be so short-sighted as to provoke Jiang Hao? After 2 days of idleness, Jiang Hao proceeded to the special department, finally recalling that he had another obligation to attend to. Once he adeptly resolved all matters related to cultivation, he hurriedly made his way to meet with the leaders. Fortuitously, upon his arrival, he found several high-ranking officials present at the scene. The reason for this gathering harkened back to Jiang Hao's previous audacious campaign of zero-cost acquisitions. The items he procured were of staggering quantity, representing the culmination of countless years of effort and resources expended by numerous powerful nations in their industrial endeavors. Yet, he had managed to bundle them all up and bring them home in one fell swoop. Thus, at that moment, as everyone sat together, engrossed in deliberating how to manage and allocate these goods, they were greeted by the entrance of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's face was adorned with a radiant smile as he respectfully saluted all the dignitaries present. However, the crowd appeared utterly perplexed, entirely unaware of the purpose behind his sudden arrival. Could it be that the treasured darling had once again lost himself in frivolity? Ultimately, it was a leader who first shattered the silence, inquiring, "Comrade Xiao Jiang, what pressing matter has compelled you to rush over with such fervor?" Jiang Hao's face instantly blossomed with an even brighter expression of joy as he exclaimed, "I have discovered something truly remarkable, and I have come specifically to present it to all the esteemed leaders." As Jiang Hao uttered these words, an expression of peculiar surprise spread across the faces of those present, their gazes converging upon him in unison. Another leader, with an air of resignation, remarked, "Comrade Xiao Jiang, I trust you haven't ventured off to another country to stir up trouble once more?" Jiang Hao finally realized that they believed he had once again ventured into the realm of zero-cost purchases. He hurriedly explained, "Leaders, I assure you, I am exceedingly obedient. You have explicitly prohibited me from doing so, and I would never act recklessly on my own accord." Upon hearing his assurances, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They could not afford to let this national treasure of theirs roam about carelessly. The current international landscape is fraught with complexity and unpredictability. They certainly did not wish for his actions to draw unwanted attention, potentially jeopardizing their own development. "Let us see what delightful treasures our comrade, Xiao Jiang, has brought us," chuckled several leaders. Jiang Hao hurriedly and cautiously extracted 2 exquisite jade vials from his bosom. Within them resided the 3 light divine water that he had accumulated over the past 2 occasions, each vial containing 100 drops. All eyes were intently fixed upon these jade vials, filled with profound curiosity, utterly perplexed by the significance of Jiang Hao's actions. Jiang Hao chuckled mischievously, saying, "There are indeed treasures within." Previously, he had rushed to present his findings, unveiling 2 bottles of 3 light divine water. Jiang Hao smiled and said, "Esteemed leaders, what lies within these containers is truly exceptional, akin to treasures bestowed by heaven and earth. Please do not regard me with such skepticism. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. My father, along with my mother, has already partaken of this. The previous quantity was regrettably insufficient, which is why I have gone to great lengths, scouring far and wide, to procure these 2 exceedingly rare bottles." Jiang Hao perceived that the leaders appeared somewhat skeptical of his words, so he boldly brought forth a family member as an example. This action piqued the interest of everyone present. The elder officials, brimming with curiosity, eagerly inquired, "Comrade Xiao Jiang, could you kindly provide us with a detailed introduction to this extraordinary treasure of nature?" Jiang Hao chuckled mischievously and remarked, "Chief, while this substance may not possess the miraculous ability to resurrect the dead or restore flesh to bones, it can indeed revive individuals as long as there is a breath of life remaining, regardless of the afflictions or grave illnesses one may endure. It holds the potential for salvation. Moreover, it boasts the extraordinary capability of purging the marrow and cleansing the veins, effectively eliminating all adverse conditions within the body. This is particularly beneficial for everyone's health." Jiang Hao spoke incessantly, captivating everyone present, who displayed a profound interest in his words. As Jiang Hao spoke, he gently unscrewed the lid of the jade vial and, utilizing his genuine essence, delicately extracted a single drop. In that instant, all gazes converged upon this drop of 3 lights divine water, as if magnetically drawn. The droplet shimmered with an ethereal clarity, resembling the most pristine gem in existence, while simultaneously emanating an enigmatic and intoxicating radiance that captivated the hearts and minds of all present. Jiang Hao turned to an elderly leader and said, "Why not give it a try, Chief?" The leader, with a resolute gaze fixed upon Jiang Hao, replied, "All right. I shall test it first to see if it truly possesses the miraculous effects you claim." Jiang Hao, with unwavering determination, gently cradled the drop of divine water in his true essence and slowly administered it to the leader's lips. As the leader swallowed this precious elixir, he immediately felt a warm, gentle current rising within him, akin to a serene brook flowing softly through his body, meandering and caressing every corner. The sensation was indescribably delightful. A profound sense of relief washing over him as the myriad discomforts he had endured began to fade away, one by one, under the soothing embrace of this miraculous warmth. All those who had been closely observing the leader were left utterly astonished by the remarkable transformation unfolding before their eyes. At that moment, the leader appeared to have regained the vitality of youth, as if time itself had reversed its course for him. After a considerable pause, he gradually opened his eyes, gently stretched his limbs, and remarked, "I feel as if my entire being has been rejuvenated with vibrant energy. This truly is a rare treasure." Everyone stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to respond. Noticing the peculiar gazes directed at him, the leader inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why do you all look at me so intently?" One of the senior officials, roughly the same age as the leader, scrutinized him from head to toe and suggested, "Shall I fetch a mirror for you to take a good look at yourself?" Instinctively, the leader touched his face and then requested a mirror. Upon glancing into it, he too was taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness, is this truly me?" At that moment, everyone was thoroughly captivated. In truth, youthfulness was not the most critical aspect. Rather, the long years of a military life had left each of them with various ailments and discomforts. The treasure before them was undoubtedly an exceptional remedy for such afflictions. Jiang Hao, exhibiting no hesitation, swiftly extracted a dozen drops of 3 light divine water, administering them individually to each person's lips. Moments later, everyone was overwhelmed with exhilaration, feeling as though they had instantly returned to their vigorous youth. After completing his tasks, Jiang Hao unhesitatingly handed over 2 bottles of 3 light divine water solemnly to the leaders before swiftly turning on his heel and departing. This action left the leaders both amused and exasperated, yet they found themselves powerless against him. A somewhat younger leader, who had just consumed the 3 light divine water, observed Jiang Hao's retreating figure and turned to address the first leader who had taken the potion. "Chief, we cannot allow this young lad to remain idle any longer. Look at him. We should assign him different responsibilities. His current role in procurement is a gross underutilization of his talents. It is hardly akin to hunting. It resembles mere stock replenishment. We must find him another position to prevent him from wandering aimlessly and causing unnecessary trouble." The elder leader, wearing a look of resignation, contemplated silently. "This precious gem of ours possesses immense destructive power and influence. If we set him loose, he might incite chaos across the land. Yet, keeping him confined within these walls would seem excessively indulgent." Previously, they had assigned him to a special department as an instructor to train relevant personnel, but he had turned that into a hands-off role, asserting that each should focus on their own expertise. What could one do? This cherished child could only be indulged and allowed to have his way. Eventually, all gathered together to fervently discuss how best to arrange Jiang Hao's responsibilities, with the aim of curbing his erratic escapades. Some suggested placing him in the public security department, assigning him to work at a police station. But this proposal was swiftly dismissed. The reasoning was simple. Should he inadvertently reveal his extraordinary abilities while on duty, it would lead to significant complications. Thus, after much deliberation, the consensus emerged. Jiang Hao would be appointed as the captain of the security division at the Hongqing steel plant. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, blissfully oblivious to the impending loss of his leisurely days, was making his way home. The following day, upon arriving at work, he was soon drowsily assigned to the security division, where he was presented with a uniform, an act orchestrated by none other than his father. The expressions on the faces of the father and son were nothing short of comically exaggerated. Jiang's father laughed so heartily that his mouth nearly twisted askew, and he appeared to be floating in sheer ecstasy. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao himself wore an expression of utter despondency. When the head of the security department announced his appointment, it struck him like a bolt from the blue. That very afternoon, the factory's loudspeaker disseminated the news of his new position to all employees. "Greetings, comrades. We have some delightful news to share. Following an investigation by the higher authorities, it has been determined that our esteemed colleague, Jiang Hao, has demonstrated unwavering diligence and commitment since his employment. During his tenure as a procurement officer, he has significantly contributed to the steel mill by providing a substantial supply of meat, supporting the street office, and fostering camaraderie with neighboring associates. With the approval of the higher authorities and in recognition of Jiang Hao's personal capabilities, he has been reassigned to the security department as the captain of Team 3. Effective immediately." The announcement echoed 3 times, leaving everyone in the factory utterly astonished. Yu Zhanghai, engrossed in machining parts, momentarily lost focus upon hearing the news, nearly ruining his work and seething with frustration that had no outlet. Lu Haizhong, upon receiving the tidings, found his swing of the sledgehammer to be fueled by an inexplicable rage, as if he bore a grudge against the very tool. As for Jia Dongxiu, he appeared utterly bewildered, murmuring to himself, "How is this possible?" Meanwhile, the other neighbors in the courtyard were elated. Proud to have such a remarkable figure emerging from their midst, they felt a sense of shared glory. They eagerly introduced Jiang to their surrounding co-workers, proclaiming, "He's my neighbor. We live in the same courtyard. I have a great rapport with him. We commute together every day." In the third machining workshop, all eyes once again converged on Jia Dongxiu, who now seemed to be in dire straits, having incurred the wrath of the security department quite severely. At this revelation, laughter erupted among the onlookers, unable to contain their amusement. Jiang Hao, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, wore an expression that spoke of profound disillusionment. Reluctantly, he accepted the uniform of the chief of the security department from his father's eager hands. At that moment, Jiang's father radiated excitement and pride, his eyes sparkling with joy as he incessantly showered his son with words of encouragement and praise, each phrase cascading forth like a rapid-fire barrage. "My son, this is a wonderful opportunity. Give it your all." Father Jiang patted Jiang Hao's shoulder, his voice resonant and brimming with fervor. "You can certainly do it. Do not be disheartened. Lift your spirits." In Jiang's father's gaze, there was an abundance of trust and anticipation. Amidst his fervent encouragement and generous praise, Jiang felt an unwavering support. Despite his reluctance, Jiang Hao let out a resigned sigh and gradually donned the pristine new uniform. His movements appeared somewhat sluggish, as though each action was imbued with a hint of unwillingness. However, the situation had reached a point where he could no longer afford to procrastinate. Jiang Hao ultimately steeled himself and, with heavy footsteps, assumed his new position. The reaction from the other two teams regarding Jiang Hao's appointment as the captain of the security division was relatively calm, as it did not directly concern them. However, the situation within the third team was less than favorable. Ever since the previous captain was promoted and transferred due to official duties, several individuals had been eagerly eyeing the vacant position. To their dismay, it was snatched away by a mere procurement officer, which left them feeling quite aggrieved. Nevertheless, in the military, respect is commanded by strength, and Jiang Hao once again demonstrated his formidable prowess, successfully winning over all members of the third team. It is worth noting that the third team comprised a considerable number of individuals, approximately 70 to 80 in total. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they were ultimately subdued by Jiang Hao, which imparted a profound understanding of the concept of disparity. This experience made it abundantly clear to everyone in the security division, from the chief to the ordinary guards, that a formidable figure had joined their ranks, one capable of single-handedly confronting 100 foes. From that day onward, all members held Jiang Hao in high esteem, particularly the members of the third team, each of whom was acutely aware that their captain was a masterful hunter. The mere thought of the days ahead filled their faces with uncontainable excitement and anticipation, as if they could already envision a future brimming with happiness and fulfillment. Jiang Hao did not disappoint them. He declared that during their duty hours, everyone should take their responsibilities seriously, but whenever there was free time, he would organize sessions to practice martial arts. He also advised them not to disturb him during his personal time, assuring them that he would take them hunting and share the spoils whenever he had the opportunity. Such words resonated deeply within their hearts. Upon hearing this, the three team leaders promptly expressed their unwavering commitment, resolutely assuring that they would not let Captain Jiang down. They pledged to do their utmost to lead their teams effectively and promised not to excessively disrupt Captain Jiang's work. Upon hearing this, Jiang displayed a satisfied smile, nodding repeatedly. Internally, he rejoiced, recognizing that entrusting professional matters to experts is indeed the wisest course of action. As someone not particularly versed in this domain, he resolved to refrain from excessive involvement in such specialized affairs, choosing instead to contentedly continue his leisurely ways. Thus, a small internal meeting of the security department concluded successfully, with everyone obtaining what they desired. A rather unremarkable day passed in this manner. Jiang Hao remained unaware that the news of his promotion and salary increase had stirred a tremendous uproar within the institute. The individuals there were consumed with envy and resentment. After all, a young man not yet 20, having graduated merely a year ago, had ascended to the ranks of a stock-level official. Jiang Hao holds the position of captain of the security division, with an administrative rank of level 22. Generally speaking, This level of status is typically conferred only after a university graduate has officially transitioned to a permanent position. The news from Jiang Hao was brought back by someone working at the steel mill in the institute. Upon hearing the news, Jiang's mother was filled with joy and busied herself early at home, meticulously preparing a sumptuous dinner. The other families in the courtyard were also discussing Jiang Hao's affairs, especially since he was now the captain of the security department. Most of the residents advised their families to maintain a good relationship with him. However, individuals like Yi Zhonghai were an exception, consumed only by resentment. Shazhu, too, upon hearing the news, muttered to himself at home, cursing quietly about how Jiang Hao was not a good person and lacked compassion. Jia Dongshu was also seething with pent-up frustration, finding Qin Huairu increasingly unbearable. Qin Huairu remained silent, fearing to speak, which only fueled his ire further. What? Are you regretting seeing him succeed? It's too late. He no longer has any regard for someone like you from the countryside, he taunted, especially noting her pregnancy. While working, Qin Huairu wiped away her tears in silence, thinking to herself, Dongshu, I truly do not feel that way. I am your wife now, and I have no thoughts of him. We merely met once. The words spoken by Jia Dongshu struck her deeply. She blamed herself for her foolishness, refusing to hold anyone else accountable. At that moment, she had not yet transformed into the later version of herself, the White Lotus. Besides resenting herself and the Jia family, she found no fault in others. Furthermore, it was true that he no longer valued her. This thought served as a silent reminder to Qin Huairu, urging her not to dwell on it. Let life be as it is, she resolved. Time passed swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, and more than half a year slipped away in an instant. Jiang Hao's life remained as unadorned and simple as ever, showing no signs of alteration. If one were to insist on identifying any changes, it would be the diminishing convenience of hunting. Occasionally, he would vanish for a day or two within the span of a month, each absence lasting around 3 to 5 days. Nevertheless, life continued its course, unchanged from days of yore. In stark contrast, a monumental transformation unfolded within the realm of the security department. Thanks to Jiang Hao's unwavering supply of copious amounts of meat, the spirits of the members in Team 3 underwent a remarkable rejuvenation. They seemed to be reborn, each radiating vitality and vigor, particularly after practicing martial arts. Under Jiang Hao's meticulous guidance and dedicated nurturing, every member successfully emerged as a formidable martial artist. Initially, only Team 3 engaged in training, but as disparities became increasingly pronounced, the leaders of the other two teams brought their members to learn martial arts alongside Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao welcomes all who come. If you wish to learn, he shall impart his knowledge to you. Jiang Hao is not one to stand apart. He fully comprehends the significance of unity. In the allocation of meat, he consistently adheres to the principles of equitable distribution and fairness. He treats the other two teams within the core with equal regard, never showing favoritism. His rationale is straightforward. If I am not present in the core, and something arises with my team, how could the two team leaders remain indifferent? Consequently, the defense corps enjoys a harmonious atmosphere, and the relationships among everyone continue to flourish. The price that Jiang Hao paid for this was merely the procurement of an additional 10 wild boars each month. Such a meager harvest, for him, now resembled a mere drop in the ocean, hardly worthy of note. His life continued in a routine manner, as tranquil as still water. In the world of Zhongwu Daming, Lin Xiener and Zhang Yuyan, these two enchanting ladies, gradually became accustomed to the occasional absences of their men for several days. After all, the flow of time had now accelerated to 20 times its usual pace. Jiang Hao's duration of stay here has not significantly changed from before. The current Ming Dynasty, characterized by its martial prowess, remains a scene of peace and prosperity. Particularly with the formidable enchanted blade wielded by Jiang Hao, all are filled with trepidation. They fear that, through a moment's carelessness, they may inadvertently provoke this fearsome weapon. Consequently, many individuals have adopted an exceedingly cautious demeanor in their endeavors, wary of inciting public discontent or similar disturbances. Jiang Hao effortlessly traverses between two worlds, occasionally catching glimpses of familiar narratives that prompt him to eagerly rush over and join the fray. However, due to the chaotic and intricate timeline of the Ming Dynasty, he has yet to encounter any particularly compelling storylines. The only noteworthy event on the horizon seems to be the impending arrival of a matchmaking group from the land of outlying clouds, although it is still premature. Jiang Hao intends to enjoy himself thoroughly when the time comes. Speaking of Jiang Hao, one cannot overlook the myriad changes within the courtyard. Siheyuan, once a renowned dual staff practitioner under Yi Zhonghai, has returned from the Fengzi Garden, having honed his culinary skills. It remains uncertain whether his connections with Yi Daqing or Yi Zhonghai's efforts to secure opportunities for him have played a role. But this lad has been assigned to the steel mill as a second chef, tasked with preparing large quantities of food. It is unclear whether He Yuxue receives any financial support from Yi Daqing or if the rumors of Yi Zhonghai embezzling her funds hold any truth. This question, while intriguing, is not pressing. The sums involved are not substantial, allowing for leisurely investigation in the future. After all, it is not an urgent matter, and there will be ample time to clarify the situation later. Meanwhile, it appears that Yi Yuxue has been callously abandoned by Siheyuan. Now, apart from sleeping in her small room in the central courtyard, she has essentially become part of the Jiang family. This semester, her tuition has been paid by Jiang's mother, leading to a fierce argument between her and Siheyuan. One wonders how the retirement group managed to brainwash Siheyuan. It is truly amusing. Siheyuan's own words were, "If you still consider yourself a member of the He family, then sever ties with the Jiang family. I can cover your school fees." Yi Yuxue, however, vehemently refused, thinking that aligning with him would only lead to a life of hardship, facing the harsh winds of the Northwest. Thus, she tearfully ran to the Jiang household, where Jiang's father intended to confront Siheyuan, only to be stopped by Jiang Hao. "Dad, let's cover Yushue's tuition. It's merely a trifling sum. If Siheyuan doesn't want his sister, we certainly do. After all, Yuxue is no different from our own family." After a moment's contemplation, Father Jiang found the reasoning quite sound. After all, he had always regarded the young girl as his own daughter. Contributing a mere tuition fee was but a trifling matter. From that point onward, Yi Yuxue largely ceased any communication with Siheyuan. Each time Siheyuan wished to speak to his sister, the pain of a heart deeply wounded made reconciliation seem an insurmountable task. Consequently, he directed his grievances towards the Jiang family, continually casting sarcastic remarks at Jiang Hao. However, a single slap from Jiang Hao silenced him, instilling a sense of fear that quelled his reckless tongue. The Jia family, during this period, managed to maintain a decent standard of living. Initially, one earned while two spent. Jia Dongxiu, as an apprentice, earned a monthly income of 18.5 yuan, allowing the couple to live reasonably well. Yet, with the release of Jia Zhangshi from her sentence, their financial situation swiftly deteriorated, particularly for Jia Zhangshi, who had always possessed a hearty appetite. Her hunger only intensified upon her return from labor reform. Her consumption could rival that of 3 individuals, a burden Jia Dongxiu found impossible to sustain. The land in their hometown had been confiscated, leaving them without an additional source of income. Even frugality could not alleviate their plight. This led Jia Zhangshi to lament daily, crying out in desperation and cursing incessantly. Nevertheless, Yi Zhonghai feigned ignorance, as he sought a retirement companion, not an additional burden to support. Jia Dongxiu repeatedly sought financial assistance from Jia Zhangshi for her sustenance, but she was unwilling to acquiesce, perceiving it as a threat to her very existence. Whenever Jia Dongxiu's words grew harsh, Jia Zhangshi would wail, her pleas incessantly invoking the memory of old Jia. "Old Jia, look at your unfilial son. He's driving me to despair. Old Jia, come back and see how your wayward child is starving his own mother." Jia Dongxiu had never felt his life to be so unbearably tormenting. Unfortunately, after seeking Yi Zhonghai's help twice, he encountered only more lamentations of poverty. "Dongxiu, you know your mistress has always been in poor health and requires constant medication. Your master, due to your family's troubles, has been demoted to a journeyman, suffering a significant reduction in salary, and has even been penalized with 6 months of withheld wages. There is no longer any money to assist you. You must seek solutions elsewhere." Due to Jia Dongxiu's own inadequacies, his standing in Yi Zhonghai's eyes had plummeted dramatically. In contrast, Siheyuan's status was on the rise. One wonders if he would feel delighted upon learning this news. By October, Qin Huairu successfully gave birth to a son for the Jia family, whom they named Jia Gong. Jiang Hao was acutely aware that the future master thief had already taken his place. However, it seemed that Xiao Dang and Huaihua had little hope left, especially since Jia Dongxiu had become beyond humane. On the day Qin Huairu gave birth, Jia Zhangshi continued her usual behavior, seeking out Yi Zhonghai whenever she had a concern. Yet Yi Zhonghai paid her no heed, choosing instead to hide away in his room, soundly asleep. Infuriated, she resorted to vociferous cursing at Yi Zhonghai in the courtyard. Ultimately, it was the simpleton Zhu who brought a cart and, along with Jia Dongxiu, took Qin Huairu to the hospital. The very next day, they returned her, citing the exorbitant hospital fees as the reason. They didn't even allow her the time to properly recuperate. After merely a few days of rest, she resumed her household duties. At this juncture, even Jiang Hao couldn't help but shake his head in dismay at Qin Huairu's predicament, though he was disinclined to intervene, since this was her own choice. She must traverse this path, even if it meant doing so on her knees. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu lived each day like a ghost, with little recourse but to silently weep while cradling her son in secret. During this period, Yi Zhonghai adopted an unusually low profile. Acutely aware that his recent assistance to the Jia family had rendered him quite renowned in the factory. Thus, he diligently devoted himself to his work, showing little interest in his so-called good son, as if he were a stranger. Jia Dongshu understood that his mentor intended to sever ties with his family. Yet, what could he do besides seethe with impotent rage? Life without Yi Zhonghai was akin to living like a dog, struggling even to fill his belly. Lu Haizhong had grown wiser and no longer dared to provoke the Jiang family. Especially after Jiang Hao's promotion to captain, he was eager to curry favor, often appearing before Jiang Hao to remind him of his presence, to which Jiang Hao responded with official platitudes. Overall, Jiang Hao was quite satisfied with Lu's performance over the past 6 months and resolved to lend him a hand if the opportunity arose. After all, there were no deep-seated grievances, and what was past. Continuing to hold on to it was not a viable solution, especially with Lu in his grasp. In due time, he could push him into a contest with Yi Zhonghai. What a splendid idea. Yanbu Gui remained unchanged, perpetually scheming for small advantages. Aside from generous individuals like Jiang Hao, few were inclined to pay him any mind. He now acted as Jiang Hao's informant, rushing to report any stirrings in the courtyard at the slightest hint of movement. After all, he truly provided value, not mere empty promises, and was quite generous in his dealings. The deaf old lady has been faring quite well of late, for she remains a valuable asset in Yi Zhonghai's network. Consequently, she has gradually softened her stance towards him. This lady holds a favorable view of Yi Zhonghai, the ambitious young man. As long as he refrains from excessive interactions with the Jia family and does not provoke the Lao Jiang family, she is more than willing to support him. After all, Yi Zhonghai's wife has been exceedingly attentive to the old lady's needs. Currently, the old lady's greatest distress stems from her grandson, Shaju, who incessantly meddles in the Jia family's affairs, disregarding her warnings and leaving her in a perpetual state of sighing and worry. The others in the courtyard are also thriving. They have suddenly realized that as long as they steer clear of the Jia family, their lives are remarkably pleasant. Just look at how many have suffered because of the Jia family. It is indeed wise to maintain a safe distance from them, as they resemble a harbinger of misfortune. After an extended period of rest, Jiang Hao finally feels prepared to venture into the second world for exploration. He is now a formidable figure, having reached the threshold of the golden core stage in martial arts. Furthermore, considering that the temporal realm has indicated a temporary halt in connecting to the realm of cultivation, he anticipates that his journey will be devoid of peril. Thus, with a flash, Jiang Hao swiftly entered the temporal domain. Upon his return, he promptly articulated his intentions. The temporal realm remained silent for several seconds before inquiring, "Does the host wish to freeze time in the Ming Dynasty's comprehensive martial arts realm?" Jiang Hao listened in bewilderment and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is there truly such a method?" The time-space responded, "Indeed, dear host. Otherwise, as the number of connected worlds increases in the future, it may become quite challenging for you to manage comprehensively." Jiang Hao's expression darkened, and he exclaimed with indignation, "Time and space, our bond has grown distant. Our friendship was never meant to be this way. With such a practical feature at your disposal, why did you not inform me sooner? You were not like this before." Time and space. Time and space, however, remained remarkably composed and replied slowly, "I apologize, dear host. I simply forgot last time, and you were in such a hurry to depart. Moreover, you never inquired about it. This cannot be entirely blamed on me." Jiang Hao was taken aback and exclaimed, "My goodness, time and space, have you truly learned to evade responsibility? We agreed to stand by each other for a lifetime, to be each other's support. Can you truly transform into this? Can you still be my steadfast pillar?" After a moment of silence, time and space replied, "I have been led astray by you. The former me was not like this at all." Jiang Hao felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. His lifetime of honorable reputation shattered in an instant. Time and space. You must truly comprehend this. How could a person of such integrity and kindness as I lead you astray? I solemnly declare that this is nothing but slander. You are defaming me, he insisted vehemently. Yet, time and space responded with a serene demeanor. Here, it is just the two of us. No one else can corrupt me. Jiang Hao was suddenly engulfed in a state of silence, rendered speechless. After a prolonged pause, he finally addressed time and space. Time and space. Please hasten to open the spatial passage for me. I wish to explore the second world. Additionally, please freeze the great Ming comprehensive martial world. Certainly, host. And do not feel embarrassed. I truly don't mind being led astray by you. Time and space chuckled heartily, playfully teasing Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, with a grim expression, stepped into the spatial passage. In the next moment, he found himself in an utterly pitch-black room. As Jiang Hao's consciousness gently swept across the surroundings, he discerned that it was indeed nighttime outside. He slowly pushed the door open and stepped out, a profound sense of unease enveloping him. The atmosphere was ominous and foreboding. There was no better way to articulate this feeling. It was a sensation he had not experienced in many years. Jiang Hao focused his mind, keenly vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings, slowly treading through the desolate mountain village. As previously mentioned, Jiang Hao had stepped into this entirely new and unfamiliar realm. Upon his arrival, he perceptively sensed that the place he had entered was remarkably abnormal. Even he, a seasoned warrior who had endured countless perils, felt an innate chill emanating from an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Jiang Hao has always possessed an unwavering belief in his intuition. There is undoubtedly something extraordinary about this tranquil mountain village. Or perhaps it is the world itself that is peculiar. The entire village is enveloped in an eerie silence, akin to the stillness of death, with only the sound of Jiang Hao's solitary footsteps resonating in the vast emptiness. This chilling atmosphere evokes memories of the horror films he watched in his childhood during his previous life. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a wave of coldness rising behind him. He swiftly turned around, yet that strange sensation vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Jiang Hao's nerves were taut to their utmost limit. As he prepared to turn once more and continue on his path, a ghostly figure abruptly appeared before him without warning. The nightmarish visage, with blood streaming from all 7 orifices, startled Jiang Hao, causing him to leap back in fright. Instinctively, he drew his despair blade, infused with an overwhelming aura of malevolence and an inexhaustible killing intent, and struck with a single blow, shattering the apparition into oblivion. At this moment, if Jiang Hao remained oblivious to the nature of this world, he would indeed be a fool. A sudden wave of indescribable fear surged within Jiang Hao, and in an instant, he found himself transported through time and space. He reached up to touch the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and let out a long, relieved sigh. Internally, he cursed. Damn it, this second world is indeed a realm of the supernatural, inhabited by spirits. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such apparitions. Yet, he had never learned any spells to confront these entities. How could he possibly perceive them? One should not assume that Jiang Hao's formidable martial prowess rendered him immune to fear. Rather, it stemmed from his profound ignorance of this enigmatic existence. There is a saying that rings particularly true. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. At this moment, Jiang Hao was overwhelmed with an abundance of questions. Regaining his composure, he promptly inquired of the time-space. Was that just a spirit? The time-space, feigning confusion, gazed at Jiang Hao and asked, "Host, did you just feel fear?" Jiang Hao felt a flush of embarrassment, inwardly lamenting that he would undoubtedly be ridiculed by time and space in the future. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to nod in acknowledgement. To his surprise, time and space refrained from mocking him this time, and instead spoke slowly. What you encountered just now could be considered a spirit. However, more accurately, it should be described as a puppet of a certain ghost. They appear to have been controlled after being slain by a powerful specter. Jiang Hao expressed his understanding. Then why am I able to see him? Could it be that I possess the eye of yin and yang? The voice of time and space whispered softly, "Host, have I been tirelessly utilizing temporal energy to transform your physical form, only for its effects to pale in comparison to the eye of yin and yang?" Jiang Hao scratched his head, genuinely at a loss for words. Are you implying that my body is capable of perceiving ghosts and such phenomena due to your modifications? Time and space regarded him with a look of disdain. You must grasp this fundamental truth. Space is sovereign, time is revered, destiny remains unaltered, and causality reigns supreme. The wonders of time and space are something you will gradually come to understand. Jiang Hao gazed into the fabric of time and space, nodding thoughtfully. How should I confront such a spectral entity? He inquired. Time and space, amused, responded, "Host, Did you not just vanquish it moments ago? The soul is but a form of energy, particularly susceptible to the formidable force of a strong will, which inflicts significant harm upon them. Not only the essence of blades, swords, and fists can deliver fatal blows, but also the warrior's vital energy. Like you, dear host, you usually keep this energy restrained, rendering them unable to sense it. Were you to unleash your vital energy, you could have incinerated it entirely just now. As Jiang Hao listened to the exposition on time and space, he reflected upon the films he had previously viewed, realizing that he had indeed frightened himself. However, at that moment, a profound nostalgia for the Buddha's palm from the ancient sword soul surged within him. Regret washed over him. How foolish I was. I should have learned it back then. Given my connection with the ancient sword soul, he would surely not have declined. What a fool I am. Time and space, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. Host. The Buddha's palm is merely a martial arts technique. Whatever it can achieve, your other martial skills can also accomplish. Jiang Hao glanced up at the expanse of time and space. When I unleash this strike, it is as if the Buddha himself manifests behind me. Do you think they fear it? If I were to employ the celestial fragmented divine skill, they might even mistake me for one of their own. It seems that none of the disciplines I have acquired thus far fall under the category of righteous martial arts. They are all steeped in the ways of the demonic path. Jiang Hao chose to disregard the reaction of time and space, directly commanding it to unlock the great Ming comprehensive martial arts. He intended to seek out the ancient sword soul to learn the reviled divine palm. Time and space could not resist his will, and in an instant, Jiang Hao's figure vanished from the continuum of time. Jiang Hao arrived at the great Ming Zhongwu without a moment's pause, hastily setting off in search of the ancient sword soul. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's intentions, the ancient sword soul wore a peculiar expression, fixing a penetrating gaze upon him and inquiring, "Are you certain you have encountered a ghost?" Jiang Hao could not help but roll his eyes and said irritably, "Do you think I am here to deceive you with the reviled palm? I have already mastered the celestial ruin divine art, you know? If it weren't for the necessity of absolute certainty, I wouldn't even consider it. How about we exchange?" The ancient sword soul was rendered speechless by Jiang Hao's words, inwardly reflecting, "Is that what I meant? If you disdain learning, then don't. I have never encountered a ghost in my lifetime, you know?" Observing this young man's demeanor, it did not seem like he was lying. It appeared he was indeed telling the truth. You keep the celestial ruin divine art for yourself. The truth is, in all my decades of existence, I have never laid eyes on a ghost. You haven't been deceived, have you? After all, there are many tricksters in this world who dabble in the supernatural. You cannot fathom how terrifying it is. I am at least a half step into the martial Dao Golden Core realm. I was once so frightened that I broke out in a cold sweat, yet the typical ghostly entities are not particularly formidable. With a single strike of my demon blade, I obliterated it. I learned the reviled palm as a precaution against encountering more formidable specters in the future. When the Buddha Rulai stands by my side in protection, I shall see what kind of ghostly creature dares to approach me with the intent to perish. As Jiang Hao spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Gu Jiahan felt a wave of disdain within. Was he truly afraid of ghosts? Were it not for his fervent demeanor, one might have believed him. Indeed, he was a peculiar individual, eager to encounter that which ordinary people would shun in terror. Gu Jianhan chose to say no more and began to demonstrate the techniques of the reviled divine palm one by one for Jiang Hao. At this stage of Jiang Hao's development, while it could not be claimed that he would master them at first glance, a single viewing would suffice for him to grasp the essentials. The remaining task was merely to practice and familiarize himself with the forms. Initially, after mastering the reviled divine palm, Jiang Hao intended to depart immediately. However, upon noticing Gu Jianhuan's unusual demeanor and less than ideal state, he decided to stay and inquire about the cause. It turned out that the matter still revolved around the father-daughter relationship. Tu Siheyuan refused to acknowledge Gu Jianhuan as her father. After parting ways with Jiang Hao, Gu Jianhuan had benefited greatly from the three glories divine water bestowed by Jiang Hao. Not only did his injuries heal, but his strength also surged to unprecedented heights, elevating him to the status of a grandmaster. With such formidable power as his foundation, he had swept through his adversaries, mercilessly avenging the deep-seated enmity that had plagued him. He had not spared any of those who had wronged him, unleashing a series of bloody slaughters. Yet, when it came to Sun Biyun at the Yinxiao Manor, he found himself unable to strike a blow. Additionally, it became known to all that Tu Siheyuan was, in fact, the daughter of Gu Jianhuan and Sun Biyun. Having been neglected by her mother throughout her life and burdened with the knowledge that her biological father was a fearsome villain, how could she possibly come to terms with such a reality? Thus, the situation remained in a stalemate, devoid of any progress. Jiang Hao gently patted the shoulder of Gu Jianhan, offering words of reassurance. "Leave it to me, my old friend. Witness how I will resolve this matter." Without hesitation, Jiang Hao hastened his way to the Inxia villa. At present, wherever this formidable villain roamed, who would dare to obstruct him? He effortlessly met with Tu Shuihua and Duan Jinfei. After a brief exchange, Duan Jinfei took his leave, granting Jiang Hao and Tu Shuihua the space to converse. Tu Shuihua, with a frigid demeanor and a hint of animosity in her gaze, addressed Jiang Hao. "Have you come to act as a mediator for Gu Jianhan? I advise you to spare your efforts. It would be in vain." Jiang Hao cast a sidelong glance at her and coldly remarked, "What else can you do besides blaming Gu Jianhan? In truth, Gu Jianhan was entirely unaware of your existence as his daughter. Yet, you, in your audacity, are ever so affectionate towards your biological mother, whilst the more she harbors resentment towards you, the more you shamelessly cling to her. You must not speak of her in such a manner. She is merely a victim." Tu Shuihua exclaimed, her face flushed with rage, her voice hoarse from shouting. "Oh, a victim, you say? A victim who employs the art of seduction. This is indeed the first time I have heard such a claim. I shall have to spread the word throughout the entire martial realm, inviting all to the Yinhua villa to witness this so-called harlot." Jiang Hao deliberately feigned an exaggerated demeanor, vociferously shouting in a peculiar tone, "Leave me. I do not wish to see you. Get lost." Tu Shuihua was on the brink of a breakdown, her voice hoarse as she cried out. Slap, slap. Jiang Hao first struck her left cheek with a resounding blow, followed by another on her right. With a fierce glare, he menacingly declared, "So you think you've been given face, do you? Am I not showing you respect? Remember your place, or I shall annihilate the entire Yinxiao villa today." Tu Shuihua, her eyes brimming with indignation, fixed a furious gaze upon Jiang Hao, yet she dared not utter another word. Deep down, she understood that while others might merely speak empty threats, this fiend before her was a man of action, capable of fulfilling his ominous promises. Jiang Hao grasped her chin firmly, his voice laced with malice as he declared, "You must remember this. Gu Jianhan owes you nothing. On the contrary, it is your mother who is in debt to him. Is it wrong for me to call her a harlot? She wishes to indulge in such behavior while simultaneously erecting a facade of virtue. Does she not feel any shame? And to lay the blame on her daughter. I have never encountered a woman so devoid of decency in my life. Today, I shall ensure that the entire martial world sees the true nature of this lady from Yinxiao Villa. Please, you cannot do this." Tu Shuihua's face drained of color, genuinely terrified that Jiang Hao would act on his words. If that were to happen, not only would Yinxiao Villa's reputation be shattered, but her mother would likely be driven to despair upon learning the truth. "Why can't I proceed with this?" Jiang Hao glared fiercely, his voice booming. "If you continue down this path, you will bring about her demise. I implore you, do not act in such a manner." Tu Shuihua, her voice tinged with sorrow, pleaded. "She should have perished long ago. What purpose does her existence serve? You are equally despicable. They regard you as the spawn of the ancient sword soul, ignoring you completely, treating you with icy disdain. Yet you persist in your advances. Tell me, does that not reflect your own worthlessness?" Jiang Hao, filled with exasperation, gazed at Tu Shuihua's pitiful demeanor, akin to that of a sycophant, his heart brimming with indignation. I am not the daughter of Gu Jianhan. My father is Tu Jin from Yinjia Mountain Manor," Tu Shuihua stubbornly retorted, tears streaming down her face. "Hee. I truly wish to inquire what grievous act Gu Jianhan has committed against you, to incite such profound hatred from you, his own daughter. If you cannot provide a reason that satisfies me today, do not blame me for resorting to irrational actions." Jiang Hao's countenance resembled that of frost, as he coldly articulated his words. Observing Jiang Hao's demeanor grow increasingly frigid, Tu Shuihua found himself momentarily at a loss. His expression began to shift to one of palpable anxiety. He thought to himself, "I shall contemplate thoroughly. I am in no haste. I am eager to see what justification you will offer today." Jiang Hao crossed his arms, adopting an air of magnanimity. "Alas, Hero Jiang, please do not impose upon my daughter any further. If you harbor any grievances, direct them towards me, her father." "Father, what is wrong with you?" Tu Shuihua wiped away her tears, feigning strength as she cried out loudly. "Foolish girl," sighed Tu Jin, "you have endured far too much suffering over the years. It is I who have wronged you. Do not dwell on it." As long as you remain my daughter, you shall always be so. Tu Jin gazed at Tu Siheyuan with gentle eyes, tenderly stroking her head. Master Tu, you truly are an inadequate father. Just look at the woman you married. Is there anything wrong with me calling her a harlot? Although Jiang Hao's impression of Tu Jin is not particularly negative, he is acutely aware of his daughter's grievances, yet cannot bring himself to scold his wife, resembling a man who fears his spouse. Tu Jin, upon receiving such reproach from Jiang Hao, would undoubtedly feel a surge of indignation, though it would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. However, he cannot argue with Jiang Hao's assertions, for they are not unfounded, and indeed, Jiang Hao possesses extraordinary strength, even outshining the formidable fire cloud evil god. I comprehend the intentions of the esteemed Jiang. Over the years, I have indeed indulged her excessively, thereby neglecting Siheyuan's feelings. You are correct. Gu Jianhun has not wronged Siheyuan. On the contrary, it has been Biyun who has consistently inflicted harm upon her. One commendable trait of Tu Jin is his willingness to acknowledge his mistakes. He does not allow his status or other factors to hinder his ability to admit his faults, a quality that Jiang Hao greatly admires in him. Jiang Hao nodded solemnly. In this lifetime, Gu Jianhun has been betrayed, leading to the ruin of his family, with his only daughter being the result of someone employing a beauty trap against him. In a state of inebriation, he mistakenly took Sun Biyun for Sun Jinling, which ultimately resulted in the birth of Tu Siheyuan. For 2 decades, he has lived in madness and despair, alone and forsaken. Who has ever truly understood his anguish? Jiang Hao gazed at Tu Siheyuan and said, "Take a moment to ponder and reflect deeply. What exactly did the ancient sword soul do wrong from beginning to end? And why must he endure such suffering? In his past life, he was entirely unaware of your existence. The words you have spoken have continuously wounded his heart as a father. Empathize and truly consider this. Do not remain perpetually bewildered, believing every word others say without discernment." After Jiang Hao uttered these words, he departed. Some matters, if not comprehended, render further discussion futile. One can only hope that this foolish girl will come to her own understanding. After Jiang Hao's departure, Tu Siheyuan gazed at Tu Jin, hesitating to speak. "Father, Tu Jin looked at his eldest daughter and gently patted her shoulder. "Regardless of your origins, you will always be my daughter. Follow the dictates of your heart." With that, Tu Jin turned to leave, leaving Tu Siheyuan standing alone, lost in contemplation for a long while. After leaving the Daming Zone Will, Jiang Hao plunged once more into the enigmatic realm of the supernatural, under the peculiar gaze of time and space. Upon his second arrival, Jiang Hao's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Fear often arises from the unknown, and the root of all dread lies in insufficient power. Thus, at this moment, Jiang Hao remained as steadfast as a rock, even taking the leisure to inspect the tragic fates of these puppets one by one. This left the group of spirits utterly baffled. How could there be such a fearless individual? He even found the time to observe us with a smile. Does he possess no sense of public morality? To die in such a wretched manner, and yet he can still laugh. What manner of person is he? Devoid of even the slightest compassion? In truth, they had misjudged Jiang Hao. He was employing his spiritual sense to observe, attempting to discern whether he could detect the presence of these souls. His laughter stemmed from the delightful realization that his spiritual awareness could indeed uncover the existence of these ghosts. This discovery filled him with even greater joy as he proceeded slowly, continuously searching for spirits with his mind. After toying with this for a while, Jiang Hao departed from the dilapidated mountain village, for within his spiritual perception lay an exceptionally potent force of resentment. These ordinary spirits were utterly incomparable to it. He understood well that this ghost must be the true mastermind lurking behind the scenes. Instantly, he flashed to the edge of a small pond. His spiritual sense detected that this ghost was currently concealed within a corpse at the bottom of the water. Gazing at this familiar scene, Jiang Hao felt as if he had once again fallen into a recognized narrative. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he could not recall the specifics. Thus, he stared quietly at the pond, lost in contemplation. This provoked the furious spirit within, which thought, "You scan me with your spiritual sense. I'll let that slide. But now you simply gaze at me, and to top it off, you lock onto me with your spiritual awareness. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to make contact?" Consequently, it swiftly departed the corpse and began to rise to the water's surface. Before long, Jiang Hao beheld a ghostly figure, disheveled and slowly ascending, clad in a blue robe from the Republic of China era. In an instant, Jiang Hao's mental waves were activated, and memories that had long lain dormant surged forth like a tide, Isn't this my Aunt May? Ah, Chura May. This is clearly a haunting shadow from my childhood. The sight of her in that blue attire, singing Cantonese opera with her hair flowing freely, was unforgettable. Thus, the two, or rather one person and one ghost, exchanged silent glances, neither uttering a word, until suddenly, Jiang Hao vanished without a trace. This left Chu Renmei utterly perplexed. Is that it? No slaying of demons or exorcising of evil spirits. He just leaves? And how did he disappear into thin air like a ghost himself? This is truly incomprehensible. In contemplation, Chu Renmei ceased to ponder further and gradually returned to her own corpse, continuing the restoration of her powers long sealed away. As she reflected on this, a surge of anger welled within her. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Her family, for whom she had once relished in the act of killing, had now reached out to her. To her astonishment, her nephew, Li Chong, had implored her to cease her bloodshed and even returned the bracelet he had given her. This peace bracelet bore the weight of her most cherished dreams and represented a promise made long ago. It awakened a flicker of her humanity, compelling her to relinquish her murderous ways and lie quietly within her own remains. Little did she know that someone had unearthed her and cast her corpse into this waterhole. This time, no one shall deter me from my path of vengeance, she seethed with indignation. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, upon discerning the nature of the unfolding drama, departed swiftly from the scene, for he harbored numerous questions that he wished to pose to the fabric of time and space. Time and space, he pondered. If one were to encounter possession by a ghost, or if there were a possibility of seizing control, is there any means to avert such a fate? Jiang Hao suddenly felt a twinge of fear upon recalling these matters. Host, have you forgotten the words I shared with you last time? The passage of time seemed a bit agitated, as it had barely been a moment since those words were spoken, yet you have already forgotten? Jiang Hao pondered seriously over his last conversation with time and space. Is this what you meant? Space is sovereign, while time is revered. Fate reigns without cause and effect. Indeed, your current form has been transformed by the power of time and space. It is untouched by myriad laws. The moment a specter attempts to possess it, the power of time and space will shatter it. Time and space proclaimed with a sense of pride. And what of the curse? What do you think? Do you consider me merely an ornament? What about illusions? Your eyes possess the ability to perceive the essence of all things directly. Then does that mean I can indulge without restraint? Beware of encountering those whose power far exceeds yours, or you shall meet your demise. Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless, inwardly pondering, I am not a fool. Besides, you are here as well. When faced with an insurmountable challenge, I can simply summon you to exert control. At this thought, Jiang Hao could not help but drool with delight. Time and space regarded Jiang Hao with a look of incredulity, secretly thinking, there is no saving him. Had time and space been privy to Jiang Hao's thoughts, it would undoubtedly have ridiculed him without reservation. Oh, so when you cannot prevail, you would release me? What do you take me for? Have you no sense of shame? Jiang Hao returned once more to the edge of the pond, yet in the next moment, he departed again. This infuriated Chu Renmei to no end, as she inwardly berated, back again? Oh, and now he's left? Is he toying with me? How utterly shameless. Under the cover of night, Jiang Hao wandered aimlessly, driven by a desire to uphold justice and redistribute wealth from the affluent to the impoverished. Alas, he found himself destitute, with not a single coin to his name. The disparity between the prosperous and the less fortunate weighed heavily on him, and he longed for attire befitting the contemporary era. As darkness enveloped the island, Jiang Hao's silhouette flitted through its shadows like a specter, with a clear target in mind, casinos and drug dealers. In the span of a single night, countless nefarious individuals would meet their unfortunate fates. He showed no mercy to those who engaged in wicked deeds, as he held an unwavering disdain for drugs and gambling. By dawn, the police force of the island was in disarray, inundated with the aftermath of the chaos. The sheer number of victims was staggering, each met with a gruesome demise, leaving not a single body intact. Whether at the gambling dens or the venues for illicit transactions, the money had vanished without a trace, while the contraband remained untouched. The underworld was thrown into turmoil as factions scrambled to uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this upheaval, Jiang Hao, reveled in culinary delights, taking the opportunity to secure identification documents. The agent demanded an exorbitant fee of 100,000, provoking Jiang Hao to unleash a torrent of curses upon the unscrupulous individual. Nevertheless, the efficiency was commendable, as the documents were delivered the very next day. Otherwise, he feared the agent might not see the dawn of a third day. Now equipped with proper identification, Jiang Hao could roam with greater confidence. He traversed the island using various modes of transportation while employing his heightened senses to seek out the spirits that lingered, coupled with insights gleaned from newspapers and television reports. He concluded that he was in a complex world reminiscent of the Hong Kong of the 1970s and 1980s, yet imbued with supernatural elements. Days later, Jiang Hao returned to the former Huangshan village, fully aware that the appearance of the enigmatic Mei Yi signaled the imminent arrival of the main characters. He took his position to observe, and true to his expectations, it wasn't long before he sensed Mei Yi's movements one fateful night. Her activity indicated that tragedy had unfolded. With the arrival of a contingent of police officers and journalists, he was granted the opportunity to witness the gathering of those oblivious to their impending fate. As friends of the deceased, they congregated at the scene, diligently providing statements to the police, while numerous journalists captured the moment and inquired about the details of the case. With a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Hao approached the ill-fated protagonists. At that moment, they had just completed their statements and were enveloped in profound sorrow. Jiang Hao approached the male protagonist and softly inquired, "Is he wearing a blue outfit?" Such a simple statement startled the protagonist, Xiao Ming, who exclaimed, "Hello, sir. Are you speaking to me?" Of course. Jiang Hao rarely uttered a phrase in English. Now it was Xiao Ming's turn to feel anxious. He had initially thought he was merely experiencing a fleeting illusion. Suddenly, someone mentioned the matter to him, confirming that it was indeed not a figment of his imagination. "Sir, have you also encountered it?" Jiang Hao casually settled beside him, introducing himself, "I am Jiang Hao. How about it? Is it entertaining? Are you happy? Surprised? Unexpected?" Xiao Ming, with a pallid expression, gazed at Jiang Hao. "Jiang, my friend has just passed away. Is it appropriate for you to speak in such a manner?" "Why is it not appropriate? One reaps what one sows. Did not your friend enjoy that sort of thing? Isn't this the perfect fulfillment of his wishes? Moreover, do you think this matter concludes here?" "It does not. For now, apart from you, they cannot survive." Jiang Hao recounted their ignorance with a teasing and playful tone. Xiao Ming, feeling anxious, inquired, "Jiang Sheng, do you know something?" "Guess." Jiang Hao responded dismissively, turning to leave. "Jiang Sheng, wait." Xiao Ming attempted to pursue him, but was intercepted by his sister. "Xiao Ming, what are you doing? Who are you looking for?" "What Jiang Sheng?" His sister grasped his arm, questioning him. "Sister, this case is unusual. That Jiang Sheng knows something, but he left without saying a word." Sissy furrowed her brow. "Do you know his name?" "I can have someone inquire for you." Xiao Ming took a moment to compose himself. He said, "His name is Jiang Hao. Don't worry. I'll ask a police friend to help you tomorrow." "Thank you, sister. It's nothing. Also, you've grown up. Try not to act like this in the future. I genuinely worry about you." "I understand, sister. Please inform me of any news. I must take my leave." Xiao Ming, "All right, Sissy, stop calling. Pay more attention to his friends and avoid associating with dubious individuals. Look what happened this time. Of all the games, why play with something like spirit summoning?" Jack was also quite frustrated with his brother-in-law. "I know. I'm truly concerned he might get into trouble." Sissy appeared deeply troubled, anxious, and restless. "It's all right. Don't overthink it. Let us head back. My police friend will notify me once there are results." Jack reassured his girlfriend before leading her away. The following midday, the protagonist, Xiao Ming, accompanied by his teacher, Fa Mao, arrived at the hotel where Jiang Hao resided. It seemed that his sister's connections at the police station were indeed formidable, enabling them to locate Jiang Hao's residence so swiftly. However, Jiang Hao remained indifferent to this development. He opened the door, invited them in, and then settled onto the sofa, casually lighting a cigarette. He subsequently gestured to offer them a smoke, but both declined with a wave of their hands. Jiang Hao exhaled a ring of smoke and inquired, "What is it that you wish to know?" Xiao Ming, gazing at Jiang Hao, immediately straightened his posture and earnestly replied, "Jiang, I seek to comprehend everything." Jiang Hao scoffed disdainfully and remarked, "What does knowing accomplish? Do you possess the capability to resolve it?" "It is not that I harbor contempt for you, aside from your eyes that perceive the realms of yin and yang. You possess not. What do you intend to confront it with?" Fa Mao, scratching his nose and clearing his throat, interjected, "Mr. Jiang, I am Xiao Ming's psychological counselor, and my name is Fa Mao. As you are aware, the individual who passed away last night was a friend of Xiao Ming's. Furthermore, you informed Xiao Ming that it would return, hence we wish to inquire about certain matters pertaining to it. Would you be amenable to that?" Jiang Hao held a considerable respect for this teacher, not merely because he bore a resemblance to someone, but rather for his admirable courage and audacity. Jiang Hao gazed at the two individuals before him, pausing in silence for a moment before speaking. Summon all your friends from last night, as well as your sister and brother-in-law. I will assist you in resolving this matter. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming instantly felt a surge of anxiety and exclaimed, Are my sister and brother-in-law also in danger? Jiang Hao shrugged and replied, I am uncertain. Perhaps something will transpire. We can only ascertain the specifics once everyone arrives. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, Jiang Hao was acutely aware that his brother-in-law had also consumed water from the Huangshan village pond. He recalled that Jack had been thoroughly frightened afterwards. Xiaoming, in a state of urgency, hastened to inform everyone, for among them were not only his relatives, but also his girlfriend and friends. Before long, all had gathered in the room where Jiang Hao was staying. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had reserved the presidential suite the previous night. Otherwise, accommodating such a multitude would have proven challenging. For Jiang Hao, money was merely a figure. Spending lavishly did not cause him distress, so why deprive himself? Once everyone had settled, Jiang Hao turned to those reckless individuals from the previous night and remarked, It's quite cold, isn't it? The chill is indeed expected. Having ingested water from Huangshan village, the malevolent energy has infiltrated your bodies. For now, you merely feel cold, but it won't be long before your lives are extinguished. Listening to Jiang Hao's ominous declaration, the faces of everyone paled significantly, save for one individual, Sissy's boyfriend. At that moment, he was incredulous, shouting, Hey, don't be alarmist. What nonsense is this? Are you attempting to swindle us? Jiang Hao chuckled, gesturing toward the door, and remarked, If you do not believe, you are free to leave. I will not stop you. The door is right there. Infuriated, he was on the verge of departing. But Sissy restrained him, saying, Please, just sit down. Can you not cause a scene? Jack, admonished by his girlfriend, could only suppress his simmering anger and bide his time. Noticing the atmosphere had grown tense, Jiang Hao took the initiative to break the impasse, inquiring, Would you like some water? Allow me to pour each of you a glass. Sure, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Jiang. After serving each person a glass of water, Jiang Hao settled down and lit a cigarette, stating, What you encountered last night was a malevolent spirit. What constitutes a malevolent spirit? When an ordinary person passes away, they merely become a ghost. Those who die with grievances transform into vengeful souls. The ones burdened with heavier resentment are known as evil spirits, escalating to fierce ghosts, malevolent spirits, and the infamous red-dressed malevolent spirit, along with vengeful entities. Surely, you have heard of the term red-dressed malevolent spirit before? Indeed, we have, they all replied in unison. Jiang Hao nodded and continued, It is sufficient to have heard of it. The malevolence of the red-clad ghost is something you all should be acutely aware of. Therefore, take a moment to ponder your current predicament. At that moment, an overwhelming fear enveloped everyone. Particularly, the two young women from the reckless group, Annie and Bijia, were already in tears, gripped by terror. No one anticipated that a mere ence would escalate into such a grave situation. Regrettably, Jack remained skeptical, loudly exclaiming, Jiang, is it truly necessary to be so dramatic? Just name your price. How much will it take to resolve this matter? Jiang Hao completely disregarded him. Come on, just give me a number. All right, Jack, please stop talking, will you? I beg you. Sissy was anxious. She certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall her brother. Jack, infuriated by his girlfriend's words, retorted, Do you believe him, or do you believe me? What nonsense is this? Have you ever met him? You only hear him babbling here. Jiang Hao fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, You encountered him this morning, did you not? I am uncertain where you crossed paths, but the malevolence surrounding you is unmistakable. At this moment, Jack recalled the unsettling scene he had witnessed in the restroom earlier that day, rendering him speechless. Observing her boyfriend's reaction, his girlfriend Sissy swiftly embraced his arm. Jiang Hao observed that this rebellious individual had fallen silent, and thus ceased to provoke them further. Her name is Chu Rinmei. As Jiang Hao uttered her name, the glass cups they were drinking from shattered with a resounding crash. A collective gasp of terror escaped the lips of everyone present. Once the room fell into a hushed silence, Jiang Hao continued, Did you see that? Just by mentioning her name, she became displeased. Seated upon the couch, Jiang Hao surveyed the pervasive aura of negativity that enveloped the room. With a decisive gesture, he executed the first form of the Rulai Divine Palm, the dawn of Buddha's light. In an instant, a majestic image of the Buddha materialized behind him, radiating melodious chants and brilliant light. The unique and domineering essence of the reviled divine palm swiftly dispelled the ominous energy that had filled the space. The onlookers were left utterly astonished by the spectacle. Could anything be more extravagant than this? Their mouths agape, they gazed at Jiang Hao as if he were a deity. A wave of pride surged within him, and he secretly reveled in his triumph. How impressive is this display? I must ask, who else could compare? It was not in vain that he had devoted himself to mastering the reviled divine palm, nor had his recent endeavors to refine his exorcism abilities been for naught. Observing Jiang Hao's self-satisfied demeanor from within the realms of time and space, a voice grumbled, "Those are my words. Ghosts, malevolent spirits, vengeful souls, those terms were all mine. Yet here you are, taking credit for them." As Jiang Hao withdrew his power, all extraordinary phenomena vanished in an instant. Now then, where was I? Ah yes. Her name is Chu Renmei, he concluded. The loyal little disciple, Xiao Ming, eagerly chimed in to continue the conversation. Jiang Hao, with an expression of earnestness, nodded and remarked. She was a performer of Cantonese opera during the Republic of China, and her husband was named Buwantian. To refer to him as a teacher is to tarnish the sanctity of that title. He was nothing more than a beast, a creature clad in human skin. At that time, Buwantian had entangled himself with the daughter of a moneylender, yet as a teacher, he could not simply cast aside his wife. Moreover, Chu Renmei had committed no transgressions to warrant such treatment, which would tarnish his reputation. Thus, he deceitfully informed Chu Renmei that he had accrued gambling debts to Tianqi due to opium addiction. He proposed that if she spent a night with Tianqi, their debts would be settled. Unable to resist her husband's desperate pleas, Chu Renmei acquiesced, unaware that this was a trap, one that would cost her life. The intent was not to divorce her, but to murder her. Chu Renmei was caught in the act by Buwantian's accomplice, Zhang Shaoxan. In that ignorant era, imperial authority did not reach the countryside. Huangshan village adhered to its own clan laws, and in the name of preserving reputation, they brutally beat Chu Renmei to death. This heinous act was overheard by her young nephew. Yet what could a mere child do? He could only watch helplessly as his beloved aunt was slain. Even if he spoke out, who would believe the words of a child? Thus, the boy wept as he ran to the potter's field where Chu Renmei lay, recounting the tragedy to her lifeless form, after which her vengeful spirit emerged. Within 3 days, 66 souls perished in Huangshan village. Whether it was the so-called paramour Tianqi, or Buwantian and his henchman Zhang Shaoxan, all met their demise, yet her resentment remained unquenched. It was only when her nephew retrieved the peace bracelet that Chu Renmei had once gifted him, promising to fulfill his every wish, that her fury was temporarily assuaged. This was the reason why the remaining villagers were spared. As Jiang Hao laid bare the entirety of this tragic tale, the crowd fell into an eerie silence. As if bewitched, their expressions were a mixture of terror and contemplation, their hearts laden with shock over this series of horrific events and concerns for their own fates. At that moment, they finally grasped the nature of the malevolent spirit that sought to claim their lives. Jiang Hao couldn't help but find it amusing to see Xiao Ming's hesitant demeanor. He observed Xiao Ming's desire to inquire. Yet his fear of uttering an incorrect word left him in a state of profound inner turmoil. Jiang Hao was the first to break the silence, teasingly remarking, "Xiao Ming, speak your mind without hesitation. Do not be so coy, resembling a bashful bride. Such timidity is unbecoming of a man." Encouraged by Jiang Hao's words, Xiao Ming seemed invigorated. He unconsciously rubbed his hands together, summoning the courage to inquire. "Jiang Shang, you previously mentioned that Chu Renmei had her grievances quelled by her nephew with a peace bracelet. Yet, why has she emerged once more to commit murder?" Jiang Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes as he teasingly remarked, "I merely stated that the resentment has been temporarily subdued, not completely extinguished. The distinction between these two statements is significant. You mustn't slander me. Surely, you all witnessed him maliciously defaming me. I would never utter such words." Xiao Ming, caught off guard by Jiang Hao's sudden jest, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Observing Xiao Ming's discomfort, Jiang Hao waved his hand and chuckled heartily. All right, I was merely joking. Do not take it to heart. Everyone seems so serious. I was just trying to lighten this gloomy atmosphere. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully dull." With that, he lazily reclined on the sofa, exuding an air of utmost relaxation. At that moment, Teacher Mao finally spoke, his voice steady and composed. "Jiang, could it be that the recent emergence of Chu Renmei in connection with the murders indicates some issue with the safety bracelet? Perhaps it has been lost, or there are other complications. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at teacher Fa Mao, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Look at the depth of this question. It is incisive and directly addresses the crux of the matter." The others quickly joined in, their voices mingling in a chorus of speculation. Is it truly the case that the safety bracelet is at fault? Jiang Hao straightened his posture and began to elaborate. Indeed, I have scrutinized the details thoroughly. Initially, Chu Renmei was wrapped in a straw mat and carelessly discarded at the mass grave in Huangshan village. Presently, that area is undergoing development. Chu Renmei lacks both a grave and a tombstone. It is possible that the workers, in their haste, inadvertently relocated her to a small pond adjacent to Huangshan village. Suddenly, teacher Fa Mao seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming with fervor, "The bottom of the pond, water. The medium, it all aligns." This unexpected outburst left everyone, except Jiang Hao and Xiao Ming, in a state of bewilderment, as they had not attended teacher Fa Mao's psychology classes. Realizing his lapse, teacher Fa Mao quickly composed himself and apologized. "My apologies, I just recalled something abruptly. I became overly excited. Please forgive me." "Please, continue," as if I had said nothing. Jiang Hao nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, "It's all right, teacher Mao. Please feel free to share your thoughts. It would be beneficial for everyone to listen." Teacher Mao adjusted his glasses and humbly replied, "Then allow me to express my perspective. If I err in any way, I kindly ask for your understanding. I suspect that Chu Renmei employs water as a medium to infiltrate the bodies of others, subsequently creating illusions to carry out acts of murder. I have heard from Xiao Ming that you engaged in AS since last night, during which you not only drank each other's blood, but also ignited corpse oil. Initially, I had my suspicions regarding the corpse oil, but it seems I was mistaken. I am grateful that Jiang Sheng mentioned water, otherwise, I might have been misled." Jiang Hao gazed at Professor Fa Mao, his eyes brimming with admiration. Professor Fa Mao is truly erudite. His profound understanding of psychology allows him to draw inferences about the capabilities of spirits, which is indeed commendable. Professor Fa Mao swiftly waved his hand in modesty. "You flatter me, Jiang. In this realm, you are the true expert. My insights are merely conjectures, primarily stemming from my lack of prior encounters with such phenomena." Jiang Hao shifted the conversation and inquired, "Professor Mao, may I ask if you have any expertise in biology?" To which Professor Mao replied, "Biology is not my particular forte." Could it be that Jiang is intrigued by the subject of biology? Jiang Hao shook his head and said, No. I primarily wish to inquire if Teacher Mao has heard of the term biomagnetic field." Teacher Mao nodded and replied, "I have heard of it. As the name suggests, it refers to the magnetic fields generated within living organisms." Jiang Sheng, is there a particular concern regarding this? Jiang Hao continued to inquire. So, does it mean that all living organisms can generate a magnetic field, correct? Without a moment's hesitation, Professor Fa Mao replied, "Absolutely." At that moment, he once again embodied the meticulous demeanor of a professional educator. Jiang Hao delved deeper into the discussion. "Teacher Mao, what changes might occur in a person's magnetic field when comparing a robust physique to a frail one, or health to illness?" After pondering for a moment, Teacher Mao replied, "Are you suggesting that the magnetic field undergoes alterations?" "Oh, no. It should pertain to the strength of the magnetic field, correct? Am I mistaken?" Jiang Hao burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Truly, Teacher Mao, your insight is remarkable. Indeed, it is merely a matter of the strength of the magnetic field." However, his expression swiftly transformed into one of gravity. "Teacher Mao," he continued, "ordinary ghosts can only rely on illusions to commit murder, and this is due to their insufficient power, their magnetic field lacking in strength. Yet, the malevolent spirit Churenmai is an entirely different case. She possesses the capability to manipulate objects and can, at any moment, control the very things around you to bring about your demise. This signifies that Churenmai's magnetic field has grown potent enough to intervene in the realm of reality." Teacher Mao, I trust this explanation resonates with you? Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, the collective anxiety among the listeners intensified profoundly. Teacher Mao silently nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that his earlier thoughts had been rather simplistic and one-dimensional. He then inquired, what would be the most appropriate method to confront her? Is it feasible to alter her magnetic field? At this moment, Teacher Mao was also contemplating whether a scientific approach could unravel this formidable conundrum. Jiang Hao initially nodded, then shook his head. Theoretically, it is feasible, Yet in practice, it proves exceedingly challenging. One could disrupt and dismantle her magnetic field using a powerful magnet. However, the difficulty lies in the necessity of confronting her endless illusions. Do not underestimate these phantoms, unless one is a mindless, vegetative state individual. It is quite arduous to resist them. Jiang Hao rose with unwavering determination, stating, having spoken at length, "It is time to journey to Huangshan village and resolve this matter once and for all. However, prior to our departure, we must first expel the lingering negative energy from within you. We cannot afford to be hindered by it when confronting Chu Rinmei. We must not allow it to undermine our strength." Thus, Jiang Hao meticulously cleansed each individual of the negative energy that had been marked by Chu Rinmei. The instant the energy was purged, everyone felt a notable lightness and exhilaration in their bodies, though a lingering weakness still remained. Jiang Hao earnestly advised, during this period, bask in the sunlight and replenish your vitality. Gradually, you will regain your strength. In the future, be sure to refrain from engaging in such perilous activities. The group, now thoroughly chastened, dared not entertain any further reckless notions. This harrowing experience was indelibly etched in their memories, a singular event that would resonate throughout their lives. They bowed in gratitude to Jiang Hao, who graciously accepted their heartfelt thanks without hesitation. Subsequently, Jiang Hao embarked on a journey to Huangshan village. Accompanied by Xiao Ming and teacher Fa Mao, Xiao Ming's sister attempted to intervene, but found herself powerless against her brother. With Jiang Hao by their side for protection, she ultimately had no choice but to relent. Teacher Fa Mao, purely driven by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, yearned to witness firsthand how Jiang Hao performed his exorcistic arts. For him, it was undoubtedly a rare visual feast. Jiang Hao and his companions traveled at breakneck speed in Teacher Mao's vehicle, racing towards Huangshan village. Throughout the journey, Teacher Mao was exceedingly enthusiastic, engaging Jiang Hao in discussions about ancient records and methods for exorcising spirits. Jiang Hao remained patient, meticulously addressing each of his inquiries. As they gradually approached Huangshan village, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Jiang Hao understood that this was Chu Rinmei demonstrating her authority and issuing a stern warning. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, inwardly muttering, "Isn't it merely a display of pent-up resentment? As if anyone is incapable of such." Soon, he would reveal to her the true prowess of the Buddha's palm, and we shall see how she maintains her arrogance. As they drew nearer to Huangshan village, the oppressive aura thickened palpably. The sky grew increasingly dim, as if night were to descend prematurely. At last, they arrived at the village's entrance. Before even stepping foot within, an overwhelmingly foul stench surged forth, inducing nausea. The surrounding houses lay in ruin, with crumbling walls and broken structures strewn about, as though ravaged by countless years. The walls emitted a faint, eerie green glow, reminiscent of flickering ghostly flames, which lent the entire village an air of chilling terror. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao boldly led the way into the village, his gaze piercing as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He resolved to first eliminate the puppets within the village, lest these sinister entities emerge to cause havoc later on. Xiao Ming and teacher Mao closely trailed behind Jiang Hao, with Xiao Ming clutching the hem of Jiang Hao's garment, his heart brimming with anxiety and trepidation. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind howled past, accompanied by the hauntingly sorrowful cry of Chu Rinmei, "You shall meet your demise." Jiang Hao disdainfully curled his lips, mocking, "All talk and no action. Come and face me if you dare." However, the terrifying sound sent Xiao Ming and his companion trembling with fear, their faces ashen. The trio slowly made their way to the heart of Huangshan village, only to be met with a sharp, piercing scream from Chu Rinmei. This shriek shattered the oppressive, gloomy sky, causing the entire Huangshan village to tremble violently, as if it were enduring immense agony. In an instant, a horde of vengeful spirits, clad in clothing from the Republic of China era and bearing grotesque wounds, surged forth from all directions, their faces twisted in anguish. They lunged menacingly at Jiang Hao and his companions. "Jiang Sheng, is this merely an illusion?" Xiao Ming stammered, clearly shaken. "Illusion, my foot. These are the very souls that Chu Rinmei once slaughtered. They have now become her puppets. This is merely a test." Jiang Hao responded to Xiao Ming's inquiries with an air of nonchalance. Subsequently, he deftly gestured with his hands, executing the second form of the Buddha's palm, and proclaimed, "Golden Summit Buddha lamp." As his voice resonated, a colossal manifestation of the Tathagata appeared behind him. This divine figure cradled a resplendent golden lamp in its left hand, which it cast into the void. The lamp erupted in a radiant brilliance, illuminating all directions and shattering the ominous barrier of Chu Renmei's malevolence. Under the luminous embrace of the Buddha's light, the puppeteered spirits emitted anguished wails of despair. Observing this, Chu Renmei swiftly commanded the puppets to merge, gradually coalescing into a formidable, grotesque specter. This ghastly entity exuded a palpable aura of sinister energy, instilling fear at first glance. As Jiang Hao altered his gestures, the Tathagata raised its right hand. A flash of golden light surged forth, obliterating the malevolent specter. As the spirit's form began to dissipate, the tormented souls gradually revealed expressions of liberation until they ultimately faded into nothingness. In the end, tranquility reclaimed its rightful dominion over the scene. With Jiang Hao concluding his efforts, the Tathagata vanished without a trace. Jiang Hao opened the temporal space, packaging all the malevolent energies and ominous auras present here. These are indeed valuable resources for cultivating the heavenly residual divine art. Let us proceed. This place has been thoroughly cleansed. We shall head towards the pool where Chu Renmei resides. As Jiang Hao turned around, he casually remarked, "Oh, all right." At that moment, both Xiaoming and he had yet to fully recover from their astonishment, their hearts continually reflecting, how incredibly impressive. It turns out he had been holding back while at the hotel. The power was truly overwhelming. Such a magnificent manifestation of the Buddha. Sensing the admiration radiating from the two behind him, Jiang Hao felt an immense sense of pride swelling within him. He mused silently, to show off. One must have an audience. If no one exclaims awesome, then it is a failure of display. Before long, the trio arrived at the vicinity of the pond where Jiang Hao had first encountered Chu Renmei. Jiang Hao halted the two from advancing any further, for the oppressive aura of malevolence in this place was overwhelmingly intense. Even standing there, they could feel the penetrating chill seep into their bones. Jiang Hao walked slowly towards the scene, while Chu Renmei gradually emerged from the depths of the pond, her pair of pale eyes filled with resentment, fixated on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao paid no heed to her endless resentment and calmly stated, "Chu Renmei, so much time has passed, and those who deserve to perish have already met their fate. What more do you desire? You deserve to die?" Chu Renmei coldly uttered these 3 words and fell silent thereafter, her meaning unmistakable.